Chapter 515. Rumors of the false emperor. The news of Fang Ru, the self-proclaimed emperor from Lizhou, has swept across the realm. For at least half a month, the storytellers in the theaters have found a new topic to amuse their audiences, often jesting about this false emperor, eliciting waves of laughter from the crowd. The people regard this pretender as nothing more than a farcical figure. The Yuan family's dynasty, despite its flaws, is still legitimate, whereas Fang Ru's great Jing dynasty resembles a mere theatrical performance. Brother Mu, what shall we name our new dynasty in the future? Let me ponder. Even Hu has been wearing an excited expression these days. How about the Great Tiger Dynasty? Is that suitable? The Foolish Tiger Dynasty sounds even better, Su Mu replied, casting a glance at him as he adjusted his robe before entering the palace. Today, a new guest has arrived in Shuzhou. The news has been heralded since the fall of Muyunzu. I pay my respects to the King of Shu. Huang Daochong bowed deeply. After Su Mu conquered Muyunzu, he anticipated that this fickle character would make an appearance, and his prediction proved accurate. Old Mr. Huang, please take a seat. Su Mu welcomed him. He held no contempt for this astute individual. Su Shu Wang, just call me Old Huang. Huang Daochong beamed with a smile. Su Mu refrained from contradicting him, surmising that if he ever became emperor, Huang Daochong would end up referring to himself as Little Huang. The King of Shu's conquest of Muyunzu is truly commendable. Although I reside in Kazhou, I have heard of your countless victories. The Shu army is indeed formidable, and I rejoice in your triumphs, Huang Daochong exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. Recently, to celebrate your grand victories, I offered half-price drinks at the Qingguan in Kazhou, accompanied by 100 flower rockets and a night of revelry. Su Mu felt somewhat overwhelmed. When it came to flattery, Huang Daochong was indeed a master of his craft. Your Highness, this is a celebratory gift, a fine mountain ginseng aged 700 years, Huang Daochong declared, beckoning a servant who promptly presented an exquisite gift box before Su Mu. Thank you, head of the Huang family, Su Mu replied graciously. It would be remiss not to accept such a rare treasure. It shall serve well in times of need. I recall when Lord Chong acquired a similar ginseng, which he entrusted to the Young Marquis. It proved beneficial, allowing him to endure through the harsh winter. By the way, Head Huang, regarding that matter, without hiding it from the King of Shu, I dispatched someone to investigate again upon receiving the letter. The Su family's ancestral home in Kazhou has been utterly destroyed. Not only has the main line perished, but both branches of the Su family have also been exterminated, leaving not a single survivor aside from the Empress of Zhangzhou. The leads have gone cold. Even the county's records were inexplicably burned to the ground. Su Mu listened in silence. He and Jia Zhou had been diligently investigating the true identity of the Su witch, yet they faced numerous obstacles. He had hoped to leverage Huang Daochong's connections to probe into Kazhou, but it seemed they had been outmaneuvered. King of Shu, upon my return to Kazhou, I shall consider alternative strategies, Huang Daochong sighed, displaying a keen intellect as he added, I appreciate your efforts. In the past half-month, the self-proclaimed Emperor Fang Ru has gained considerable momentum, attracting many desperate citizens from surrounding states seeking refuge. Su Mu was unsurprised. This marked the initial wave of benefits Fang Ru would enjoy following his self-declaration as emperor. Like a frail candle flickering in the wind, the era of the Great Ji is nearing its end. In a mere 50 years, 2 false emperors have emerged. If our esteemed founding ancestor were aware from beyond the grave, he would surely curse in anguish. Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. Master Huang, 2 false emperors? Do you imply that Yuan An is not the legitimate ruler? Huang Daochong was similarly startled. When have I ever entertained such notions? The Young Marquis, embodying eternal loyalty and righteousness, elevated Yuan An to the throne. Thus, he is undoubtedly the emperor. Yet, regarding the so-called 2 false emperors, from whence do they stem? Fang Ru can be considered one, but who is the other? This chaotic world is already tumultuous enough, with so much disorder. Is the King of Shu unaware? Unaware, indeed. It is a matter from years past, likely obscured by time. I had initially thought the Young Marquis might share it with you. But he is preoccupied with the salvation of the nation and may not mention such trivialities. How so? Huang Daochong hesitated, ultimately bowing respectfully, his expression turning grave. If the King of Shu inquires, I shall answer without reservation. Su Mu remained silent, sensing that Huang Daochong, lacking a ticket for passage, appeared determined to secure a place on the vessel to Shu. Of course, one must reiterate that individuals like Huang Daochong do not place all their eggs in one basket. However, at present, Shu has attained a status worthy of admiration, making it an appealing ally. Unlike other noble families, it possesses a certain hidden strength that surpasses many. Shu is not favored by the great aristocracy, yet Huang Daochong has audaciously sought to curry favor. King of Shu, have you ever heard of Yuan Song? Sumu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The other false emperor is Yuan Song, a member of the Yuan royal family, who, alongside his brother Yuan Bai, conspired to rebel on the first day of the new year 40 years ago, amassing a formidable force that temporarily drove Emperor Shao of Ji from Chanyang. However, with the combined efforts of various loyalists and schemes of discord, Yuan Song's power soon faltered, and he reigned as a false emperor for but a year before fleeing Chanyang with his brother after their defeat. Is he dead? Though there is no evidence, he is likely deceased. After Emperor Zhao's restoration, he spent at least a decade searching for the two, but alas, even a piece of armor could not be found. Some say these two hid within the inner city, like stray dogs, ultimately succumbing to illness. Master Huang, how old would these two be now? If they were alive, they would be around 80 years of age. How could they possibly survive? Sharing this with the King of Shu is a plea for caution, to avoid repeating the mistakes of the false emperors. Huang Daochong's voice was hoarse, tinged with heartfelt concern. The left general of Lingzhou, Ren, has taken the name of benevolence as his banner and has been chosen by his subordinates as the leader of the campaign against the false emperors. He has already gathered a number of troops. Chosen as leader by his subordinates? That is quite shameless. Indeed, his followers have always been rather sycophantic. Additionally, General Ren has entrusted me with a letter to deliver. Huang Daochong's tone remained calm. Sumu chuckled, uncertain of where Huang Daochong truly stands. On the side of the family, for quite some time, I have known that Kaizhou lacks the mandate of heaven. The best course is to find ways to weather the storm until someone establishes a new dynasty. What if it takes a century or two? Passing down from father to son and son to grandson, adhering strictly to family rules. Sumu fell silent, not entirely convinced. In times of chaos, the rituals and music have crumbled until the end. Any words spoken seem merely insincere pleasantries. Nearby, Sun Sun took the letter and passed it to Sumu. King of Shu, I bid you farewell. Should the head of the Huang family find the time, I invite you to visit Shuzhou again. Though Huang Daochong was not an old friend, he was not merely an acquaintance either. Perhaps in the future, he would still require Shuzhou as a strategic piece. Naturally, the same reasoning applied. Huang Daochong also needed Shuzhou as a sturdy tree. Neither was foolish. Both understood it was merely a relationship of convenience. What surprised Sumu even more was that the left master, Run, dared to send a letter. With a mere thought, Sumu knew it was most likely concerning the campaign against the false emperor. However, the amusing anecdotes regarding the other false emperor, Yuan Song, left Sumu somewhat bewildered. The Daji dynasty had indeed been in decline for several decades. Chapter 516. Recruitment of troops. Once Huang Daochong departed the palace, Jiazhou's figure slowly emerged. Wenlong, did you hear everything clearly? Somewhat, Jiazhou replied solemnly. Regarding Kaizhou, the Lord must exercise caution. Such relationships could potentially become the Lord's strong arm. Yet they also pose a significant risk of betrayal. In the ever-shifting tides of Kaizhou, one would cling to the strongest fist. A state of two counties. Adept at navigating the intricacies of such times, managing to avoid the scourge of war, was indeed a rarity. Jiazhou did not elaborate on the matter of the false emperor. They merely exchanged sighs. Sumu then opened the letter from Left Master Ren. As anticipated, it began with flattery, followed by an invitation for Shuzhou to dispatch troops to assist in the campaign against the false emperor Fang Ru. Sumu, expressionless, tore the letter to shreds. Left Master Ren grew anxious. His reputation was not easily won. Jiazhou chuckled. If there are tangible benefits, sending troops would not be a problem. However, Lizhou and Yenzhou are too far apart. To march across 100,000 miles for a skirmish is simply folly. Ignoring Left Master Ren's provocation, Sumu redirected his focus to the military affairs of Shuzhou. According to the previous plan, following a bountiful harvest of rice and Shu, it was time to recruit a new army. The responsibility for recruitment fell to Sun Sun, who, like a newlywed who had finally become a matron, walked about the drill grounds with a sharp tongue. Back in my day, when I fought alongside the King of Shu, 10 dogs tried to block me, and with a single stroke of my blade, I took down 8. The remaining 2 knelt and called me father 100 times before I relented. Sumu rubbed his forehead. No wonder he was recommended by Han Jiu. His temperament is almost identical, following the previous recruitment methods of the Dou family in Shu, which generally employed one soldier for every 5 households, with an additional soldier recruited in times of war as a reserve or laborer. Sumu chose not to adopt this approach. Any young and aspiring individuals could enlist, provided that the logistics of provisions were adequately considered. Before the army moved, the supply of provisions must precede. If provisions were scarce, even the allocation for laborers could not be met. What war could be fought then? Moreover, this method would eliminate the possibility of filling ranks with the unfit. With the elderly and weak removed, only the robust would enlist. Chonggong, select 5,000 men. From now on, these 5,000 shall be under your command. Sumu turned his head with a smile and said, as for the reconnaissance mission, forget it. Let a regiment and teach archery. You shall be known as the Divine Bow Regiment. The archers nearby could hardly contain their joy. Thank you, my lord. Go forth. Chonggong, you shall also become a commanding general. Stand tall. Though Chonggong's physique was still somewhat frail, with a slight hunch, he held his head high and marched forward with determined strides. After a thorough selection process, over 13,000 troops remained in the training grounds from the recent recruitment. It was no whim to assign over 5,000 men to Chonggong. Sumu understood that, with Liangzhou as the strategic objective, they were likely to face prolonged field battles. The crossbow regiment's effectiveness would diminish significantly once they left Shuzhou. Thus, he required an adept marksman, and without doubt, Chonggong was the best candidate for leadership. Brother Mu, I am an invincible general. I only need 3,000. Not far away. Sihu hurried over upon seeing Chonggong begin to tally the troops. I asked my wife last night, and she said that in battle, they distribute steamed buns. If I lead 3,000 men, they would all get buns and rice cakes. I fear they might overeat, and I would have to manage both the troops and the buns. Sihu, what nonsense are you spouting? Wait. Sumu suddenly turned, scrutinizing Sihu. Brother Hu, did you perhaps? Sihu's gaze grew evasive. Before Sumu could inquire further, he hastily took off running. What a shame. Sumu was momentarily taken aback, watching Sihu flee, and could not help but scold him. However, if a battle did occur, it would serve as a form of enlightenment for his brother in certain aspects. Sun Sun finished counting the troops and began to strategize regarding the sandy terrain, intending to bring those capable of defeating him into the palace. It was essential to select a group of young talents as backup resources for Shuzhou. If the chaos of this era persisted for decades, it would be a disheartening sight to see aging veterans like Wen Chao and he still leading troops into battle. Over 10,000 strong, all young men. My lord, this is quite commendable, Jia Zhou remarked, smiling as he reviewed the military report. With Chonggong leading 5,000, I plan to send the remaining 7 or 8,000 to reinforce Chao Yi. Although Shuzhou is relatively peaceful, Chao Yi is still engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish with Liangzhou on the front lines. My lord, I have a feeling that Sima Xiu is preparing something. Jia Zhou suddenly furrowed his brow. The multiple confrontations between Shuzhou and Liangzhou indicated that Sima Xiu was traditionally proactive in plotting military actions. Sumu frowned as well. He understood Jia Zhou's implication. Ever since they captured Mu Yunzhou, Liangzhou had shown no further movement after their retreat, which felt rather peculiar. Has there been any intelligence from the Night Owl group? Yesterday, there was some, but nothing substantial emerged. Liangzhou's intelligence unit has been closely monitoring the Night Owl group, which inevitably hampers our efforts. After a pause, Jia Zhou continued, My lord, I have an idea. Currently, you are not just the King of Shu. You also hold another identity as the leader of the 30 states. Moreover, the fierce spirit of Liangzhou's people must have produced many valiant heroes. The Lord may as well utilize his identity as the Helm Master and discreetly investigate. Jia Zhou's words rendered Su Mu momentarily silent. Wenlong, might this be too hasty? It is not too swift. My lord should understand that you are now the supreme Helm Master of all the chivalrous souls under heaven. Naturally, some may harbor dissent. Yet many, after hearing of your numerous righteous deeds, harbor no such doubts. You must tread the path of prioritizing the people, a path equally suitable for the chivalrous army. Li Zhiqiu cannot dismantle the dynasty. On the contrary, many chivalrous souls place their hopes upon you. I have heard that Shangwan Shu, upon his return, has been secretly amassing provisions, preparing to transport them to Shuzhou. Should this endeavor succeed, my lord may very well be the first throughout history to unite the court and the rivers and lakes. However, I must speak harshly. Jiazhou's expression darkened. Should there come a day when you seize the throne, the chivalrous souls of this realm would be swiftly disbanded to prevent becoming a cumbersome tale. Through Xiaoyao, Sumu sent a letter to Shangwan Shu. As for the talents Shangwan Shu is selecting, he has yet to present the list to Shuzhou. Sumu estimated that it would not be long now. Fortunately, this perennial second-in-command among the chivalrous is not a small-minded individual. Sihu, accompany me outside. Between Shuzhou and Mu Yunzhou, the construction of a thoroughfare has seen over 2 months of progress, yet it appears to be encountering difficulties. Sihu, Brother Mu, can we not go? Why not take Sun Goer instead? Sun Sun, nearby, raised his head with a curse. What is the matter? Were you not the one who loved going before? Sihu began to fidget, speaking ambiguously. Brother Mu, my wife said there are matters to attend to tonight. Sumu pondered for a moment, widening his eyes in peculiar surprise at Sihu. Sun Sun deduced the underlying reason and hastily exited the palace. In just one morning, news of Tiger Brother S' impending construction spread throughout the entire city. Sun Goer has gone too far. If he has the guts, let him face me one-on-one. Sihu lamented while writing. Sumu sighed. Do not mention Sun Sun. How many in this world would dare to challenge you one-on-one? Sihu, this is entirely normal. Once Luan Yu bears a child, a little Sihu will be born, and you shall be a father. Brother Mu, I already have a big son, Menghua. If I have more, I shall have to share the bonds. Be silent, or else I shall strike you. Just when one thought Sihu had changed his ways, he circled back to bonds. Sihu shrank his neck, muttering to himself again. Sumu, somewhat speechless, retrieved a package of oil paper from his satchel and tossed it into Sihu's hands. I know you like this. Sun Sun prepared it in advance. To Sumu's surprise, the usually food-protective Sihu did not eagerly tear open the oil paper, but rather carefully placed it in his bosom. Sihu, why not eat? Brother Mu, I'm saving it for my wife. This single statement brought an unmistakable sense of comfort to Sumu's face. It seems that arranging a marriage for Sihu is indeed a commendable endeavor. Approximately 3 days later, following the official road and passing through the Banan Pass, they finally arrived at Nanzhong County in the southern part of Shuzhou. Due to the previously issued decree, Daochong, adhering to Sumu's directives, summoned over 30,000 laborers to lay the official road along the Anling Mountains. At first glance, it appeared merely as a road for officials. However, Sumu understood that this thoroughfare served as a vital artery for both states. In the future, whether for the transportation of provisions or for the swift reinforcement of troops, this road would play an indispensable role. Moreover, when cotton is cultivated in Muyun Prefecture, this route will be essential for transporting the yield back to Shuzhou. Naturally, safety is paramount. Thus, during the construction of the road, numerous fortresses would be erected along the way. Should Muyun Prefecture ever fall, these fortifications would serve as the front line against invading forces. My lord, upon hearing of Sumu's arrival in southern Shu, Daochong hurried forth. How goes the road construction? Daochong, this road is not merely a matter of governance, but also pertains significantly to military affairs. The mountain paths are treacherous, rendering the rammed earth method impractical. We must follow the existing trails, carving steps into the mountains, and then, according to your method, we shall burn the yellow earth to create red bricks for the road. Daochong's approach was sound. It is a challenging task even in later generations to navigate such perilous mountain paths. However, if this official road cannot be established, the communication between Shuzhou and Muyun Prefecture will have to rely on waterways. Regrettably, water transport is time-consuming and labor-intensive. For instance, grain shipments that could be made in 2 or 3 trips by land would require nearly 10 by water. This underscores Sumu's insistence on constructing the official road. The adage to become prosperous, one must first build the roads, holds its merit. Daochong, can we construct a tunnel? A tunnel, also known as a sepulchral path, would be a splendid solution. Unfortunately, Daochong shook his head. My lord, having spent considerable time in southern Shu, I am well versed in the art of mountain navigation. Had there been a viable location for a tunnel, I would have discovered it long ago. Daochong is indeed a capable warrior, yet for some reason, Sumu harbored doubts about the general's reliability in matters of governance. This is not to place blame on Daochong, for most of the warriors in Shuzhou share this brutish disposition, fierce in battle like a descending tiger, yet cautious in governance like a rabbit peering into the unknown. Daochong, continue with the road construction as planned. However, I shall venture into the mountains tomorrow. Regardless of whether the passage proves feasible, a clear route must remain. even if a tunnel is established in the future. My lord, if there are shortcomings in my work, please impose punishment. Do not concern yourself with such matters. You have done well, Sumu reassured him hastily. Daochong has performed admirably. To demand perfection would be no different than being ruled by a foolish sovereign. Haha. How could Doguer possibly know how to build roads? See who interjected, bursting into laughter. Daochong turned, unwilling to be outdone. Huguer, I've heard tales in southern Shu that you excel at driving piles. See whose face turned pale, and he quickly covered Daochong's mouth. Sumu's mouth twitched in confusion. Unable to fathom why this iron-willed warrior's younger brother had become so delicate. See who, if you do not release him, Daochong will surely suffocate. See who hastily let go. Daochong, hopping in indignation, cursed for a while, glancing at See who, but ultimately refraining from challenging him to a duel. See who, retire early. Tomorrow, we shall enter the mountains together. Upon returning to my chamber, I shall retire for the night. Dear brother, do not come to call upon me. Restless and unable to sleep, Sumu suddenly recalled Li Dowan's goji berry soup. The bed was uncomfortably hard, prompting him to rise quietly and step outside, intending to bask in the night breeze. To his surprise, he spotted the furtive See who was stealthily making his way out. He paused for a moment. Truly, upon returning to my chamber, I shall sleep. Do not come to call upon me. His foolish younger brother's behavior had grown increasingly peculiar. Without uttering a word, Sumu leaned against the bamboo pole, feeling the cool night air. It was only after an hour that See who returned, clutching a handful of flowers and grasses, exuberantly bounding toward the house like an animated gorilla in the moonlight. Huge brother, Sumu called out helplessly. See who, caught up in his excitement, hurried over. His face flushed. Where have you been? If you have been pilfering from others' medicinal fields, I shall have to reprimand you. See who quickly concealed the flora behind his back. What do you have there? Brother, it's for my business. You brought it back after using it? See who awkwardly revealed his hand. And Sumu beheld a large handful of wilted flowers and weeds. What is this, Hugo? Initially hesitant, See who eventually whispered, his voice barely above a whisper. My wife said she likes the wildflowers from Shunan, so I came to gather some for her. Sumu fell silent for a moment, reminiscing about the time. At the age of 10, when he brought 2 white rabbit candies to his beloved classmate. Standing before her, he had boasted of treats, his hands trembling as he opened them, much like See who now. Hugo, you are in for a tumultuous time. You have fallen in love. Sumu chuckled and turned to enter the house. Chapter 518. Envying the path after indulging in a brief slumber, Sumu arose at dawn. As the morning breeze of Shunan rustled through the trees. With the autumn harvest just completed, he knew that further delays would complicate matters as winter approached, making the journey along the official road increasingly arduous. He roused the still dreaming See who and gathered an additional 500 men along with ample provisions before he set out. Following the river at the foot of the Anling Mountains. Unable to ride, the group proceeded cautiously, treading lightly to avoid disturbing the wildlife. Wu Bao, where does this river lead? A burly middle-aged man with a thick beard approached carefully upon hearing Sumu's voice. My lord, it should lead into the deep mountain streams. Once a seasoned hunter, Wu Bao had fought alongside Daochong, and now, as a military officer, his knowledge of the forest made him an excellent guide. It was well known that the Anling Mountains were perilous due to their isolation. Even in earlier times, men like Meng Hua dared not traverse the mountains except along established paths. Yet even then, they had encountered packs of mountain wolves. The elders have long spoken of the dangers of Anling Mountain. In my youth, I enjoyed hunting, yet rarely did I tread upon its treacherous terrain. Wu Bao recounted as he wielded his machete, clearing away snakes and insects hiding in the thickets. In those days, I also heard tales of an ancient deity dwelling within Anling Mountain. Should one encounter him, he might bestow gifts upon you. I once gathered 6 or 7 brave souls, aspiring to seek fortune, yet we encountered nothing. Sumu remained silent. Deep within his heart, the most pressing matter was to discover a suitable place for tunneling. Naturally, he sought a hidden cavern within the mountain, which, once excavated, could serve as a tunnel for laying official roads. If Anling Mountain were entirely composed of thick rocky walls, such aspirations would have to be abandoned. What could not be breached, even in later generations, would likely remain a grand undertaking. At that point, one would have no choice but to employ a large workforce, spending 2 to 3 years chiseling the mountainside. Wu Bao, following the river, struck the mountain wall with his knife. He paused, uncertain of Su Mu's intentions, but soon complied. The journey was filled with the rhythmic sound of chipping stone. "My lord, we have encountered a rushing waterfall. Should we ascend the mountain?" "No need. The purpose of tunneling lies at the foot of the mountain. Excavating a tunnel halfway up is not impossible, but the cost would be exorbitant." The cohort of over 300 men came to a halt. "Wu Bao, let the brothers rest and have some rations." Su Mu lifted his gaze, surveying the surrounding mountains. To be candid, he too felt uncertain. He was merely relying on some knowledge gleaned from future generations, attempting to undertake a beneficial venture for the people of Lizhou. "My lord, it seems to have suddenly started raining." Su Mu, who was observing, felt a jolt at Wu Bao's remark. "Sihu, fetch the chisel." Sihu, who was chewing on his rations, hurriedly swallowed the entire bun and dashed to the supply cart to retrieve a chisel. Su Mu, focused intently, realized it was not rain but a diversion of the stream, likely seeping into the mountain and trickling down the rocky walls. "Sihu, chisel here." Not only Sihu but also Wu Bao and the others finished their rations and joined him, fervently chiseling away at the mountain wall. Regrettably, as dusk approached, they had yet to yield any results. "Brother Mu, could it be that we are mistaken?" Sihu expressed a hint of despondency. "It seems we may have misjudged." Su Mu replied, rubbing his head. Yet he did not relent, instructing Sihu and Wu Bao to continue chiseling 50 paces to the side. As darkness fell, fearing the approach of mountain wolves, they lit torches and left over 100 men to stand guard. Throughout the night, they mistakenly chiseled in at least 3 wrong locations. At the 4th site, despite Sihu's incessant chatter, they finally struck a small opening with the chisel. As Sihu cleared the rubble, a cool breeze surged forth from the small aperture. Su Mu's expression brightened. Although uncertain whether this concealed cavern could serve as a tunnel, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of hope. "Chisel, continue chiseling." Wu Bao and the others were reinvigorated, and before an hour had passed, a passage wide enough for 2 had been carved out. "Retrieve the knife," Su Mu commanded. What were the common bandits up to? In the palace, Dong Wen's expression darkened. With Shu province in dire need of revitalization, he was undoubtedly preoccupied with its governance. Though they were adversaries, Su Bu-yi could still be regarded as a significant figure. Sima Xiu remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Advisor, regarding the matter you mentioned earlier? My lord, do not be anxious. I have already dispatched individuals to scout the Gobi Desert beyond the Yumen Pass and assess the terrain for our entry into Shu. Advisor, I find myself growing impatient." Sima Xiu pondered for a moment, recognizing that not only the Lord but also Su Bai understood that a decisive battle between Liang and Shu was inevitable. Should the Lord emerge victorious, he would seize the fertile lands of Shu, establishing it as the granary of the realm. Conversely, if Su Bai triumphed, the Lord's ambitions would be forced to retreat to Liang, requiring years to regain composure. To the northeast of Liangzhou lies the barren expanse of Dingzhou, plagued by marauding tribes. Any conquest there would yield more losses than gains. Further east, across 300 li of desolation, lies the inner city. The fierce Chong Silang commands the inner city, and I advise the Lord to refrain from inciting hostilities for the time being. Even if a confrontation is desired, it would be prudent to wait until the 4 alliances in Hebei have decisively defeated Chong Silang. However, I believe this outcome is unlikely. Sima Xiu lifted his teacup, sipping slowly and deliberately. Thus, the sole direction for the Lord is towards Shu. Yet, it is imperative to understand that in this chaotic era, warfare is no longer merely about striking first. The most astute strategy is always to turn the enemy's plans against them, much like the cunning of the poisonous eagle. Isn't that merely reactive? Sima Xiu shook his head. Not at all. Every situation progresses forward, leading to inevitable outcomes. Just as I, like the poisonous eagle, must grasp these inevitabilities to secure victory. Of course, misjudging such inevitabilities would render the strategy a mere farce. The Lord must comprehend that my unconventional forces entering Shu cannot simply seize the land outright. I must contemplate how to provoke Su Bai into revealing an inevitability, such as leading his troops out of the Yu Pass, thereby leaving Shu vulnerable. Alternatively, should he learn of our incursion, might he mobilize the armies from Bailu County, leaving the 2 counties outside the state exposed? My lord, adapting to each challenge as it arises is the essence of grand strategy. Advisor, I understand. Dongwen rose and respectfully bowed deeply towards Sima Xiu. Sima Xiu smiled with satisfaction. The day my lord achieves his grand ambitions will also be the day I, Sima Xiu, retire to my homeland. Dongwen paused, contemplating that if such a day were to come, the advisor would undoubtedly be a founding hero, and he would treat him as a national figure, unable to bear the thought of letting him retire. Sima Xiu lifted his gaze, observing the scenery beyond the palace. A flicker of hope in his eyes. What I, Sima Xiu, seek is an everlasting legacy inscribed in the annals of history, not wealth or power. Without this aspiration, how could I dare to emerge from seclusion to assist my lord? Rest assured, my lord, I have already planted a hidden piece in Shu. This piece will, in due time, become the key to our victory over Shu. Advisor, is this individual reliable? Sima Xiu nodded. Very reliable. He is my only apprentice, having risen through the ranks based on his military achievements. Within the Liang royal palace, Dongwen suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing his mirth, Sima Xiu's words hung on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately remained unspoken, caught in a moment of hesitation. Upon returning to Shu, Su Mu did not remain idle. Spending several more days, he diligently crafted a flawless design blueprint, drawing upon his future salary of 3,800. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the wolf hairbrush, the result appeared somewhat unrefined. Wanlong, do you comprehend this? Su Mu inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. I understand, came the assured reply. Jia Zhou smiled faintly, gazing at the paper for a few moments longer before setting it aside. One must admit, the Lord's strategy is quite astute. After the excavation of the Xi'an Road, a swift reinforcement capability has emerged between the two states. However, as I see it, the Lord is wise to remain vigilant even in times of peace. Indeed, Jia Zhou nodded, that is precisely the case. During the construction of the Xi'an Road, at both ends, he has positioned the formidable Dragonstone. Should misfortune befall, and either Mu Yun state or Shu state be seized by the enemy, the Lord could retreat to the other state, awaiting the enemy's pursuit along the Xi'an Road, only to unleash the Dragonstone, burying the enemy alive within the mountains. Naturally, any other easily excavated locations must also be sealed with thick rock layers. After all, a long army cannot carry chisels into battle. Truly, the toxic eagle. In these past couple of years, my schemes have disturbed the harmony of heaven. I fear I shall not live to see old age. Jia Zhou smiled calmly, devoid of any displeasure. Su Mu stood by, momentarily at a loss for words. Before him stood Zhao Wanlong, who, for the sake of his grand endeavor, had poured forth his heart and soul, exhausting his vitality. In Liangzhou, the infiltrating warriors had yet to return with intelligence. The intelligence camp established by Sima Xiu indeed possesses some prowess. After capturing Mu Yun state, the main forces appear to remain still, yet in secret. Clashes have erupted between the two states. I surmise that the Liang fox has likely deduced that I may still be alive. However, lacking evidence, he dares not make unfounded judgments. This Liang fox, our encounters have been a true match of wits. The Confucian dragon of your pales in comparison to the Liang fox, falling at least one tier short. The fact that even Jia Zhou can commend an adversary speaks volumes of their formidable prowess. To be frank, without the toxic eagle, even Dongfang Jing would struggle against that fox from Liangzhou. Sima Xiu must be employing some cunning strategies. Yet, there is no need for the Lord to worry. As I have stated before, I, Zhao Wanlong, excel in turning schemes against their origin. He employs water, and I shall use earth as a barrier. He ignites flames, and I will extinguish them with water. It is not about being constrained by others. A true strategist responds to myriad changes with steadfastness. Jia Zhou's words reminded Su Mu of those who orchestrate from behind the scenes, patiently waiting to seize opportunities. There is a saying in military texts, first, ensure that one cannot be defeated. This implies that a true general must first avoid being vanquished by the enemy before seizing the chance to triumph over them. The wisdom of the ancients is indeed profoundly intricate. On Xiaoyi's front, there remain numerous minor skirmishes. I suspect Sima Xiu is concealing something. The Lord may dispatch another squadron of the Night Owl camp to patrol between Shu State and Liangzhou. Wanlong's brilliant stratagem, Jia Zhou chuckled. To be candid with the Lord, should the opportunity arise, I would truly relish the chance to sit down with that Liang fox and share a few cups of fragrant tea. It would be unrelated to war, foes, or friends, merely for the sake of tea. Wanlong, once we capture Liangzhou and take Sima Xiu alive, that opportunity shall certainly present itself. Su Mu's countenance brimmed with martial fervor. The sentiment remains, between Shu and Liang, a decisive battle shall ensue. And whoever emerges victorious will take a monumental step towards supremacy over the realm. Very well, I shall await the Lord's joyous tidings. Chapter 520. The poisonous scheme of Shu brocade in Liangzhou city. The wind began to rise, and dust enveloped the entire city gate. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, even from a high vantage point, the distant 2 li beyond the city remained obscured. In truth, Liangzhou was not as bitterly cold as one might assume. Throughout history, several sagacious kings had emerged from Liangzhou, diligently striving to cultivate trade relations with the various nations of the western regions. They not only sowed wheat, but also expanded the number of horse pastures, ensuring a temporary abundance of arms and provisions. After Dongwen ascended to the throne of Liangzhou, he inherited a considerable legacy. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront the combined might of An and Bing with just a single province. The rice yield of Shuzhou far surpassed the wheat of Liangzhou, and it was not without reason that Dongwen's voice bore a hint of bitterness. As he frequently contemplated the granaries of Shuzhou, Sima Xiu remained silent for a moment, refraining from immediate response. Although Liangzhou's supplies were not critically scarce, they were not plentiful either. Each impending battle required meticulous strategizing. Furthermore, the combined forces of An and Bing, both part of Liangzhou, would still likely fall short against the resources of Shuzhou. The route he and Dongwen had previously established for their ambitions was clear. To secure Shuzhou was to obtain a vital granary for sustaining their military and expanding their dominion. Now that the commoner bandit has secured 2 provinces, he has become increasingly formidable, Sima Xiu reflected. The longer this situation persists, the more Shuzhou will flourish. It is said that this commoner bandit possesses knowledge in agriculture and rice cultivation. Do not be hasty, my lord, Sima Xiu urged, his expression betraying hesitation. As I mentioned earlier, there is a capable individual in Shuzhou who may very well be the infamous Du He. Dongwen paused, momentarily taken aback. But military advisor. Du He is dead. The scouts from the inner city have already reported back. It is likely that the grass on his grave in Shuzhou has grown waist high. I cannot fathom who else could possess such ability. That limping scholar, although somewhat clever, has yet to reach the level of Du He, Sima Xiu sighed. If only we could send more people into Shuzhou. Dongwen's voice faltered. Ah, yes, military advisor. Did you not mention that one of your disciples is still in Shuzhou? He has yet to return with news. Hearing this, Dongwen's spirits dimmed. My lord, I have a plan, Sima Xiu said. Please, share it, Dongwen urged. In terms of strategy, my stance remains unchanged. To act with restraint is to control the chaos. However, the development of Shuzhou has seen a flourishing of various industries. Be it rice, medicinal herbs, or the renowned Shu brocade that has contributed to its fame. These resources could greatly assist Su Bu-yi in accumulating military funds and provisions. Sima Xiu paused to sip from his teacup before continuing. I propose a daring strategy. A daring strategy? If this plan fails, will calamity not befall us? Dongwen's face paled in alarm. Not quite. Should the plan fail, my lord would merely incur a loss of over 100,000 taels of silver. Dongwen exhaled, respectfully clasping his fists together. Please, military advisor, elucidate your plan. Sima Xiu nodded. Shuzhou has long been known as the land of silk, renowned for its Shu brocade. Among the 30 provinces of the realm, even in times of turmoil, various aristocratic families, small merchants, and even the boundary-defending generals from other provinces greatly admire it. Indeed, the beauty of Shu brocade is undeniable, Dongwen acknowledged. Sima Xiu remained composed. What I propose is for you, my lord, to engage in a large-scale acquisition of Shu brocade. Previously, a single piece of Shu brocade could be obtained for merely a few taels of silver. You could send individuals disguised as merchants, and the more merchants, the better. And then, each bolt of Shu brocade began to appreciate, starting from half a tael, eventually reaching 10 taels. For instance, if a bolt of Shu brocade is currently worth 5 taels, the lord could elevate its price to 10 taels, or even 15. I estimate that this would require at least a month's time. Dongwen listened, somewhat bewildered. Was this not akin to delivering silver to the commoners? It is said that the tariffs on Shu brocade upon leaving the borders are quite substantial. Sima Xiu shook his head, explaining that throughout history, every commercial commodity has established a general limit on profit margins. With the resurgence of Shu province, the momentum for development is vigorous. Among every 10 households, at least one has some connection to Shu brocade. However, after careful consideration last night, I concluded that, excluding various expenses, the profit from a single bolt of Shu brocade amounts to no more than 2 taels of silver, and even less from the southern regions. Should there be a large-scale acquisition, the silk farmers, weavers, and merchants in Shu province would find themselves ensnared in a maze, hiring laborers for sericulture and planting mulberries. Under the illusion of impending wealth, the commoners will undoubtedly intervene. Even if they do intervene, the allure of profit will compel many to take risks. Furthermore, should Su Bai attempt to obstruct this, it would contradict the will of the people. If he seeks to adopt a people-oriented approach, he may find himself in a paradox. Sima Xiu continued, his voice steady and unhurried. This is an overt strategy. Once the silk industry in Shu province flourishes, the Lord will promptly reclaim control over merchants and suppress the prices of Shu brocade. Consequently, the populace of Shu province may fall into despair, and a popular uprising could ensue. Upon hearing this, Dongwen pondered deeply, his expression shifting to one of elation. However, after a brief moment of joy, he became hesitant. Military advisor, even if the merchants in my Liangzhou do not participate, other provinces still have a need for Shu brocade. That is different. Some individuals are satisfied with a single bowl of rice, while you urge them to consume two, and naturally, they would resist. After all, the affluent and the impoverished differ greatly. The military advisor's strategy is indeed brilliant. The commoners will accumulate military funds through Shu brocade, and we will use Shu brocade to strangle the lifeblood of Shu province. My lord, if the venomous eagle were alive, I surmise he would devise a countermeasure. At that time, my lord may incur significant losses. It matters not, Sima Xiu replied, having seized the treasury of Yuan and Bing provinces. Our wealth in Liangzhou is not insignificant. It is regrettable, however, that the rice merchant from Yuzhou does not sell grain to me. He will not sell, Sima Xiu sighed. Regardless, should this plan succeed, once Shu province is in decline, we can dispatch surprise forces to enter Shu, coordinating with the Liangzhou army for a dual-pronged assault. You, military advisor, are a genius. I, Dongwen, consider it a tremendous fortune to have you as my strategist. Dongwen spoke this with utmost sincerity. No longer concealing his temperament, he had grown somewhat wrathful. Perhaps having suppressed his emotions for too long, he felt compelled to act in the opposite direction. Just yesterday, a concubine in his chambers, overly affected during the night, received 8 slaps from him and was cast out of the palace. Nevertheless, in the presence of the Lianghu military advisor, he maintained a demeanor of respect. He was not foolish. He understood well that without this Lianghu, his ambitions for supremacy would remain unfulfilled. A look of satisfaction graced Sima Xiu's countenance. Su Bai resembled a summer silkworm, yearning to spin silk and metamorphose into a butterfly. However, within this process, he may very well perish at the hands of the morning birds in search of food, succumb to the merciless rays of the sun, or perhaps. Chapter 5:21. The calculated schemes of the cool fox. Generally speaking, the summer silkworms of Shuzhou have begun to spin their silk, and with the existing stock, I estimate that our Shu brocade will once again achieve great sales. Jiazhou, holding the documents, spoke with palpable joy. What Shuzhou must do now is stockpile grain and forge weapons, striving to amass a foundation as soon as possible. Then march forth from Yuguan in white robes to conquer Liangzhou, Jiangnan, and ultimately the world. As for the process of accumulating grain and forging weapons, the enemies will undoubtedly not remain idle. This principle is understood not only by Jiazhou but also by Su Mu. In Bailu County, numerous merchants have gathered these days. Additionally, there are merchants from Liangzhou coming to make purchases. However, for safety's sake, fearing spies might infiltrate, I have not allowed Qinzhong to open the gates. If one wishes to purchase Shu brocade, they must go to the vicinity of Bailu County. I have informed Daochong to remain vigilant. During the autumn harvest season, not only Shu brocade but also medicinal herbs and animal hides will be available at the market in Bailu County, regardless of whether in tumultuous or prosperous times. Wealthy merchants abound. This is akin to my past endeavors in brewing and selling illicit liquor. The rich households indulge in excess while the streets are lined with the frozen bones of the unfortunate. Of course, business is business. Outsiders cannot be permitted to freely enter Shuzhou. News has already arrived from Daochong expressing a desire to establish a shrine for Shu brocade. The numerous citizens of Shuzhou are delighted. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this year's Shu brocade business appears somewhat excessive. Sumu pondered for a moment and instructed someone to keep an eye on the situation. The export of Shu brocade accounts for nearly 20% of military wages. Chunsheng's merchant ships, sailing to various states, are laden predominantly with Shu brocade. Naturally, Su Mu has also attempted to thoroughly explain concepts such as glass to Jia Zhou. Unfortunately, Jia Zhou did not concur. While similar to ceramics, it pales in comparison. Historically, our Central Plains have revered ceramics for their exquisite glaze, delicate texture, and serene elegance. What the Lord speaks of brings only an initial delight, devoid of profound beauty. These are Jia Zhou's exact words. One might say that the trajectory of the times renders him merely a solitary wheel, utterly incapable of bearing the weight of this grand vehicle. Sun Sun. Did the weaving workshop not intend to send a batch of superior Shu brocade as samples? Chapter 522, The Silk and Mulberry Wars. An increasing amount of intelligence has been flowing back from Bailu County, and Su Mu has finally sensed something amiss. There is nothing wrong with a fondness for Shu brocade. After all, across the entire realm, the artisans, materials, and unique dyeing methods of Shu brocade are unparalleled. Typically, there are many merchants in Bailu County seeking to purchase Shu brocade. Even amidst chaos, the businesses of noble families continue unabated. Salt, iron, and grain storage, these are all lucrative ventures. Lord Chong from the inner city monopolizes a significant portion of the grain in the world and dares to lead his troops northward like a fierce tiger, single-handedly challenging the alliance of the 4 states of Hebei. Su Mu furrowed his brow. In his subconscious, he has always been a practical and cautious individual, never one to believe in the notion of free lunches. Were it not for this disposition, he would not have reached his current position. In Bailu County, even the most ordinary Shu brocade has risen to 9 taels of silver. A momentum has seemingly arisen, driven by the merchant's inherent pursuit of profit, leading an increasing number of traders to flock to Shuzhou. Jia Zhou is filled with concern, particularly regarding the sericulture households in Shuzhou, some of whom have become overly exuberant. There are roughly 10 households engaged in sericulture in Shuzhou, with at least 1 household involved in silkworm breeding. It is not without reason that Shuzhou is dubbed the land of silkworms. Every year, 2 seasons of silkworms, the spring and summer varieties, are cultivated in a continuous cycle, generating boundless potential for the weaving of Shu brocade. Rumor has it that some have begun to raise autumn silkworms, and many private fields have been cleared to plant mulberry trees anew. In Chengdu, the smallest Shu brocade merchant has recently dared to employ 20 or 30 workers. My lord, the truth remains unchanged. Driven by profit, the enemies of Shuzhou become all too apparent. The last time Jia Zhou spoke this truth, it was directed at the notorious Lu Zizhong. However, this time, the threat has shifted to Liangzhou. Naturally, Sangzhou remains an old adversary. Yet, the schemes of the enchanting Su are more akin to a persistent needle, while Sima Xiu's plot seemed to unfold in a convoluted series, intent on wreaking havoc upon Shuzhou. The silk of Qi and the grains of Lu, a war of resources. Su Mu gazed upwards, his tone heavy with gravity. He felt an urge to curse. For in this parallel universe, the cunning old fox Sima Xiu had managed to concoct such a devious stratagem. My lord, what of the silk? It is somewhat akin to inflating the price of Shu brocade. It is a method by which one nation can bring another to its knees. Chapter 523. Yin Lu Xia Yin Hu, originally of noble descent, before becoming known as Yin Lu Xia, was the son of a modestly affluent family, well versed in the teachings of sages. Had fate not intervened, he would likely have followed in his father's footsteps, marrying several beautiful wives, fathering a brood of children, and inheriting a family fortune valued at 8,000 taels, living a life of untroubled wealth. It was only upon meeting Li Zhiqiu that he grasped the true meaning of righteousness as articulated in sacred texts. Thus, he abandoned the literary path for martial pursuits, adopting the name Hu, signifying his aspiration to live up to the lofty ambitions of the swan. Recently, he covertly accepted the Dragon Exploration Order from the righteous, accompanied by several sworn brothers, infiltrating Liangzhou for reconnaissance purposes. He had yet to meet the leader of Shuzhou, though he had heard of him. The noble cause of resisting the northern tribes alone was enough to ignite his admiration. Of course, he could have directly entered Shuzhou, but he refrained, feeling unworthy of such a significant endeavor without having achieved anything of note. Sixth brother, the number of dogs in Liangzhou is increasing. 8 figures stood upon the palace's glazed tiles, swords drawn, their white robes billowing in the evening breeze. The death decree. Among them, a middle-aged hero spoke with a composed demeanor. Without any delay, the 8 heroes swiftly drew lots, revealing their fates. Not a single smile graced their faces, only the mournful echoes of suppressed cries. Those with short lots, follow me and retreat. Those with long lots, devise a plan to leave Liangzhou for Shuzhou. If you encounter anyone, declare that Liangzhou intends to unleash a surprise attack and claim that Shuzhou harbors spies from Liangzhou. Sixth, your mind is sharp. Think of more strategies. Regrettably, we are unable to uncover much information. We shall proceed. Tears streamed down Enhu's face. In an instant, for white magnolias began to bloom in the sky, cascading towards the Liang soldiers below the glazed tiles. Sixth brother, hurry. The remaining four seized the opportunity, gripping their long swords, seeking a safe direction, and hastily advanced forward. Beyond the palace, Dongwen coldly lifted his gaze, the wolf-headed bow in his hand twanging as an arrow was released, piercing through the chest of a gallant youth in the blink of an eye. The youth cried out in pain and fell to the ground. The approaching soldiers swiftly raised their long knives and mercilessly hacked at the fallen figure, reducing him to a bloody mess. What excellent archery, remarked the commander. Indeed, I, Dong Yixiao, am a disciple of the wolf arrows from Liangzhou. These raucous gallants were as easily struck down as sparrows. Another figure clad in white was struck by an arrow, unable to escape, only to have his head severed by a rushing Liangzhou captain. Another sparrow down, a middle-aged gallant, engaged in combat, was struck in the back by an arrow. Though he valiantly fought off several attackers, he turned and recklessly charged at Dongwen. But alas, a spear pierced through his abdomen, sending him flying backward for more than 10 paces before he finally succumbed to the ground. It was said that the king of Yuzhou in the inner city was also proficient with the spear. I wonder how his skills would measure against mine. Dongwen grasped his wolf bow once more, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Leave one alive. For those who flee, if they do not surrender, kill them on the spot. In a dilapidated courtyard of Liangzhou city, the last four gallants lay in silence, hiding. They dared not light a fire or utter a sound, only nibbling cautiously on their rations. Old Lu, you have studied for 10 years. Do you have a way to escape? En Lu, forcing a smile, replied, of course. Give me some time. In truth, he had just ventured out to scout. The 4 city gates of Liangzhou were thoroughly sealed, heavily guarded. The chance of escape was slim. Dongwen had become the queen of Liangzhou, her cruelty and bloodlust palpable. She longed to slay this villain. Regrettably, we had lingered on the roof for too long, just moments away from hearing that scoundrel's name. Enhu remained silent, contemplating ways to relay news back to Shuzhou. Compared to the other gallants, he understood more clearly what Sima Xiu intended to accomplish. Setting aside the internal support, that peculiar force alone was enough to instill fear. Let us change locations. We have lingered here too long. After a moment of reflection, Enhu spoke softly. The earlier death warrant had revealed to him that it was his brothers who had sacrificed themselves. He realized that those 4 brothers had already resigned themselves to death upon entering the palace. In the misty reign of Jiangshan, 10 years with a sword to sever dynasties. In Bailu County, the business of shoe brocade continued to flourish. Chen Sheng, the logistics general, furrowed his brow at this moment. General, these people refuse to leave. They insist that having purchased shoe brocade, they should have ships to transport it. A captain beside him spoke solemnly. Whoever they bought it from, let them seek that merchant. Clad in battle armor, Chen Sheng stood coldly. He had inquired with Do Tong about recent shoe brocade dealings and uncovered some troubling issues. Thus, before him, these affluent outsiders were no longer old friends, but appeared more like a band of lunatics. General, I have already told them. They do not listen. Ragged goods from the donkey grass, Chen Sheng cursed, striding forward with a dozen subordinates until he reached a cluster of small merchants. Are you General Chen Sheng? I've heard you manage the transport of warships. Yes, and what of it? The merchants have struck a significant deal. Should you not serve them well? A small wealthy merchant, with a haughty demeanor, inquired angrily. Chen Sheng let out a cold laugh, raising his sole remaining arm and delivering a sharp slap. Before encountering his master, he might have lived his life as a mere stable hand, or worse, perished amidst the siege by the northern D. Yet, the present is different. Having followed his master, he has witnessed the battlefield, taken lives, and seen bloodshed. That severed arm was lost during the assault on Guangzhou, cleaved off by the D people. Do you dare to deceive me? I have made a substantial profit. I have heard it said that you were merely a stable hand in Guangzhou. Chen Sheng coldly drew his blade. The merchant, taken aback, quickly retreated. I shall reiterate, do not solicit me for a ship again. If this deal falls through, you are all free to leave. Sheathing his sword, Chen Sheng turned to walk away. Another merchant, perhaps hard of hearing, foolishly inquired further and was unceremoniously kicked away by Chen Sheng. "General, look over there." At the sound of his subordinate's voice, Chen Sheng turned to see a group of peculiar merchants, their faces smeared with dirt, nonchalantly wiping their faces with exquisite shoe brocade. Upon noticing Chen Sheng's gaze, they promptly set the brocade aside with caution. "General Chen, make way. We shall treat you to wine another day." Another merchant from Shu, having just fulfilled an order for brocade, was now leading a caravan of over 100 workers as they hastily returned towards Shu. "Manager Qian, I shall require 2,000 bolts after April. I need 1,000. The weaver merchant and his entourage of laborers, upon hearing these voices, were filled with ecstatic joy. Chen Sheng observed quietly for a while before turning his head. "Inform the Lord. It seems the shoe brocade trade in Bailu County is truly on the verge of upheaval." Chapter 524. The 8 Heroes of Lizhou. When Su Mu received Chen Sheng's letter, he felt no surprise. He and Jia Zhou had already made plans. To be candid, Sima Xiu's stratagem was indeed masterful. Had it been any other lord, they would likely have been cornered into a dire situation. The reason it is termed a public plot is due to its inherent transparency and righteousness. One is acutely aware of the outcome, yet possesses no means of defense. The previous strategy employed by the lord was quite commendable. Su Mu nodded, declaring that from this day forth, all weavers in Shu should be prohibited from entering or leaving the province at will. Of course, should there be necessary dealings involving Shu brocade, they shall be conducted through official couriers. This would not only displease weavers, but also the laborers, mulberry farmers, and silkworm cultivators. Indeed, many common folk of Shu with vested interests would harbor grievances against the lord. Jia Zhou expressed his concerns, should public discontent swell. The efforts of the lord thus far would unravel. "Wanlong, I am fully aware," Su Mu replied solemnly. "The intention behind prohibiting external trade is clear. Aside from the 2 counties beyond our borders, trade shall continue as usual. The remaining 12 counties must not disobey this order. I aspire to be a wise king. Yet if I lose my territory, such aspirations would be rendered meaningless. Shortly, I shall issue an official edict, permitting all matters related to sericulture within Shu to be directed towards the southern region. Regardless of the cultivation of mulberry trees or the recruitment of laborers to raise silkworms extensively, I remain unconcerned. Indeed, in the southern region of Shu, if a weaver seeks to acquire land for commercial expansion, the annual rent for each mu amounts to a meager 10 taels of silver. Such a sum, especially as an annual fee, is astonishingly low. Jia Zhou's eyes instantly gleamed with opportunity. The southern lands of Shu are barren and unsuitable for rice cultivation. Yet the growth of timber poses no issue. Is it the lord's intention to transform this calamity of Shu silk into a commercial hub? Such is indeed the design. Su Mu smiled knowingly. The wealth of southern Shu and central Shu exists in stark contrast. The plight of Daochong, who struggled with a throng of refugees seeking entry into central Shu, stemmed from this very disparity. Southern Shu, impoverished and afflicted by famine, lacked the capacity for rice cultivation. Moreover, with previous routes being obstructed, the vast supply of Shu silk could not be sold, necessitating the trade of horses as a means to secure military funds. Su Mu had long contemplated ways to intertwine the resources of southern Shu with those of central Shu. Chapter 525. A clash of wits captured. Thousands of soldiers from Liangzhou, under relentless siege, surrounded the farming estate where Yin Hu and his companions sought refuge. With a death warrant signed, one more ventured forth to meet their demise, drawing away nearby soldiers and granting Yin Hu and his companions a chance to escape. Taking refuge in the back courtyard of a tea house, Yin Hu's hand trembled uncontrollably around his sword. "What shall we do, Brother Six?" In light of the dire situation, the 4 gates of Liangzhou remained firmly shut, compounded by the continuous influx of reinforcements. Escape from the city seemed utterly impossible for the time being. The original plan had been to wait for the pressure of the siege to wane before attempting to leave. However, given the current circumstances, such an endeavor appeared unattainable for at least a month or 2. "Brother Six, if not, let us 3 infiltrate the palace and eliminate the traitor Dong Wen at all costs." "That is unfeasible," Yin Hu gritted his teeth. "Aside from Dong Wen's martial prowess, the palace guards will undoubtedly be more vigilant following recent events." Trapped within Liangzhou, unable to return to Shuzhou, the 3 found themselves at a dead end. "Friends, remove your white garments," he urged. "But Brother Six, there are wanted posters throughout the city. Let us alter our appearances, though we fear not death. The intelligence from the palace must reach Shuzhou. Even if only one of us survives, it shall be worth our while. Let us draw a death warrant. Who shall face the next round? The other two nodded in agreement. 3 bamboo slips, all of equal length, were drawn, yet Een Hu discreetly snapped one in his grip. So be it. I, Een Hu, shall take on the next round. The remaining 2 held back tears, their eyes fierce with resolve. I have recently discovered that merchants purchasing Shu silk depart Liangzhou every 2 to 3 days. We shall devise a way to blend in among these merchants. The youthful Een Luxia's face radiated with determination. After sealing off the 11 prefectures within Shuzhou, as Su Mu had anticipated, many weaving merchants and sericulture households flocked towards southern Shu due to the low prices. Not only was the annual rent minimal, but to stabilize public sentiment, Su Mu even provided substantial subsidies for sericulture endeavors. Chapter 526. The Deeds of Chai Yud and Ding Zhou. After receiving the note, Chang Xiling retracted his crossed legs, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This fellow is about to employ yet another cunning stratagem. He handed the note to Lu Ji beside him and gazed expectantly at the sky. Zhongda, our young master and the forces from Liangzhou are preparing for a confrontation as well. Lu Ji nodded, glancing at the note with a pale expression. May I inquire? My lord, is the poisonous eagle truly deceased? This scheme bears the hallmark of his machinations. You ask me, but to whom should I turn for answers? I have heard that even the graves have grown over with grass. I regret allowing Chun Ke to leave Chanyang. Had I summoned him to the palace for a stern inquiry, perhaps we would know more. I have always felt that the incident in Chanyang was merely a facade of death, orchestrated by Zhongda. Chang Xiling sighed. Though I, Chang Xiling, hail from a distinguished family, I pride myself on my sense of righteousness. Chun Ke, with his remarkable skills, saved both me and Chang Wei. Even if he sought 50,000 taels of silver, I would go to great lengths to fulfill his request. Yet, his desire to venture into Shu seems rather peculiar, but nonetheless, it balances the scales. Let us not dwell on this matter, Zhongda. He is a benefactor, not an adversary. I can distinguish between the two. Lu Ji fell silent for a moment before nodding. The King of Shu seeks passage. It is unlikely he intends a false pretense of conquest. Moreover, should he succeed in defeating Liangzhou, it would indeed be advantageous for our lord. Lu Ji hesitated, initially wishing to propose conditions, but resigned himself to the nature of his lord and refrained. Let the word be spread. Prepare 1,000 carts of provisions to be presented to our allied forces as they traverse the inner city. Our young master aims to conquer Liangzhou. I am eagerly anticipating it. That wretched Dong Yixiao, a parasital dog, will soon find himself at my mercy once I have subdued Hebei. A cur who dares to aspire to imperial status? My lord, you are a formidable warlord. Perhaps you might temper your tempestuous disposition? In terms of knowledge, I am unrivaled. In martial prowess, aside from our young master's fierce tiger, I fear no one. If you speak of stratagems, I command an army bold enough to challenge for provinces. Who dares to oppose me? Chapter 527. The general of Shu province, due to Su Mu's policies, during this period, numerous textile merchants and citizens engaged in sericulture flocked to the southern region of Shu. The previously desolate area witnessed a sudden surge in population. Near the 2 counties and 9 towns, an abundance of mulberry trees and enclosures for textile establishments flourished. With outrageously low annual taxes, coupled with a series of subsidies for sericulture, and without the need for land reclamation, it was only natural for individuals to venture into southern Shu. The Lord's strategy appears to have succeeded. In the palace, Jia Zhou revealed a smile. Even if Sima Xiu sought to undermine their foundation, it would not fundamentally harm Shu province. Sumu nodded. This situation is akin to an arrow, without armor. One is easily pierced. However, donning thick armor significantly reduces the arrow's lethality, perhaps rendering it ineffective. Naturally, adhering to a cautious approach. I have also contemplated potential adverse outcomes. Upon discovering the gravest consequences, a sense of relief washed over him as he realized he could still exert control. In the distant Egret's county of Liangzhou, the acquisition of Shu brocade was flourishing with fervor. However, with Sima Xiu's unparalleled wisdom, it would not be long before he became vigilant. Just yesterday, I had bolstered our ranks with over 100 postal couriers, sufficient for the merchants to relay messages both within and beyond the province. Yet, prioritizing safety, I instructed each courier to unseal and peruse every letter. Such disgraceful affairs, akin to desecrating ancestral graves, would undoubtedly remain unspoken by Su Mu. At most, after being opened, the letters would be sealed again with red wax. As for the merchant seals, Su Mu had stipulated from the outset that only the official stamps would suffice. Otherwise, the couriers would refuse the letters. With a burgeoning population and commercial prospects in southern Shu, it would not be long before the region would rise from the ashes. Truly, the Lord has devised a brilliant strategy. Jia Zhou sighed contentedly, having heard that several of Chengdu's courtesans had ventured to establish a brothel. When it opens, there should be discounts. Su Mu paused, sensing something amiss, and hastily changed the subject. Matters of the people's livelihood must be thoroughly considered. Alas, Lin Xiu's side has yet to send back news from Liangzhou. Should it be possible, Su Mu would prefer not to wait idly. However, at this juncture, even sending 1,000 men would only result in their demise at the hands of Dongwon. Chapter 528. Precautions against calamity in Shu within the city of Liangzhou. Sima Xiu, holding the intelligence, fell into deep contemplation. The sand fox at his side nuzzled against his calf, but he paid it no heed. Military advisor. The time has come, Dongwon remarked with a smile. In truth, thus far, the endeavor for Shu brocade had cost at least 120,000 to 130,000 taels of silver. The acquired Shu brocade had accumulated in several large warehouses. During quieter moments, Dongwon would visit and select a few pleasing bolts for rewards. Yet now, reflecting on the substantial expenditure, he could not help but feel a pang of regret. As the military advisor suggested, it was time to cut off the source. Lin Xiu had also relayed news, having uncovered a hidden path into Shu. However, the military advisor need not worry. The guides from Shu province had been silenced. This last statement finally prompted Sima Xiu to lift his gaze. How long will it take to repair this path? At least 2 months before the army can traverse the mountains. Yet, winter is fast approaching. The cold of winter typically heralds a cessation of hostilities, particularly for the attacking side, as delays in supplies and logistics could shift the balance of warfare unfavorably. Sima Xiu did not respond immediately, his countenance serious as he contemplated the matter. My lord, regardless of circumstances, even if winter arrives, it is imperative that we have this path repaired before spring, allowing our Liangzhou forces to launch a surprise attack into Shu. The longer we delay, the more issues may arise. Sima Xiu tilted his head. A subtle unwillingness etched upon his features. He had calculated the time, yet the reconnaissance of the hidden path was taking far too long. Chengdu is surrounded by mountains on all sides. I have a brilliant plan in mind. However, prior to that, our strategic intentions in Liangzhou must remain concealed. There is a sage within Shu province, and should he sense anything amiss, our grand designs may well be thwarted. Dongwon's expression turned grave, soon shifting to annoyance. Rest assured, military strategist, those few scoundrels who fled will not be able to hide for long. These wretched individuals rely on their lightness of foot. Sima Xiu nodded in agreement with his lord's words, initiating a strategy to undermine the situation in Shuzhou. All that is needed is for discontent to brew among the populace. Dongwon interrupted with a hearty laugh. Once we undermine their stability, Shuzhou will descend into chaos. At that point, the common thieves will be utterly bewildered. That may not be the case. He certainly has countermeasures in place. My lord must understand that this venture concerning Shu brocade, even if it does not topple Shuzhou, serves another purpose. Sima Xiu lifted his head, his eyes glinting with sharpness. We must exhaust Su Bai's resources, thus ensuring that our campaign from Liangzhou in the coming spring is flawlessly orchestrated. Dongwon paused, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face. As Su Mu had anticipated, that day marked the arrival of Sima Xiu's decisive strike against Shuzhou. Fortunately, prior to this, he had made several preparations. Sun Sun, mobilize 5,000 men to maintain order around Chengdu. Should any troublemakers arise, apprehend them immediately. Not only in Chengdu, but Su Mu dispatched numerous capable officers throughout Shuzhou, ranging from 3,000 to as few as 500, to prevent civil unrest. Of course, the developments in southern Shuzhou signified his stance as the King of Shu and resolved the issues surrounding land reclamation and mulberry planting. Su Mu believed that guiding the situation would prove more effective than obstructing it. He was confident that Sima Xiu's ploy to incite public anger would not ignite. Brother Mu, many ruffians are going mad in the streets, taking the opportunity to loot shops. I shall not speak further. I must go out and deal with them. The figure of Su Hu dashed excitedly towards the exit. Su Mu remained silent for a moment before turning back. Sun Sun, if the ruffians lead a riot and it grows too chaotic, you may take decisive action. It was not that he looked down on the ruffians. Having once been one himself, he understood well that they were adept at causing trouble. Additionally, send for the clerks. After hearing this, Sun Sun hurriedly exited. Sumu furrowed his brow. He had handled this matter regarding Shu brocade with utmost caution. In truth, the weavers had sustained little loss. They not only earned money but also did not face the so-called land reclamation issues, merely relocating their business to southern Shuzhou without significant expense. Sumu's concern lay with the staunch loyalists of the Dou family, who likely remained in Shuzhou and would surely seize this opportunity to incite unrest. Before long, an elderly scholar hurried into the palace. I pay my respects to your majesty. King Can, please notify the various counties and towns in Shuzhou to draft an official proclamation. I await your majesty's instructions. Sumu exhaled slowly, articulating his thoughts. Due to the approaching winter, the northern trade routes will soon be blocked by snow, leading to a decline in commerce. I am mindful of the livelihood of the people in Shuzhou. Thus, all taxes related to sericulture in southern Shu shall be waived for 1 year. He refrained from mentioning the measures concerning Liangzhou, as such matters were best known only to the upper echelons. The common folk merely sought to survive, and these concerns felt distant to them. Moreover, it would be prudent to offer additional benefits. A year of tax exemption, after all, will not be a loss for me. It will sufficiently stimulate the development of southern Shu's industries, worth its weight in gold. Your Majesty, is this truly the case? Nature is indeed true. You may depart now. The old scholar performed a deep bow and took his leave from the royal palace. Once the palace was devoid of outsiders, Jiazhou emerged from the rear chamber and seated himself beside Sumu. Wen Long, how do you assess my handling of this calamity? My lord, it was nearly flawless. Thus, the seeds of disaster sown in Liangzhou shall not bear fruit. As Jiazhou spoke, his expression instinctively turned grave. However, my lord, please exercise utmost caution. From my understanding of Liang Hu, he possesses more than just this one stratagem. There may well be additional tactics hidden in reserve. Sumu nodded in agreement. Yet, given the current circumstances, winter would soon be upon them. Sumu felt assured that Liangzhou would not dare to strike Shu at this time. The most probable scenario would be an assault after spring or perhaps when the autumn harvest was stored away. In any case, the impending conflict between Shu and Liang was inevitable. All that was being done now was to prepare for the battles to come. I have stationed tens of thousands of troops in Dingzhou. Liang Hu is certain to have similar arrangements. Does Liangzhou also possess hidden forces? They likely do. The forthcoming battle would pertain to the grand ambitions of Liangzhou, and given his temperament, Liang Hu would undoubtedly consider every aspect. Regular troops, auxiliary forces, hidden troops, and extraordinary contingents were all indispensable. The regular and auxiliary forces were self-evident, but where would the hidden troops be concealed? And what of the extraordinary troops? Could they possibly be airborne troops? My lord, what do you mean by airborne troops? Wen Long, I misspoke. I meant forces that would descend upon Shu's territory like birds. Your thoughts are truly extraordinary, my lord. However, caution is paramount. I suspect that beyond the human pass, Dongwen will once again enlist the Chong soldiers. Sumu furrowed his brow, recalling the matters concerning Yu Dang Wang. Were these Chong people truly fools? Liang Hu's tactics were numerous, yet fortunately, my lord had spared Yu Dang Wang, who still stirs trouble in Liangzhou. Even with the Chong soldiers, their numbers would likely be limited. However, with Dongwen's territory spanning 3 states, combined with Sima Xiu's strategies and the royal lineage's influence, the soldiers willing to sacrifice themselves may not be few. In this engagement, even if my lord emerges victorious, it will undoubtedly be a grueling affair. Chapter 529. Various contingencies. Listening to Jiazhou's words, Sumu nodded. Just as he, each time he sought to carve a path through bloodshed, embarked upon a new life fraught with challenges. In times of chaos, heroes emerge aplenty. Sumu did not harbor the illusion that he would necessarily reach the end, ascending to the pinnacle of power. His greatest reliance lay merely in the intellect of a modern individual, yet such qualities, when compared to prodigies like Sima Xiu, who appear once every few centuries, hardly daunted him. Were it not for Jiazhou, he would have undoubtedly been outmaneuvered thoroughly. Not to mention Dongwen's faction. Even figures like Zhou Shiren, Su Yaohou, Chong Xiling, and countless other warlords were no simpletons. A single misstep could plunge one into irretrievable ruin. Even if he possessed resources to replicate some modern technologies, such as flintlock firearms, A single setback would allow someone like Liang Hu to discern the intricacies. Choosing to engage in battle during a rainstorm, or employing various means to replicate technology, would be feasible. The progression of an era cannot be achieved by a solitary individual. What is the Lord contemplating? Nothing of consequence. Su Mu furrowed his brow, recognizing that stabilizing the recent civil unrest regarding Shu brocade was fundamentally manageable. This was a given. However, the Lord must commence preparations for the impending grand battle. Time is of the essence. I am wholly aligned with this sentiment. As the year draws to a close, let the generals from Shu province return to Qingdu to report on their duties, and in the process, host a grand banquet. Presently, it appears that as winter approaches, Liangzhou is unlikely to initiate an offensive against Shu. Nevertheless, this does not imply a complete absence of risk. The probability remains relatively low. Of course, should they advance, it poses no significant concern, as I have already stationed personnel at various outposts beyond Shu province. When long, I am fully prepared. If the Lord can vanquish Liang, he shall first establish supremacy in the western territories. Subsequently, with the momentum of a great victory, he will consolidate forces to breach Sangzhou. Thus, the grand ambitions of the Lord shall begin to take shape. Su Mu clenched his fists, envisioning the splendid landscapes ahead. When long, when we conquer Liang, we shall sit before Liangzhou city and share a night of revelry together. I pledge my loyalty to the Lord. In less than 3 days, whether in central, western, or southern Shu, the official proclamations dictated by Su Mu had been posted. The contents of the proclamations significantly alleviated the previously discontented expressions of weaving merchants and sericulture households. Fortunately, before the land was cultivated for mulberry trees, their sovereign had directed them to develop in southern Shu. Thus their losses were minimal. In fact, one could argue that this venture proved quite profitable. However, the disparity in the price of Shu brocade had initially caused some dissatisfaction. For many years, Shu province had not encountered such an opportunity for prosperity. On the streets of Qingdu, Si Hu led a fine steed, with 3 or 4 nefarious ruffians bound to the horse, having attempted to seize the chaos to rob, only to be swiftly subdued by Si Hu and brought back. He traded the captured for buns for his wife, sharing this tale with everyone he encountered. Standing outside the royal palace, Su Mu glanced down at his brother's foolish demeanor, feeling a wave of exasperation. The Lord's earlier preparations had ensured that these sericulture households experienced little in the way of loss, resulting in minimal grievances. Ultimately, only a few opportunistic scoundrels had emerged. Su Mu sighed. His ascendancy in Shu province was perceived by many as somewhat akin to a usurpation. Thus, he had consistently implemented benevolent governance, uniting the Su family army with the people of Shu. Regrettably, despite the annihilation of the Dou royal family, many diehard loyalists remained hidden within Shu province. This recent calamity surrounding Shu brocade had prompted them to emerge, believing they had found an opportunity. What course of action does the Lord intend to take? Shall the instigator be executed publicly, while the remaining conspirators are temporarily imprisoned, to be expelled from Shu province following the conclusion of the conflict with Liang? Jiazhou nodded. Most of these were former officials and retainers of the Dou family, and their allegiance would likely pose challenges. Su Mu feared that such individuals still existed. He could only instruct Sun Sun to lead a team and find ways to root them out. Outside Bailu County, Dou Tong returned with news, stating that nearly 90% of the Shu brocade merchants had vanished within 3 days. Jiazhou's statement was unequivocal. If nothing was amiss, it was likely that these were agents sent covertly by Liang Hu, attempting to incite chaos in Shu province. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. If Liangzhou were to discover this, they would likely be quite displeased, would they not? Military strategist, I too am quite displeased. Dongwen was filled with a desire to curse. Yet restrained by the presence of Sima Xiu, he opted to maintain decorum. What perplexed Dongwen was the absence of any sign of defeat on Sima Xiu's countenance. My lord, as I mentioned earlier, this is a scheme within a scheme. If the matter of the Shu brocade succeeds, it would be splendid. If it does not, my lord should not be too disheartened. Allow me to share some good news. The work on the minor road has commenced. I have scrutinized the intelligence we received, and it appears we can devise another strategy. Another strategy? Dongwen inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Sima Xiu replied with a gentle smile, unaffected by the situation surrounding the Shu brocade. My lord, you must understand that whether it concerns the Shu brocade or anything else, they are merely instruments for your campaign against Liangzhou. The completion of another plan beneath the Shu brocade does not signify failure. However, Su Bai's methods are indeed impressive. I am increasingly convinced that he may not be dead after all. Dongwen remained somewhat sullen. In his youth, he had felt displeased when not assigned to the citrus task. Now, having lost an unjustified sum of over 100,000 taels, despite his earlier bravado, he felt deeply wounded. The arrangement of the elite troops was impeccable, and within Shu province, my disciple has finally responded, indicating that he has begun to reach out to the former allies of the Dou family for coordinated efforts. I have also attempted to dispatch envoys to Zhangzhou. Dongwen had delegated authority, such as the matters of envoys and intelligence, to Sima Xiao. That empress is untrustworthy, Dongwen frowned. Previously, Liangzhou was deceived. The member of the Dong family we sent was said to be so terrified that he attempted to flee but was shot dead en route. Of course, the death of one clan member is not significant. Even the loss of 10 or 8 would bear no weight. Yet, Dongwen was simply very displeased, profoundly so. My lord must understand that whether they be hunters from the southern mountains or the northern mountains, they all share a singular purpose: to slay the wolf within the mountains. That Empress Su encountered our envoy from Liangzhou. What transpired? She said nothing and sent the envoy back. Dongwen was taken aback. What did this signify? Chapter 530. Escape from Liangzhou City. At the gates of Liangzhou City, over a dozen merchant carriages, engaged in the procurement of Shu brocade, were preparing to depart. The trade in Shu brocade had become untenable. These merchants, after reporting back, would hastily return to their respective prefectures. Liangzhou, comprised of 8 counties, was known for its fierce populace, and the guards of these merchants were fully armed, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Come closer, do come closer. At the city gate, a Liangzhou lieutenant, holding wanted posters, began to interrogate individuals one by one. Anyone with a particularly thick beard was subject to scrutiny. In Hu, accompanied by 2 others, stood silently behind after having altered their appearances. The small cloth merchant who had hired them anxiously rubbed the beads of sweat on his forehead. I said, move closer. Hu lowered his hands and followed closely behind the small merchant, proceeding directly forward. 3 scarred faces? Last night in the old forest, a fire suddenly broke out, leaving only 3 of the 6 guards we brought. The small merchant forced a smile. Were it not for the 200 taels of silver, I would not wish to accompany these 3 dubious individuals. He lifted his head. The general of Liangzhou reached out, probing the burn scar on Hu's cheek until blood oozed, and then he waved his hand in satisfaction. Hu suppressed the joy on his face and, accompanied by the 2 others, calmly followed the small merchant, now merely 10 paces away from the grand gates of Liangzhou City. By order of Wang, from this moment forth, merchants entering the city are not permitted to leave. Suddenly, several mounted soldiers galloped in, shouting fiercely, "Retreat! All of you retreat!" The Liangzhou guards, upon hearing the command, swiftly unsheathed their blades, hurting the wealthy merchants who were about to depart. The massive iron gates seemed poised to close once more. "Sixth brother, the gates are closing." Hu's eyes darkened. He knew that remaining trapped within Liangzhou would inevitably lead to discovery and his demise. He had managed to evade capture thus far only because of his disfigured visage. The rudimentary art of disguise would not fool these Liang people. Charge! 3 gallant heroes drew their swords and leaped towards the city gates, their agile prowess allowing them to thrust their blades into the chests of the guards. Momentarily stunned, the guards soon roared in anger as they surrounded the intruders. The sound of alarm bells began to echo near the gates, mingled with the distant pounding of hooves. "Close the gates. Quickly!" A fierce expression emerged on Hu's burned face. Having sustained a wound on his back, he sprang towards the gates. Just before they could shut, his long sword struck down, forcing 3 or 4 guards to retreat in haste. Standing atop a wooden barricade below the gates, Hu struggled to catch his breath. "Sixth brother, hurry!" Hearing the call, he turned. One of the 8 heroes of Lijiazu was pierced with numerous iron spears, his body riddled with wounds. Hoisted by 2 or 3 men, he coughed blood, his strength to speak entirely spent. "Sixth brother, go? You must escape." Another hero, bloodied and battered, leaped forward to shield him. Hu cried out in anguish, returning his sword to save his companion. If sixth brother did not flee, they would be unable to relay the news, thus dishonoring the name of the 8 heroes of Lijiazu. His elder brother had once said that sixth brother was a prodigy of the age. If he survived, he was destined for greatness. Come, in the next life, we shall visit the theater together, sipping tea and listening to music. Suddenly, the burly hero let out a loud roar, discarding his sword and opening his arms to charge at the encroaching Liang soldiers. Yin Hu wept and reached out, but ultimately grasped nothing. Gritting his teeth, he turned away. A flurry of feathered arrows rained down. One pierced his side, the flat, diamond-shaped tip emerging from his abdomen, staining the ground with blood. Ignoring the pain, Yin Hu raised his sword in fury and thrust it down at a guard ahead. The guard's leather helmet was punctured, blood gushing forth as he crumpled to the ground. "Close the gates. Do not let this scoundrel escape," a Liangzhou officer shouted, only to have his head severed from his shoulders. Seizing the moment as Yin Hu withdrew his sword, two guards raised their iron spears, maliciously aiming to impale him from behind. In a desperate gesture, Yin Hu released a flurry of throwing knives, causing the guards to howl in pain and stagger back. "I, Yin Lu, shall return to Liangzhou one day, and if I do not perish this day." With a series of agile leaps akin to a magpie dancing upon branches, the soldiers below erupted in furious cries. Just before the city gate was completely sealed, Yin Hu, drenched in blood, leapt from the city of Liangzhou. Outside the Liangzhou palace, Dong Wan, with a stern countenance, observed a few individuals pleading for mercy ahead and expressionlessly gestured with his hand. The executioner's blade descended, and several heads rolled onto the ground. Military advisor: "If that rascal survives and returns to Shuzhou, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for us. Damn it. These worthless fools cannot even capture a mere thief with several camps at their disposal. However, rest assured, that rascal is gravely wounded and cannot escape far. I have dispatched 3 cavalry units to pursue him." Sima Xiu furrowed his brow. Not only would the minor forces of the Zhejiang army be compromised, but the hidden troops within Shuzhou would also face issues. The common bandit was unaware of who was behind him. Yet he would eventually realize that there were insiders from Liangzhou and Shuzhou. Sima Xiu's face reflected hesitation. If he was not mistaken, there would surely be support from Shuzhou outside Liangzhou. Let us not forget, previously, I had used a scheme to drive away the spies from Shuzhou. However, it is highly likely they remain near Liangzhou. Military advisor: "I have dispatched 3 cavalry units. Outside Liangzhou, there are many thickets of thorny trees. Our cavalry would have no advantage when encountering such terrain. Moreover, the spies from Shuzhou had ample preparation beforehand. If the Lord truly wishes to pursue, we can only mobilize the infantry from the divine archers." Military advisor: "Isn't it already too late?" Sima Xiu's expression remained devoid of any loss of color, maintaining an unsettling calmness. Even Dong Wan, seated beside him, felt a chill run down his spine. Should we truly be exposed, we can only devise further schemes. Military advisor: "What do you mean by devising further schemes?" "For instance, I could provide Su Bai with a lead regarding my disciple." After a moment of silence, Dong Wan replied, "Military advisor, the bandit is not foolish. Indeed, he is not. However, certain actions we take, in their clumsiness, may paradoxically become more convincing. Regardless, my disciple, as an undercover operative, must remain concealed. While the undercover forces are prepared, military advisor, what of the situation with the Qidao forces in Shuzhou? I have just devised a plan for that." Sima Xiu spoke with a measured tone. "Since the Ming forces have been exposed, we can utilize them as a false path." Military advisor: "Do you imply there is another route?" Sima Xiu pondered for a moment. "This is merely a temporary measure. Do not rush, my lord. In this campaign against Shu, I shall exhaust all my abilities to secure the Western Dominion for you. My lord, do you remember my earlier grand strategy?" "Of course. Seizing Anping and occupying Shuzhou, the northern people of Liangzhou are not adept in river warfare. Thus we shall refrain from targeting the southern territories for now. Shuzhou, while being the granary of the realm, must also serve as a defensive barrier from the south, allowing us in Liangzhou's 3 provinces to assault the inner city, strike Hebei, and sweep across the world. Once the north and the heartland of Central Plains are thoroughly pacified, we shall then mobilize the naval forces to seize several southern provinces." Sima Xiu's expression brightened with satisfaction. Indeed, it would come to pass. One day, the great cause of my lord shall be realized. Chapter 531. Who is the insider general, sir? Sir, do not succumb to sleep. In a daze, Yin Hu continually heard someone calling his name. The acrid scent of medicine and excruciating pain enveloped his mind until he finally awoke. "Sir, sir, you are awake." Yin Hu struggled to open his eyes, and what met his gaze was a group of unfamiliar faces. The leader, though possessing a countenance that appeared cold and distant, wore a smile of joy at that moment. "Do not worry, sir. I am Chao Hong, the rightful leader of the Night Owl group in Shuzhou. In who, unable to fully trust him yet, waited for Chao Hong to produce proof before he managed a bitter smile. The gentleman implied that the earlier news heard in the royal palace of Liangzhou was twofold. First, the Liang Fox intended to repair the small path for a surprise attack on Qingdu. Second, within the 14 counties of Shuzhou, there existed a traitorous general from Liangzhou. Indeed, this was the case. After gathering intelligence, Dong Wenkai would pursue relentlessly. The expression on Chao Hong's face grew grave. Such news was exceedingly alarming. Divide into 8 riders, taking 8 different routes. Conceal the message tube beneath your tongues. Should disaster strike and escape become impossible, bite down on the tube and poison to leave no aftermath for our Lord. The 8 riders, shadows in the dusk, clasped their fists in salute. Do you all remember our ancestors in the Night Owl group? Chao Hong raised his gaze. Naturally, we remember the legacy of Master Chun, immortal and indomitable. We are willing to be the ears and eyes for our Lord. Then go. In the dim light, the 8 riders dispersed, each hastening towards Shuzhou. Sir, let us return to Shuzhou together. Chao Hong turned and carefully assisted Yin Hu into the nearby carriage. Commander Chao, I recall there were pursuers when we left the city. Upon seeing the gentleman fight his way out, we immediately came to rescue you, retreating to the thorns outside Liangzhou, where we are temporarily safe. However, the Liang people will likely send foot archers, so it is best for us to depart swiftly. To be candid, we were already aware of the situation within Liangzhou city, but we could not enter, so we set up a plan for your reception outside the city as per our Lord's instructions. The head of the organization is indeed wise. The King of Shu is truly sagacious. The titles of the head and the King of Shu seem to sit comfortably together. Once aboard the carriage, Chao Hong led Yin Hu through a secret path, swiftly distancing themselves from Liangzhou. In Shuzhou, Qingdu, the first rider of the Night Owl group, having taken the shorter route, ultimately delivered the intelligence. As he unrolled the message, Su Mu's expression turned exceedingly solemn. That Liang Fox truly had grand designs. Wenlong, please take a look. After Jia Zhou read it, he remained silent for a long while. The 8 heroes of Lizhou, 8 entered Liangzhou, yet only 1 survived, having burned his face to escape with this information. If this secret path were to ensnare us, Qingdu would surely face dire calamity. The road to Shu is treacherous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Of course, this did not imply that the existence of such natural barriers would grant us peace of mind. In later generations, some have used this strategy to breach the Jihan Qingdu and force Lu Hozhu to surrender. Sima Xiu, a true talent of this era, could conceive of such a clever stratagem. Jia Zhou sighed. Had the intelligence not been returned, disaster would have loomed large. Our Lord must be aware that we, the people of Shu, have a preconceived notion of being first to act, believing that with you once secure, we can rest easy when the army marches forth. If Qingdu is left vulnerable and an unexpected force arrives, we will surely be unable to hold our ground. The only course of action now is for our Lord to dispatch the Pingman camp to cautiously scout and secure the mountains on the western side of the Shu Road. Furthermore, summon the craftsmen to construct several outposts as a defense. Sumu nodded solemnly. This peculiar path must be fiercely guarded. Sun Sun, go to the mutton soup shop outside and procure a few bowls of mutton soup. Hearing Su Mu's words, Sun Sun nodded and dashed out. Just as Si Hu was about to chase after him, he was halted by Su Mu's command. Wenlong, there are no outsiders here. Having concluded the matters concerning the peculiar path, the remaining concern lies with the internal traitors in Liangzhou. Jia Zhou offered a bitter smile. My lord, do not be impatient. Wenlong, I suspect this cannot possibly be Sima Xiu's strategy. If it were, there would have been no need for a prolonged city lockdown. A simple plan to have the 8 heroes of Lizhou relay the message would suffice. However, now, the last of the 8 heroes of Lizhou nearly faltered. In other words, Sima Xiu had no need to resort to such measures. This should not be a scheme to sow discord. Jia Zhou nodded. But my lord must understand that the intelligence reaching Shuzhou implies that Liang Hu is undoubtedly aware that the plan has been exposed. I fear he may have a backup plan. That is indeed the case. Su Mu furrowed his brow, yet at this moment, I cannot fathom who the internal traitor might be. Yu Wan, Fan Lu, and Chai Zong Ma Yi. These individuals followed him from the very beginning, even when he had no troops. To put it bluntly, if one truly craved wealth and power, there was no need for Yuan to relinquish his position as a third-rank Golden Saber guard merely to follow him. As for Si Hu and Gong Go, they are brothers forged in life and death. Regarding Chen Sheng and others, they do not engage in warfare, and they share a bond of mutual loyalty, rendering them unlikely suspects. Daochong would not expend such effort. Why would he seek to enter Shu? As for the others, Su Mu could not think of anyone. Individuals such as Han Jiu and Sun Sun were once from Shu and had diligently followed him. Although Chao Yi is a newly appointed general, it still seems improbable. Wen Long, who could this commander of the 1st Battalion be? My lord, do not be anxious. Jia Zhou spoke earnestly, cautioning against falling into Sima Xiu's trap. Su Mu sighed. Jia Zhou's words were not unfounded. Yet, for some reason, the thought of such a treacherous individual poised to jeopardize his grand ambitions incited a wave of frustration. My lord's 2 provinces, aside from these few prominent generals, have numerous capable subordinate generals with military achievements on record. There should not be a scarcity of capable commanders. My lord needs to discern carefully. Although it is not yet time for the annual performance review, it may not be amiss to summon these generals back to Chengdu in batches for thorough examination. If I am not mistaken, Sima Xiu's hidden piece left in Shuzhou will certainly signal some form of internal support. In the Central Plains, the military structure comprises battalions, with subordinate generals serving as advisors or leading a battalion, while prominent generals like Yuan and Chai Zong command multiple battalions on the battlefield. Within Shuzhou, it is not merely this hidden piece. It is also likely that remnants of the Dou family might collude, forming a significant force. As for the pretext to mobilize the generals, my lord may state that an expedition to conquer Liang is imminent within a month. Jia Zhou exhaled slowly. Sometimes, this hidden piece may not necessarily favor Liangzhou. Perhaps it can also become a counteracting force for our Shuzhou. Chapter 532. The Betrayal of Chao Yi in the city of Liangzhou, within the royal palace of the Dong family. The escape of that scoundrel from Liangzhou had left Dong Wen in a foul mood. Despite his strategist's earnest analysis, he remained consumed by resentment. Should I ever catch that rascal, what audacity he possesses to disrupt my affairs in Liangzhou. A hero? Surely he has lost his senses. Mistaking a common thief for a leader. Such sentiments echoed in Sima Xiu's ears, yet wisely, he refrained from offering counsel, patiently waiting for Dong Wen to express his frustrations before speaking calmly. My lord, there is still an opportunity. He began as Dong Wen gradually softened his expression and quieted his voice. I possess an acute understanding of human nature. Given Su Bai's cautious disposition, he regards his subordinates as brothers. Thus, he cannot bear betrayal. As I mentioned earlier, we can fabricate a misleading clue that leads Su Bai to unwittingly undermine his own strength, while simultaneously providing cover for our informant in Shuzhou. I have already identified a candidate. Sima Xiu narrowed his eyes. Strategist, who is it? The young general of the Wolf clan, Chao Yi. This individual harbors a relentless vendetta against Liangzhou, and the common thief may not trust him. Chao Yi, a recent recruit, although he achieved significant merit last time, is a peculiar presence within the Shuzhou faction. Others, like Wen Chai and Zong, have fought alongside Su Bai for glory. Beyond them lies the local factions of Shuzhou, such as Daochong and Shenzhong Hanjiu. Chao Yi does not belong to either camp, being a newcomer, thus he stands alone, making him the most susceptible to betrayal. Your words resonate profoundly, Dong Wen acknowledged, yet Sima Xiu displayed no signs of pleasure at the praise, continuing with his plan. My lord, you need only to undertake one task, and then Chao Yi shall fall into our trap. What task? First, dispatch a contingent of 3,000 troops to invade the fortifications of Shuzhou beyond Yuguan, disrupting Chao Yi's main base. With his capabilities, he will surely not shy away and will rally his forces to confront us. And then, Dong Wen inquired, still puzzled. Sima Xiu paused, explaining that after the skirmish, the 3,000 should feign defeat and retreat, deliberately delaying their escape. Once Chao Yi pursues them and has ventured 30 miles, they would regroup and swiftly return to Liangzhou. Dong Wen appeared momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the entirety of the scheme. Thus, when the Shuzhou army within the fortifications sees Chao Yi pursuing the remnants of our defeated forces, they will be taken aback upon his return with nothing to show for his efforts. 3 days hence, my lord shall send forth a death warrior disguised as a messenger, who will approach the fortifications under the cover of night. Strategist, this is unwise. The messenger will surely be captured given the patrols in that area. That is precisely why I suggested a death warrior. Upon capture, he must take poison to ensure his silence. Naturally, concealed within his garments, there must be a letter. Will this letter bear Chao Yi's name? Dongwen queried. No, it must not bear his name. To do so would evoke suspicion. Merely a date shall suffice. What date? With winter still a month away, my lord may inscribe any date in mid-month. In the fortified enclave, the military advisor received a secret missive, and without a moment's hesitation. The first suspect was undoubtedly the stronghold's commander, Chao Yi. The prior pursuit of the remnants of the enemy, prolonged and fruitless, further solidified Chao Yi's reputation for treachery. The date mentioned in the message only served to suggest it was a predetermined time for rebellion. Dongwen inhaled sharply and, without delay, bent down to pour a cup of tea for Sima Xiu. Rest assured, my lord, I have a secondary strategy in mind. However, I require further contemplation. Dongwen rose respectfully, performing a deep bow towards Sima Xiu. The messenger who perished by poison, my lord, deserves additional compensation, at the very least. His family should be spared from future hardships. In times of chaos, aspiring to be a sovereign is not inherently wrong. Yet there are small acts of kindness within one's capacity that ought to be fulfilled. He bowed his head, perhaps recalling Dongwen's own fratricidal past, remaining silent for an extended period. The path to restoring the order he sought was still long and arduous. Those barbaric invaders are troubling our stronghold again. Men, follow me into battle. With a spear in hand, Chao Yi's countenance was filled with fierce determination. General Chao, exercise utmost caution as you confront the enemy outside the city. Two military advisors from Shuzhou raised their hands, urging caution. Do not worry. I will ensure those invaders flee in disarray. Such minor incursions had occurred repeatedly during this period, and Chao Yi believed it to be merely a repetition of past events. Days later, in the palace of Shuzhou, the first group of generals reporting to Chengdu sat below. Su Mu did not speak immediately. He remained silent on the throne, perusing the list of generals before him. Among those listed were not only the prominent commanders like Yuan and Chaizong, but also over 40 subordinate generals, most of whom would bring an entire battalion with them. The multitude of names furrowed Su Mu's brow in concern. Gentlemen, I have summoned you back to Chengdu to discuss a matter of great importance. At that moment, Sun Sun rushed in, breathless. A secret missive has arrived from the front lines. The scout who delivered it succumbed to exhaustion after riding through the night. Su Mu nodded, hesitating for a moment before unsealing the letter in front of the gathered generals. The most significant general among those returning to Chengdu was undoubtedly General Han Jiu of the Breaking Cool Army. Han Jiu, a straightforward man, felt a surge of anger as he saw Su Mu examining the missive and anxiously inquired, "My lord, what is the meaning of this? Are the barbarians attacking again?" "Not exactly," Su Mu replied, trembling as he quickly folded the letter away. "My lord, your demeanor concerns me deeply," Han Jiu remarked. "If it were you, could you defend the stronghold outside Yuguan? Isn't Chao Yi stationed there?" Han Jiu fell silent, disbelief etched across his features. During this visit to Chengdu, they had likely caught wind of rumors suggesting an insidious traitor within the 14 counties of Shuzhou. "My lord, could it be Chao Yi?" Han Jiu exclaimed, rising in alarm. Su Mu remained silent, attempting to lift his teacup, only to inadvertently shatter it on the floor. "My lord, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." Sun Sun approached with cupped fists. Su Mu gritted his teeth. "Chao Yi is not one of our people from the Central Plains. The peaceful barbarians differ significantly. The peaceful barbarians have long resided in Shuzhou, possessing gentle natures, and to refer to them as brothers would not be an exaggeration. However, the Wolf clan has suddenly infiltrated Shuzhou. They are not of our kin, and their hearts must surely harbor ill intentions. My lord, we must not invite wolves into our home." "Sun Sun, what nonsense are you uttering?" Sun Sun, silent and tearful, believed he was offering wise counsel. After speaking, he hastily retreated to a corner. The many generals present remained mute, not assisting Chao Yi in his defense. Han Jiu's lips moved as he glanced between Sun Sun and Su Mu, yet ultimately, he said nothing. "Summon Chao Yi to Chengdu at once. Do not delay," commanded the king. Additionally, inform General Chen Zhong at Yuguan to rush to the front lines and temporarily command 20,000 troops to fend off the invading Liang forces. Chapter 533, The Night Pearl My King. The Wolf clan General Chao Yi has led his 6,000 troops to flee the city under cover of night, their whereabouts unknown. Upon receiving this news, Su Mu's face twisted into a bitter smile, followed by a heavy sigh. In recent days, he had been sitting in the palace with the generals, anxiously awaiting news. Ultimately, he received a piece of ill tidings. It was evident that Chao Yi had fled in fear of punishment. Sun Sun, his expression grim, feared further betrayal. I warned you, this man is a treacherous wolf. He is certainly the traitor within our Shuzhou. Sun Sun, cease your words, Su Mu said, raising his hand with evident anger. Once the remaining generals arrive in Chengdu, I shall convene to discuss the campaign against Liang. The gathered generals were taken aback. My lord, winter is fast approaching. Su Mu remained silent, turning away, his figure appearing somewhat solitary as he walked inside. The generals left in the palace were at a loss, unsure of whether to sit or leave. Finally, Han Jiu spoke with a choked voice. Gentlemen, if the Lord is worried, it is due to our own inadequacies. Regardless of the necessity to attack Liang, I, Han Jiu, shall be the first to follow my lord. Damn that traitorous wolf. At the front lines of Yuan, Shenzhong, filled with rage, rushed into the city with several hundred loyal guards under the cover of night. Where is Chao Yi? General, Chao Yi has fled with his 6,000 troops. The Lord has dispatched 10,000 cavalry to pursue. Shenzhong furrowed his brow. Having long been stationed at Yuan, not far from the front lines, he occasionally visited Chao Yi to share drinks and camaraderie. Deep down, he believed this young wolf clan general to be a man of honor, not a rogue. The Lord commands you, General Chun, to gather supplies within 7 days and, as appropriate, retreat back to Yuan to safeguard the gateway to Shuzhou. Understood. General Chun, Chao Yi's betrayal has compromised all intelligence at our front lines in Shuzhou. In this perilous time, please proceed with utmost caution. The military advisor concluded, clasping his fists in respect to Shenzhong before hastily mounting his horse and heading back towards Yuan. Shenzhong lifted his gaze, surveying the distant yellow sands and sky. Lost in contemplation, the rivers and mountains are drenched in blood and strife, yet few companions remain. In the night, within the Wolf clan's encampment in Bingzhou, a reckoning commenced. Over 50 members of the Wolf clan knelt, struggling frantically as if their mouths were gagged, unable to utter a sound. Raise your blades, honor the heavenly deities. The soldiers of Shuzhou, having severed heads, raised their long blades high, drinking half a bowl of wine and splattering it upon the edges of their swords. The command was given, strike. No cries of agony were to be heard. Before the den of the wolf tribe, the ground was littered with severed heads. A pack of wild dogs approached, seizing the opportunity to swiftly snatch away 7 or 8 heads before darting into the mountains. Our king has decreed, encircle this area. In 3 days, these criminals shall be exiled to Nanlin County as laborers for land reclamation. Dismiss the camp. At the forest's edge under the cloak of night, several figures lay concealed, observing for a long while before moving swiftly, vanishing with the aid of their lightness of foot. Within the palace of Chengdu, the court was filled with generals and commanders. Su Mu sat upon the throne, remaining silent for a prolonged time before finally rising and approaching the strategy board. Gentlemen, we have less than a month until winter arrives. My lord, now is not a propitious time to attack Liang, hastily interjected Fang Ru, who had just returned. It is not my intention to assault Liang, but rather, the pressure from the Liang forces is tightening. The crisis in Shuzhou has reached a critical juncture. The generals present fell silent, many having heard whispers of General Chao Yi's betrayal of Shuzhou. As a prominent general of Shuzhou, should he defect, the intelligence he could provide would be of grave consequence. Do not panic. I am well prepared. Su Mu spoke again in a cold tone, though urgency marked his words. It was not too late. My lord, how so? 40,000 soldiers from Shuzhou, supplemented by 40,000 reinforcements from Muyunzhou and additional troops from other regions, totaling 120,000. As for cavalry, we have not a few. Initially, I had no intention of deploying this force. But considering Chao Yi's defection and the scarcity of cavalry commanders, while the Liang people excel in open-field cavalry warfare, Su Mu's voice trailed off, his expression growing increasingly cold. The generals below listened intently. If I am not mistaken, the Liang forces, relying on their numerous cavalry, will likely engage us in a significant cavalry battle. Rest assured, I have made prior preparations. In a few days, the great General Yuan of Muyunzhou will return with troops. This time, I merely hope that you all can unite in purpose to defeat Liangzhou. My lord, our cavalry in Shuzhou is far too few. Fang Ru hesitated before speaking. Fear not, we shall have no less than Liangzhou. Su Mu paused, swiftly changing the subject. The specifics of troop deployment will be decided once the remaining generals return to Chengdu. During these next few days, I would like you to remain in Chengdu. If there are no pressing matters, please take our troops to the training grounds to practice in preparation for Liangzhou. See who. You will go to the kitchen and inform the cooks to prepare more meat to reward the generals. In the corner, see who, startled to be called out, suddenly dropped a round object from his hand, which rolled across the hall to the center. As night descended, the object emitted a bright, luminous glow, illuminating the palace beautifully. See who. I have told you, you cannot take what others have given to me, Su Mu exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he hurried forward to retrieve the night pearl. See who, sulking, turned and dashed out in a hurry. Su Mu sighed, swiftly stowing away the luminous pearl. The night was deepening. Esteemed guests, please feel free to make yourselves at home. Shortly, I shall instruct the kitchen to send forth wine and meat to reward all of you. My thanks to the king. The last to remain, Fang Ru, did not immediately exit the palace. He was caught in indecision, neither standing nor sitting. Fang Ru, do you have something to say? Might General Xiao Lang be the victim of a plot? I have shared wine with him. He does not strike me as a rogue. Su Mu remained silent for a long while. Finally, he extended his hand and fiercely tugged at Fang Ru's scruffy beard. Ouch! Please stop, my lord. I have had a thick beard since I was 10. Even my father would not dare to do this. Fang Ru, remember this. What you see is not always the truth. Sometimes, what you assume to be false may, in fact, be true. Su Mu chuckled and spread his hands, revealing his palm devoid of any facial hair. My lord, I do not comprehend. Do you know where the luminous pearl is found? At that moment, Jia Zhou, leaning on a cane, emerged from the back room with a smile. Is it merely a matter of offering silver? Jia Zhou shook his head. No, it is priceless. It cannot be bought even for a fortune. In all the world, only beyond the Yuan Pass, among the largest Fushuan tribe of the Xiqiang people, does the Fushuan king possess a single pearl, revered as a treasure of his clan. Then how comes it to be in your possession, my lord? Naturally, it is a fake, Su Mu replied with a smile. I have an old friend. I crafted a replica of the luminous pearl myself. Chapter 534. Cooperation of the future king. Beyond the borders of Liangzhou, in the desolate northwestern region, stands an ancient fortress, its serpentine walls winding like a dragon. This gateway, known as Yuan Pass, once facilitated the passage of exquisite gems and jade from the western regions into the central plains during the height of the Great Dynasty, when thousands of soldiers were stationed to guard it. However, over the past century, with the closure of trade routes, the garrison has long since withdrawn. The once majestic fortifications have fallen into desolation. Only a few families of soldiers remain, intermarrying with Chong women, and over generations, they have assimilated, living on within the Yuan Pass. Yet, they are not there to guard. Rather, they have no other place to go, clinging to this semblance of home. The weathered walls, eroded by time, reveal their inner bricks, appearing all the more dilapidated under the twilight's glow. The valiant warriors of the past have transformed into mere herders of horses, residing within Yuan Pass. They now milk mares, unable to utter the once magnificent boasts of the G people's inviolability. Amidst the fierce winds and sands, a cavalry unit of several thousand cautiously maneuvered around Yuan Pass, pressing deeper into the terrain. As dusk settled, they located a thicket of thorny bushes and established their encampment. General, partake of this warm mare's milk wine. Chao Song, assign someone to keep watch tonight. The young deputy, clasping his fists in respect, set down the milk wine and turned to depart. By the campfire, Chao Yi silently lifted his gaze toward the distant yellow sands and the encroaching night, closing his eyes as he succumbed to contemplation. This journey had seen him travel without respite, needing to elude the spies of the Liang people while navigating a circuitous route to this very spot. After an indeterminate time, upon hearing the sound of hurried hooves, he slowly opened his eyes. A contingent of approximately 1,000 riders approached, all clad in matching felt helmets and beastly armor. Leading them was a figure whose helmet bore a ruby the size of a fingernail. They did not dare to approach until they exchanged messages, at which point the leading Chong chieftain cautiously rode over. I am Yudang Wang, honored to meet General Chao. I extend my greetings. Chao Yi exhaled softly, rose, and stepped forward. Upon receiving the secret missive from the King of Shu, I hastened here. Alas, I arrived a moment too late, and I apologize for keeping General Chao waiting. No need for concern, I am at your service. The desert sands and the long night naturally did not offer any welcoming banquet. As Yudang Wang had just ordered the spreading of felt blankets, he observed that Chao Yi was already seated on the ground, smiling wryly as he joined him on the sand. "You Dang Wang. I trust the king has briefed you on our plans? The specific matters are for the King of Shu and me to discuss. Additionally, it seems the promised provisions have yet to arrive." Chow Yi looked up and smiled. "Previously, it was you who sought assistance. To speak candidly, if I were to return now, your Yu Dang tribe would be annihilated by the Fu Sun tribe within a month." Yu Dang Wang's face turned pale upon hearing this. "The provisions will certainly arrive, but my king has stated that there must be at least one battle to demonstrate the worth of the Yu Dang tribe. What does General Chow wish for me to do? Have you brought what you were tasked with?" "I have, but only 3,000 sets. And they are all remnants of armor. That suffices. Moreover, the letter from my lord should indicate that I am here to assist, and you are to provide the necessary provisions." Yu Dang Wang winced at the thought, taking a long moment before speaking. "General Chow, the Fu Sun tribe possesses tens of thousands of cavalry, yet I observe that your forces number less than 10,000. You are mistaken. I bring only 3,000 men. After all, you provided only 3,000 sets of Fu Sun remnants." 3,000? Chow Yi sighed. He was well aware that this Yu Dang Wang, akin to a stray dog, longed for the Shu forces to march forth and assist him in dominating the area around Yumengwan. Yet, that was hardly feasible. His lord had always been averse to such foreign tribes. Were it not for strategic purposes, it was unlikely that Yu Dang Wang would even be utilized as a pawn. "Chow Song, prepare 3,000 men, and equip them with the Fu Sun armor." Much of that armor still bore traces of blood, which Chow Yi surmised Yu Dang Wang had painstakingly stripped from the fallen. "General Chow, how can 3,000 men hope to defeat the Fu Sun tribe?" "Do not worry. My lord has devised a plan, and we will have reinforcements." "Reinforcements? Could there be a large army from Shu on the way?" Yu Dang Wang's face radiated with joy. Chow Yi smiled, but offered no further words. In this life and death web of intrigue, he was but a mere pawn. All he could do was heed the counsel of the strategist and his lord. "Yu Dang Wang, you seem a bit anxious. Do not fret. Remain here while I summon the reinforcements, and I shall return shortly." Clad in beastly armor, Chow Yi spoke firmly. "General Chow, you may not be aware, but I share a deep-seated enmity with the Liangzhou people. Were it not for their machinations, the Fu Sun tribe would not have ventured to Yumengwan." Yu Dang Wang's words left Chow Yi momentarily silent. He was acutely aware of the complex grievances surrounding Yu Dang Wang. "Yu Dang Wang, my lord has stated that if we succeed this time, the Fu Sun tribe may indeed withdraw from the Yumengwan area. Is that true? Then what must I do?" "General Chow, it is quite simple. Spread the news of the alliance between the Fushuan tribe and Shuzhou in the vicinity of Liangzhou." The leader of the Yudong tribe was momentarily taken aback. Previously, it was termed cooperation, yet now it was spoken of as an alliance with the Fushuan tribe. "This is but a ruse, a strategy devised by my lord to thwart the enemy." Wiping the perspiration from his brow, the Yudong leader realized that while this was indeed the strategy of the King of Shu, it would not be readily believed by Liangzhou. If Liangzhou were to attack Shu, this other faction of the Shiqiang would undoubtedly serve as a principal force. Chow Yi understood that this scheme of deceit would be pivotal in the decisive battle to come. "There is no immediate concern. This is merely the first step. My role as the Fushuan tribe is the second step. As for the third step, my lord should have accomplished it." The Yudong leader clearly did not grasp the full meaning. As he watched Chow Yi prepare to depart, he recalled the interests of his own tribe and called out urgently, "General Chow, if it is indeed possible to conquer Liangzhou, can my Yudong tribe gain entry into the Central Plains?" Perched upon his steed, Chow Yi's voice turned icy. "My lord has decreed that neither the Shiqiang nor the northern barbarians beyond Yanmen may set foot in the Central Plains. Should you defy this, he shall unleash his armies to eradicate your tribe." The Yudong leader sighed deeply, his countenance turning ashen. "My lord has one more word. Once Liangzhou is captured, a thoroughfare to the western regions will be established, and at that time, you, Yudong leader, may construct fortifications at the transit point. Perhaps, your tribe may even evolve into a small nation in the future. Of course, the prerequisite is your earnest cooperation." "Oh, Whitestone deity!" the Yudong leader exclaimed in astonishment, his words tumbling forth. As a seasoned figure at the edge of the Gobi, he understood the implications all too well. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Failing to capture Liangzhou will shatter the dreams of the Yudong nation. Chow Yi chuckled lightly, leading his 3,000 troops forward. The Yudong leader, momentarily dazed, rubbed his weathered face, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. He issued orders to dispatch 800 cavalry scouts to disseminate the news of the alliance between the Fushuan tribe and Shuzhou throughout the Liangzhou region. Chapter 535. The Wolf General Chao Yi. As winter approached, the weather in Liangzhou city grew brisk. The biting winds whipped about, stirring clouds of dust that lashed against the ancient walls. The strategist's grand plan had come to fruition. Clad in a thick robe, Dongwen entered the royal palace with a sense of elation. Reports from the front indicated that Chao Yi had fled the city. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiu fell into a contemplative silence. Strategist, what troubles you? The plan has unfolded too smoothly. It feels somehow amiss, or perhaps I am overthinking it. The strategist has also stated that this operation primarily aims to shield the internal agents within Shuzhou. Not only that, but it has also effectively driven away a prominent general from Shuzhou. My lord, after departing from Shu, where has Chao Yi ventured? The scouts reported that he was heading towards Lingzhou. Damn it! If he were to seek refuge in Liang, I, Dong Yi, with my loyalty as vast as the heavens, would not hold it against him. Sima Xiu sighed deeply, acknowledging that Chao Yi was indeed a formidable general. It was unfortunate that my lord had slain King Ding Shu of Bingzhou. Thus, Chao Yi would not seek sanctuary in Liangzhou. Just as Sima Xiu was about to speak again, he recalled something. My lord, strategist. There are rumors in the Liangzhou region that Shuzhou is on the verge of attacking Liang, having allied with the Fushuan tribe beyond Yuan, intending to mount a concerted assault on Liangzhou. A subordinate rushed in, abruptly interrupting Sima Xiu's contemplation. This cannot be true. Dongwen scoffed, dismissing it as merely a ploy by the children of Shu. The Fushuan tribe? They are from Liangzhou. Military strategist, this tactic is rather clumsy. Sima Xiu nodded, pondering for a moment, yet did not dwell on it. Regrettably, not long after, another subordinate entered the palace, his expression one of urgency. My lord, military strategist. Grave news has arrived. The Fushuan tribe is currently raiding the granaries of the towns. Due to the relationship with the Fushuan tribe, the border of Liangzhou is not particularly tense, thus the defensive forces are rather limited. The assembled army is primarily focused on the front against Shu. Both Sima Xiu and Dongwen furrowed their brows upon hearing this news. While the large cities would certainly not fall, the granaries of these smaller towns, when accumulated, would still serve as military provisions. Military strategist, something feels amiss. Sima Xiu contemplated for a long time, insisting that, regardless of the circumstances, the lord should first send someone to the Fushuan tribe to confirm the situation. Naturally, the raiding Chong people must be immediately suppressed. Military strategist. There were earlier rumors from the border suggesting an alliance between the Fushuan tribe and Shu. Rumors cease with the wise. Genuine intelligence should originate from within the enemy's ranks. Sima Xiu turned his gaze towards the direction of Shu. Approximately 2 days later, the envoy to the Fushuan tribe had yet to return with news. Instead, intelligence from Shu finally arrived. Upon receiving the letter tube, Sima Xiu did not open it immediately. Instead, he held it over the candle flame for a moment, ensuring the bamboo tube's color had changed before he felt secure enough to extract the letter, carefully unrolling it. Beside him, Dongwen's expression was one of great anticipation. The informant within Shu is none other than the military strategist's sole disciple, whose skills are beyond doubt, and the intelligence gathered is likely to be even more comprehensive. After reading, Sima Xiu turned the letter over and handed it to Dongwen. In an instant, his face displayed deep hesitation, ultimately falling into silence. The rogue known as the Cloth Robber had ruthlessly slain over 50 members of the Wolf clan under the cover of night, solidifying the infamous betrayal of strategist Chao Yi. The line concerning the luminous night pearl? The luminous night pearl was seized by the king of Fushuan from a small nation in the western regions, having become a treasured heirloom of the tribe. This prize gem had recently appeared in the palace of Shu. Military strategist, could your disciple have misjudged? Sima Xiu silently shook his head. I wish that were the case. However, the luster of the luminous night pearl is of natural origin, unlikely to be replicated. This implies that the Fushuan tribe has gifted the luminous night pearl to the Cloth Robber. It is highly probable that they have clandestinely allied with Shu. Sima Xiu did not respond, but the lord, I have an unsettling feeling. Military strategist, time is of the essence. Dongwen's countenance turned icy. Do not forget, military strategist, that there are virtually no heavy troops along the Liangzhou border. If the Fushuan tribe launches an attack, Liangzhou shall face calamity. At the Liangzhou border, a contingent of 3,000, after plundering, swiftly retreated to a remote location. Are there scouts trailing behind? Qiao Yi responded. We have already dispatched personnel to lay an ambush. Should any scouts from Liangzhou follow, they will undoubtedly be exterminated. Qiao Yi nodded, casting a glance at the captured wagons. On the carriage, aside from a meager supply of provisions, there were nearly 1,000 sets of Liangzhou armor, many stained with mottled blood. Qiao Song, take 2,000 men and transport the supplies back to the camp. The rest shall don the Liangzhou troops' armor and accompany me to rendezvous with Wang. This stratagem devised by the military strategist is, in essence, a covert operation. At first glance, it appears to involve numerous tasks, yet in reality, there is but one objective: to instigate a war between Liangzhou and the Fushuan tribe. However, upon completing this task, he must depart immediately to another hiding place to coordinate with Cai Zong's forces. Earlier, news had emerged from Shuzhou, indicating that many of his kin had been executed and their properties seized, assigned to toil as laborers in Nanlin County. Even the young lord of Bingzhou was reportedly sent from Chengdu to be raised by a poor family. Qiao Yi, skeptical, did not hastily send out scouts to verify the information, but instead sought an audience with his lord. The secret letter he received contained merely 2 brief segments. The first detailed arrangements following their departure from the city, while the latter included a single assurance from his lord. Qiao Yi, I swear by the sun and moon, this king shall not fail you. Days later, when the general appointed by Dongwen was about to lead his men towards the Fushuan tribe, he was unexpectedly ambushed and decimated upon entering the border, leaving the Liangzhou general in a state of panic as he led the remnants of his troops in flight towards Liangzhou. Military strategist. Let us not even mention the matter of the Night Pearl. The men dispatched to the Fushuan tribe were ambushed the moment they approached. Curse that Fushuan tribe. They have aligned themselves with Shuzhou. Sima Xiu bitterly closed his eyes. He yearned to leave Liangzhou and investigate the situation personally, but under such circumstances, how could he depart? He felt that the reports brought back by the scouts were inevitably incomplete. Military strategist, do not speak further. The imminent assault on Liangzhou by Shuzhou necessitates our preparations. Send word to Dongxiu and Anzhou to immediately mobilize 20,000 troops to secure the Liangzhou border. Dongwen gritted his teeth, consumed by seething anger. My lord, please do not rush. I shall instruct our informants in Shuzhou to further investigate the situation regarding the Fushuan tribe. Let us not forget, this may very well be a scheme by the Shu people. Military strategist, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay. Was it not previously reported that the commoners were plotting to gather forces for an assault on Liangzhou? Should they truly dare to launch a winter offensive? Let us not forget the ferocity of Shuzhou's tiger-like warriors. Sima Xiu remained silent for a long while, sighed deeply, knowing that under these circumstances, he could no longer dissuade his lord. Every thread of evidence pointed towards the betrayal of the Fushuan tribe. Chapter 536. The sand covers the armor in the palace of Chengdu. Su Mu remained composed as he reviewed the intelligence that had been returned. Si Hu, squatting nearby, continued to play with a fake pearl, though he had exerted too much force, causing the glowing clay ball Su Mu had spent an entire day crafting to burst. Sun Sun, from today onward, assign someone to monitor the training grounds. No general is permitted to leave. My lord, you did not keep watch before, and now you speak of surveillance. Before Sun Sun could finish his sentence, he received a sharp rap on the head, causing him to grimace in pain and prompting hearty laughter from Si Hu, who was absorbed in his game. Silently crumpling the intelligence into a ball, Su Mu extended his hand, and beside him, Si Hu gloomily bit down without chewing, swallowing it whole. A few days prior, Sun Sun had emerged in the palace hall, accusing Qiao Yi of being Su Mu's arrangement. The reasoning was straightforward. In such circumstances, there must be a primary voice to lead. To put it bluntly, if Sun Sun were an insider, news of Jiazhou's fake death would have long since spread. Wenlong, what are your thoughts? Sitting in a chair, Jiazhou pondered for a moment. Indeed, Qiao Yi was exceptional. If I have not miscalculated, a rift had already developed between Liangzhou and the Fushuan tribe, potentially leading to a violent clash. With less than half a month remaining before winter sets in, I would suggest, my lord, that we directly attack Liangzhou. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's expression changed in surprise. Wenlong, please elaborate. On the side of Shuzhou, Sima Xiu would undoubtedly have a second plan. However, regardless of the circumstances, his secondary strategy would be executed under a tight time frame. My lord need not worry excessively. Currently, the advantage lies with Shuzhou. Both Chai Zong and Chao Yi have already assembled 2 elite armies. Furthermore, with the sudden turmoil arising in Liangzhou from the Fushuan tribe, this presents a splendid opportunity. If we wait until Dongwen stabilizes the Fushuan tribe, Shuzhou may find itself at a disadvantage once more. Jia Zhou's gaze was sharp. Even if the attack on Liangzhou fails to seize land, this time, it would certainly deliver a severe blow to Liangzhou. Naturally, before launching the attack, there remains one final strategy. This plan still requires the use of that insider to relay information back to Liangzhou. However, starting now, my lord may begin preparations. Wenlong, what is the second plan? Covering sand to wash armor. In ancient times, aside from fabric and wooden armor, cleaning with water could easily cause damage. Typically, a sand pit would be constructed, where the armor would be placed and stirred repeatedly with wooden sticks to absorb dirt and dried blood. Covering sand to wash armor equates to a cessation of conflict, allowing the armor to be cleaned for the winter. Jia Zhou's strategy was clear, to make Liangzhou believe that Shuzhou had no intention of attacking Liangzhou and was merely preparing for winter. Wenlong, I previously stated the need to attack Liangzhou. This is different. Without any intelligence regarding an attack being sent back to Liangzhou, Sima Xiu would not be convinced. At most, it would be perceived as Dongwen's impatient behavior. This Dong Yishao has endured for 23 years, yet suddenly his temperament has become increasingly irritable. Should the attack on Liangzhou succeed, our insider in Liangzhou would undoubtedly deserve significant credit. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar. Upon reflection, this insider truly had a miserable fate, being unwittingly manipulated by Jia Zhou several times. The news soon reached Liangzhou, where Dongwen, in a state of distress, eagerly unrolled the letter. After glancing at it a few times, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. Damn that commoner thief, truly believing himself to be significant. Military advisor. Please take a look. Sima Xiu took the letter, examined it in silence, and then set it aside. My lord, as anticipated, as winter approaches, the likelihood of Su Bu-yi attacking Liangzhou is quite low. The entire Shuzhou comprises merely 60 to 70,000 people, and he would not dare to rashly mobilize troops in Miyunzu. Moreover, we in Liangzhou still have Cangzhou's assistance. Now, my lord must devise a method to stabilize the turmoil of the Fushuan tribe. One must remain steadfast. My lord shall have the opportunity to conquer Shu next year. Speaking of which, Fu Sun truly seems to have lost his senses. Just yesterday, he gathered his troops once more, declaring vengeance and slaughtering 2 or 3 villages along the western border. Sima Xiu sighed, sensing the strangeness of the situation. My lord must not be blinded. Dongwen nodded. As winter approaches and the snow season nears, these matters ought to be resolved sooner rather than later. Sitting beside the hearth, Sima Xiu tilted his head, momentarily lost in thought. Recent events have increasingly slipped beyond his control. There is an elusive feeling, as if another hand is gripping his wrist. Strategist. The timing for entering Shu seems amiss. I must prepare early, Sima Xiu said, lowering his head. Regardless, I shall do everything in my power to assist my lord in the impending battle for Shu. After 3 days of washing the armor, Su Mu called a halt. To speak frankly, the internal support within Liangzhou is deeply concealed. Even the methods of sending messages astonish him. As of now, there are no leads whatsoever. My lord, the hero of Liju has awakened, Sun Sun reported urgently. He wishes to see you. As winter arrives with biting winds, instruct him to stay indoors. I shall visit shortly. By the way, Sun Sun, he should not meet me without knowing his name, unable to even utter the name of a great benefactor. My lord, I believe he is called Yin Hu, also known in the martial world as the 6th hero of Yin. The 6th hero of Yin? Sumu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is a world of martial arts, and it seems there is a name collision. Adjusting his robe, Su Mu proceeded towards the palace. With the expedition imminent and uncertain in duration, he did not wish to neglect this esteemed benefactor. Yin Hu pays his respects to the grand leader. Upon seeing Su Mu approach, he guessed his identity and disregarded his injuries, eager to rise and bow. No need to rush. Please take your time to recuperate, sir. Gazing at the figure before him, Su Mu fell into a contemplative silence. He had heard that trapped within Liangzhou, in the end, several of the 8 heroes of Liju burned their faces to disguise themselves and took employment with a small cloth merchant. The heavens lack righteousness, yet there are heroes in this world seeking it. Transitioning from the martial world to the court, countless encounters with death, all to carve out a brand new and clear realm for humanity. Rest assured, Mr. Yin, in the future, Shu shall not disappoint you. I, Yin Lu, am willing to serve as a minor officer in your campaign, to assist the Grand Leader in claiming the world. Suddenly, Yin Hu knelt on the bed, raising his hands high. Why do you bow so, Mr. Yin? Initially, Su Mu intended to wait until Yin Hu had fully recovered before assigning him to the Night Owl Group as a deputy. However, unexpectedly, Yin Hu expressed a desire to engage in battle. Throughout the world, there are countless righteous deeds. Yet only by quelling the chaos and establishing a new dynasty can we restore clarity and righteousness to the world. From the court to the martial world, it is not solely Li Jiqiu who embodies this awakened will. It has taken root like a sown seed. Yin Hu, I command you to be the commander before the tent. When you are healed, accompany this king to claim the world. Yin Hu bowed his head and accepted the command. Moved to the point of tears. Chapter 537. The campaign against Liangzhou. Unable to wait for his injuries to heal, Yin Hu donned a beast skin mask to conceal his scarred face, supporting himself as he began to follow Su Mu into battle. Su Mu had tried to persuade him, yet his efforts were in vain, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Even with the imminent attack on Liangzhou, Su Mu refrained from issuing any public orders, instead discreetly gathering a select group of trusted generals to formulate a strategy. Sun Sun, if a fly dares to emerge from the training grounds, I shall have Tiger directly deal with you. Upon hearing this, Sun Sun, who had been idly picking his nose in the palace, hastily made his way to the training grounds, keeping a vigilant eye on the remaining subordinate generals. Su Mu exhaled deeply. The informant was likely quite capable, having revealed no flaws thus far, truly deserving of the title of Sima Xiu's disciple. Menghua, you shall lead your 10,000 troops, traversing the verdant mountains outside Qingdu to encircle Liangzhou. Do not rush. The mission of the Pingman camp is merely to secure the mountain pass of Shuzhou. Given the potential for Sima Xiu to launch a surprise attack, your contingent is indispensable. Brother Mu, if that is the case, I shall accompany my son, Sima, who pleaded. I shall not take you with me, Menghua retorted dismissively, then departed upon receiving his orders. Sima, who felt wounded, pouting in discontent, anticipating that a few more words from Menghua would bring forth tears from the paternal figure. Su Mu cleared his throat and continued, Fan Lu, you shall serve as the commander of the infantry, leading 10,000 men to advance upon the Yuan stronghold. I accept the command, Fan Lu responded. Yuan, stationed in Muyun Prefecture, would not be returning anytime soon. Chai Zong had gone to Dingzhou, and Zhao Yi had also taken command of the extraordinary troops. Thus, Fan Lu was the most suitable general in Shuzhong at present. Additionally, Dou Tong would dispatch another 15,000 infantry along a separate route towards Liangzhou. Wei Feng, the last to stand, suddenly froze upon hearing his name. You shall take 5,000 cavalry to escort the supplies. My lord, am I to lead troops? If you are unwilling, I shall replace you with Sima Hu. Sima Hu, still nursing his grievances, hurried over to whisper pleadingly in Wei Feng's ear. My lord, I shall of course accept. Sima Hu grumbled as he retreated, not forgetting to kick Wei Feng twice as he left. The most suitable cavalry commander should have been Zhao Yi, but unfortunately, this general of the Wolf clan had been ensnared in Sima Xiu's treacherous scheme and could not return to Qingdu to lead his troops. This king shall command the central army, also possessing a mixed force of 20,000 infantry and cavalry, to march upon Liangzhou. Our objective this time is not necessarily to breach the city of Liangzhou, but at the very least, to seize the two border counties of Liangzhou. These counties are the closest to Shuzhou, yet still lie 500 to 600 miles away, separated by a buffer zone of over 100 miles. Unlike Shuzhou, which boasts the formidable Yuan Pass, the two border counties of Liangzhou can only be fortified with strongholds and heavily garrisoned. According to Su Mu's estimates, Liangzhou still possesses approximately 100,000 troops. Engaging a numerically superior force is traditionally a grave military folly. However, intelligence suggests that prior to resolving the affairs with the Fushuan tribe, at least half of Liangzhou's military strength will remain stationed along the border near Yumren Pass. The key lies in exploiting this temporal disparity. As Jiazhou remarked, this is indeed the most opportune moment for a surprise attack from Shuzhou. Otherwise, come spring of the following year, when Dongwen stabilizes the Fushuan rebellion, the situation may become increasingly dire. As winter approaches, Liangzhou faces bitter cold. Our soldiers in Shuzhou are each to carry an additional 3 coins worth of chili peppers, to serve as a means of warmth. Moreover, winter cloaks and ointments will be sent to the front lines, as Chun Sheng will find a way to deliver them. In summary, even if we cannot seize Liangzhou this time, we must catch Dong when off guard, thus ensuring our meticulous strategies are not in vain. My lord, what should I do? After a prolonged silence, Han Jiu, who had not heard his name for some time, grew somewhat anxious. Han Jiu, I will leave 5,000 men under your command to guard Qingdu. The little barbarian king is not far from Qingdu, should any trouble arise. Consult with him at the earliest opportunity. To be frank, Su Mu felt uneasy. He had initially intended to retain Jia Zhou, but upon reflection, he surmised that only Jia Zhou could contend with the old fox, Sima Xiao. Additionally, Dong Fangjing must remain in Yuqing of Mu Yunzhou to thwart the schemes of the Demon Queen. Han Jiu, Jia Zhou suddenly spoke. Military advisor, what is it? If misfortune should befall us, you may also confer with my young disciple. Han Jiu was taken aback. Young Master Dog Fu? But he is merely a child. In ancient times, one was considered a youth until the age of 15. Those who had not yet reached that age were generally regarded as mere children. Su Mu had inquired about Dog Fu's age, which seemed to be around 12. However, the once aspiring martial artist, Dog Fu, was now on the verge of abandoning martial pursuits for scholarly ones. Yet, Jia Zhou's keen insight had consistently recommended the young lad. Suddenly, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Su Mu. Perhaps, in a decade's time, he would indeed possess a general of unparalleled might. Indeed, Jia Zhou remarked with a smile. Ambition knows no age. Young Dog Fu has matured. Han Jiu's expression grew peculiar. Military advisor. I shall make it a point to inquire about him when I have the chance. That would be splendid, Jia Zhou nodded, retreating once more. Han Jiu. Remember this, safeguarding Qingdu requires utmost vigilance. Furthermore, do not rearrange the personnel at the training grounds. My lord, old Han understands. Han Jiu hastily clasped his fists in salute. Su Mu nodded in satisfaction and continued. In this campaign against Liangzhou, most of your subordinate generals will not accompany us. Select trusted individuals and bestow upon them personal tokens to serve as messengers. Su Mu had to exercise caution. He was certain that among the 30 or so individuals present at the training grounds, one was an undercover agent from Liangzhou. Those who rose through military merit in Shuzhou were not few. The system of military merit was straightforward. Since Su Mu ascended as the king of Shuzhou, it was not strictly necessary to behead or mutilate in battle. During combat, the commander would allocate troops, with military advisors recording the achievements. If the enemy was entirely annihilated, it constituted a collective merit. If a certain battalion broke through the enemy's defenses, it was recognized as the merit of that entire battalion. Additionally, there were merits for individual scouts, squads, and platoons. Individuals like Si Hu, who charged with axe in hand, would earn personal merit. The military achievements Si Hu accrued would suffice to sustain him with white bread for 8 lifetimes, particularly when dipped in meat sauce. While this system of military merit was indeed effective and economical, it bore its drawbacks. For instance, identifying a traitor could prove exceedingly challenging. The interwoven interests and mutual dependencies created a complex web. Chapter 538. The enemy is strong, yet I shall be stronger. Sun Sun will safeguard the training grounds. Furthermore, Han Jiu possesses a rather impetuous temperament, necessitating the presence of a steadfast companion. I have already instructed Wang Kenzitzi to remain in the royal palace during this period. Seated together in the carriage, Su Mu maintained a composed demeanor. Wang Kenzitzi, whose birth name is Wang Yong, is a learned scholar from Qingdu. Previously, he was imprisoned by the Dou family for his earnest counsel regarding the welfare of the people in Shu province. And it was only upon Su Mu's arrival in Shu that he was reinstated. Though somewhat pedantic, his calm disposition and profound understanding of various customs and strategic tactics render him invaluable. The recent ceremonies, including the heavenly offerings, were meticulously conducted by this venerable scholar. With Wang Kenzitzi by their side, Han Jiu would likely be reminded of prudence. Su Mu nodded silently, parting the carriage curtain to gaze upon the desolate landscape outside. As winter approached, the verdant mountains along the Shu road began to shed their lush green attire, leaving behind a panorama of withered yellow hues, which added an air of melancholy to the scenery. The army marched with urgency, the relentless sound of marching feet stirring up clouds of dust. Among the ranks were not without capable officers, yet their numbers were few. Those accompanying the campaign against Liang were primarily the seasoned veterans of Su's army. who had steadfastly followed Su Mu in repelling the northern Di as they entered Shu province. At this moment, a middle-aged officer, hand resting on his sword, rode alongside, urging the Shu province contingent to hasten their march. Speed is of the essence. Our Shu army shall strike like a well-drawn arrow, piercing the audacity of the Liang people. There were no ceremonial flags or auspicious omens. All that existed was a strategic division of troops poised for sudden assault. As the officer proclaimed, swiftness in warfare is paramount. This juncture represents the most opportune moment for Shu to strike against Liang, and Su Mu was determined not to squander it. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain in Qingdu during the winter, accompanying his expectant wife. What is the Lord pondering? Su Mu retracted his gaze and shook his head. Long. Although this venture into Liang is indeed a calculated risk, the temptation of this opportunity is too great to resist. With the assistance of the Fu Sun tribe, coupled with our well-placed ambush forces, and the Liang's belief that Shu would refrain from winter campaigning, all these elements present a rare and fortuitous chance. My lord, with Sima Xiu's intellect, he will swiftly devise a strategy. Thus, we must secure the 2 counties south of Liangzhou. Seated in the carriage, Jia Zhou offered a slight smile. After traversing the buffer zone between Shu and Liang, the march continued forward. If all went well, they would reach the borders of Liangzhou. At the border, 2 fortresses, positioned like interlocking horns, served as the southern bulwark of Liangzhou. Even without the formidable natural defenses of Yuan, these fortifications would not be easily overcome. Heavily garrisoned with seasoned generals, ample provisions, and the necessary supplies for a prolonged siege awaited reinforcements. Such heavily fortified cities could not be bypassed. Attempting to do so would only invite a tragic encirclement. In Shu province, at a military training ground 5 miles outside Qingdu, Sun Sun sat in a chair, idly picking his nose. Before Su Mu departed from Shu, he had sent a confidential letter, resulting in Sun directly relocating his belongings to the training grounds to keep an eye on the officers. The sound of approaching footsteps broke his reverie, prompting Sun Sun to startle, hastily wiping his fingers on the corner of the chair. General Sun, winter is upon us. If we continue training, the soldiers will surely suffer from the cold, remarked an officer with a smirk. Otherwise, why not inquire with the Lord yourself? Sun Sun retorted brusquely. He was born in the bustling streets, surrounded by notable figures, including the illustrious strategist Han Jiao, and even the fierce general who could not withstand his sharp tongue. Is the Lord in the palace? Sun Sun squinted with a smile. If the Lord is not in the palace, where else could he be? Very well, I shall inquire personally. Additionally, there is the matter of the winter robes that requires preparation. I shall leave the camp shortly. Do not venture out. Are you serious? Sun Sun's voice grew cold. The deputy general furrowed his brow. Today, as usual, we shall train. The princess of Shu is about to give birth. The Lord has no time to attend to you. Congratulations, the deputy general replied with a fist salute and turned to leave. Upon reaching a corner of the training ground, he suddenly lowered his head, lost in contemplation. In Qingdu, the expectant Jiang Kaiwei, supported by Li Xiaowan, sat on a stone bench in the palace's rear courtyard, both women with prominent bellies. Su Lang really is something. He just left without a word, Li Xiaowan expressed, a hint of anger in her voice. I prepared the branches. Yet he hasn't returned. Her words faltered, her voice thick with emotion. But Su Lang has gone to battle, Kaiwei's sister. War is perilous. Jiang Kaiwei offered a calm smile, gently stroking Li Xiaowan's hair, yet remained silent. The only semblance of waiting and anticipation flickered in her eyes. Her large belly prevented her from seeing him off, and the copper mirror meant to protect her husband hung from the persimmon tree in the courtyard. Under the sunlight, it would occasionally gleam, casting a light that would shield her husband and ward off all malevolent spirits. Beyond the palace courtyard, the young pup Fu donned a juvenile armor, slightly ill-fitting, lending him a comical appearance. The armor was a gift from his teacher, crafted by an old master at the ironworks, though it turned out to be a bit large. Fu's expression grew serious. He gazed intently at the desolate green mountains beyond Qingdu, tightly gripping the long sword at his waist. The youth brimmed with vigor, embodying the fervor of his age. Chen Zhong pays his respects to the Lord. Greetings, strategist. At Yuan, Chen Zhong raised his fists high and knelt in reverence. Having not returned to Qingdu for a long time, he had steadfastly guarded Yuan. Though somewhat isolated, he understood the profound trust his Lord placed in him, entrusting this crucial responsibility of safeguarding the gates to a surrendered general. Chen Zhong, Rise, Su Mu replied with a smile. He felt assured having Chunzhong around. In other words, with Chunzhong present, Yuan would remain exceedingly secure. It was precisely for this reason that the cunning fox Sima Xiu sought to devise a surprise attack on Qingdu. My lord, I have already dispatched all supplies from the stronghold. Furthermore, General Chao Yi may have grievances. I am acquainted with him and understand his character. Chunzhong. This is a ruse. Chao Yi has not betrayed us, Su Mu sighed. At this juncture, there was no need to conceal the truth from Chunzhong. This seasoned guardian, if burdened with worry, would be detrimental to the war effort. Moreover, Chao Yi's part in this affair was concluded. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Chunzhong paused, his expression instantly brightening. The earlier secrecy regarding the stronghold was merely a tactic to mislead the scouts from Liangzhou. I am to lead an expedition against Liang in 3 days. You shall then redeploy heavy troops to secure the stronghold. If the battle turns unfavorable, retreat to Yuguan. On the mountains along the Shu Road, the Pingman troops remain in ambush. Your 2 armies may coordinate to resist the enemy. Chunzhong's countenance fell in astonishment. My lord, the mountains of Shuzhou serve as a natural bulwark. How could enemy forces possibly invade? I would even consider breaching the Anling mountain range of Miyunzu. Under Sima Xiu's insidious machinations, both strategy and deployment had subtly elevated the response to Shuzhou's enemy situation. When the enemy is weak, I am strong. When the enemy is strong, I become even stronger. Chapter 539. The Strategy of 2 Cities. Chunzhong, should the conflict become protracted, coordinate with Chunsheng from the logistics camp, and devise a means to transport the subsequent supplies and provisions to the borders of Liangzhou. As winter approaches, ailments such as dysentery should not pose a threat. However, in cold weather operations, frostbite is highly likely, potentially leading to debilitating injuries. Henceforth, whether it be winter cloaks or the ointment concocted by Chen Ke, they must be promptly delivered to the front lines to minimize casualties among the soldiers. My lord, rest assured, Chunzhong shall not fail your command. Excellent. Su Mu smiled with satisfaction, affirming that he had not misjudged Chunzhong. The esteemed Chunzhong of Shuzhou is indeed worthy of his reputation as a great general. When victory is achieved and we return to Shuzhou, I hope General Chun will visit Qingdu, reunite with family, and partake in a grand feast with me. Chunzhong's face lit up with excitement as he bowed deeply to Su Mu. Rise, Su Mu instructed. He stepped away from the city wall, gazing down from his vantage point at the vast landscape before him. Whether it was the iron-willed young Marquis of Daji or the aged official from Guangzhou, they all beheld the kingdom with a longing gaze, not driven by personal desire, but by a yearning for peace and the prosperity of the common people. Now, it was his turn. Regardless of noble ideals or personal aspirations, he stepped forth carrying the hopes of countless citizens. Beneath the city of Yuguan, Su Mu's 2,000-strong mixed army had commenced their northern march, shrouded in the morning mist. Veteran soldiers of the Su family rallied the morale of the troops with voices like thunder. Su Mu descended from the city wall, and behind him, the usually taciturn Chunzhong suddenly expressed his fervor. My king, on the day of our triumphant return, I, Chunzhong, shall kneel in welcome for your army. Brother Mu, if we truly achieve victory, that General Chun will likely kneel until his legs break, remarked Si Hu with solemnity. Si Hu, the vanguard camp seems to have hunted 2 roe deer yesterday, Su Mu replied, lowering the curtain of his carriage and continuing to study the map alongside Jiazhou. Outside, Si Hu had already mounted his steed and galloped away. Wen Long, your proposed strategy is nothing short of brilliant. The 2 horn city gates. According to the principles of assault, if one is besieged, the other will dispatch reinforcements. My lord need only continue the tactic of encircling the besieged while engaging the reinforcements from the other city. However, this plan is fraught with peril. Each of these cities harbors 20,000 troops, while our forces for this campaign number only 50,000. If the defending forces discern our strategy, they need only hold their ground, and when the Liangzhou reinforcements arrive, we risk utter defeat. Fan Lu commands 10,000, Do Tong 15,000, and Wei Feng leads 5,000 light cavalry, while Su Mu maintains a stronghold of 20,000. Of course, this figure excludes the forces led by Chai Zong and Xiao Yi, as well as the pacification troops stationed in the mountains of Shuzhou. Thus, 50,000 represents the main offensive force. The remaining forces, until the opportune moment, must remain concealed. Reports indicate that the garrison of these 2 cities consists of formidable generals promoted through merit in the Liangzhou army. even in a strategy of siege and relief. The Lord must swiftly select a city to secure an advantage, instilling in the defenders a sense of impending breach, thereby signaling their allies for reinforcement through smoke signals. Jiazhou's assertion is both logical and reasonable. Otherwise, even if one were to besiege the city, should the defenders remain unperturbed, what need would there be for calls for assistance? Thus, a fierce confrontation is inevitable. After gaining an advantage in such a battle, if one of the cities perceives its inability to hold out, it would seek reinforcements. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that this battle for the two cities occurs before the entire Liangzhou army can come to the aid. While scouts have already been dispatched along the route, upon entering Liangzhou's borders, Su Mu does not believe they can continue to keep Sima Xiu and Dongwen in the dark. A surprise attack is merely a matter of exploiting the delay in enemy intelligence between the Wolf City of Yuan and Lu City, which shall be chosen. Jiazhou pointed to the left side of the map, suggesting, "My lord, Lu City would be the preferable choice." In truth, upon examining the map, Su Mu would also opt for Lu City if given the choice. Surrounding Lu City is a vast expanse of stone forest terrain, an essential passage for the reinforcements of Wolf City, ideal for ambushes. Furthermore, the wind and sand around Lu City are more intense, should fog arise. The defenders within the city would likely struggle to discern the encirclement of our forces. After departing from Shu, winter is drawing near. At this time of year, a persistent haze envelopes the march of the Shu people for several days. I concur with Wen Long. Su Mu's gaze was sharp as he lifted his head to observe the situation. Chapter 540. Utilizing the power of sand intelligence regarding the Shu forces quickly returned to Liangzhou City. Sitting upon the throne, Dong, when momentarily stunned, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Sima Xiu furrowed his brow, disbelief washing over his countenance. How dare they, those insurgents, attacking with fewer forces in the winter? After a moment of contemplation, Sima Xiu concluded that the matter concerning the Fushuan tribe must have been premeditated. There may be traitors within Liangzhou, possibly allies of Su Buyi. Traitors? Could it be another one of the strategist's disciples? Sima Xiu shook his head. Su Buyi was not favored by the aristocracy, and since the Lord valued the nobility, this seemed unlikely. I believe the one who has enmity with the Lord, Yudang Wang, is a far more plausible suspect. Furthermore, while Yudang Wang harbors animosity towards the Lord, he is also at odds with the Fushuan tribe. Alas, strategist, we can no longer afford to dawdle. Look, Su Buyi has already issued a decree against the insurgents. Furious, he added, the people of the world must recognize that the Liangzhou people should understand that I, Dongwen, am known for my filial piety. How could I commit fratricide? Sima Xiu's lips moved, ultimately shifting the subject. Su Buyi intends to launch a surprise attack. Even if the Lord mobilizes troops now, it will require several days, and with the march's schedule, they will miss the optimal moment for reinforcements. This is precisely why the decree against the insurgents has been proclaimed to the world. The Wolf City of Yuan and Lu City to the south of Liangzhou are undoubtedly Su Buyi's targets. Dongwen forced himself to regain composure. Strategist, Liangzhou still has 20,000 troops. We could send 2,000 as advance reinforcements. Otherwise, our 8,000 elite cavalry remain, capable of swift rescue. That is not advisable. The diminishing numbers will soon lead to our downfall at the hands of Su Buyi. The strategy of surrounding the enemy while attacking their supply lines has proven to be exceedingly difficult to counter throughout history. Even if these two cities fall, our Lord must await the assembly of a grand army before contemplating a rescue. The loss of even one of these fortified cities is unfathomable. It would be akin to a foot soiled by excrement stepping into one's pristine abode. Even in the event of a city's fall, our Lord must still wait for the forces to coalesce. Sima Xiu reiterated this, his voice growing increasingly grave. Engaging Su Buyi in battle requires one to not follow his strategy and allow oneself to be drawn into his trap. I recommend that our Lord pursue the opposite course of action. The opposite course? Sima Xiu nodded, his sharp, fox-like eyes gleaming with intensity. With the entirety of the Shu army deployed, Su Buyi's nature dictates that he will undoubtedly retain a reserve force. Once he learns of our unconventional tactics, the mountains surrounding Chengdu will likely conceal a hidden army, safeguarding the city. The strategist implies an assault on Chengdu. Sima Xiu closed his eyes momentarily, urging our Lord not to dwell on losses with the Fushuan tribe, but rather to directly apologize to their king and arrange a marriage with a member of the Dong clan. My lord, How could the royal family of Liangzhou marry into a foreign tribe? Furthermore, this situation is not solely a fault of Liangzhou. Should our lord continue to hold grievances, the western border forces will be unable to respond swiftly. Su Bai's Shu army will soon be at our gates. At worst, after the battle concludes, our lord can settle accounts in the autumn. What must be done now is to secure the alliance with the Fushuan tribe. Dongwen gritted his teeth, trembling slightly. I have already devised a plan to infiltrate Chengdu. With an additional tactic, Su Bai's mountain defenses will be rendered ineffective. Sima Xiu furrowed his brow. At that point, Su Bai will face two choices: to continue his campaign against Liangzhou or to return to aid Shu. In such circumstances, the common man, who cares for the welfare of the people, will likely choose the latter, either dispatching reinforcements or retreating home. Dongwen paused, contemplating. Strategist, if this transpires, the peril facing Liangzhou will be alleviated. No, let us turn the tables. Our lord should mobilize the Grand Army to hold back the Shu forces, should our home fall. Not only Su Bai, but the soldiers of Shu will lose heart and falter, potentially decimating 30% of the Shu army and diminishing Su Bai's vigor. Dongwen finally exhibited a flicker of hope. Strategist, please elaborate on this new tactic. My lord, do not rush. This plan is fraught with danger and requires careful deliberation. Before anything else, once our lord has gathered his forces, he must stand firm against the approaching Shu army. Let Liangzhou suffer from illness. Then seize the opportunity to launch a winter campaign, truly a masterstroke. As dawn broke, a deputy general atop the city walls of Lu City anxiously scanned the horizon. The Shu forces are besieging the city. The clarion call of the Shu army's horns began to resonate throughout Lu City. Under the shrouded sky, ranks of Shu infantry advanced in perfect formation, steadily tightening their grip on the city gates. Surround the city, shouted a veteran officer of the Shu army, raising his sword, his face contorting into a fierce grimace from the force of his roar. Our lord commands. Encircle 3 and cut off 1, trapping Lu City. Shu South Camp. Encircle the East Gate. Daochong, clad in armor and wielding a blade, led a contingent of 15,000 men forward. Shu West Camp advanced toward the South Gate. Fang Ru, unwilling to be outdone, marched forth with an army of 10,000. The sound of their marching feet and the clinking of armor resonating as they advanced towards the southern gate of Lu City. The western gate was only defended by 3,000 troops. Su Mu, mounted on General Feng, remained stationed at the camp with nearly 20,000 soldiers, maneuvering the phalanx to approach the northern gate of Lu City. Though Lu City was a flat terrain, it lay on the arid borders of Liangzhou, devoid of protective moats. Jia Zhou, draped in a heavy cloak, emerged from his carriage. As the first battle against the Shu invasion commenced, the city stood tall and fortified, resembling a turtle encircled. Su Mu, firmly grasping the reins, stood beside Jia Zhou, both gazing towards Lu City in the distance. According to their strategy, to successfully implement the tactic of surrounding and striking assistance, they first needed to severely weaken Lu City. With 20,000 defenders, capturing the city would prove to be no trivial endeavor. The main commander of the city was Ronggong, a man in his 30s, akin to Qin Zhong of Shu Prefecture, who had served commendably in defense. However, compared to Qin Zhong's adeptness, Ronggong was somewhat lacking. Jia Zhou recalled the past, turning to Su Mu, reflecting on the arduous campaign when their lord first entered Shu with a meager force to assault Banan City. Yet now, their lord had established a formidable army capable of advancing both south and north, leading the charge to conquer lands. Su Mu nodded, firmly believing that warfare was a contest of wits and strategies between tacticians, rather than a mere spectacle of cunning against folly. Empathy dictated that if he were the defender of Lu City, he would distribute his forces among the 4 gates for a steadfast defense. During their campaign in Muyan Prefecture, they had employed the clever stratagem of changing armaments, which was no longer applicable now. Back then, fortune favored them with a contingent of inept noblemen, easily dispatched, while also sealing the news of reinforcements. The battlefield was ever-changing. The same strategy, such as surrounding and striking assistance, required a different approach to yield effectiveness. My lord, this battle can leverage the situation, Jia Zhou mused. When long? How shall we do so? He bent down, scooping a handful of sand from the ground, letting it scatter in the wind. We shall harness the momentum of the sand. Chapter 541. Constructing a sand city. Sand is formless and intangible. Throughout history, the notion of scattered sand has persisted. Yet Jia Zhou now proposed to utilize the power of sand. Su Mu, having great faith in this cunning strategist, replied, "My lord, we can construct several small sand fortifications using wooden frameworks. We shall position men atop these sandy structures. 1,000 will raise the sand, blinding the defenders. While the defenders would not be truly blinded, the gusts of wind stirring up the sand would impede their ability to fight effectively. The wooden framework would serve as a mold, containing the sand and forming a stable small sand city. Jiazhou's strategy aimed to harry the defenders, exhausting them in their defense. Approaching winter, with the northwestern winds prevailing, Su Mu could conceal the crossbowmen, shrouded from view, near the city gates. Once the sand fortifications were erected and the skies filled with swirling dust, they would launch their assault on the northern gate, undoubtedly achieving unexpected results. Wen Long's ingenious strategy did not squander time. Su Mu swiftly set the plan into motion, ordering the collection of wood to construct the frames, while assessing the wind direction, securing them on the western side of Lu City's northern front. "General Rome, what are these Shu people up to on the battlements of Luqing?" A subordinate general furrowed his brow and spoke. "They are constructing a sand fortress." Rong Gong, his face adorned with a thick beard, also frowned deeply. He could not comprehend why they would choose such a distant location for the sand fortress. Moreover, a sand fortress was hardly the best strategy. A single volley of fire oil arrows could easily incinerate the mountain. Certainly, if they were too far away, they would be unable to hit their target. "General Rome, the Shu forces are formidable. If not, we should raise the signal smoke of the sand willows and urgently summon reinforcements from the troops of Wanlang City." "No," Rong Gong coldly interrupted. "Throughout history, the strategies of attacking cities and seeking aid have been numerous. In the current situation, hastily requesting assistance from Wanlang City would not be a wise course of action. The methods of the common bandits are treacherous. If we do so, we would be falling into their trap. Regardless, our lord will receive the news and dispatch a great army to quell the unrest. Our task is simply to hold Luqing." The subordinate general reluctantly assented. "But general, I still fail to understand the utility of constructing a sand fortress from such a distance." Rong Gong fell silent, unable to ascertain any rationale himself. 3 days passed. Su Mu, in the central military tent, diligently measured the wind direction. He feared that the heavens would not cooperate, playing tricks on him once more. Fortunately, the northwestern wind remained steady, presenting no issues. A mere half a mile from Luqing, 5 rudimentary sand fortresses were finally erected. Due to the haste of construction, the anticipated 1,000-man sand brigade did not materialize, resulting in only 700 participants. This number fell within Su Mu's acceptable range. "Playing with sand?" Sihu stared incredulously. "Brother Mu, can we urinate and mold it? Upon our return to Chengdu, I will inquire with your wife." Sihu's face turned pale. No, I must go play with sand right away." "Be careful," Su Mu replied with a smile. "My lord, it is about to begin." Jiazhou approached, his voice still calm. "Having guarded this place for years, the soldiers of Luzhou will undoubtedly possess gauze screens to shield against the sand and dust. However, such screens will equally obstruct their vision, diminishing the combat effectiveness of the defenders by at least 70%. Imagine, during a defensive battle, when visibility is impaired. The actions and judgments during the fray would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Our Shu army will commence our assault on Luqing from the northern gate." As the frontline conflict was about to commence, the subordinate generals trapped in the training ground of Chengdu grew increasingly impatient. Yet, Sun Sun was also a straightforward man. He would slam his knife onto the table at the slightest disturbance. Initially, he had shown no regard even for the renowned general of tigers, and these subordinate generals, being strangers to him, were not worth his time for pleasantries. He directly brandished his blade. "It's you again," Sun Sun sneered, pressing down on the knife on the table. The leading subordinate general fell silent for a moment, then sighed and spoke. "General Sun, we are all colleagues. Such behavior may not win you the support of the others. This is how I am. If our lord blames me in the future and demands my head, I will accept it. Let me reiterate, remain here in the training ground. With the soldiers all reassigned, how can we practice?" One of them asked. "Isn't this what you mean? Trapping us like livestock awaiting slaughter?" The leading subordinate general turned back, attempting to stir the emotions of the camp. Unfortunately, only a handful were willing to stand by him. The rest, upon seeing Sun Sun's demeanor, understood it was the will of the Shu king. "Seize this man!" Sun Sun roared in fury. "He is a brash individual, daring to act independently in martial affairs and transport goods over long distances without prior consultation with Hanjiu. Deep down, aside from his lord and the princess, as well as his elder brother Hanjiu, he regards everyone else with disdain, even the fierce General Hu. You scoundrel! How dare you bind me? You rely solely on a mere recommendation? What skills do you truly possess? If you have the gall, throw me into the dungeons. When my lord learns of this, you shall receive 30 lashes. Sun Sun boasted, you resemble a spy more than I do. Seize him and take him to the dungeons. When my lord inquires, inform him that I, Sun Sun, have apprehended a notorious thief. You scoundrel, you cannot escape 30 lashes for bullying your peers. The officer continued to berate him, but as he was turned away by several soldiers, a barely perceptible smirk crossed his face. Little dog Fu, do not linger. Come and have a bowl of hot soup, Jiang Kaiwei said tenderly, holding out a steaming bowl. Before her stood little dog Fu, clad in armor, hand resting on his sword, seemingly draped in a red blanket fashioned into a cape. Do not be alarmed, Your Highness. Han Xing has been entrusted with a vital mission and will surely protect both princesses. Jiang Kaiwei felt a mix of exasperation and nostalgia, recalling how this child, once playing in the streets, had now become enamored with military life. I command you, little dog Fu, to drink the soup. In the field, one must heed the orders of the sovereign. With a sudden crunch, Zhuge Ke entered the palace, nonchalantly digging his nose and kicking little dog Fu into the dirt. Do not be overly anxious. After all, you are the sole disciple of Master Jia. I sincerely hope you become a formidable general. Zhuge Ke smirked, pulling little dog Fu up and brushing off the dirt, his expression betraying a lingering amusement. If you stop eating candied hawthorn, who will I deceive next? You have been the easiest to trick these past couple of years. To the surprise of both Zhuge Ke and Jiang Kaiwei, this child, barely past adolescence, did not cry or curse as before. Instead, he stood tall and offered a respectful salute to Zhuge Quebec. As you say, Master Han Xing is grateful for your guidance. What in the world? This child is truly remarkable, Zhuge Ke exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Jiang Kaiwei observed the scene, and a flicker of pride appeared in her eyes. General Han Xing, finish your soup before resuming your watch. Understood. Little dog Fu nodded respectfully, draining the bowl and then turning back to his post, steady and vigilant. Zhuge Ke hesitated momentarily, deciding against further frivolity, and his face broke into an unmistakable smile as he watched little dog Fu. Dear daughter-in-law, may you give birth soon. This is for you. Zhuge Ke produced a small pouch filled with herbs he had prepared for nurturing and calming. To be honest, the three fathers of Su's child are nearly driven mad with the thought of becoming grandfathers. They cannot even drink wine or sing the yellow tunes properly. Huh? What if, upon returning victorious, he finds his son does not recognize him, but instead acknowledges 3 grandfathers? Would he not be furious? Jiang Kaiwei stood in the wind, silent for a moment, before a hopeful smile graced her lips. Chapter 542. Siege of Lu City. In the southern border of Liangzhou, the sky was shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with a sandy hue. Outside the city of Lu, the momentum of the siege grew ever more formidable. General Rong's countenance darkened suddenly. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the forces from Shu were preparing to launch their assault on the city. At the northern gate, the stronghold of the commoners' rebels lay. General Rong was acutely aware of this, yet he found it perplexing that, at such a critical juncture, the rebel Su Mu had ordered the construction of several small sand fortifications. These diminutive structures were immovable and situated far beyond effective range, rendering them virtually useless. The rebels would not engage in futile endeavors. Could these small sand fortifications be mere signal beacons? Were they intended to ignite beacons of smoke to lure reinforcements from the city of Wanlang? It must be said that General Rong's thoughts reflected the prudence of a seasoned commander. Yet, could the rebels truly be so naive? The signals of different regions varied significantly. For instance, the smoke signals from Liangzhou were uniquely crafted, a mixture of willow fluff and the night droppings of sand wolves. Since the collapse of the dynasty, the concept of unified communication had long ceased to exist. Each region possessed its own method for transmitting signals. As General Rong pondered these complexities, he was suddenly jolted by the resounding beat of drums and the blaring of horns, echoing in the air. General, the Shu forces have commenced their assault. Rong gritted his teeth and unsheathed his long sword with a sharp clang. He announced to the guards at each gate, the vanguard must hold their ground. The reserve troops stand by for orders, and any deserters from the backup troops shall be executed without mercy. Citizens, hasten to prepare the supplies for the defense, should we miss the opportunity for battle. Those responsible shall be deemed spies for Shu. Defend the city. Riding on horseback, Su Mu raised his hand coldly, pointing toward the city of Lu. Behind him, Wei Xiaowu had already led the flag battalion, elevated and waving the Su banner, fluttering in the sandy wind. The northwestern winds continued unabated. Jiazhou lifted his head. This stratagem, while not a grand masterstroke of strategy, was at least the most effective means of confronting the defenders of Lu at this moment. My lord, as soon as the siege formations approach the city gates, we shall commence. Following the wind's direction, the attacking Shu army would undoubtedly be affected to some extent. However, the greatest impact would still be on the defenders of Lu. My lord, the attacking forces at the other two locations have also begun their assaults. The other two locations referred to the armies of Fan Lu and Daochong, with only the western gate remaining unassaulted, though ambush troops were stationed there to eliminate any defenders daring to flee. Surrounded on three sides, from generals to lieutenants, all understood the implications. Regrettably, the instinct for survival could lead the beleaguered defenders to succumb to despair, their morale shattered, leaving them to panic and flee aimlessly. Su Mu nodded, raising his gaze toward the northern gate of Lu, his eyes alight with battle fervor. Behind him, many seasoned veterans of the Su family army roared in unison, organizing their ranks, wielding swords and shields, and advancing steadily toward the city. The crossbow units had a limited range, only effective amidst the chaos of the defenders. Instead, the longbow infantry closely followed the formations, drawing their bows high, fingers poised on the strings, waiting for the moment to unleash a torrent of arrows. Catapult units, shouted an elderly commander of the Su family army, his hair streaked with gray, wielding his blade with fervor. A line of 7 or 8 catapults, their wheels leaving deep ruts in the sandy terrain, stood ready as hundreds of soldiers began to fill leather pouches with massive stones. If only they had access to saltpeter, they could unleash explosive projectiles. Regrettably, in the vast expanse of Shuzhou's 14 counties, no significant deposits of saltpeter had been discovered. Zhou Zun, the iron procurer, had already offered his apologies on multiple occasions. The drums sounded a command, fire the catapults. Amidst the fog, the skies above Lu City seemed unchanged. Yet an undercurrent of agitation rippled through the air, as if the heavens themselves were about to rupture. Boom! The first boulder shattered a segment of the defensive wall, obliterating several bewildered guards in an instant, reducing them to mere pulp. Following this, an increasing barrage of boulders rained down upon the northern gate of Lu City, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Some newly arrived soldiers from Liangzhou, still unaccustomed to the chaos of battle, coughed helplessly as the dust enveloped them. Defend. Defend with caution. Avoid the Shu forces' ranged attacks. Rong Gong, clad in armor and shielded by loyal retainers, paced atop the city walls, issuing urgent commands. If the Shu formation approaches, retaliate immediately. Outside the city gates, under the cover of the catapults, the advancing Shu army drew ever closer. Relay the order to raise the sand. Su Mu coolly commanded. By the orders of our lord, hasten to raise the sand above the sand city. A scout, flag in hand, galloped back with fervor, announcing the command. On several sand constructions, 700 Shu soldiers, upon receiving their orders, raised countless pouches made of cloaks and armor. Once filled with sand, these soldiers began to elevate them against the wind. Before long, driven by the shifting breeze, clouds of dust surged toward the northern gate of Lu City. In an instant, the dust storm engulfed the area. The guards stationed at the northern gate, tense and prepared for battle, were taken aback as the blinding sandstorm swept in, obscuring their vision and stinging their noses. Many soldiers, who had drawn their bows, were forced to lower their weapons, frantically waving their arms to dispel the encroaching dust. Where did this sandstorm come from? Rong Gong, tilting his face upward, fought the urge to curse, spitting out mouthfuls of sand. Having resided in Lu City for some time, he was no stranger to dust storms. However, this particular tempest was far more ferocious than any he had encountered before. It felt as though the very sand were being shoved into his mouth. A moment of clarity struck him, and he quickly redirected his gaze, striving to peer through the swirling dust toward the hastily erected sand fortifications. General Rome, the Shu forces are continuously raising sand from those fortifications, an anxious officer reported. Quickly, instruct the guards to cover their faces. Signs of panic began to emerge atop the northern city walls. With the catapults and sandstorm providing cover, and without a protective moat, The rudimentary fortifications proved utterly inadequate for defense. Scale the walls. Countless formations of Shu soldiers commenced placing ladders against the battlements, while 3 massive siege towers drew ever nearer to the city gates. Amidst the enveloping fog and swirling dust, it loomed before them like a 3-headed behemoth. The defenders of Lu City, the people of Shu, were poised to make their advance. Quickly, to the battlements. Rong Gong's countenance turned pale, and in a moment of clarity, he began to grasp Shu's stratagem. Despite his inherent caution, he found himself ensnared by their cunning. Chapter 543, The Scheme of Sima Jing Coughing. The multitude of Shu troops below the city, though forewarned, suffered greatly under the relentless onslaught of sand and dust. Indeed, when comparing the two sides, the defenders atop the walls faced far graver peril. Face veils. The defenders donned their veils, while the attacking soldiers of Shu swiftly followed suit, leaving only their eyes exposed. Stung red by the abrasive particles. Crossbows. The Shu crossbowmen, positioned close to the city walls, hastily withdrew a few paces, raising their crossbows to unleash a volley of bolts upon the defenders. Over 100 soldiers were struck, screaming as they plummeted from the heights. Fire another round. After several volleys, the leading Shu soldiers began to brandish their blades, swiftly scaling the makeshift ladders propped against the walls. Roll the logs down. Rong Gong shouted urgently, commanding the shield bearers to form a barrier against the blustering sandstorm. This action yielded limited effectiveness. Yet, in this dire moment, Rong Gong saw no other recourse. His sole focus was to staunchly defend the northern gate of Lu City. Announced to the laborers within the city to prepare large cauldrons and boil water with the carcasses of beasts to aid in the defense. Rong Gong proved to be a formidable general, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. Jia Zhou held his head high, showing no hint of despair. However, the offensive was relentless, merely a matter of stubborn resistance. Sumu nodded, acknowledging that the siege formations had now mostly encroached upon the gates of Lu City. Having missed the initial chance to thwart the assault, any further attempts, as Jia Zhou had articulated, would only amount to desperate resistance. At best, they could attempt to utilize the supplies within the city to impede the Shu forces. The siege was upon them, and the threat loomed as the enemy approached the city walls. Should Lu City find itself in peril, it would not be long before the signal fires were lit. The siege tower advanced 10 more paces. The massive siege tower, propelled forward, resembled a colossal beast, casting its gaze over the entirety of Lu City. Within the dust storm, numerous defenders sought to brandish their weapons and shields, eager to peer forward. Yet, unexpectedly, another volley of arrows rained down, and countless defenders cried out in agony, meeting their demise on the spot. Fire arrows, direct them at the siege tower. Rong Gong paced anxiously, paying no heed to the swirling dust, as he issued commands with urgency. Steady yourselves, everyone, hold your ground. The reserve troops, immediately to the city gates. Catching his breath, Rong Gong struggled to lift his gaze. Visibility was severely compromised in the dust, and he was acutely aware that an increasing number of Shu soldiers were seizing the opportunity to close in on the gates. General Rong, the Shu siege tower is clad in fire-resistant hides. Damn it! General Rong, the Shu battering ram is nearly at the city gates. General, reports from the east and south gates indicate the Shu assault is ferocious. General, perhaps we should seek reinforcements. Rong Gong gritted his teeth, directing the defense while constantly contemplating their predicament. 10 miles to the east of Lu City lies a natural stone forest, which serves as the essential route for reinforcements from the city of Wanlang. Jia Zhou maintained a composed demeanor. If Rong Gong deemed Lu City to be in peril, he would summon reinforcements from Wanlang City, thus ensuring the success of the Lord's strategy for assistance. Conversely, the mobilization of forces from the heart of Liangzhou would require considerable time for assembly, in addition to organizing provisions and rallying laborers, which I estimated would take at least 10 days. This period presented the best opportunity for the Lord to seize the two cities. Securing a foothold for the offensive against Liang would signify a pivotal advancement for our cause in Shu. After discussing the favorable prospects, Jia Zhou's cautious nature led him to broach a topic of concern. It was not mere suspicion. Rather, I felt compelled to acknowledge that Sima Xiu would undoubtedly employ stratagems, even in adverse circumstances, to pressure our Shu forces into retreat. Moreover, it was likely he would exploit this situation to launch a counterattack. Sima Xiu indeed represented the greatest obstacle to our campaign against Liang, a sentiment deeply resonated with Su Mu. In light of current events, Su Mu was inclined to believe that Sima Xiu had already begun devising his plans. First, we must capture the two cities, he asserted. This is imperative. With a time frame of around 10 days, if our strategies are astute, we may very well succeed in taking them. Generally, a siege is fraught with challenges. Capturing a city within 1 or 2 months is considered swift. However, we are fortunate this time to have employed Jia Zhou's strategy of using sandstorms, combined with the tactic of besieging while feigning retreat, which may indeed yield success. Wanlang City is not too distant from Lu City. I estimate it can be reached within a day. The stone forest beyond Lu City serves as our opportunity for ambush. All preparations are in place. We await only the signal from Lu City's smoke signals. Under the current fog, visibility was limited. Yet Su Mu understood that such urgent signals would typically be colored to facilitate communication through the haze. Brother Mu, the fire has been ignited. The fire has been ignited. Upon hearing Sima Hu's exclamation, Su Mu paused, then quickly looked up. On the wolf smoke platform atop Lu City's northern wall, 2 columns of brownish-yellow smoke rose amidst the dust. Su Mu's expression brightened. Quickly, inform Daochong and Fan Lu that we shall leave only 5,000 troops at the gates to simulate an attack. The remainder must swiftly take position in the stone forest. Dearest Wanlang, your efforts are appreciated. After issuing the command, Su Mu turned to Jia Zhou and offered a respectful bow. My lord, please be assured. Jia Zhou returned the gesture with a smile and mounted his carriage. Longbow, protect the strategist. Rest assured, even at the cost of my life, Su Changong will safeguard the strategist. The bowmen rallied their forces to shield the carriage as they hastened toward the stone forest. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of Lu City, the assault was fervently underway. Having lost the initial advantage of defense, the garrison atop the walls could do little but hope for the swift arrival of reinforcements to assist in repelling the enemy. Standing upon the battlements, Rongong's countenance darkened significantly. He realized that Su Bai had anticipated nearly every move. For instance, this appeal for assistance was likely a tactic employed by the Shu forces. Yet there was no alternative. He had to take a gamble, for under the current circumstances, it would not be long before Lu City fell. Damn it, these Shu people are relying on treachery. When will the reinforcements from Wanlang City and the Lord's forces arrive? In Liangzhou City, Dongwen was restless, unable to find solace. The intelligence from the front lines has cast a shadow of worry upon his countenance these past few days. Military strategist, Lu Qing is in peril. I am aware, replied Sima Xiu, his tone calm. In times like these, the Lord must remain steadfast. If we cannot assemble a grand army and dispatch it in segments, our efforts will be in vain. The Fushuan tribe has sent a letter, expressing their willingness to set aside past grievances and join forces once more with our Lord. This rare piece of good news momentarily lifted Dongwen's spirits. My lord, I propose we split our forces into 2 routes. Split our forces? Sima Xiu nodded. The Lord shall lead one army southward to provide aid, while I shall command another to take a detour towards Shuzhou. Dongwen appeared taken aback, as the strategist seemed inexperienced in commanding troops. If that is the case, I shall send a general to accompany you. Sima Xiu shook his head. It is not merely about having fought in 100 battles. Please, my lord, rest assured that Sima will not fail in his mission. Chapter 544. The White Feather Knight Bao. The one who holds the string controls the realm above Lu Qing. The rising smoke of war lingered persistently. Amidst the swirling sands and enveloping mist, a rare, yet foreboding sight emerged. To Su Mu, it symbolized death. Jia Zhou, having departed for reinforcements, led a multitude of over 10,000, gathered from Daochong and Fan Lu, to execute an ambush around the Shilin area. Su Mu was inclined to believe that, taking advantage of the terrain, this would lead to a resounding victory. Notify the 3 armies to continue the siege. There must be no mistakes. Su Mu's voice resonated with gravity. The entirety of Lu Qing teetered on the brink of collapse, beneath the relentless storm of sand. Even with their visors drawn, the defending troops could not perform as they typically would. The howling projectiles, accompanied by the thunderous roars of battle, relentlessly crashed against the city gates. Whenever the barrage ceased, the defenders, peering from behind the parapets, disregarded the dust and smoke, hastily boiling water and drawing bows, shooting downwards in a frenzy. Return fire. Shoot down these Shuzhou curs, shouted the various commanders stationed atop the walls. With a creaking sound, the monstrous siege ladders finally approached the city gates. Utilizing the ladder's reach, Countless Shuzhou soldiers brandished shields and blades, leaping onto the walls, used spears and halberds, blocked the Shuzhou men. Nearly a half-zhang-long line of pikes formed a formidable barrier against the siege ladders, thrusting continually towards the approaching enemy. The unsteady Shuzhou soldiers were impaled and tumbled from midair, their bodies falling into the chasms below. Heavy crossbows target the advancing siege ladders. Rong trembled. Barely on the first day, the defense had proven extraordinarily arduous. The Shuzhou forces drew near under the cover of dust, and the defenders had lost the initiative. Henceforth, they could only adopt a passive stance at the city gates. General Rong, the Shuzhou men have begun their assault. Bring up the reserve battalion. General, there are too many soldiers atop the gates. It may lead to congestion. Should a rain of projectiles descend, many would be unable to evade. There's no time for that. Rong gritted his teeth. Casualties are inevitable, but if we can withstand this first wave, we may yet have a chance. Having withstood the initial onslaught, they now awaited the reinforcements from Wanlang City to arrive swiftly and encircle the Shuzhou forces outside the walls. Under Rong's orders, the 3,000-strong reserve battalion at the northern city gate took up their weapons and surged towards the battlements. The enemy has positioned their city shields closely against the walls, rendering the direct fire of the crossbow battalion nearly ineffective. Under the command of the subordinate general, they are forced to retreat, switching from crossbows to bows, drawing taut the bowstrings, and releasing a barrage of arrows that arc gracefully before descending upon the enemy ranks atop the city walls. 100 or so Shu soldiers, armed with shields, have formed a defensive shield formation to buy time for their comrades to ascend the walls, douse them in oil, and burn them. Rong's expression remains inscrutable, his face unmasked and stained a deep ochre by the swirling sands. Awaiting the moment when the oil is ignited, several flaming arrows descend into the once orderly shield formation, igniting it in a sudden blaze. The 100 shield bearers of the Shu army, in agony, choose to charge into death, discarding their shields and rushing towards the enemy, flames enveloping them as they roar in defiance. From his steed, Su Mu observes the fire at the corner of the city wall, his heart growing heavy. Even with the advantage of the dust storm, the challenge of breaching the city remains formidable. Throughout history, the brutality of siege warfare has always been harrowing. Advance the siege engines, Su Mu commands coldly. By the order of our lord, push the siege engines forward immediately. The directive echoes through the ranks, and soon, clad in heavy armor, the siege captain C, who leads over 1,000 men, charging once more. The previous engine had reached the city gate only to be shattered by falling boulders. General Rong, another siege engine, is approaching. Assign 500 men to each side of the city gate. Even if we must use our bodies to block it, we shall hold them back. Rong grips his sword, struggling for breath. The situation grows increasingly dire. The ragtag rebels outside the city show no intention of ceasing their assault, seemingly intent on breaching the gates without delay. Should the gates fall, not only would they forfeit any hope of reinforcements, but they themselves would be doomed. Damn these treacherous Shu people, and Su Buyi, with his despicable tactics. How does he deserve to be the heir of Lord Yuan? General, be cautious. Several trusted aides shout, swiftly raising their shields. A resounding explosion reverberates painfully in Rong's ears. When he regains his senses, he finds that, in an effort to protect him, 4 or 5 of his loyal aides have been crushed by falling stones, their remains obliterated. Rong, amidst the chaos, raises his voice in fury. Outside Lu City, darkness descends. The relentless siege that has lasted a day shows no signs of abating. Occasionally, the sound of crumbling stone echoes faintly from afar. Jiazhou sits silently upon the ground, glancing back towards Lu City from time to time. He is acutely aware that his lord continues to fight fiercely, striving to capture Lu City as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, he, as the ambushing force, is tasked with intercepting reinforcements from Wolf City. Were it not for insufficient troop strength, he would not resort to such a strategy. However, the forces dispatched from Shu State have already reached their limit. As for the troops in Muyun State, he and his lord had previously conferred, ultimately deciding against deploying them. Should the Witch Empress forge a secret alliance with Liangzhou and take advantage of Muyun State's mobilization, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Military advisor. It is still early. Perhaps we should rest for a while, Gonggo suggests cautiously. On the battlefield, one must never be careless with the longbow. I would rather endure fatigue than miss any opportunity for victory. Jia Zhou furrowed his brow, aware of the ambush in the stone forest. I estimate that the enemy's vanguard consists of thousands of cavalry. Eager for reinforcements, they are unlikely to take a circuitous route. To bypass the stone forest would require a detour of at least several dozen miles. Military advisor, both sides of the stone forest are already fortified. After a moment of contemplation, Jia Zhou feared that the enemy might retreat halfway if startled. Chonggong. Take 2,000 men and lie in wait at the entrance of the stone forest, ready to ensnare the enemy and block their retreat with boulders. This task is not without peril. If fortune does not favor us, you may find yourself encircled. Su Chonggong accepted the command without hesitation. Jia Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Among the generals of Shu Prefecture, you alone can truly be considered a transformative figure. Before Jia Zhou, the skilled archer, who had once been a mere beggar, held his head high and smiled resolutely. Fate is inherent, often tragic or laden with sorrow, yet those who defy destiny and undergo transformation are often hailed as heroes. Standing tall, the archer moved with purpose. As of today, he was no longer a mere vagrant, but a dignified general, fighting alongside his lord to conquer the realm. Divine archery camp, he proclaimed, his voice resonating with youthful vigor. I shall follow General Su. In this life, I shall vanquish foes with arrows, with my white-feathered knight bow. The stringholder shall bring peace to the realm. Chapter 545. Capture the thief by seizing the king. The commander of Wolf City, named Dong Chu, is a collateral branch of the Liangzhou royal family. To be precise, he shares some lineage with King Dong I of Liang, albeit their connection is somewhat tenuous. Though not a formal disciple, he is considered a practitioner of the Liangzhou wolf arrow tradition. Carrying a horn bow and robust in stature, Dong Chu, nearing 50, remains spirited. Gazing upward with his weathered face adorned by a tiger head helmet, he is filled with martial fervor. General, we are less than 50 miles from Lu City. Dispatch more scouts to ascertain the situation there. The smoke signals from Lu City seeking assistance bring him joy. That fine bow in his hands has long been thirsty for blood. The Dong family has held sway in Liangzhou for centuries, and within their ancestral temple stands a military platform. He constantly prays for a resounding victory, leveraging the power of his treasured bow and the strategies within his heart to enter the Dong family military platform with honor. As for the death of the old king, he feels little sorrow. It is high time that a proactive leader arises in the vast Liangzhou's 8 counties. Clearly, Dongwen fits the bill. My treasured bow shall soon taste blood. Marching swiftly, he coordinated with the defenders of Lu City to encircle Su Bu Yi of Shu. A day later, the skies over southern Liangzhou grew increasingly dark. The Shu army's assault showed no signs of abating. As weary troops retreated, fresh formations surged forth to replace them, continuing the siege and slaughter. Likewise, atop the ramparts of Lu City, in a bid to hold the line, Rongong even mobilized reserve troops, employing every possible means to stave off the relentless Shu assault. General, the soldiers are utterly exhausted. Even drawing the bow is a struggle. I am well aware. Rongong gritted his teeth. In this dire situation, not only the soldiers, but even I have gone without rest for 2 days and nights. Yet, it was unavoidable. The Shu offensive was too fierce, and that rogue Bu Yi would not relent until Lu City fell. Go, take inventory of the supplies. In the city of Lu, the populace, regardless of whether they dealt in tung oil or fat, were obliged to contribute their resources for the defense of the city. The commander, Pai, received his orders and departed. Rongong's gaze momentarily fixed on the horizon beyond the city walls, and then shifted towards the eastern direction. He could only hope that the reinforcements from Wanlang City would arrive safely to encircle the Shu forces. Attack! Roared General Su, an elderly commander, his white hair billowing in the desert winds. Behind him, a fresh wave of siege formations advanced towards Lu City, the front lines raising their shields for protection while the rear drew their bows, poised to unleash a barrage of arrows once the initial stones had been hurled. Drawing near the city gates, pushed the siege towers forward. For 2 days and nights, at least 4 siege towers had been damaged without breaching Lu City's gates. Sihu cursed, his heavy armor already stained with smoke and dust. Su Mu raised his head, his expression grave. He had faith that as long as Jia Zhou successfully intercepted the reinforcements from Wanlang City, this Lu City would surely fall into the hands of Shu Province. Meanwhile, in Liangzhou City, Sima Hu and Dongwen were also preparing to respond. In the stone forest, Jia Zhou remained seated, though his health appeared somewhat frail, occasionally breaking into a cough. Military strategist, the reinforcements from Wanlang City are less than 5 miles away, a scout reported. Upon hearing this, Jiazhou revealed a faint smile. He ordered the troops to conceal themselves and signaled Generals Daochong and Fang Ru to prepare for an ambush against the incoming aid. Understood. Leaning on his wooden staff, Jiazhou rose. Even as a scholar, the glint of battle could rarely be seen in his eyes, but now it shone through. The grand ambitions of his lord would commence with the fall of Liang. A sudden gust of wind rustled the robes of this middle-aged scholar. Beyond the eastern edge of the stone forest, Dong Chu sat astride his armored steed, tenderly caressing his cherished war bow. General Dong, we are nearing the stone forest. Beyond it lies Lu City. Have the scouts returned with any updates? The previous reports from 5 miles away had been untroubled. Let us wait a moment longer. Dong Chu frowned. Just as he spoke, several scouts from Liangzhou in the stone forest began to wave red silk from a distance. General, all is well. March. Dong Chu smiled. Once they traversed the stone forest, the encirclement of Su Bai would be assured. His prized bow was destined to taste blood soon. Crack! A flash of blades cut through the air, and the lifeless bodies of several Liangzhou scouts sprawled across the ground. Sheathing his dagger, the archer's face bore a solemn expression. Having once been a scout himself, he understood well the significance of reconnaissance. General Su, the enemy approaches the stone forest. Prepare the ambush. The figures at the entrance of the stone forest suddenly vanished into concealment. The surroundings fell eerily silent, save for a few small creatures cautiously peeking from their hiding spots. Thud! The first hoof struck the ground, and one of the small beasts attempted to flee. An arrow pierced the creature's skull, blood splattering into the air. General Dong's divine bow. It was merely a moment of excitement. Dong Chu smiled with satisfaction, carefully stowing away the treasured bow, and resumed the march. Beyond the stone forest lay Su Bai's demise. In his words, Dong Chu already felt a sense of impatience. The general commanded the troops to advance through the stone forest. Nearly 15,000 reinforcements from the Warm Wolf City, brimming with vigor, hastened along the narrow path of the stone forest. After traversing about half the distance, Dong Chu, cradling his precious bow, suddenly recalled something. What had become of those scouts from earlier? Before he could finish his thoughts, the sound of massive stones crashing down surrounded him. Accompanying this were countless arrows raining down from either side. In a matter of moments, numerous soldiers from the vanguard fell from their horses, struck by arrows. General, there's an ambush. Damn it. Dong Chu's face turned pale, a surge of murderous intent washing over him. Swiftly raising his bow, he shot down one of the ambushers from Shu. The army, follow orders. Quickly passed through the stone forest. Alas, just as the over 10,000 troops of Liang were about to press forward, another torrent of boulders fell, effectively blocking their path. General, the way ahead is blocked. Retreat. We must exit the stone forest. The thousands of cavalry attempting to clear the way turned their horses around, but the terrain was narrow, and soon several of their own soldiers were trampled to death. To make matters worse, as they sought to retreat from the stone forest, they found the path behind them also filled with fallen stones, sealing off their escape. Form a circular formation. The cavalry dismounted, joining the infantry to fend off the enemy's onslaught. At that moment, Dong Chu felt his head buzzing, issuing frantic commands. General, there are Shu soldiers everywhere. I know they are from Shu. Dong Chu gritted his teeth, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the treasured bow tightly. He then glanced around and, spotting Daochong directing the troops nearby, his face lit up with joy. He recognized him as the former king of Shu Nan. Capture the bandit, seize the king. Drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, Dong Chu suppressed his excitement, preparing to release the string and slay the former king. Whoosh! Before he could fulfill his dream of eliminating the enemy commander, a smaller arrow shot forth, striking his head. With a cry of despair, Dong Chu fell from his horse. Clutching his beloved bow, capture the bandit, seize the king. The enemy commander has been slain by my Su Changong. A frail figure, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength, stood atop the stone forest, shouting triumphantly. With that declaration, the surroundings erupted in frenzied cheers. Your commanders are dead. Surrender quickly. Surrender. Those who do not will be executed without mercy. From the moment Dong Chu was shot down, the vast army that had come to his aid descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, valiant officers and strategists from Liang attempted to salvage the situation. Steady, steady, a Liang officer shouted from his mount, but to his dismay, A volley of arrows flew in, instantly killing him and over 10 of his soldiers. Those who do not surrender will be executed without mercy. Do not trust the words of the Shu people. Form ranks, hold steady, attack. On either side, Daochong and Fang Ru, brimming with valor, commanded their respective forces to relentlessly hurl boulders and flying arrows into the enemy ranks. The air was filled with anguished cries, the neighing of horses, the whistling of arrows, and the thunderous sound of stones crashing, resonating intermittently along the narrow stone pathway. Listening to these sounds, Jiazhou, leaning on his wooden staff, displayed no signs of elation. He understood that this attempt at reinforcement was likely to be successful. Next, the full focus would shift to conquering Lu City and the mutually fortified Wanlang City. Capturing these two cities would mark the first step in the campaign against Liang in Shu province, solidifying their position. Yet, as Jiazhou stood in place, he found himself lost in contemplation. In Qingdu, within the Watergate prison, a man clad only in an inner robe sat calmly on the ground, occasionally lifting his gaze as if awaiting something. The sound of footsteps approached, and a guard exchanged a glance with the man in the robe before both nodded in acknowledgement. The head of the household conveyed that the gentleman should endure a bit longer. By nightfall, he would be rescued. Within Shu province, over 3,000 like-minded individuals had already gathered, eager to oppose the commoners' rebellion. With the turnover of new and old powers, remnants of the past were abundant. For the man in the prison, the number of 3,000 was quite satisfactory. When the time came, he would lead them to breach Qingdu. The traitorous General Han Jiao, who guarded Qingdu, was merely a fallen noble. What merit did he possess to occupy such a high position? Without the support of influential families, there was little confidence for a change of regime. The path of the commoners had gone awry. This statement was indeed sagacious. Rising coldly from his seat, the man in the robe recalled the words of his master. Su Bai goes against the grain. Historically, there has been none like him. Across the realm, the multitude of peasant uprisings would ultimately lead to the demise of Su Bai. The gentleman's family has also dispatched individuals, yet they remain reclusive. The man in the robe, expressionless, understood that should any significant matters obstruct them, they could be detained. If further resistance arose, drastic measures would be necessary. Your integrity is commendable. Remember, when you come tonight, swiftly eliminate the guards. In Qingdu, Han Jiao still possesses 5,000 troops, and with the royal palace's guards, the number may reach 6,000. There are also numerous border troops not far from Nanlin County. The man in the robe laughed heartily, exclaiming that if the border troops from Nanlin County were to rush to Qingdu, leaving it vulnerable, they could then invite the barbaric hordes into the pass, plunging Shu province into chaos. The reckless Han Jiao's demise was imminent. Do not forget, my master will also send reinforcements. At that time, we will coordinate our efforts and invite the heavenly army from Liangzhou into Shu. The cautious nature of the commoners may lead them to underestimate the many who are willing to sacrifice themselves to slay the traitors. We await your brilliant strategy. Soon, my name shall resonate throughout the world. In the Qingdu royal palace, Han Jiao, clad in armor, stood before the palace, listening to reports from several trusted confidants. Before Su Mu departed, he had repeatedly instructed him to be vigilant regarding the situation in Qingdu. General, there have been no calamities of late. Our king is adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Shu province enjoys peace. Han Jiao remained silent for a moment, inquiring about Sun Sun. He is still monitoring the training grounds. Sun Sun stated that as long as the Lord does not return to Shu, he will not leave. This lad is commendable. A smile finally graced Han Jiao's face. According to his thoughts, remaining in Qingdu was less appealing than following the Lord into battle. The military achievements were of secondary importance. He found himself increasingly drawn to the exhilarating thrill of combat. Caution was paramount. One must not misplace intelligence. Turning away, Han Jiao strolled towards the rear courtyard of the palace. Although reluctant, he was ultimately a compliant individual, and it was time to extend some courtesy to the young General Dog Fu. As he entered the courtyard, Han Jiao spotted the silhouette of a young officer from afar. The young officer, one hand resting on his sword and the other adjusting his somewhat oversized robes, stood motionless on guard. How amusing it was to recall that he had once twisted the boy's ear. Yet, Han Jiao felt a sense of comfort. The once childish lad aspiring to master unparalleled martial skills seemed, in a fleeting moment, to have matured. When General Han called out a title, Han Jiao felt a twinge of discomfort. Reflecting on it, it was curious that they shared the same surname. At your service. The youthful voice of General Dog Fu rang out, tinged with naivety. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Han Jiu opted to address him as a colleague. Young General Han. The strategist mentioned that during the Lord's absence, matters in Chengdu should be deliberated between the two of us. General Han, my sole responsibility lies in warfare. Han Jiu scoffed slightly. Engaging in trivial skirmishes was hardly worthy of concern. In a true battle, how could a mere boy be entrusted with the flag? Growing weary of the dull conversation, Han Jiu shifted the topic. By the way, how fares the princess? I have heard she has not been well these past few days. I inquired with the attending midwife, who indicated preparations for childbirth. I had initially considered bringing gifts of candied hawthorn. Ahem. What I mean is, I have already dispatched someone to summon Physician Chen. Once he enters the palace, the princess will assuredly be fine. Moreover, with me, Han Xing on guard. Should any enemies dare intrude, they must first step over my corpse. Han Jiu's expression momentarily faltered. After a lengthy pause, the man, known for his affinity for flattery, surprisingly displayed a rare moment of sentiment, reaching out to assist the young General Dog Fu in securing his cloak against the night breeze. Deep within the courtyard, two midwives, cautious and diligent, had prepared an array of birthing necessities. In this time of peace in Shu province, the princess's impending delivery was seen as a harbinger of prosperity. Unbeknownst to many, the young lord had already been named. Should it be a boy, he would be called Su Qiao. We, the attendants, eagerly awaited the arrival of the young lord. Reclining against a flower-patterned pillow at the bedside, Jiang Kaiwei's expression was gentle as she continuously caressed her belly. Physician Chun had warned her that the ailments acquired during their escape might pose risks during childbirth. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, even if she were to perish, she was determined to leave behind a lineage for Su Mu. As the night deepened and the winds grew cold in Chengdu, the hidden prison in the secluded part of the city lay filled with bodies sprawled in disarray. Among these corpses, many exhibited signs of frothing at the mouth and had turned a ghastly shade of blue. The mastermind had executed a brilliant scheme, effectively poisoning over 100 Shu soldiers. The man in the inner robe offered no response as he leisurely stepped through the prison's main door, a faint smile gracing his visage. Before him, numerous masked figures in black gathered, their numbers appearing to be in the thousands. The torches extinguished rapidly, casting the world into profound darkness. Inform me of the distribution of Chengdu's military forces. Reporting to the strategist, there are a total of 7,000 troops in Chengdu. The brash Han Jiu commanded 4,000 troops, stationed at the palace in Chengdu. The impetuous Sun Sun led 1,000 men, encircling the training grounds. A man clad in black, not particularly young, spoke in a hoarse voice, which suddenly ceased. What could this mean? The last individual was a 12-year-old boy, referred to as Little Dog Fu. Originally assigned 1,000 palace guards, Han Jiu had since dispatched an additional 1,000 troops from Shu, resulting in a combined force of 2,000. A 12-year-old boy? How intriguing. Moreover, the tone of the black-clad man turned exceedingly fierce. It was anticipated that the bandit queen would soon give birth. Should she deliver the child of the bandit leader, it would be best to cast him into the flames. I am aware. This scheme commences here. The man in the inner robe smiled faintly. He extinguished the torch, leaving only the moonlight cascading over the prison's entrance. The somewhat sinister features of the man in the inner robe were momentarily revealed. Chen Kai, unable to return to Shu in time, sat in his carriage, increasingly sensing something amiss. He had ventured out of Chengdu for days, having been informed by outsiders that his ailing mother was on the brink of death. However, upon arrival, he discovered she had already passed away. With no mourning rituals or honors bestowed, he was quickly expelled from the village. While the Shu king was engaged in external warfare, unrest seemed to be brewing within Shu province. Master, we are being ambushed. Chen Kai furrowed his brow. Outside the carriage, dozens of Shu soldiers hastily formed a long line. A volley of arrows rained down from both sides of the village road, resulting in substantial casualties among the Shu troops. The survivors did not retreat, but fiercely protected the area around the carriage. Dr. Chen, would you care to stay as a guest for a few days? A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Within a day, the news reached Han Jiu, causing his complexion to drain of color. Dr. Chun has been ambushed by mountain bandits? In and around Chengdu, where could there possibly be bandits? Not to mention the current circumstances. Even in the past, during his tenure as a city guard general, Han Jiu had already dispatched men to eradicate both bandits and remnants of the Dou family. In previous times, He would have carefully considered Chun Kei's situation before devising a plan. However, the present moment was critical, with the queen about to give birth. Chun Kei was of utmost importance. How many bandits are there? A villager in the shadows reported seeing at least 1,000. 1,000? Where did they emerge from? Dispatch 3,000 troops and follow me out of the city to rescue him. That is impossible. General Han must not leave the city. An elderly scholar hurried into the palace. The scholar, Wang Yong, had been arranged by Su Mu. He was well versed in various rites and had a reputable scholarly name. Many ceremonial matters in Shu province, such as crowning kings and appointing generals, were managed by Wang Yong. With few strategists in Shu province, Su Mu had thoughtfully provided this reflective figure for the impetuous Han Jiu. Minister Wang, Dr. Chun is in peril. I am aware. But should the general leave the city for any reason, Chengdu will be left vulnerable. Outside lie the mountain passes, and there are also the large forces of the Pingman camp on the mountains. Minister Wang, you are being overly cautious. If we cannot save Dr. Chun, the birth of our young lord will be unstable. The Master's endeavors are arduous, and the Queen's health is frail. If complications arise during childbirth, we cannot afford any loss to our young lord. Han Jiu's countenance was fervent. He was an obedient man, often adopting the demeanor of a scholar, humble and respectful, whether in the presence of Su Mu, Jia Zhou, or Minister Wang before him. However, this time, he seemed to defy authority. Wang Yong attempted to persuade him, but he discovered that Han Jiu had already donned his armor and was hastily making his way outside, stamping his foot in frustration. The elderly scholar's face turned pale with anxiety. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He turned on his heels and dashed towards the palace's rear courtyard. Whether they were prisoners, laborers, or other lowly scoundrels, anyone willing to join the cause could be enlisted. This time, we shall bring ruin to the rogue in Shu state. The man in the inner robe wore a grim expression as he surveyed the throngs below. In his hand, he clutched a scroll that had been painstakingly delivered from the northwest. The reckless Han Jiu had indeed been lured away. The people of Shu believed that Chengdu was at peace, and we would infiltrate the city in waves, coordinating our actions by signal for a grand undertaking. As for that wretched cur, there is no need to rush. He too shall meet his doom alongside Shu state. In truth, there was also a 12-year-old child. But no one paid him any heed. They merely considered him a royal relative, to be granted military support for the sake of obtaining glory in battle. Once inside the city, we would first assault the ironworks, seize suitable weapons, and then storm the palace. Su Bai, the scourge of all thieves, must be eradicated. The princess's waters have broken. Come, everyone come. Not only 2 midwives, but also the joyful matrons and sister Lian hurriedly arrived, along with many village women who had shared in their struggles, crowding the rear courtyard with concern for their beloved princess's labor. Where is the esteemed physician Chun? The matrons, disregarding everything else, rushed to stabilize the delivery. The joyful matrons and 2 children knelt on the ground, fervently praying to the heavens. Even the fierce sister Lian, with tears in her eyes, joined in the supplication. Physician Chun had warned that the princess had suffered from an ailment during her escape, fearing that complications might arise during childbirth. May the heavens bless our Shu state, bless our princess. In the corner of the courtyard, the little dog Fu also loosened its grip on the sword, waiting for the area to be clear before resuming its innocent form, kneeling in unison to pray to the heavens. Outside the palace, even under the cloak of night, the city gates remained bustling with activity. The young officer stationed at the gates contemplated making inquiries, but upon noticing that the individuals bore Shu state's insignia and did not appear to be rebels, he permitted them entry into the city. On a tiled rooftop within the city, 7 or 8 figures faced the night breeze of Chengdu, observing the situation below with cold, mocking smiles. Is Shu state truly at peace? Is Chengdu truly serene? This night would be sufficient for these people of Shu to experience the gates of hell. The night grew deep and the wind turned cold. In the direction of Shu state, Sima Xiu sat in a carriage, his expression grim. This venture was somewhat perilous. Yet, there was no alternative. Aside from him, even the generals in Liangzhou, including the Lord Dongwon, would find it challenging to navigate the rapidly shifting tides of this treacherous battlefield. Losing 2 cities was not frightening. Igniting the ambitions of the Shu people was what truly posed a grave threat. I shall see whether the venomous eagle still lives. Let me receive a strategy from Sima Jing. Chapter 548, Wang Tsanji. Entering Shu state from Liangzhou is not limited to a single main route. The animosity between Liang and Shu has endured for many years. Long before Su Mu changed hands, the two dynasties had occasionally waged war in their peripheral states. In the midst of the war between the two provinces, the incursions from Liangzhou into Shu were the most frequent. To transport provisions and prevent the Shu people from intercepting their supply routes, Liangzhou prepared several concealed paths for grain transport. Nevertheless, the treacherous Yuan Pass had led to over a century of hostility, with the people of Liang returning home in defeat. At this moment, Sima Xiu traversed one of these supply routes, followed closely by a contingent of 10,000 light cavalry, clad in distinctive leather armor. Adorned with protective shoulder guards and featuring emblems of a galloping warhorse, this force was not particularly elite. The true elite comprised the 8,000 elite cavalry of Liangzhou, equipped with the finest armor and weaponry. However, Sima Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction. In his view, a strong commander precedes a fine army. This contingent of 10,000 cavalry was sufficient for him to wreak havoc on the battlefield. Military advisor, a report from the Lord has arrived, he was informed. Liangzhou and the Fushuan tribe have gathered an army of 100,000, preparing to march toward the borders of Liangzhou to encircle the rebels of Shu. Additionally, there are 4,000 reinforcements from An and Bing provinces, maneuvering to support the Lord's encirclement. Sima Xiu listened intently and, after a moment of silence, inquired about the recent situation regarding the Hu bandits in Dingzhou. The Hu bandits have been rampant. General Lu Xiu is currently leading troops to resist them. Excellent, Sima Xiu replied. Under the cover of night, he raised his gaze, and his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Once Su Bai became aware of the peculiar circumstances, he would likely arrange for a large army to guard the forests of Shu. Upon further contemplation, Sima Xiu realized that Shu was adept at forest warfare, particularly the Pingman camp. Therefore, to execute an incursion into Shu, it was essential to divert the attention of the Pingman troops. Diverting them did not equate to annihilating them. Furrowing his brow, Sima Xiu suddenly recognized another issue. The military forces within Shu resembled a convergence of diverse factions. There were barbarians, Ketu people, the Xiar army, the Su family forces from outside, and the local troops of Shu. He found it difficult to comprehend how Su Bai managed to orchestrate such a coalition. He sensed that if given more time, Su Bai might truly achieve a transformation akin to a dragon emerging from the clouds. Military advisor, shall we head straight to Yuan? Sima Xiu narrowed his fox-like eyes. Divide 3,000 cavalry to make a direct approach to the outpost outside Yuan to serve as a diversion. The remaining 7,000 will accompany me into the mountainous terrain of Shu. If my memory serves me right, there should be a river winding around the mountains of Shu. Crossing the river is not difficult, but there remains a distance to the depths of the Shu forest. Most importantly, we must completely divert the Pingman camp that blocks our way. My disciple is about to commence his task. Thinking of his only disciple, a rare smile of satisfaction appeared on Sima Xiu's face. A person of such intellect as he was surely eager to take on disciples and leave a lasting legacy. Do you mean General Han Jiu has led his men out of Chengdu? Xiao Gofu's expression froze, feeling an unexpected chill in the evening breeze. Indeed, Chun Shini was ambushed on the road, reportedly by a band of 1,000 robbers. General Han Jiu hastily departed the city with 3,000 men. Earlier, military advisor Jia mentioned there were matters to discuss with you, and I have only just managed to find you. After all, I am getting on in years. And as Wang Yong said, I am somewhat breathless. To be honest, the young general before him evoked a sense of trust for reasons unknown. After all, the esteemed military advisor Jia would never casually endorse just anyone. Moreover, this individual is but a young lad yet to be fully initiated into adulthood. The situation is exceedingly peculiar, instilling a sense of foreboding within me. I, Wang Yong, possess a keen eye for celestial phenomena, and just nights prior, I discerned the arrival of the imperial star above Chengdu, albeit accompanied by ominous clouds and a waning moon, suggesting that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The young pup, Fu, did not respond, his innocent visage adorned with a pair of clear, inquisitive eyes that incessantly darted about. General Fu, I shall compose an official document forthwith. Chengdu is under strict lockdown. Common folk are to remain indoors and refrain from venturing out. Wang Sanji, I am not well versed in these matters. My instructor has departed from Chengdu, leaving me to guard this place. Wang Yong paused, refraining from casting blame, and with a sigh from the depths of his heart, he offered some words of comfort before hastily turning and sprinting towards the palace's exit. Young Fu stood resolutely in the night breeze, gripping his blade, remaining utterly still. The ironworks of Chengdu undoubtedly harbor a multitude of weapons. Once we acquire arms, we shall storm the palace, leveraging the Shuzhou princess as a hostage to compel the Sichuan army within the city to surrender. How amusing the Sichuan people are, proclaiming the youthful lord as a Qilin. Very well, let the firstborn of the commoners perish beneath the blades. Sir, there are still 2,000 guards within the palace. Are you implying that, young boy? The man's voice carried a mockery. Once we enter the palace, I beseech you all to exercise caution. If we cause this lad to weep, he might throw a tantrum. Laughter erupted all around, mingled with jest and mirth. Commence the uprising. First, seize the northern and eastern city gates of Chengdu, while remaining vigilant against the reckless Han Jiao and that sun dog returning for reinforcements. Subsequently, we shall commandeer the ironworks and assault the palace. Signal arrows. A howl echoed through the air. Not long after, 4 or 5 whistling signal arrows burst forth in the skies above Chengdu. The entire city seemed to be drenched in blood, momentarily illuminated by a crimson glow. Outside the official district, Wang Yong was in the midst of affixing official notices and urging citizens to return to their homes when he gazed up to behold the explosive red light. His countenance paling. Quickly, swiftly, urged the populace indoors. Furthermore, procure arms and prepare to guard the palace. Wang Yong's voice trembled with despair. His lifetime of experiences had made him acutely aware that this was the signal for war. In Chengdu, the officers responsible for maintaining order numbered scarcely over 300. Yet at this moment, fewer than 100 trailed behind Wang Yong. Meanwhile, General Han Jiao's station troops had already departed Chengdu, leaving Wang Yong's entire being inexplicably quaking with dread. It dawned upon him that all these events were premeditated. The esteemed physician Chun had been silenced. General Han Jiao had led his men to rescue him, and now calamity had befallen Chengdu. The night was shattered by the rapid footfalls echoing in every direction, obliterating the stillness. Wang Sanji, Wang Sanji, the guards near the Sky Prison have all been slaughtered. Wang Sanji, those ruffians in Chengdu, along with numerous prisoners, have revolted. Wang Sanji, fires are raging everywhere, consuming homes. Wang Yong, a venerable scholar of 57 years, suddenly felt his face flush with indignation. Unsteadily, he drew a long blade from the waist of a nearby officer. At his age, being a frail scholar, one might think he could seek refuge within the confines of a house, burying himself beneath layers of blankets to drown out the chaos. Yet he did not. His silver hair danced in the wind, while the scholarly robe billowed with a rustling sound. Wang Yong raised the long blade high, his voice hoarse yet imbued with extraordinary valor. With this sword, I shall safeguard the people and the land. Let us unite in defense of Chengdu. Beside him, over 100 officers were similarly affected, brandishing their blades with faces filled with murderous intent. Chapter 549. The city wall before the royal palace. Little Dog Fu stood amidst the night breeze, hastily turning around before the crimson glow of the signal arrow vanished. In the courtyard, the 1,000 palace guards and the 1,000 Shu soldiers who had rushed to his side gathered before him. Many raised their heads to gaze at the young general before them. Among the 2,000, numerous seasoned veterans had previously teased the young General Han, whether by snatching candied hawthorns or tugging at his ears. No one could have anticipated that the boy, who once urinated in the streets, would one day grow into a general. The young general, upon whom great expectations were placed, felt a touch of anxiety and remained silent for a long time. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Comrades, the city of Chengdu has fallen to the enemy. Under the signal arrow, chaos has engulfed the entire city. General Han Jiao has been lured away, drawn out nearly 200 miles. On General Sun Sun's side, only 1,000 troops remain, and there is no time for reinforcements. Chengdu is left with only us. Little Dog Fu hesitated before adding, if this had happened before, like many children, I surely would have cried in fear, unable to move, dragging my mother's hand, begging her to carry me home. He reflected, I do not know when it began, but I started longing to grow up, to lessen my teacher's burdens, to protect my family from harm, to prevent brother Hu from getting hurt, and to ensure that many of the uncles I know return alive after battle. With reddened eyes, Little Dog Fu bowed his head. In his tender age, he possessed a wisdom that allowed him to understand many things, leaving a heaviness in his chest. From behind the courtyard, the hurried footsteps of midwives and numerous women could be heard. fervently praying for the princess to have a safe delivery and for the young Lord of Shu to arrive into the world unscathed. Wiping away his tears, little dog Fu resolutely raised his head, mimicking the adults, and clasped his fists. I am Han Xing, with limited learning, willing to lead you all, my comrades, into a bloody battle tonight. Bless our Shu, bless our princess, bless the bloodline of our lord. Together, we shall live and die as one, the last bastion of Chengdu. Little dog Fu turned, facing the cold wind, drawing his sword in anger, pointing towards the darkness beyond the palace. Draw your blades, shouted an older officer behind him in response. Draw your blades. Chapter 550. The world calls me Poisonous Eagle. The dusky twilight of impending winter weighed heavily upon the sky, pressing down like a heavy shroud. The cavalry Captain Wu halted beneath the Shu mountain range, and the troops came to a standstill. Military advisor, we have spotted a stream. Stepping out of the carriage, Sima Xiu silently clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the scene ahead. Beside him lay the cold bodies of several Shu scouts, decapitated. As the accompanying vice-general noted, a winding river lay at the foot of the mountain, approximately 5 zhang wide, its bed coiling like a serpent. Debris from the mountains cascaded down, piling up along the riverbanks. Military advisor, the water is about 2 zhang deep, the vice-general reported, his expression resolute. Sima Xiu sat upon the ground, sketching something with a dry twig. After a long while, he spoke earnestly. Can we ride across the river into the mountains? Although one can ride, the rugged peaks of Shuzhou render the journey arduous. After traversing 10 miles of mountainous terrain, the horse becomes weary. At that point, we may be compelled to lead the horses on foot. Moreover, our steeds, concealed in the woods 20 miles away as per the strategist's instructions, remain hidden. Aside from the 3,000 troops stationed to restrain the Yuan Pass, the remaining 7,000 have already concealed their horses 20 miles behind us. Sima Xiu's expression remained impassive. He was aware that after the scouts returned with intelligence, Su Bai must be harboring a substantial force within the Shuzhou Mountains, poised to guard the secret path. There are 3 routes into Shuzhou. The Yuan Pass is well known, a natural fortress that is easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The area around Bailu County has historically been a focal point for defense, and countless cities must be conquered along the way to breach Shuzhou. The final path leads through the secret route within the mountains before us. Are there any bridges nearby? Sima Xiu furrowed his brow. Strategist, there are several old wooden bridges in the vicinity. Previously, there were scattered households near these bridges, but upon the onset of conflict, they fled to Shuzhou. Standing upright, Sima Xiu spoke with measured calm, as if he possessed unwavering confidence. This journey from Liangzhou City could be deemed perilous. Naturally, he had contemplated the possibility of Su Bai laying a trap. However, reports from his disciples indicated that many lives had been lost in Shuzhou. Given Su Bai's compassion for his people, it seemed improbable that he would orchestrate such a scheme. The army would convert to infantry and establish camp along the riverbank. Raising his gaze, Sima Xiu surveyed the towering peaks ahead. The impending winter cast a desolate hue across the landscape, with withered yellow foliage surrounding him. He ordered 500 men to venture into the mountains for reconnaissance. There was no need to delve too deeply. The Shuzhou troops hidden in the mountains were likely from the Pingman camp, well versed in the art of forest warfare. After a brief pause, Sima Xiu added a cautionary note, urging them to remain vigilant. Should any ill fortune arise, they were to retreat down the mountain, as the main army would be positioned to assist. A subordinate took command, leading 500 men hastily into the mountains. Once they had departed, Sima Xiu suddenly looked skyward and sighed. For safety's sake, Meng Huo had long since set up a network of spies atop the Shuzhou Mountains. As soon as they ventured into the mountain's heart, approaching Shuzhou, they would surely be detected. However, those who had previously gone to scout near the mountain's base had not returned for quite some time. My lord, we have enemy forces. Meng Huo, who had been skinning a beast, abruptly halted, lifting his head to regard the returning scouts from the Pingman. What is it, my lord? The enemy has infiltrated the mountain's interior. Approximately several hundred are drawing near our encampment. Could these be scouts ahead? Having lingered in the mountains for days, Meng Huo had either been hunting game or practicing archery with his subordinates, rendering the time exceedingly dull. Yet, he dared not disregard his lord's orders and remained steadfast in his position. Now, upon hearing of enemy scouts, Meng Huo felt a mix of surprise and anger. Gather your weapons and bows. Follow me to investigate. In a low voice, Meng Huo led over 1,000 men through the woods in pursuit. Relying on their familiarity with the terrain, they soon caught up to the several hundred enemy scouts who had entered the forest. The clash of blades and the flight of arrows erupted within the woodland, the sounds of battle and cries of agony resonating across the mountaintop. Even at the foot of the mountain, Sima Xiu could faintly hear the commotion. Strategist, the scouts entering the mountain have startled the ambushers. On the visage of Sima Xiu, there was no trace of surprise. After a brief pause, he coldly issued his orders. The infantry of Liangzhou, raise your shields and prepare to engage in battle in the mountains. Meanwhile, upon catching sight of the Liang soldiers at the foot of the mountain, Meng was suddenly comprehended why the scouts sent out for reconnaissance had yet to return. My lord, these Liang soldiers are advancing into the mountains. Summon our men and have them rain arrows upon them. 2 days later in Luqing, young Meng Huo had fallen into a trap. Jia Zhou sat solemnly in the governor's office, his tone grave. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Having just conquered Luqing, many matters remained unaddressed. Yet news of Meng Huo's entrapment had reached them. Sima Xiu had feigned defeat, luring Meng Huo into a relentless pursuit across the river to attack. However, Sima Xiu did not engage in protracted combat. Instead, he retreated with his troops, which was illogical. Naturally, after retreating nearly 20 miles, Sima Xiu's forces somehow procured horses and, after several rounds of fierce combat, awaited the heavy losses of the Pingman camp before hastily remounting and making their way back to the Shuzhou Mountains. A clever stratagem. Su Mu sighed. The sudden appearance of cavalry was undoubtedly due to Sima Xiu's premeditated concealment. Had it been Yuan or Chai Zong, they would not have acted out of greed for victory. Yet, young Meng Huo, eager to establish his reputation as the new king of the barbarians, fell victim to this cunning scheme. Otherwise, with more than 10,000 troops in the Pingman camp, if they had held their ground, utilizing the cover of the mountainous terrain, they would have posed little difficulty for Sima Xiu's thousands of cavalry. Moreover, chaos had erupted in Chengdu. Jia Zhou's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Su Mu had previously been aware of the turmoil. He found it puzzling that both Meng Huo and Hanzhou Sun were. In fact, the individuals Jia Zhou had proposed to remain and defend Shuzhou. What could be the reason for this? Strangely, these men had largely fallen prey to the schemes of Sima Xiu and his disciples. To this end, Jia Zhou had even kept Wang Kenji in reserve. Jia Zhou rose abruptly and, kneeling, bowed several times towards Su Mu. Had I spoken to the Lord earlier, considering the welfare of the people, he would undoubtedly have disapproved. There was no other option. I had to act decisively. If the Lord seeks to hold me accountable, let it be after Sima Xiu meets his end in Shuzhou, at which point I shall offer my life as atonement. The Lord must understand that the greatest enemy in Shuzhou is not Dongwon, but rather this crafty strategist from Liangzhou. As long as he remains, even if the Lord captures 2 cities, it will only be a temporary measure. To truly conquer Liangzhou, there is but one solution: to eliminate Sima Xiu. However, Sima Xiu has long been entrenched in Liangzhou and rarely shows himself. Reluctantly, I have revealed the vulnerabilities of Shuzhou through the machinations of internal traitors. Individuals like Hanzhou Sun and Meng Huo are reckless men. I suspect that, whether to relieve the siege or to take risks and infiltrate Shuzhou, Sima Xiu will likely take command personally this time. He must have surmised that I am still alive. Jia Zhou raised his head, his face marked by anguish. I am aware that many lives will be lost this time. Not just those of the soldiers in Shuzhou, but even Hanzhou Sun. Yet, if this plan succeeds and Sima Xiu perishes, the Lord's strategy to dominate the West will have achieved half its success. I know it may shorten my own life, but as my name suggests, the world knows me as the poisonous eagle. Chapter 551. The fortunate dog. Su Mu's hand trembled slightly. Deep down, he did not hold too much resentment towards Jia Zhou. As Jia Zhou had mentioned, had this scheme to lure Sima Xiu into a trap been proposed earlier, considering all factors, he would likely have disagreed. My lord, please rest assured. In Chengdu, I have left 2 strategic moves. The first move, Wenlong, is indeed the little dog Fu. Jia Zhou nodded, affirming that his lord was correct. The first move was indeed his disciple, the little dog Fu. Moreover, he did not exaggerate. The little dog Fu possessed remarkable talent. With him around, he would fiercely protect the royal palace and the queen who bore the royal offspring. Su Mu suddenly understood why Jia Zhou had vigorously advocated for him to lead the northern campaign against Liang before the onset of winter. And what of the second move? Su Mu inquired. Have you noticed that Xiao Xiaoyao did not accompany the main army? Wanlong, did you not previously send him to Muyu province to assist Bo Lai? Jia Zhou paused in contemplation, then revealed that over 300 skilled warriors and nearly 3,000 righteous men were concealed in the woods outside Chengdu. Should conflict arise in Chengdu, they would return, poised to serve as a hidden army. If the little dog Fu could hold the line, they would refrain from immediate action. Su Mu's expression remained pensive. He held deep admiration for Jia Zhou's strategic acumen. This foremost sage of Shu had indeed orchestrated a grand scheme, ensnaring Sima Xiu within its grasp. Furthermore, Sima Xiu was effectively trapped. Chao Yi would soon arrive in the mountainous region of Shu, blocking Sima Xiu's escape route. This trap has been thoroughly sealed, Jia Zhou declared. Without further hesitation, Su Mu stepped forward and aided the kneeling Jia Zhou to his feet. The astute strategist, known for his foresight, was now visibly emotional, tightly grasping Su Mu's hand. Rest assured, my lord, Chengdu may descend into chaos, but it will soon find tranquility again. After this matter is resolved, I shall kneel before the palace to atone for my actions. Wanlong is blameless, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. If there is to be any apology, I shall kneel alongside you. Jia Zhou was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter, tightening his grip on Su Mu's hand. The plot to eliminate Sima Xiu is destined for success, my lord. Dismount. Chapter 552. Willing to be a tiger's minion, the royal palace was embroiled in a fierce battle. Not far from the palace resided a family that had migrated from outside the province. At this moment, the family head, Wei Chong, trembled as he faced northward toward the palace, then painfully closed his eyes. Second young master Wei Qiu, please prepare food and drink to send outside the palace to bolster the morale. A servant of the Wei family, bearing a sword, returned to the Wei residence. Do not send it, Wei Cheng declared, his voice resolute. In the past, it was through assisting the King of Shu in shipbuilding that his family had experienced a significant rise, not only relocating to Chengdu, but also gaining official positions. Although these positions were nominal, they nonetheless brought honor to the family name. Little did he expect that his second son, Wei Qiu, upon returning from his studies abroad, had inexplicably become a spy for Liangzhou. Previously, in order to pave the way for Wei Qiu's career, he had donated substantial sums, facilitating his entry into the military. Starting as a minor officer and, through his accomplishments in the campaign against Muyu province, rising to the rank of a deputy general. His elder son, frail in constitution, had inherited the family shipbuilding legacy, a burden he had once placed upon his second son. Yet now, it had turned into a grievous backlash. The master of the house, someone had previously slain 3 Shu soldiers, and the blade still bore traces of blood. Now, with the war in the palace reaching a critical juncture, it is imperative to bolster morale without delay. I implore you, master, to deliberate deeply. The once obsequious servant, now drenched in blood, stands before you. I have spoken. There is no farewell. His intentions and desires are his own affairs. Master, the response from Liangzhou is clear. I am a man of Shu. Wei Cheng turned and roared in anger, his frail body trembling with agitation. The servant, clutching his knife, unconsciously took several steps back. Behind him, dozens of muscular men with weapons surrounded them. Behind the gates of the Wei residence, numerous women, children, and the elderly watched with wide eyes, their bodies quaking in fear. I am a true son of Shu. Since I am human, how can I be a dog for Liangzhou? Wei Cheng closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. This choice could very well lead to his demise amidst the chaos of battle. Yet he knew, deep in his heart, that this choice was just. After sacrificing himself, the king would surely not blame the Wei family upon returning to Shu. The most probable outcome would be the complete obliteration of any chance for the Wei family to rise. Go, relay my message to that rebellious son, Wei Qiu. His treason, his allegiance to the Liang fox, his intentions to harm the queen and the young prince. These matters are beyond my feeble grasp to prevent. But from this moment forward, the name Wei Qiu shall be expunged from the Wei lineage. Chapter 553. Mr. Wei, your teacher has arrived in Chengdu. Wang Kenji. In a room, Wang Yong, recently awakened, immediately reached for his blade, eager to rush out and fight. Wang Kenji, do not panic. I am 57 years old. Even if I slay one more, it will suffice. A nearby officer hastily covered his mouth, waiting for Wang Yong to settle down before slowly releasing his grip. Wang Yong exhaled deeply. This literate official of Shu, despite his age, still brimmed with youthful fervor. The bloodlust for battle lingered in his chest. Why are there so many people? Wang Yong then surveyed the spacious room and discovered, aside from the remaining 30 or so officers, a large group of common folk stood present. Wang Kenji, these are the citizens of Qingdu. Earlier, they sought to rescue the palace, but were intercepted by me and invited here. I have heard that outside many more citizens wish to gather and enter the palace to save the queen and the young prince. Excellent, splendid. Our king's righteousness has won the hearts of the people. However, danger abounds. I urge everyone to contemplate carefully before reaching the palace. There are still thousands of chaotic soldiers to confront. These soldiers are not merely remnants of the Dou family. Many are thugs, prisoners, and the inherently vile, eager to take advantage of the turmoil. Do you truly wish to follow? Wang Yong's expression was respectful. Instead of bowing as a scholar, he saluted as a soldier. Raising his fists high, the Shu king has lowered taxes. My family can barely survive. Though I, Zhang Xiaoba, am a humble rice farmer, I possess considerable strength. I am an apprentice of the ironworks, and I aim not only to save the palace, but also to rescue Master Chun of the ironworks, the Rouge merchant, Li San. Known in the rivers and lakes as the merchant hero, Wang Yong was elated to hear this. Qingdu had suffered greatly, and although I am 57 years old, I am willing to join you brave men in driving back the chaotic soldiers and saving our Shu palace. Wang Kenji, many more citizens are on their way. How many people? It is hard to quantify, but surely there will be a substantial number. Good, our king once said. The ambition of the Shu people can set the heavens ablaze. I am a man of 57 years, eager to lead the charge against the enemy. Draw the bowstring tight. In the depths of night, amidst the flickering flames, the young lad Fu raised his hand high. Behind him, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, soaring above his head and plunging into the ranks of the foe. The long spear only pierced a mere half-inch. Hesitating behind the hastily erected barrier, he feared that should he thrust too far, the enemy would seize the opportunity to disarm him. Now, both the quivers and these long spears and shields are dwindling in number. How much longer must we endure? A mere wound to the enemy will suffice for a fleeting victory. That lad, that youthful boy amidst the chaos, Wei Qiu lowered his head in bitterness. Though the previously set fire trap had succeeded, that young boy swiftly erected another barrier to block the disarrayed troops. Mr. Wei, time is running short. I am aware. Wei Qiu raised his head, gritting his teeth. Have the gates of Qingdu been secured? Do not forget, should we fail, none of the Dou family will survive. The elder speaking, despite his face being covered, spoke with a tone of urgency and hoarseness. Rest assured, arrangements have been made. That is most reassuring. Please be at ease. My teacher is soon to arrive in Shuzhou. However, I implore you all to muster your strength once more and breach the palace. Mr. Wei, sir? A troop is charging towards us. Where do they come from? Wei Qiu frowned and turned back, his face contorted with anger. Under the impending dawn, the streets were filled with Qingdu as citizens brandishing various weapons. At the forefront was an elder, shouting, I am 57 years old, as he brandished a long blade, his hair and beard wild. Outside Qingdu, Sun Sun, having coordinated with several apprentices from the medical halls, finally located Hanjiu. Upon seeing his elder brother, who had been grievously wounded with 3 deep cuts, tears of sorrow streamed down his face. No, he is not dead. You scoundrel. Quickly rally the troops and let us return to Qingdu to rescue the princess and the young prince. The remaining Shu soldiers had gathered, still numbering over 2,000, bolstered by 20 or 30 officers, thus forming a formidable force. Regretful for not heeding Wang Ken's advice, I, Hanjiu, shall crawl back if I must, to seize Qingdu and await my lord's return to atone with my life. The urgency of his words seemed to aggravate his wounds, causing Hanjiu to cough up blood, which only deepened Sun Sun's sorrowful expression. General Sun, my teacher is here. Chen Ke stood to the side, reflecting on their narrow escape. Had it not been for the renowned healer, he surely would have perished in that bloody conflict. Sun Sun, the time to repay our Lord has come. Let us unite once more to vanquish the enemy. Outside the palace, the sounds of fierce combat were relentless. Meanwhile, in the palace's rear courtyard, rather than joining Sister Lian near the Taoist temple, the midwife, along with a dozen remaining village women, calmly brandished wooden clubs and bows, guarding the entrance. It will be fine, it will be fine, the princess will be safe. The 2 midwives babbled nervously, their voices tinged with tension. Inside, Jiang Kaiwei finally regained consciousness. Glancing at the side, she saw Li Xiaowan cradling a child, and joy overwhelmed her, bringing her to tears. Sister Kaiwei, it's a boy? Good, good. Su Lang has an heir. Wan, are we now trapped by the chaotic troops? Sister Kaiwei, please refrain from such folly. Little dog Fu is remarkably formidable. He has long defended the people, preventing the chaotic army from breaching our defenses. Previously, Wang Kanzi's also led 2,000 or 3,000 citizens to fight back, successfully driving off many of those marauding forces. Just as Li Xiaowan was about to speak further, the infant in her arms suddenly began to cry, having been silent moments before. Alas, this child was born amidst the great calamity of Shuzhou. By fate's decree, he is destined to become a hero, one who will quell rebellion and engage in battle. Su Qiao, feeling a pang of compassion, reached out, disregarding her fatigue, and held the swaddled infant tightly to her chest. Much like his father, he entered the world with a tumultuous destiny. Such a turbulent fate often leads to individuals defying their fates. Sister Kaiwei, when I give birth next year, we could provide him with a companion, which would be most delightful. Wan, has there been any news from Su Lang? I inquired with Wang Kanzi's, who assured me that with Su Lang's capabilities, he would certainly find a way amidst the troubles in Shuzhou. The two women remained composed in their dwelling, having previously faced life and death amidst blood and blades in Guangzhou City. Before the royal palace, Wei Qiu was increasingly perturbed by the deteriorating situation. What had once been a favorable scenario, merely needing to penetrate the palace and seize the commoner's wife and offspring, had now devolved into a 3-day stalemate against a mere 12-year-old child. What of the citizens and the officials? Why were they so resolute? Had the commoner already distributed compensation in advance? Mr. Wei. At that moment, a masked figure rode hastily towards him, traversing the streets lined with smoldering ruins. Sir, rejoice. The master has arrived in Chengdu. Chapter 554. The entrapment of Sima Xiu. A contingent of troops marched swiftly towards Chengdu in the morning light. As they approached, a silent scholar at the forefront lifted his head, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed upon the grand city of Shuzhou. The master strategist Sima has arrived in Chengdu. We are poised to conquer Shuzhou. 6,000 to 7,000 Liang soldiers erupted in jubilant shouts. Having departed from Liangzhou, they traversed mountains and valleys, cleverly circumventing the Pingman camp, the hardships of which are beyond description. When Sima Xiu finally spoke, his voice betrayed no hint of joy or sorrow. The strategist's disciple, Mr. Wei Qiu, is unmatched in wisdom. He has already taken Chengdu and secured several city gates, awaiting the strategist's entrance. Sima Xiu raised his face to the dim morning sky above Chengdu. As winter approached, casting a darker hue upon the heavens. With Shuzhou laid bare, once Chengdu was taken, the Liang army would soon descend, flanking and breaching Yuguan, thus ensuring the complete stabilization of the battle for Shuzhou. Su Bai's forces would be compelled to retreat in defense, while the Liang army would be obstructed. Moreover, the Zhangzhou sorceress would restrain the crippled one from taking action. This plan was nearing perfection. Enter the city, commanded the strategist, and the army surged forward into Chengdu. Sima Xiu stood resolutely, observing the Liang soldiers, fierce as wolves, charging towards the city gates. Outside Luqing, Su Mu felt a pang of reluctance. Is Wenlong also going in person? It is imperative. Jia Zhou's countenance was calm as he bid farewell to Su Mu. Rest assured, my lord. Sima Xiu is as trapped as a turtle in a jar. As I embark on this journey, it is to capture the turtle and present it to our lord. It is not out of excessive caution that I proceed, but rather because this opportunity is exceedingly rare. Should unforeseen events arise and Sima Xiu manage to escape back to Liang, the prospects for Shu state would be dire. My lord, although the conflict in Luqing has been quelled, Daotong has dispatched men to seize Wanlang city. However, my lord must remain vigilant, for the forces of Liangzhou will undoubtedly advance upon you, obstructing your entry into Liang. In the current circumstances, the remarkable troops of Chaizong may prove invaluable to you. Whether to defend, retreat, or penetrate deeper into the heart of Liangzhou, I am aware that you have already devised a plan in your heart. Su Mu remained silent. Before him stood the strategist, who had laid out the best possible scheme for him. If the Pingman camp proves capable, it could secure Sima Xiu's retreat, while I will ensure that Chao Yi swiftly returns to assist Luqing. Farewell, my lord. This time, I, Jiao Wenlong, shall personally capture this fox of Liangzhou. Upon finishing his words, Jia Zhou offered a long bow and, leaning on his cane, stepped into the carriage. Following behind, Fang Ru rallied 5,000 men to swiftly follow the carriage. Wanlong, take care. Su Mu gazed upward, watching the carriage depart. Despite his reluctance, he understood that Jia Zhou was not mistaken. With Sima Xiu present, the strategy to conquer Liangzhou would be exceedingly arduous. In Yuan, Shu State, the news reached Qinzhong, leaving his countenance filled with astonishment. General Chun, what troubles you? Sima Xiu has launched a surprise attack on Qingdu and has already entered the city. General, how is this possible? The Pingman camp should be stationed on the mountain. The Pingman camp has fallen into a trap and is now ambushed. They have been held back. I will leave 1,000 troops here. You must remain vigilant at Yuan. General, there are still vanguard troops from Liang outside. They are not vanguard troops from Liang, but a diversion set by Sima Xiu to restrain Yuan. The strategist will return to Yuan shortly. You must cooperate with him to repel the Liang forces outside the city. Then you must lead 4,000 men back to Qingdu immediately. Qinzhong turned to gaze in the direction of Qingdu. This would undoubtedly be the most perilous confrontation between the two provinces, featuring the finest strategists. However, there is also a matter for celebration. That Chao Yi is indeed the extraordinary force set by our Lord. Onward. In a surge of emotion, Qinzhong led his 4,000 soldiers from Yuan towards Qingdu. Near Qingdu, Han Jiushuan's son, eager to redeem himself, was filled with urgency. At that moment, Han Jiu, still bearing severe injuries from the ambush, recognized that had it not been for the valiant struggle of his personal guards, he would have perished in the trap. Yet, in his mind, he believed he had merely fallen victim to a cunning scheme, having lost the city, rather than being ensnared by any strategist's machinations. On a chilly spring night, San Yang held a lantern, awaiting my arrival. Chapter 555. The gathering of troops approaching the royal palace. Sima Xiu lifted his gaze to the entrance, where a bloodied youth stood resolutely, commanding a weary army of merely hundreds, steadfastly defending their position. Indeed, this young boy was erecting barricades and utilizing various objects to prevent our entry into the palace. It is said that even the stone slabs within the palace have been uprooted by these individuals. Wei Qiu's voice seethed with animosity. Upon ascending the path of enlightenment, the young pup Fu, having barely taken a bite of his rice cake, was startled by the sudden appearance of a new adversary. He swallowed hastily, gripping his sword, and let out a hoarse roar. Brothers, form ranks once more. Hundreds of men, their bodies once swaying precariously, straightened at Fu's command, firmly clutching their halberds and shields. Master, I suspect that the commoner thief has disbursed compensation beforehand. Otherwise, these men would not fight so desperately. Sima Xiu sighed. You are mistaken. Su Bai's men have always behaved in this manner. Do not forget, he follows a path centered on the people. Rest assured, I have sought numerous craftsmen since the other day to construct trebuchets, replied Wei Qiu, though a hint of disappointment flickered in Sima Xiu's gaze. Wei Qiu, have you ever considered that to counter mere brute strength, one need only accomplish a singular task? A singular task? Sima Xiu nodded. You merely need to locate the water source leading from the palace to the outside and poison it. The defenders will collapse without a fight. Listening intently, Wei Qiu's face lit up with joy, just as a disheveled commander of the chaotic troops rushed over. Sir, Wei sir, a band of soldiers has emerged from the northern gate. We cannot hold them back. The north gate of Qingdu has fallen. What? Wei Qiu gasped in shock. The forces in Qingdu were limited to Han Jusin and Hexan, and those two brutes numbered no more than 5,000 combined. They had already devised a strategy. The 2,000 youths before them were nearly depleted. The remaining civilians were unarmed. How could they fight? In the west of Shu, only a few local troops remained. Sima Xiu furrowed his brow. Shu was entirely vulnerable, and even the last of the Pingman camp had been held back. Why, at this moment, would an additional force appear? How many of these brigands are there? Wei Qiu suppressed his anger. Approximately several thousand, after breaching the gate. They quickly evacuated the civilians and set fire to the alleys near the northern gate. Master, this is meant to prevent our army from crossing the flames and attacking the gate. Sima Xiu's fox-like eyes revealed a hint of bitterness for the first time since entering Shu. Wei Qiu, there is no need to be concerned about casualties or to employ poison to drag out their demise. Simply advance with the shield formation and seize the palace. By capturing Su Bai's queen and offspring, the entire Shu province will be rendered hesitant. Master, I shall proceed at once. Sir, military strategist Sima, another army has appeared above the palace. Hearing this, Sima Xiu's face grew cold as he hurried forward. Upon seeing the dense throng of white-clad figures atop the palace, he bitterly closed his eyes. Wei Qiu, we have fallen into a trap. Beside him, Wei Qiu's expression swiftly fell into disarray, losing all earlier bravado. Above the palace, Li Xiaoyao, one hand supporting the young pup Fu, the other gripping his sword, coldly pointed down at the path below. My military strategist has stated to leave 8,000 heroes armed with swords, awaiting Sir Sima's assault. Awaiting Sir Sima's assault. With Xiaoyao's voice, a unified whistle resounded throughout the palace. In truth, there were not that many. Li Xiaoyao merely acted upon his strategist's instructions, remaining composed and unhurried. The strategist had advised that merely invoking his name would ensure that Sima Xiu would refrain from a direct assault. Certainly, if the cool-headed individual truly launches a fierce assault, he can only fight desperately to hold his ground and buy time. After all, earlier, Shangguan Shu had led 2,000 men, relying on his lightness of foot, to seize the North City Gate. May I inquire, young hero, who is your strategist? Sima Xiu's face remained stoic. The 5 great strategists of the realm. It is the esteemed Mr. Poison Eagle. After a moment of silence, Sima Xiu gazed skyward, exhaling with great difficulty. What shall the master do? No wonder a youth guards the palace. The trap laid by Poison Eagle, along with this band of chivalrous warriors, awaits my entry into the fray. The houses ablaze at the North Gate, the slow pursuit of the Pingman camp, even the reckless Han Jiu. Poison Eagle, what a masterstroke. I, Sima Xiu, am like a turtle in a jar. As we draw ever closer to Chengdu, Han Jiu and Sun Sun rarely displayed expressions of surprise. Yet unexpectedly, at that moment, several horsemen galloped in urgently. The strategist has issued an order. The city guard General Sun Sun complied, immediately leading his men to the official road outside the east gate of Chengdu to set an ambush. Hey, I am the general of Break Cool, Han Jiu. I am not dead yet, exclaimed one of the chivalrous scouts, momentarily taken aback before swiftly adding, Forgive my haste, General Han. I humbly request your presence, along with General Sun, to accompany the troops near the east gate of Chengdu. This is the command of strategist Jiao. We must not delay. Since it is the strategist's command, we shall proceed at once. Chen Kai, who stood beside Han Jiu, fell silent for a moment, seemingly coming to a realization. And he sighed heavily when no one was watching. The several scouts delivering the message presented tokens of identification, and after Han Jiu and his companion examined them, they clasped their fists in farewell and rode away. The strategist's plan has ensnared the enemy chief. The army marches straight towards the north gate of Chengdu. Let us not forget, the people of Shu province still lie beneath the butcher's knife of the cool dogs. Roar. The defending troops of Yuan, numbering over 4,000, rarely left their stronghold, their spirits soaring as their pace unknowingly quickened. Mounted, Chen Zhong, bow drawn and blade in hand, wore a countenance filled with the fervor of impending battle. The distance to Yuan was no longer great. Jia Zhou's expression grew increasingly calm. Behind him, Fan Lu led 5,000 troops, rumored to be encircling the cool fox, their morale soaring like a rainbow. Strategist, all is prepared. On the Pingman campsite, they too had heeded the strategist's intent and began to charge down the mountain road towards Chengdu. This trap has become as solid as an iron barrel, Jia Zhou murmured. Under such circumstances, if Sima Xiu were to break the encirclement and flee, it would indeed spell despair for the cool. The encirclement of Sima Xiu's forces had become a certain death sentence. Yet Jia Zhou remained vigilant. He knew well the opponent he faced. Strategist, intelligence indicates that beyond Yuan, there is still a contingent of 3,000 cool cavalry. Zhou's gaze was piercing. Eliminate Sima Xiu, then break cool, and subsequently conquer and Bing provinces. The aspirations of the people of Shu shall dominate the western frontier. Around Jia Zhou, the soldiers following him displayed expressions of longing and ambition. March. Fan Lu bellowed, brandishing his sword and pointing ahead. Chapter 556. The flight of Sima Xiu. Winter has arrived. Standing within Chengdu, Sima Xiu raised his head and bitterly uttered a phrase. The north gate, the east gate, the south gate, and that venomous eagle have all been manned, leaving only the west gate unguarded, beyond which lies a sheer cliff and a dead end. Previously, there were nearly 15,000 men under the command of the stick-wielding convicts, but now, with the adverse turn of events, this band of opportunists has scattered like birds and beasts. Presently, along with the 6,000 reinforcements and the remnants of the Dou family, The total forces number merely 9,000. In Chengdu, aside from the heroic army, an increasing throng of common folk has gathered, amounting to tens of thousands, blocking their escape route. The strategist Sima, from the Shu state's pacification camp, has arrived via mountain paths, sealing off the road back to Liangzhou. Moreover, the valiant Qin Zhong from Yuan is also leading thousands, poised to reach Chengdu. The reckless Han Jiu's forces have returned to block the eastern gate, and the reports from the Dou family's scouts grow increasingly dire. Enough of this. Wei Qiu painfully closes his eyes. What a stratagem, murmurs Sima, his voice weak. He fears not death, but the rise of Shu state. If I am not mistaken, the venomous eagle will lead a contingent back himself. Having set this trap, he shall not allow my escape. Teacher, we still have nearly 10,000 men. If all else fails, let us choose a gate to breach and escape the city before devising another plan to leave Shu state. Whatever you can conceive, the venomous eagle has already anticipated. Now that we remain within the city, regardless of which gate we attack, we will inevitably fall into a siege, and reinforcements from other positions will converge to annihilate us. Wei Qiu's face pales at this. Teacher, we cannot simply wait for death. If we have no other choice, let us assault the north gate. With a stroke of luck, we might break through the defenders of the heroic army and find a way to flee Chengdu from the north. Master Hu, you should lead the Dou family troops ahead, merely needing to draw the attention of the heroic army. I will support from behind, confident in our ability to breach the gate. Afterward, you shall return with me to Liang, serving our king of Liang. Master Hu, excited, quickly clasped his fists. We shall heed the strategist's orders. Only when the gathering remnants of the Dou family rush toward the northern gate does Sima's expression turn grave. Wei Qiu, do you see clearly? Teacher, I see it clearly. After Master Hu attacks the north gate, perhaps it will draw the attention of the various Shu forces. In this manner, we may seize the opportunity to temporarily leave Chengdu. You have not studied in vain. Sima, with a hint of reluctance, lifts his gaze towards the palace. It is only now that he realizes he may have fallen into the venomous eagle's scheme once more. Yet, time is no longer on his side. Then, teacher, which gate shall we target? The east gate. Wei Qiu's face reflects surprise. Beyond the east gate lies the heartland of Shu, and should the Shu cavalry pursue, our escape may be jeopardized. Sima remains silent for a moment. The terrain of Shu is ill-suited for cavalry engagements. Furthermore, I have another plan. At the north gate, the 3,000 remnants of the Dou family, believing Sima to be rallying them from behind, have unexpectedly surged forward, emboldened, brandishing their weapons as they charge towards the gate. Master Hu, known as Hu Yong, is a senior figure from the Dou family in Shu. Since Su Mu took control of Shu state to avoid retribution, he has portrayed a facade of generosity, donating all of Hu family's wealth. He then remained in Chengdu, secretly devising ways to restore the family's former glory. The common thief, usurping the nest of the magpie. The Dou family's army assaults the city gate, with strategist Sima positioned behind, ready to join the fray. Shangguan Shu squinted slightly, clad in white and bearing a sword, coldly observing the remnants of the Dou family rushing towards them. Draw your bows, prepare, he commanded. Shoot these treacherous wretches. The whistling arrows rained down relentlessly upon the ranks of the Dou family remnants. Shield bearers hurriedly raised their shields, while those without shields frantically sought cover or rushed beneath the shield wall, hoping to evade the onslaught of arrows. Those slower on foot fell victim to the barrage, and before long, the streets of the northern city gate were strewn with lifeless bodies, the acrid scent of charred flesh hanging in the air. A pack of singed wild dogs arrived, disregarding their peril, swiftly snatching severed limbs before fleeing in a frenzy. Do not retreat. If you block the arrows of the Shu army, we can approach the city gate. Hu Yong, filled with rage, tore away his coarse mask to reveal a weary visage. Kill. Slay these Su family thieves. Shangguan Shu remained impassive. His preparations had been intended for the grand army of Sima Xiu, but unexpectedly, they faced mere minnows. The ground spikes, a mix of bamboo and iron, were suddenly dragged up before the northern city gate. Countless remnants of the Dou family were impaled, their cries of agony echoing as they fell. A mounted officer of the Dou family roared and charged, intent on engaging in battle, but as he raised his blade, multiple flying daggers struck his face, and he fell from his horse without uttering a sound. Master, we are doomed. All is lost. Master Hu, the Shu army is everywhere. Hu Yong's face turned pale as he anxiously questioned those around him. Is strategist Sima's side ambushed? There is no large army behind. Panic-stricken, Hu Yong realized he had become a pawn, a discarded piece in the game of preserving the commander. Kill! He shouted, raising his blade in despair. The sky seemed shrouded in dark clouds, and as he looked up, he beheld a rain of arrows blocking out the sun, descending upon him. March quickly. Head to the eastern city gate. Relying on Hu Yong's sacrifice, Sima Xiu and Wei Qiu led over 6,000 regular troops from Liangzhou hastily towards Qingdu's eastern gate. Master, at the eastern city gate are the brash men of Hanjiu. As night fell, torches were lit to create a diversion. We must break out of the eastern city gate tonight. Sima Xiu spoke calmly. With Hu Yong meeting his demise at the northern city gate, many of the Shu troops would surely be drawn away. If they could not break through the eastern city gate soon, the other Shu forces would converge upon them once they discerned their position. Wei Qiu had initially intended to inquire about his master's contingency plans, but upon seeing his teacher's demeanor, he fell silent. Wei Qiu, now we can only fight to the death to survive. Sima Xiu turned his head, the torchlight casting a red hue upon his face, yet he remained unperturbed. Master, beyond Qingdu lies the heart of Shu. Wei Qiu hesitated, but ultimately repeated himself. I am aware. Sima Xiu stood calmly. However, breaking through the eastern city gate is our final opportunity. In the final gambit, I faced the venomous eagle once more in a duel of life and death. Trapped by the cunning of the urn, I resolved to shatter it and escape. The night wind howled fiercely, causing Sima Xiu's robe to rustle ominously. Chapter 557. Another scheme. Bloodshed raged before the Yuan Pass. The 3,000 troops dispatched by Sima Xiu were swiftly routed by Jia Zhou's surprise attack, in conjunction with the defense forces at the pass, leaving them to abandon their armor in a desperate flight. Commander, please don your armor, Fang Ru urged. Although he preferred to avoid close combat, he was determined not to let any misfortune befall Jia Zhou before him. Nodding in acquiescence, Jia Zhou, under Fang Ru's guidance, calmly donned a robe of armor. Having repelled the forces of Liang, the next step was to breach Yuan and proceed to Qingdu. Rest assured, the Liang fox is trapped in Qingdu. He cannot escape. After a moment of contemplation, Jia Zhou gazed through the fallen Liang soldiers and the chaos strewn about, before speaking with a measured tone. Sima Xiu is a cunning fox. Even when ensnared, he will not simply await his fate. His objective will be to shatter the vessel that confines him, creating an avenue of escape. The implication of the commander's words was clear. Would Sima Xiu flee? Yes, but he would not succeed. Fang Ru, however, appeared somewhat bewildered by this seemingly simplistic statement. General Fang Ru, it is time to advance into Shuzhou. Only upon hearing Jia Zhou's call did Fang Ru hastily rally the troops and pass through Yuan. Not long after their departure from the pass, mounted scouts galloped toward them with urgent news. Commander, urgent dispatch from Qingdu. Receiving the message, Jia Zhou perused it briefly, his expression remaining inscrutable. The intelligence reported that Sima Xiu had employed a feigned retreat to deceive and open the eastern city gates, leading the remaining 5,000 Liang soldiers in a desperate flight toward the heart of Shuzhou. Commander, this Liang fox truly intends to escape. He cannot flee. My urn is not confined to Qingdu. It encompasses all of Shuzhou. No matter which direction he takes, he shall find no sanctuary. Fang Ru, hasten our march. Master's strategy is brilliant. We have already broken through Qingdu. Wei Qiu exclaimed, excitement evident in his demeanor, yet suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Now, being in the heart of Shuzhou, what is the plan for our retreat? From the 2 counties outside the state, Sima Xiu replied solemnly. 2 counties outside the state. Master, to exit from Bannan City, there are numerous guards. This is precisely the other scheme I referred to. At that moment, Sima Xiu's visage bore a trace of desolation. Once, he had held the esteemed position of chief strategist in Liangzhou, basking in the glory befitting a renowned tactician. Yet, he never anticipated that one day he would find himself ensnared in the very trap laid by his old adversary. To claim that he felt no anger would be disingenuous. However, a man of his caliber would suppress even the gravest of grievances in pursuit of an opportunity to turn the tide. Shuzhou is vulnerable. Even the remaining forces have been stationed in Qingdu. We must proceed to Bannan City, Sima Xiu articulated calmly. Long before entering Shuzhou, he had harbored intentions of knowing both friend and foe, having memorized the map of Shuzhou. Wei Qiu opened his mouth several times, yet ultimately remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, this piece on the board had revealed itself under such dire circumstances. Wei Qiu was merely one piece, In reality, he possessed another that had yet to be deployed. Now, in this moment of crisis, it had no choice but to be laid bare. This other child embodies nearly all his hopes. Master Sima, Mr. Wei. The Shu forces are in pursuit. The faces of those present, save for Sima Xiu, turned ashen. We must set forth to Banan City, departing from Shu Prefecture. There are only two paths. One leads towards Yuguan, while the other goes through Banan City and then diverts to the external by Lu County. Jiazhou's tone was grave. Sima Xiu's audacity to venture into the heart of Shu suggests he must still possess a strategic move near Banan City. Upon entering Chengdu, Jiazhou spoke with startling candor. The generals who came to greet him were filled with trepidation. Had it been anyone else, they might have failed to unravel Sima Xiu's cunning scheme. And he could very well have escaped unscathed. I had previously mentioned that the trap laid was not confined to Chengdu, but encompassed the entirety of Shu Prefecture. Sima Xiu may flee, yet he cannot evade capture. He mistakenly believed the military strength within Shu was feeble, emboldening him to take risks. Yet he was mistaken. This trap is impenetrable. Even if celestial beings descended from the heavens, I, Jiazhou, would dare to summon spirits to dismantle it. Mobilize the grand army and rush to Banan. Encircle and eliminate the cunning fox, Sima Xiu, from one trap to another during the days of flight. His hairpin had fallen unbeknownst to him. Now, Sima Xiu appeared disheveled, with hair cascading wildly around him. He was not yet old, merely in his 30s. In his 30s, before the emergence of the toxic eagle, he was already renowned alongside the Confucian dragon as a distinguished scholar of the realm. Countless individuals flocked to him in this chaotic era, desiring to have him as their chief advisor. He always felt that his hands were meant to stir the tumult of the world. Indeed, he had achieved this. Supporting a minor king of Liangzhou, he established control over the 3 states of Liang. Subsequently, he devised a series of grand strategies, intending to annihilate Shu Prefecture and seize the inner city, until the day his military might pointed towards the entire realm. Master, what troubles you? Seeing Sima Xiu lost in thought, Wei Qiu inquired with concern. Nothing. They were still some distance from Banan City. The other child should also be on his way to provide aid. Yet, for reasons unknown, an overwhelming sense of unease began to linger in his heart. Suddenly, a sand fox leapt from the forest, joyfully bounding into Sima Xiu's embrace. Wei Qiu, how far are we from Banan City? Master, we are nearing. Only 20 more miles remain. Along the way, we have only encountered a few local soldiers, who do not dare to obstruct us. If time permits, the master's strategy will indeed succeed. The garrison at Banan City is merely 1,000 strong. This intelligence finally eased Sima Xiu's discomfort. Master, shall we attack immediately? Not yet. We await the signal. A pincer attack would be best. A pincer attack? Wei Qiu was taken aback. Does the master still command another grand army? Sima Xiu remained silent, his eyes reflecting a calm gleam. Not far from Banan City, a young officer, resembling a captain, rode with approximately 1,000 men, hastening towards the city. Young master, why betray Shu? If so, our Kazhou may face dire calamity. This 1,000-strong contingent had originally followed the young officer into Shu. Su Mu, mindful of Kazhou's reputation and deeming the number insufficient, had refrained from dispersing them. At this moment, the mounted young officer did not respond immediately. He wore a solemn expression, his gaze filled with unspoken turmoil. The family's plans were clear to him. It was merely a matter of ensuring that the family's eggs were not all placed in a single basket. He, however, was contained within the basket of Shu. According to the initial strategy, he was supposed to remain in Shu, patiently awaiting an opportunity to earn military accolades and subsequently seek advancement. Ultimately, he aspired to become a general of Shu, leaving a legacy for his family. Yet, he chose differently. Perhaps it was his refusal to accept his fate, to remain merely a pawn on the chessboard of life. Long ago, he had selected an alternative path, the one designated for him by the strategist of Liangzhou. Otherwise, he would have had to resign himself to a life in Shu, destined to remain a lowly lieutenant with no prospects for promotion. He understood well that with a lever in his hand, regardless of whether he betrayed Shu or not, he could not escape being used as a pawn. Fortuitously, he had made the right choice. Sima Xiu exhaled deeply, his tone growing increasingly somber. Only by breaching Ban Nan did he stand a chance of survival. Chapter 558. No escape. The commander of Ban Nan was Daochong, the younger brother of Daochong, who possessed little competence. However, like Daochong, he was regarded as a loyal man of Shu. With the repeated redeployments of various generals, Su Mu heeded Daochong's counsel, assigning Daochong to temporarily defend Ban Nan. At that moment, witnessing the approach of over 5,000 Liang troops, Daochong's face turned pale with shock. Daochong, originally the younger brother of the king of southern Shu, was greedy and timid, unlike his elder brother. Why not attempt to incite a rebellion? In truth, Wei Qiu harbored little confidence. Ban Nan was a crucial passage connecting southern Shu and central Shu, situated amidst mountainous terrain, serving as a formidable stronghold. Even with a mere 1,000 defenders, should the siege prolong, the pursuing forces from Shu would inevitably arrive. Sima Xiu pondered in silence before nodding. Should he surrender? He could return to Liangzhou, receiving the title of a general and commanding 3 battalions. Such a proposition was undeniably generous. Even Wei Qiu felt a tinge of envy upon hearing it. Yet, he understood that traversing Ban Nan was of utmost importance under these circumstances. A signal arrow, bearing a letter, soared over the city walls. Observing the enemy outside, Daochong, who had once been ashen-faced, suddenly became enraged after unrolling the letter. Unlike his brother Daotong, who, at over 30, had achieved little, his greatest feat being the slaying of a mountain bear with the aid of 7 guards, 5 of whom perished. Daochong had witnessed the daily transformations in southern Shu since Su Mu's arrival. The streets of Nanzhong had widened, merchants proliferated, and the courtesans of the tea-houses grew increasingly alluring. During his leisure, he would often stroll the streets with his wife and children, leveraging Daotong's reputation to indulge in complimentary meals at the finest establishments. Daochong raised his head, his face suddenly a mask of fury. You may scorn me as a cowardly wretch, but I, Daochong, shall never be a traitor in this life. I curse you. The letter of incitement was torn to shreds and cast into the wind. This time, I shall emulate my brother and become a general of Shu. Let the signal fires rise. Below the city walls, Wei Qiu furrowed his brow. He found himself somewhat bewildered. A man who was clearly fearful of death had suddenly transformed into a figure of remarkable bravery. Only Sima Xiu remained silent, quietly closing his eyes. Previously, Lord Yuan had been a guiding light, illuminating the paths of many. Now, it was Su Bai's turn, as he too had become a beacon of hope. Sima Xiu lowered his head, his face etched with sighs. He began to comprehend why Su Bai had steadfastly adhered to the principle of prioritizing the people since entering Shu. The citizens of Chengdu, aiding in the defense of the royal palace, along with the meager generals willing to die alongside him, led Sima Xiu to sense that Su Bai's position was gradually solidifying. Master, shall we assault the city? Yes, attack. Let us strike at Banan, cried Wei Qiu, his voice ringing out fiercely against the chill of the winter wind. The vanguard of over 4,000 soldiers from Liang began to hoist makeshift ladders, charging towards the stout walls of Banan. Meanwhile, over 1,000 archers from Liang sought advantageous terrain, unleashing waves of arrows upon the city gates. Hold the line. Hold the line. Despite his profound fear, Daochong held his head high, leading the mere 1,000 defenders atop Banan to mount a counterattack. Lacking the prowess of a seasoned general, Daochong hastily deployed all available manpower, striving to defend the besieged city gates. In his mind, all that was needed was to fend off the Liang troops until reinforcements arrived, at which point victory would be assured. However, at that very moment, from the opposite gate of this narrow city pass, a formidable force suddenly emerged. A young and unfamiliar general from Shu was leading a contingent that charged towards Banan without any forewarning. General Do, we are caught in a pincer attack. Daochong, upon hearing this, nearly lost his balance, but managed to brace himself against the wall and shouted with trepidation, divide 300 men to guard the other gate. Beneath the walls of Banan, Sima Xiu picked up a dried fruit, squeezing it between his palms until it burst, releasing its yellow juice. Indeed, with a pincer movement, if we can capture Banan, we will have the opportunity to escape from Shu. Despite his disheveled appearance, Sima Xiu gradually regained some semblance of vigor as he spoke. Wei Qiu, relay the order. We must fight to the death and break through Banan within 2 days. The smoke of battle rose over Banan. Yet in the vicinity of southern Shu, only a handful of local troops remained. Du Gu, self-proclaimed master strategist, unfortunately overlooked a critical strategy. If I were in his position, I would have stationed a garrison at such a vital location as Banan. Before Sima Xiu could finish his thought, the sound of a scout's report echoed around them. Military advisor, the Shu reinforcements are en route to Banan. Another army attacking Banan has signaled an enemy assault. What? Sima Xiu was momentarily stunned. Beside him, Wei Qiu's expression was one of disbelief, accompanied by palpable panic. General Ma Yi of Yun City, acting under the command of the military advisor, had long awaited this moment. The Liang bandits should not resist capture. A resolute young general, mounted and brandishing his sword, shouted with fervor. Behind this young general, approximately 5,000 infantry with spears and shields surged forward with a fierce cry. Initially, the over 1,000 enemy troops engaged in the pincer assault on Banan, upon witnessing this sight, were thrown into disarray, collapsing under the onslaught of the 5,000 advancing Shu soldiers. Young master, hurry and flee. At that moment, Huang Zhihu, the treacherous general of Shu Prefecture, was filled with terror. You scoundrel, take this. A Shu Prefecture lieutenant, charging forward on horseback with a drawn sword, scattered 4 or 5 men in his path, and struck Huang Zhihu fiercely with his long blade. Huang Zhihu fell from his horse, losing an arm and howling in agony. Unfortunately, before he could utter more cries, he was swiftly slain by the advancing Shu troops. Those who had followed Huang Zhihu found their morale shattered, scattering in all directions in a panic. Our strategist has arranged ambushes in every direction of Shu Prefecture. We humbly invite General Sima to his death. Countless Shu soldiers shouted from across the city of Banan. Even atop Banan's walls, Daochong, having been invigorated by a surge of morale, felt a rare stirring in his chest. We humbly invite General Sima to his death. Below the gates of Banan, Sima Xiu managed a bitter smile. Chapter 559. 2 old friends. The path leading to Muyu Prefecture, although not fully cleared, saw Ma Yi and his men waiting silently for a long time, having stealthily approached from the Anling Mountains. Should Sima Xiu fail to escape Chengdu, he would have to toil to return to Muyu Prefecture after the ordeal. If he managed to flee Chengdu, he would have no choice but to head towards Banan City. Jiazhou earnestly explained this to the bewildered Fan Lu. In this arrangement, I have considered every factor. Did the strategist not mention that if the troops of Muyu Prefecture moved, they would be detected by Tsang Prefecture? It's different, with only 10 men drawn from each camp. Even spies from Muyu Prefecture would remain oblivious. The strategist's intellect was unparalleled. Fan Lu, let's march towards Banan City. Even if Sima Xiu intends to head to the Nanlin Mountains, the border troops will obstruct him. There is no escape left for him. In the concealed woods, Sima Xiu, just awakened, coughed several times. Under the weight of impending doom, his frail body had already reached its limit. A soldier brought hot water, and as Sima Xiu held it, his complexion suddenly turned pale. Could it be that the fire is lit? Strategist, the weather is frigid. If we do not light a fire, we may perish from the cold. We have consumed all our rations, and the foraged food in the mountains cannot be eaten raw. Sima Xiu's eyes reflected deep sorrow. We must set out immediately. It is unwise to linger here. Strategist, we can hardly move. Not heading to Nanlin County, Sima Xiu led over 5,000 troops from Liang, concealing themselves along the foothills, seeking the next opportunity. However, as winter arrived, with rations depleted and morale wavering, these over 5,000 Liang troops found themselves on the brink of life and death. What of Wei Qiu? Mr. Wei has gone to scout the path. Strategist, perhaps we should surrender. The voice of the speaking deputy trembled uncontrollably. They had come to realize that they were indeed ensnared within the encirclement of the Shu army, with no means of escape. Sima Xiu remained silent for a long while, then trembled as he picked up a dry blade of grass, attempting to tie back his disheveled hair. Strategist, do you perhaps disagree? If we do not surrender, we shall perish from hunger and cold. Even if we survive, we will inevitably be pierced by 1,000 arrows from the Shu soldiers. The Liang deputy stepped forward, tightly grasping Sima Xiu's outstretched hand. Continuously thwarted, the morale of the over 5,000 followers had been utterly shattered, leaving no trust among the vassals. Sima Xiu remained silent, a trace of sorrow flickering in his expression. He raised his gaze to the ever-increasing number of soldiers approaching him. Suddenly, the cool-handed deputy from Liangzhou, who had bound Sima Xiu's hands, let out a piercing scream, releasing his grip and collapsing to the ground in anguish. Unbeknownst to him, his throat had been crushed, blood gushing forth. A blood-soaked sand fox stood protectively before Sima Xiu, growling fiercely at the encroaching Liang army. Sima Xiu spoke calmly. After a couple of roars, the sand fox leapt into his embrace. I, Sima Xiu, have indeed found a good disciple. When Wei Qiu returns, inform him that even if he captures me to earn merit, Su Bai will never let him go. Cradling the sand fox, Sima Xiu coughed and rose to his feet. Turning his head, he glanced at the still-burning campfire, the dried wood reduced to charred remains. With a sigh, he stepped forward. Where's the strategist going? To meet an old friend. The strategist is in Shuzhou. Does he still have a backup plan? Many Liangzhou soldiers suddenly filled with joy. Sima Xiu did not respond. Surrounded on all sides, with soldiers mutinying, even his sole disciple disregarded their bond. He suddenly realized that all he had learned in his life was ultimately shallow and inadequate, unable to assist a wise ruler in establishing a new dynasty in chaotic times. The sound of footsteps echoed around him. Strategist, the Shu people are attacking. Countless Liangzhou soldiers shouted in alarm. Sima Xiu did not look back. Leaning on his body and clutching the sand fox, trudging onward. Soon, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish erupted behind him. Master, do you still have a backup plan? Wei Qiu called out desperately from behind. No more, let it be sacrifice. I, Wei Qiu, a naturally gifted talent, have yet to rise among the 5 strategists of the realm, have yet to assist the Liang King in establishing a new dynasty. How can I resign myself to this fate? Sima Xiu forced a bitter smile and continued to walk forward, eventually reaching a rocky outcrop. Feeling fatigued, he sat down on the ground, still cradling the sand fox. Jiu, you may enter the woods. The sand fox, seemingly understanding human nature, jumped from his embrace but did not flee into the forest. Instead, it remained protectively in front of Sima Xiu. That year in the Gobi Desert, a young scholar returned home, burdened with a book-laden basket, saving a thirsty young fox amidst the raging sandstorms. From now on, you shall be called Little Jiu. Stay with me and observe. Though I hail from humble beginnings, one day, the name of Sima Jingmo shall resonate throughout the world. Jiu, like a jade yet not, a stone of ebony, much like his own life. The sand fox let out a heart-wrenching cry as an arrow pierced its body, struggling for a moment in a pool of blood before falling still. Sima Xiu closed his eyes in silence. Fan Lu calmly lowered his bow, clearing a path. Jia Zhou emerged slowly from the parted soldiers, his face solemn. Poison Eagle, Liang Fox. The two exchanged glances, suddenly breaking into smiles. I knew you would come. Sima Xiu adjusted his blood-stained robe, picked up a withered blade of grass, and tied back his disheveled hair. Before I die, I always wished to see you. Brother Sima, could there be another plan? Jia Zhou leaned on his cane and strode forward. Fan Lu's expression changed dramatically as he rushed to intervene, only to be calmly pushed aside by Jia Zhou. It is evident that you, with your superior skills, have outmaneuvered me this time. Jia Zhou sighed and sat down beside Sima Xiu, both renowned strategists finding solace in each other's company amidst the biting cold wind, akin to old friends reunited. Upon entering Chengdu, I sensed something amiss. I pondered the possibility that someone might lead me into Shu, resulting in a deadlock. Yet, at that moment, retreat was no longer an option for me. Following a series of miscalculations, failure this time would spell disaster. Dongwen is not a wise ruler. If this venture falters, Brother Sima, he shall undoubtedly lose faith in you. Jia Zhou added, Brother Jia, you know my nature. I could never betray Shu. If you are benevolent, allow me a cup of warm tea, and I shall set forth shortly. Not betraying Shu, a person like me must ensure there are no future troubles. Jia Zhou lamented with a deep bow. Though my lord possesses a tempestuous disposition, he remains the one I have chosen. Sima Xiu faced the northwest, kneeling thrice in reverence. And then, with Jia Zhou's assistance, slowly rose to his feet. I implore you, Brother Jia, to construct a modest mound for me, where I may be honored during the Qingming festival, without the need for offerings of water or wine. Should peace reign one day, I kindly ask you to inform me. Sima Xiu expressed his gratitude with a bow. Jia Zhou, remaining silent, released his grip, allowing Sima Xiu to pick up the fox corpse and proceed ahead. Prepare to draw bows, Fan Lu commanded in a low voice. Behind him, over 100 archers began to knock their arrows, aiming at Sima Xiu's position. Chapter 560, Mastering Strategies, Losing Oneself. Mr. Jia, in this chaotic world, has my Sima Jingmo left behind a legacy? Indeed, if not for you, Liangzhou would have fallen long ago. Sima Xiu laughed heartily, a sound tinged with profound sorrow, cradling the fox corpse as he tilted his head to the sky and gently closed his eyes. Release the arrows, a scion of a fallen family. Do you dare to seek knowledge? Among the vast array of scholars, who would ever hold you in high regard. The Sima lineage has long been entrenched in officialdom. Yet in your generation, you wish to study under me without even affording the customary fees? Go back, go back. Become a mere copyist. Even that would earn you 5 coins of silver each month. Yet you, Sima Xiao, have the audacity to refuse. Sima Xiao, do you aspire to learn from the ancient sages? To await a wise ruler? The southern Confucians and northern Foxes have gained equal renown. Sima Jingmo is willing to offer counsel to the sovereign, ushering in a new era of prosperity. May peace reign across the land. A lifeless body, pierced by numerous arrows, lay quietly on the ground, still clutching the fox corpse. A chilling wind swept through, rustling and stirring up dust that settled upon the corpse. Jiazhou, leaning on his cane, removed his cloak and solemnly draped it over Sima Xiao's body. Perhaps suddenly chilled, he could not suppress a few coughs. Military advisor, military advisor. The cold fox is dead. Fan Lu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Jiazhou smiled discreetly, sighed, and sat beside the corpse. In his palm remained a piece of cloth, a remnant torn from Sima Xiao's robe, inscribed with charcoal. It had been entrusted to him during his support. As Jiazhou gazed at the cloth, a wave of astonishment gradually washed over his face. He lifted his head and anxiously gazed towards the west. Brother Jia, with such a person aiding the demon queen, the Central Plains may face calamity. You and I, bound by our loyalties, must exchange this intelligence as a gesture of gratitude for the burial of your ancestors. Jiazhou bitterly recited these words, tucking the cloth into his bosom. Strategist, we have captured a notorious bandit. At that moment, a subordinate arrived, leading a group of riders, and upon halting, they unceremoniously thrust the bound Wei Qiu to the ground. Thud! Wei Qiu cried out in pain, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape the restraints. You've tied me too tightly. Could you loosen them a bit? Jiazhou remained expressionless. He could empathize with Sima Xiao, who was loyal to his cause. But he could not forgive a traitor who had betrayed Shu. Ah, it is strategist Jia. In the past, I prayed daily to the heavens, wishing for protection over Shu province, and indeed, strategist Jia has survived. Jiazhou scoffed coldly. He leaned on his cane and did not spare Wei Qiu a glance. The traitor who had sold his master and abandoned his family had committed the most heinous acts imaginable. Strategist, hear me out. I, Wei Qiu, possess extraordinary talent. Why not allow me to serve under you as a disciple? I vow to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to Shu province henceforth. Strategist Jia. I am indeed a person of great potential. After taking a few steps, Jiazhou turned back with icy disdain. I neglected to mention that I already have a disciple. The young man who obstructed you days ago before the palace, he is the one. Your master has met his downfall and still harbors a desire for death, while you, like a wretched beast, cannot possibly catch the eye of my predatory gaze. Cease your clamor and prepare to meet your end. Wei Qiu stood frozen, still wishing to plead for mercy after a moment. Crack! Fan Lu charged forward with a blade, and in an instant, Wei Qiu's head rolled onto the ground. Sinking into the dirt, Fan Lu, ensure that Master Sima receives a proper burial and erect a tombstone for him. Strategist, what about this? Dispose of it in the mountains to feed the wolves and dogs. With that, Jiazhou leaned on his cane and strode forward. Fan Lu, concerned for his comfort, hurriedly draped a warm cloak around him. The renowned strategist, skilled in the art of war, yet having lost himself, how tragic and lamentable. In the biting wind, Jiazhou gazed upward, his voice lingering in the air. Days later, news reached Liang province. Dongwon, leading 100,000 troops and poised to strike the borders of Liangzhou, was taken aback by the intelligence he received, losing his balance and tumbling from his horse. My lord, Dongwon's eyes were reddened, and even as he was helped back to his feet, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. His strategist, his Liang fox, Sima Xiao, had met with misfortune. Chapter 561. Before Lu City, the fierce wind howled as over 100,000 troops formed ranks 2 miles outside Lu City. Our lord commands. Su the traitor has acted without reason, launching an unwarranted assault on Liangzhou. Our lord is magnanimous and demands you to swiftly surrender the city gates and retreat from Liangzhou. Otherwise, should Lu City fall, the people of Shu shall be exterminated. A rider from Liang, perched on a magnificent steed, approached Lu City, arrogantly proclaiming and gesturing emphatically at the city gates. This was merely a tactic to demoralize the enemy. Longbow, shoot him down, Sumu calmly instructed. The archers, already eager, nodded and quickly readied their bows. knocking finely crafted arrows. An arrow streaked forth, and the rider from Liang let out a dreadful cry before plummeting to the ground, meeting his demise without ever comprehending why, despite the calculated range. He had been struck down by a single shot. Above the city gates of Lu City, a cacophony of cheers erupted. The longbow had become increasingly formidable. Su Mu chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction towards his acknowledged younger kin. The archer, blushing with embarrassment, nodded and then, with a grave demeanor, resumed his position beside Su Mu. All 4 city gates must seek someone akin to this king, donned in white armor and a cloak, guarded by a 100-man shield battalion. Su Mu commanded with a solemn tone. 20,000 defenders, neither an excessive nor a meager number, could only be cautiously employed to prolong the arduous siege until snow covered the ground. Brother Mu, will they come to attack? If not, I shall head to the army's kitchen, Si Hu inquired earnestly, scratching his nose. They will not, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. Although Dongwen was fierce, he was by no means a fool. His advance was merely a display of military might. However, to besiege the city, he would have to wait for the laborers to transport supplies and provisions. Without ladders, it would be futile to assault a fortified city. As Su Mu had anticipated, the Liang forces outside the walls were merely making a ruckus, occasionally dispatching cavalry from the Xiqiang to shoot a few arrows from a distance. Most strikes fell harmlessly against the walls. Should they advance closer, the Shu army atop Lu City would respond immediately. Furthermore, during the siege of Lu City, numerous heavy crossbows remained within, having only launched a few giant arrows, the sound of which startled many of the provocative Xiqiang into retreat. Increased the night patrols. There must be no errors, Su Mu stated firmly from the battlements. Outside Lu City, in the Liang encampment, within the central tent, Dongwen grasped a wine jar and took several hearty swigs. He was not intoxicated, yet a flicker of confusion suddenly clouded his eyes. The military strategist he relied upon most had perished in Shuzhou, leaving him feeling as though he had lost a limb. Vaguely, he recalled his impatience when the bandits had invaded Liangzhou, which had compelled his strategist to propose a perilous strategy. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. A voice called from outside the tent. Do not shout, Dongwen retorted angrily. Your Majesty, someone has arrived from Liangzhou. It is the military strategist's servant. A servant? Dongwen fell silent for a moment before instructing them to summon the servant into the tent. Bow, pay your respects to the king. The elderly servant, his hair as white as snow, knelt before Dongwen. Speak. Is there news from the advancing army? Before my lord departed from Liangzhou, he expressed that this perilous endeavor, should it lead to his untimely death, would require me to deliver this sealed letter personally into your hands. Listening attentively, Dongwen swiftly seized the letter, breaking the red wax seal before examining its contents with care. The message was brief, consisting of only a few sentences. To the Honorable Lord, this perilous incursion into Shu aims to assist you in securing the western territories. However, I have long harbored a belief that the poisonous eagle of Shuzhou still lives. Should I meet an unfortunate end, I implore you to abandon the 2 border cities and retreat within 100 miles of Liangzhou, thereafter relocating the capital to Anzhou. To foster amicable relations with the Western Chang, it is essential to cultivate horses and assemble a formidable army, employing the agricultural talents, craftsmen, and merchants from the populace. Only with a well-equipped cavalry of 100,000 and the granaries of the 3 provinces in Liang filled to the brim, can our sovereign aspire to reign supreme once more. The martial spirit of the Liangzhou populace is fierce, yet the number of capable strategists remains scarce. I have identified 3 individuals whom the sovereign may consider utilizing for the time being. Silently folding the letter, Dongwen lifted his gaze, seemingly envisioning the figure cradling a sand fox before him, bowing in respect. The old servant on the ground trembled in fear. Drag him out and execute him, Dongwen commanded with irritation. Additionally, he announced to the various camps to remain vigilant, for once the siege supplies arrived, they were to launch an immediate assault on Lu City. With that, Dongwen gritted his teeth and suddenly tore the confidential letter to shreds. After concealing his talents for 23 years, he had finally awaited the demise of Lord Yuan. Yet, before him stood Su Bai, obstructing his ambitions of conquest. Retreat? To fall back within 100 miles of Liangzhou City? Although Dongwen acknowledged the wisdom of the late strategist, he could not acquiesce. Why should he be suppressed by a mere scholar? He possessed a greater military force, more warhorses, and larger territories. Exhaling deeply, Dongwen resumed his grip on the wine jar, tilting his head back to drink. Meanwhile, in Lu City, Su Mu and the generals were deliberating the forthcoming battles. The Chang excelled in open-field combat, utilizing their steeds to charge and employing curved swords and bows in harmony to vanquish foes. Thus, in the face of a siege, the Shu army did not find itself at a significant disadvantage. According to Su Mu's assessment, the Western Chang's Fushuan tribe was likely to serve as cannon fodder once again. With strong fortifications in place, the Western Chang might not be so formidable. However, Su Mu was concerned that Dongwen was no fool and likely had contingencies in place. Regarding our sovereign, General Dou from the direction of Wanlang City has inquired whether to send reinforcements to Lu City. Tell him to refrain from coming, Su Mu replied, shaking his head. Their forces were already at a disadvantage. Sending infantry reinforcements would risk being encircled by the Liang army and suffering heavy casualties. For the time being, maintaining a stronghold in both cities was their best strategy, allowing the conflict to extend into the winter snows when the Liang forces would likely withdraw. Naturally, Su Mu understood that the young sovereign's temperament would make him resistant to this notion. If both cities fell and Sima Xiu was lost, this young sovereign, who fancied himself the future overlord of the West, would surely curse his fate. My lord, the supply routes outside the city are likely to be cut off by the Liang forces. However, it is fortunate that after capturing Lu City, there is still a considerable amount of surplus grain. Su Mu nodded. The battlefield was ever-changing, yet the current plan remained focused on steadfast defense. The laborers mobilized within the city needed not assist in the defense. They should simply perform their duties to earn their merit. Rest assured, the troops from the strategist side are already gathering and will march to reinforce Lu City. Unlike General Dou's reinforcements, the forces led by Jia Zhou number over 10,000 and are approaching from the direction of Shu province. Even with 10 minds, Dongwen could not fathom the arrangement of Jia Zhou's troops. With the death of Sima Xiu, the military strategist Jia Wenlong had become a formidable force, capable of turning the tide of battle. 2 days hence, the supplies and provisions dispatched from Liangzhou finally arrived outside Lu City. Including the Xiqiang people and numerous troops from Liang, Dongwen has transformed cavalry into infantry for the purpose of besieging the city. In Hu, who is responsible for gathering intelligence, spoke earnestly. Moreover, this time Dongwen has summoned a considerable number of catapults, over 20, from several major prefectures along the front lines of Liangzhou. There are also 5 siege ladders and a significant number of heavy crossbow carts. Su Mu furrowed his brow. He could discern that Dongwen was becoming increasingly frantic, nearly depleting his resources in the assault on Luqing. Surrounding Luqing, the major prefectures along a stretch of approximately 200 miles must have already been stripped of supplies. However, the defensive provisions within Luqing are not insubstantial. Once Luqing is conquered, the combined resources from both sides will total more than a dozen catapults. The commander, Dongwen, is acutely aware that the harsh winter is approaching, bringing with it heavy snowfall. Thus he aims for a swift resolution before the unfavorable weather sets in. He intends to capture the 2 border cities and eliminate our foothold in Shuzhou. Su Mu paused, turning to look at Yin Luxia, suddenly realizing that this valiant hero possessed considerable insights regarding warfare. Yin Hu, do we have any further intelligence? Yes, Commander, there are additional reports. For instance, after converting cavalry to infantry, the Liang troops mainly employ spear and shield soldiers, utilizing a type of medium-sized shield that offers excellent arrow defense. I suspect that the besieging phalanx will soon arrive at the city gates. Luqing is situated in a desert region, lacking a moat. Previously, Su Mu had ordered the swift excavation of a concealed trench along the city wall, embedding numerous traps within. This time, Dongwen's all-out assault is undeniably formidable. Even he did not anticipate the sheer volume of siege supplies delivered by the laborers of Liangzhou. Yin Hu, relay the order for all camps to prepare immediately. If I am not mistaken, the Liang troops are poised to attack. The common thief Su Mu, acting against the grain, has incited the wrath of both gods and men by seizing our Liang territory and slaying our military strategist. Now, with 100,000 Liang soldiers at the city's doorstep, we await the moment to breach the gates and annihilate the Shuzhou dogs. Clad in golden armor, Dongwen forewent a helmet, instead binding a white mourning cloth around his head, signifying his intent to breach Luqing and honor the fallen strategist, Sima Xiu. He skillfully employed the principle that a mourning army shall surely triumph. Sima Xiu, revered by many soldiers for his contributions to both military and political affairs, is greatly missed. With a clang, Dongwen drew his golden sword, pointing fiercely towards Luqing, declaring, "My 100,000 Liang sons shall, at this moment, vanquish the Shuzhou enemies." The sound of the horn for assaulting the city erupted alongside the thunderous beating of war drums, invigorating the morale of the besieging troops. The spear and shield formations advanced towards the enemy city. Beneath the overcast sky, dozens of Liangzhou spear and shield formations commenced their march towards Luqing. The protective catapults launched their initial barrage of stones from outside the city. On the city walls, the lined-up Shuzhou defenders quickly crouched down, burying their heads behind the parapets, fervently hoping that the falling boulders would not strike them directly. The entire Luqing trembled ominously. "Return fire," commanded the catapult unit. Within the city, the catapults were not to be outdone. Under the command of an aged captain, they too hurled massive stones into the sky above the city. The smoke curled upwards, and the flames of war raged on. Outside the city, the tightly organized formations of the Liang soldiers were struck by the projectiles, and soon cries of anguish echoed through the air. The shields wielded by the Liang soldiers could only fend off arrows. They offered no perfect defense against the stones. Regardless, these medium-sized shields, hindered by their weight, were predominantly wooden, with perhaps a thin layer of iron sheeting and decorated with intricate patterns of tigers and lions. "Commander, do not advance further," urged Yin Hu anxiously as Su Mu contemplated taking a few more steps forward. Aware of his position as the supreme commander of the three armies, Su Mu nodded, knowing he must exercise caution. At that moment, the formidable formations of the Liang soldiers outside were drawing ever closer to the city gates. As they reached the battlements, evading the stone projectiles, the defending soldiers began to roar and string their bows, unleashing volleys of arrows that filled the sky and darkened the sun. "Return fire upon the defenders." As soon as they entered range, the Liang shields stood firm, while the archers behind began to notch their arrows, sending countless projectiles towards the defending forces atop the walls. "Yin Hu, inform the catapult unit to replenish the oil in the shot bags," he commanded. The commander felt assured. Both sides exchanged volleys, suffering losses on both ends. The stones cast from the city, ablaze with burning oil, traced long tails of light in the dim sky. With a thunderous crash, the flaming projectiles descended, rolling for over 100 paces and igniting a vast area in flames. Many of the nearby Liang formations were scorched, and the air was filled with their cries of despair. "Do not retreat. Reform the ranks and advance towards Luqing. Rear guard. Push out the bamboo screens to shield against the Shu arrows." Without soldiers to besiege the city, the siege engines in the rear would not dare advance recklessly. "Load the heavy crossbows." Over 20 heavy crossbows stationed on the city walls began to be loaded with massive bolts, directed by several soldiers who adjusted their aim. One by one, the iron bolts shot forth, targeting the bamboo screens, and within moments, 2 of the screens had collapsed. "Fire arrows into the ranks." The archers atop the walls ignited arrows wrapped in oiled cloth, and in unison, they drew their strings, releasing a rain of flaming arrows that fell upon the advancing Liang formations amidst the swirling smoke. Under the relentless assault of fire, the Liang soldiers, still some distance from the walls, began to suffer severe casualties. "Beware of the Liang stones. Take cover." Above, the whistling of the Liang projectiles was unmistakable. This time, they were clearly coated in oil, igniting large fires upon impact. Furthermore, Su Mu detected a foul stench in the air. "My lord, the Liang have launched many carcasses." Gritting his teeth, Su Mu surveyed the scene and realized that among the projectiles landing within the city were numerous rotting horses and sheep, the noxious odor rapidly spreading. If not dealt with promptly, it would not take 2 or 3 days for a plague to engulf the entire city. "Cover your faces." Moreover, I hereby announce to the laborers in the city that upon discovering any carcasses, they must immediately incinerate them to prevent the spread of pestilence. Su Mu has already confirmed that the little wretch outside the city has nearly succumbed to madness. Previously, there may have been Sima Xiu offering counsel to restrain Dong Wen's devilish ambitions. However, now, Dong Wen is utterly unrestrained. "Yin Hu, what is the situation at the other 3 city gates?" Reports indicate that the Liang troops are merely feigning an assault, with their true focus on the northern gate. Nonetheless, Su Mu remains reluctant to deploy troops from the other gates. The matter of the siege is fraught with deception. Should one gate be left vulnerable, it could invite a fierce onslaught. Chapter 563. The unyielding conflict. As dusk approached, the relentless clamor of battle continued. Shield formations. Hoo. The Liang troops outside the city began to raise their shields anew, advancing steadily towards the city gates. Draw the bowstring tight. The defenders atop the walls strained to the utmost. Fire. The whistling arrows rained down, striking in layers. After advancing merely 20 paces, the shields of the Liang forces were riddled with a multitude of arrows. Brother Mu, I will charge out to engage, cried Sihu, brandishing his massive axe in a frenzy. What nonsense are you spouting? Sumu gasped. Dong Wen's relentless assault, under the weight of his formidable forces, had plunged the entire Lu city into a desperate battle. Yet, the sentiment remains. If they can withstand this siege, and with winter's heavy snows approaching, Dong Wen, unless he has lost his senses, will surely retreat back to Liangzhou. Inhu, go inform the defenders that after 100 more paces, the Liang formation will approach the traps. Let them unleash their might. Inhu accepted the order and hurried away. Previously, considering Dong Wen's potential counterattack, Sumu had excavated a secret trench early on. Within this trench lay not only bamboo blades, but also concealed oil. This wave should sufficiently teach the little wretch a harsh lesson. Of course, Sumu understood that in this siege, Dong Wen's primary consideration was to eliminate the Shu army's foothold before winter, preparing for the battles of the next year. And as for the two cities that were laboriously captured, there was no way they could afford to relinquish them. My lord, they are drawing near. Sumu lifted his gaze, coldly observing. The marching Liang formation, resembling a growing wall, pressed relentlessly towards the city gates. On the city wall, even the suspended Yacha siege engines were prepared for action. Longbow, take your men and shoot fire arrows. The archer beside him nodded, gathering over 100 men from the divine archery camp, seeking positions. They awaited the Liang formation to step into the trench before unleashing the fire arrows to ignite the enemy troops. Initially, Sumu had worried that Liangzhou would dispatch heavily armored troops for reconnaissance. However, it was clear that the Liang forces, under Dong Wen's command, were fully committed to the siege. Outside Lu City, amidst the onslaught of stones and arrows, a Liangzhou deputy general led his battalion forward. This deputy general appeared to be of a cautious disposition, issuing commands while carefully holding up his shield as he advanced. Suddenly, the sandy ground before him seemed to collapse. With a startled cry, the deputy general, along with his shield, tumbled into the trench. Around him, the soldiers of the phalanx were caught off guard, tumbling into the dark trench. The sharp bamboo blades pierced through the armor of many from the Liang army. Those who survived scrambled to their feet, grasping the muddy walls of the trench in a desperate bid to escape. On the city wall, the archers ignited their fire arrows, a chilling breeze emanating from their lone eye. Release. Over 100 fire arrows struck near the trench, igniting the concealed oil beneath. In an instant, serpentine flames erupted from the trench, writhing and climbing. In the blink of an eye, the inferno grew fiercer, darkening the sky over the entire Lu city with billowing clouds. The trapped Liang soldiers emitted piercing cries of anguish. Those in the rear, attempting to rescue their comrades, quickly retreated with shields upon realizing the futility of their efforts. At this moment, it was indeed a prime opportunity for us to vanquish the enemy. The catapults roared, launching stones that fell near the trench, causing chaos within the Liang ranks. Before long, the sound of a retreat signal echoed from outside the city. The once surging Liang phalanx began to slowly withdraw under the dimming twilight. Only those few Liang soldiers who had fallen into the trench remained, their fates sealed, leaving behind a trench filled with corpses, soon to be covered by the sands of the wind. Sumu atop the city wall showed little surprise. The trench's purpose was to impede the advancing enemy, and this outcome was entirely within his expectations. As night approached, Dongwen would likely retreat as well, anticipating further fierce battles for defense. Heavenly Monitor, inform me how long until the heavy snow arrives? Dongwen furrowed his brow while seated on a temporary tiger skin chair. Chapter 564. Circumventing Lu City. The following day, as dawn broke, the vast Liang army outside Lu City stood in formidable formation. The siege towers loomed like monstrous beasts in the misty light. The siege ladders and other siege engines, pushed by laborers, also joined the fray. Clad in golden armor and draped in a golden cloak, Dongwen mounted a finely armored steed, gripping a gilded iron spear while pulling the reins and gazing at the distant city gates. Time was of the essence, should winter snow arrive. Not only would the siege become problematic, but even camping outside would pose challenges. Listen to my command, Dongwen bellowed, his steed growing restless, snorting thick clouds of breath. Within 3 days, my 10,000 sons of Liangzhou vow to breach Lu's city, capturing the commoner rebel alive and offering the strategist Sima as a sacrifice. The first to scale the city shall be appointed a 4th-rank general and rewarded with 3,000 gold. Beat the drums for the assault. Kill. Outside Lu City, the rallying cries reverberated through the heavens, seemingly ready to pierce eardrums. Standing silently atop the city wall, Su Mu placed a cold hand upon his sword. Time was short. If the little weeping one wished to breach the city, these few days were their only chance. My lord, we have not surrounded all 3 gates. All 4 city gates of Lu City are still open. Understood. Dispatch someone to inform the troops to adhere to our previous strategy and hold the city gates steadfastly. Furthermore, light additional bonfires within the city. Should any beast carcasses be thrown again, they must be burned without delay. As you command. Su Mu nodded. His gaze returned to the city outskirts, observing the surging forces of the Liang army approaching Luqing like a rising tide. Defend the city. Engage in a decisive battle with the Liang dogs. Su Mu suddenly drew his sword. From atop the city walls, military orders cascaded down amidst the thunderous roars of the soldiers. Military advisor, the snow has begun to fall, he remarked. Inside the carriage, Jiazhou nodded, tightening his warm cloak, and slowly extended his hand out of the window to catch a drop of the chilling air. As the current conflict unfolded, according to the initial plan, the death of Sima Xiu had marked a significant victory. Yet, Jiazhou remained unsatisfied. For the upcoming campaign against Liang, he yearned to secure additional advantages, aiming to bolster their odds by at least a few percentage points. Military advisor, we are not far from the Liangzhou border. The intelligence indicates that the Liang have besieged the city. If not, we should choose a gate to launch a surprise attack to assist the Lord. No need. Jiazhou shook his head. The Lord can hold the fort. If Sima Xiu were alive, he would surely have compelled Dongwen to retreat. Now, Dongwen seemed to have lost his sanity. Fan Lu, relay the order for the entire army to circumvent Luqing. Military advisor, circumvent Luqing? Precisely. As I mentioned earlier, within 7 or 8 days, given the Lord's capabilities, holding Luqing will pose no problem. So, what does the military advisor intend by circumventing Luqing? Jiazhou tilted his head, gazing at the distant winter fog. With just 7 or 8 days remaining, snow would soon blanket the land, and the march towards Liangzhou must also be factored in. At most 3 or 4 days into the assault on Luqing without success, Dongwen will have no choice but to retreat. I intend to ambush him midway, including the Shiqiang. Should they fail to return in time, we could see tens of thousands perish in the cold, thus achieving a significant victory. He sighed deeply. Sima Jingmo's initial plan was sound. Alas, he met his demise in Shuzhou. Dongwen's heart is now filled with resentment. After enduring for 23 years, he is unwilling to endure any longer. The battlefield is ever-changing. How poignant is the loss of Sima Xiu? Military advisor, why not launch a surprise attack on Liangzhou? Jiazhou replied with a faint smile. A surprise attack on Liangzhou would invite unforeseen challenges, not to mention the defenders left behind. We would likely face heavy snow upon entering the heart of Liangzhou. My counsel to the Lord for a winter assault serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to honor Sima Xiu's memory, and secondly, to enhance our prospects for the coming campaign. Once Liangzhou falls, the Lord's ambitions will take flight. One day, when the Lord commands several provinces to the west, who would dare claim the Shu people cannot seize the world? Fan Lu, you must further your studies in military strategy. After speaking, Jiazhou fell silent once more, clutching the fabric left by Sima Xiu, his brow furrowing as he plunged into contemplation. Outside the Golden Luan Hall in Sangzhou, a figure clad in a phoenix robe stood by the intricately carved jade railing, lifting their gaze towards the distant sky. With winter approaching, specks of white were already visible on the horizon. Your Majesty, there have been some unusual occurrences from His Majesty's side lately, a palace eunuch approached. Speaking in a hushed tone, many court officials have been privately summoned for banquets. Let it be, Empress Su responded nonchalantly, showing no surprise. The eunuch hesitated, quickly bowing and retreating. The sheep in the pen, regardless of how they stir, remain but sheep. Achi, do you not agree? A striking silhouette stood upon the glazed tiles, sword in hand, head bowed in silence, embodying a stoic presence. I had forgotten that you were a mute slave. The phoenix robe, fluttering in the chill wind, cautiously turned, occasionally emitting a melodious laughter reminiscent of silver bells. It was said that Su Bai's child had been born, and I felt an eager anticipation. Amidst the cold gusts, the last empress of the Ji dynasty gazed at her increasingly rounded belly, a tender expression gracing her features. My son, born into this world, is destined to be an emperor. None can thwart that. Even if Su Bai conquers Liangzhou, it will not change fate. In a secluded corner of the Zhangzhou palace, there stood a small side hall, once a residence for concubines. However, with the continuous passing of these women, it had now become desolate. Occasionally, only a few young eunuchs would lead the palace maids here to frolic. At this moment, Yuan An, draped in a golden cloak, gazed longingly outside the hall, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Regrettably, as dusk fell, no one arrived. Lord Wei, none stand by my side. An elderly eunuch, witnessing Yuan An's sorrow, felt a pang of empathy and his eyes reddened. The entire Ji dynasty had only Lord Wei remaining as a loyal subject. Those civil and military officials disregarded my commands, heeding only the empress's words. Your Majesty, do not despair. The old servant will ponder a strategy. Lord Wei, this is my blood edict. Please devise a means to deliver it to a worthy minister. Should the empress bear a dragon's son, my life and legacy. Yuan An's voice faltered, overwhelmed by emotion. Earlier, he might have felt joy, but having discerned the empress's schemes, he realized that inaction would lead to grave consequences. The elderly eunuch accepted the blood edict, detecting the scent of vermilion ink from a distance, yet he remained silent. Chapter 565, Firmly Defending Luqing Still Fighting? I've retreated to the inner city for winter. Upon receiving the news, Chang Xiling was taken aback. Indeed, the earlier reports indicated that the king of Liangzhou, Dongwuan, had dispatched his forces towards Luqing, and it was likely that they were already besieging the city. He felt a surge of indignation. Even someone as formidable as Sima Xiu had fallen at the hands of the little master. Yet, the little master had concealed himself well. You did not misjudge, Zhongda. The poison eagle is truly alive. Chang Xiling felt a mix of emotions but quickly regained his composure, a smile breaking through. This maneuver had effectively incapacitated that whimpering fool. After a year, the little master would fully mobilize against Liangzhou. I wonder if, should he lose Liangzhou, this little crybaby would still have the audacity to call himself the king of Liangzhou. Nearby, the old strategist regarded his lord with a bemused expression. The poison eagle's survival posed a significant threat to the lord's inner circle. Chang Xiling chuckled but refrained from responding. Zhongda, let us first focus on the 4 prefectures of Hebei. Come spring next year, the Yuzhou army will also launch a comprehensive offensive. That wretched Gongsun Zhu, a pitiable figure standing at a mere 5 feet 3, I can hardly tolerate him for another moment. He shall soon find himself drowned in a chamber pot. His unattractiveness does not deter his ambitions. He is still eager to ascend the throne. My lord, do not underestimate the situation. Let us not forget the prior betrayal. The old strategist urged hastily. Fear not. I shall tread carefully. That dwarf will meet his demise in due time. It seems that Chang Xiling, in a moment of joy, exhaled a heavy sigh. Zhongda, when we seized Jodi, did we not also capture some armor? Indeed, came the reply. It's of no further use. Let us bestow it upon the young master. My lord, how can we do such a thing? It shall be a gamble, after all. He brought 22 villagers into the inner city. I wagered correctly once, and now I shall bet again. My lord, in the future, the King of Shu may indeed become a formidable adversary. Zhongda, is my life truly destined to be one of solitude? Just like Zaitou Teo, and even the young master. I refuse to accept this fate. Moreover, on the day my luck turns sour, and I am stabbed and fall, at least there will still be one young master to confront the enemies, right? Zaitou Teo, and I had such keen foresight back in the day. He has indeed fought his way through, haha. The old strategist sighed, falling silent for a moment. Just wait. If we do not retreat this winter, the little crybaby shall continue to wail for another 2 years. What a hidden talent, a parasital puppy. It would be best for him to descend to the underworld and atone for his sins. Hachi, on horseback, Dongwuan suddenly sneezed. The weather was growing colder. He asked his lord to take care of his health. I am aware, Dongwuan replied, rubbing his nose and furrowing his brow as he gazed coldly at the ongoing battle. For 2 consecutive days, even with relentless assaults, there were still no signs of breaching the city. The siege was brutal, and the Xiqiang warriors had already suffered nearly 10,000 casualties. Several Xiqiang chieftains were cursing in frustration. Your Majesty, the weather is frigid. It is time to withdraw the troops. The anxious Fushuan Wang, adorned in a golden felt helmet, galloped toward him. If this continues, how many more of the Fushuan tribe's warriors will perish? Dong Wen's expression remained impassive. Fushuan Wang, have you forgotten your clan's long-standing ambition? If you wish to enter the Central Plains, this is the optimal opportunity. Fushuan Wang hesitated. For the fertile lands of the Central Plains were far superior to life in the arid desert, clinging to oases. He longed for it. But the defenders of Luqing were too steadfast. After 2 days of assault, there was no sign of breaking the city's defenses. Instead, the corpses piled up in the city's trenches. Your Majesty, you also know that heavy snow is likely to fall soon. Dong Wen's complexion turned icy. In 3 days. If we cannot conquer Luqing, I shall naturally lead our forces back to Liangzhou. Fushuan Wang fell silent, offering no further counsel. Announced to all troops to advance the siege engines. We must breach the city gates. The fighting grew increasingly fierce around the northern gate of Luqing, where projectiles flew in every direction. Whether from the advancing siege formations or the defenders atop the walls, soldiers were struck and sent tumbling down. Tread carefully. The siege tower, reinforced with iron spikes, rolled forth, crushing a battalion of Xiqiang soldiers who dared to approach the city. Set the ladders against the walls. Use arrows for cover, shouted a Xiqiang chieftain. Before he could finish, arrows rained down from the walls, piercing him multiple times, and he fell with a cry. From their elevated position, the arrows' lethality intensified, as under the command of an aged general from Shuzhou, they desperately resisted the enemy at the city's gates. My lord, the Liang people's siege tower is approaching. The siege tower, a mobile arrow tower, moved slowly, yet its long-range firepower was exceedingly formidable when it neared the city walls. How many? Su Mu frowned. Approximately 5. Dong Wen exerted every effort to gather all the siege engines, demonstrating that he would not relent until Lu's city was breached. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mu issued a cold command, instructing the guards atop the city walls to prepare the heavy crossbows. They were to wait until the siege tower drew near, at which point they would unleash the fire cloth. This fire cloth, soaked in oil, would cover a larger area than mere oil barrels. Typically rolled up, it would unfurl slowly when pierced by the iron crossbows, drenching the enemy's equipment. The wisdom of ancient strategists on the battlefield has always been boundless. My lord, the orders have been received, came the report. Suddenly, Su Mu spoke again, commanding the reserve troops stationed below to dispatch 100 riders to await communication in the center of the city. Regardless of the nature of the events at the other 3 city gates, should there be any unusual movement from the Liang army, they were to report back to the king without delay. The sentiment remained. Dong Wen may be fierce, but he is by no means a mediocre general. Su Mu was concerned that Dong Wen might have a hidden strategy. If the battle continued in this manner, he would remain unafraid. Merely needing to hold fast until the winter snow fell, Dong Wen would have no choice but to retreat. The strength of defense is akin to water covering earth. No matter the type of assault, as long as it can be mitigated, there is no cause for alarm. My lord, a letter from the strategist. Just as Su Mu pondered this, his bowhound hurried over. Upon receiving the letter, Su Mu eagerly tore it open. After a brief glance, his expression grew somber. Often, he wished his trusted strategist would not take such risks deep within enemy territory. My lord, what troubles you? Nothing. Su Mu exhaled slowly, his face darkening. Longbow, take your divine archers and wait until the siege tower draws near and is drenched in oil. Then immediately unleash fire arrows. Be cautious. The power of the long-range shots from the siege tower must not be underestimated. Chapter 566. The Shu Cavalry as deep winter approached. The desolate lands along the Liangzhou border began to witness the gentle descent of snowflakes. A middle-aged general, named Dong Yuan, sat upon his steed, silently gazing at the heavens. He was the first of his clan to pledge allegiance to Dong Wen after the upheaval in Liangzhou, and thus received significant favor. Following the deaths of 3 generals, he had become the foremost warrior of Liangzhou. Having received a secret order from Dong Wen, he was eager to act. 8,000 elite cavalry. Behind Dong Yuan, over 8,000 Huangjiao Liang cavalry appeared, their hooves stirring the dust of the windswept sands. These warriors not only wielded lances, but were also equipped with long knives, and carried 3 black throwing spears upon their backs. It would not be an exaggeration to call this cavalry the finest elite of Liangzhou. During Dong Wen's campaign against Anping, they had amassed countless military achievements. The Lord has commanded. We shall charge towards the west gate of Lu City, 20 miles away. Let the youth of Shu witness the might of the Liang people. Dong Yuan raised his arm, roaring with fervor. Their primary mission was to support the strategist, Sima Xiu. Alas, their strategist remained forever in Shu, several miles outside Lu City. Wei Feng, leading 5,000 light cavalry as per Su Mu's instructions, did not assist in the defense. Instead, they circled the city, keeping watch for enemy forces attempting to intercept supply routes. As winter deepened, Su Mu's plans to relocate the citizens of Lu City had become untenable. However, regardless of circumstances, Lu City cannot become an isolated fortress. The passage connecting to Shuzhou must always retain an avenue for retreat. The Lord has expressed that we shall act according to the circumstances beyond Lu City. Wei Feng halted his horse and turned to gaze at the thousands of Shu cavalry that followed. Each rider was wrapped in thick battle robes, braving the increasingly frigid weather. Yet none shivered. They clutched their long spears tightly. In recent days, they had remained outside the city, having dispatched several bands of the Liang army attempting to intercept their supply routes. Wei Feng's words held truth. Su Mu's intent was indeed to have them remain outside the city, awaiting the opportune moment. Yet, should they encounter the Liang adversaries attempting to seize their supplies, Wei Feng, unable to contain his fury, would lead his men into battle. His temperament had always been thus. In combat, he was a fierce warrior who would not yield, willing to fight to the death if confronted. Commander, the Liang forces are besieging the city fiercely. The strategist has already calculated the demise of Sima Hu, and our lord remains in Lu City, decisively defeating that weeping fool. To be candid, when I initially accompanied the strategist into Liang, this weeping fool clung to him in tears upon first meeting. Who would have anticipated he was a wolf cub that could not be raised? Commander, do you believe we should return to assist Lu City? We shall not, Wei Feng replied, shaking his head. If the Lord had any intent, he would have signaled with smoke. As I have said, we shall remain outside the city and await the opportune moment. Before Wei Feng could finish his words, a number of riders hastily approached from the front. Reporting to General Wei, ahead there is a contingent of yellow-armored enemy cavalry charging towards Lu City. Yellow armor? Liang cavalry. How many are there? The fog has risen, making it difficult to discern. However, judging by the sound of hooves, their numbers are substantial. General Wei, could this be another supply route interception? The interceptors are typically the Western Chong dogs. This feels amiss. Wei Feng lifted his head, gazing into the winter sky. The clouds loomed low, casting the world in a grayish hue, reminiscent of that year in Guangzhou when the Northern Di besieged the city amidst dense fog. Many valiant souls had perished to defend Guangzhou, including General Feng Qiu, who sacrificed himself for the nation. After the battle, he trembled as he marked through names in the military roster. Each name was akin to a brother to him, ultimately lost to the void. What shall we do, Commander? This contingent of Liang cavalry must surely be coming to aid. Let us first proceed to investigate. The situation in Lu City was dire. Thus, the Lord must have already devised a strategy to restrain the enemy, which is why he dispatched our elite cavalry to breach the western gate of Lu City. Dong Yuan squinted, a glimmer of aspiration crossing his gaunt visage. If he could accrue more military accolades, his position as the foremost general of Liangzhou would be secured. Moreover, given the Dong family's standing, it would not be far-fetched to envision a future where Dongwen could ascend to nobility and high office. As dusk approached, they advanced 2 miles beyond Lu City, dismounting to proceed on foot, employing ropes and throwing spears for a surprise assault on the western gate. The commoners would never suspect that amidst the grueling warfare, there remained this elite force from Liangzhou. They awaited the opportunity to breach Lu City and exact vengeance upon the commoners. Chapter 567. The Battle at the West Gate. Mount up. Quickly mount up. Blocked the Shu cavalry. Dong Yuan mounted his horse, his complexion still remarkably pale. He could scarcely fathom that at such a critical juncture, Shu cavalry would arrive. Moreover, their timing was quite underhanded. I should have retained 2,000 riders to guard our rear. Dong Yuan was filled with regret. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered the charging Shu cavalry, their long spears piercing through the ranks of the Liang soldiers who were unable to mount their horses in time, many falling lifeless to the ground. It is worth noting that these Liang soldiers were the elite chosen by Dongwon, and now they found themselves haplessly ensnared in the slaughter orchestrated by the Shu forces. Fortunately, being well-trained elite troops, after leaving behind nearly 1,000 corpses, the remaining soldiers finally remounted their steeds. As soon as the Shu soldiers charged forward, Dong Yuan could no longer contain his impatience, his voice brimming with fury. These Shu curs dare to assault my elite cavalry of Liangzhou. Relay my command. Immediately counterattack the Shu cavalry. Prepare to throw spears. Before Wei Feng could lead his men to outflank and initiate a second wave of assault, a barrage of thrown spears whistled through the night, raining down upon them. 200 to 300 Shu cavalry were struck, tumbling to the ground, unable to rise again. Return fire. Wei Feng's eyes widened in rage. According to Su Mu's regulations, each Shu cavalryman would carry 2 spears in a battle, one for charging, one as a backup. Of course, in times of disadvantage, the backup could also be used for throwing. As soon as Wei Feng issued the command, the Shu cavalry, undeterred, raised their spears and hurled them towards the advancing Liang cavalry. With sufficient distance, the force of the thrown spears was amplified. Liang soldiers fell from their mounts in the darkness, and cries of panic echoed amidst the chaos. Hear my command. Retrieve your spears and continue the assault on the Liang cavalry. From the saddlebag beneath him, Wei Feng seized a second backup spear, his voice filled with martial fervor. Dong Yuan, still reeling from the earlier loss, clenched his teeth in determination and likewise ordered the thousands of Liang cavalry behind him to charge forth and confront the enemy. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted outside the western gate of Lu City, with both cavalry forces locked in a life-and-death struggle. My lord, the military report from the west gate. Earlier, Su Mu had stationed 100 messengers at a central location in Lu City to swiftly relay intelligence. Outside the west gate, the cavalry general in command of 5,000 troops had encountered a hidden contingent of Liang cavalry, plunging into a fierce combat. Hidden Liang cavalry? Could they be attempting a surprise attack? Wiping the dust and smoke from his face, he glanced at the flames beyond the city walls. It seemed that Dong Yuan, in his madness, had pushed all siege equipment forward to assault the city. Previously, he had sensed something amiss. But now it was clear. This was a diversion meant to confuse and distract the hidden troops. Su Mu furrowed his brow. Changgong, take 2,000 reserve troops to assist at the west gate. My lord, as for Wei Feng, once you arrive, I will shoot a signal arrow to inform Wei Feng to retreat. Go now, my brother. The archer nodded, clasping his fists in obedience. As soon as the archer departed, Su Mu turned his attention back to the steadfast battle. Brother Mu, this little crybaby resembles a mad dog. See whose statement held a kernel of truth. Time was short. And even in the night battle, there was no sign of a retreat. Instead, more and more siege equipment was being thrust forward, clawing towards the city gates. Before leaving, the archer had impeccably completed his mission, setting fire to several Liang siege engines with incendiary arrows, reducing them to ashes. Certainly, beneath the distant shots of the siege engines, the defending soldiers of the city suffered the loss of at least half a battalion, barely managing to shield the infantry from Liang from ascending the city walls. Fortunately, disaster had not yet struck, and the defense remained in a stalemate. As for Dong Yuan and his forces, the unfavorable circumstances rendered Dong Yuan's expression increasingly frigid. Despite employing numerous tactics, the ragtag defenders on the city gates held their ground with an unsettling tenacity against the advancing troops. The siege engines were continuously dismantled by the defenders of Lu City, and even the prepared projectiles were nearly exhausted. Despite these challenges, the attacking formations showed no signs of breaching the walls or engaging the enemy. Lord, it appears that Dong Yuan has encountered the cavalry from Shu, came a voice. The cavalry from Shu? You cannot be serious. What of it if they have? 8,000 elite Liang cavalry cannot hope to contend with the cavalry from Shu. Do you wish to make a laughingstock of the 30 provinces? My lord, it is not the cavalry from the Dou family, but rather the ragtag cavalry of peasants. Responded the messenger. Upon hearing this, Dong Yuan, who had been cursing vehemently, suddenly appeared dejected. Inform me of the situation regarding Dong Yuan's battle. Engaged in fierce combat against thousands of Shu cavalry, the situation was dire yet manageable, replied the cautious general from Liangzhou. He had come to realize that ever since the death of the military strategist Sima, the demeanor of his lord had shifted. He no longer exhibited the same reckless fervor as before. Dong Yuan coldly turned his gaze towards Lu City, where stones and arrows continued to fly back and forth amidst the shouts of clashing soldiers. Yet why, despite it all, could they not succeed in breaching the walls? Considering the journey back to Liangzhou, time was running short. Should the ragtag forces seize the 2 border cities, establishing a foothold for an assault on Liang, next year's campaign would undoubtedly become even more arduous. Your Majesty, we must retreat, urged Fu Sun Wang, though his tone was laced with reluctance. Dongwen trembled as he rubbed his forehead for a long while. Fu Sun Wang, wait a moment. I have concealed a unit of ambushers to launch a surprise attack on the western gate of Lu City. Tomorrow marks the final day, ample enough to return to Liang. My lord, should we encounter any unforeseen events on our journey, particularly in the harsh winter weather, our soldiers may suffer severe frostbite. Fu Sun Wang, do not speak of such things. I understand these matters well enough. Yet, his obstinacy persisted. According to Sima's strategy, one division was to breach Chengdu, while the other was to seize Lu City. However, both routes had failed. His desperate counterattack risked becoming a subject of ridicule. Sima has betrayed me, Dongwen exclaimed suddenly, the words escaping his lips unguardedly, causing a wave of solemnity to wash over the assembled generals. Realizing his misstep, Dongwen furrowed his brow and hastily corrected himself. What I meant to convey is that had military strategist Sima still been alive, these ragtag forces would not dare to be so audacious. Do not halt. Continue the assault. Without a signal to retreat, the Liang forces on the front line could only reform their ranks, advancing laboriously under the cover of stones and arrows. Chapter 568. The Retreat of the Liang Forces. My lord, a grave situation has arisen. A scout from Liangzhou, breathless and in a state of panic, rushed to Dongwen's side. The lord, who was monitoring the battle, immediately furrowed his brow. In the face of unfavorable circumstances, the grim tidings brought by the scout intensified his agitation. Speak. He straightened his golden armor, and with a cold demeanor, Dongwen gripped his gilded spear. The scout, startled, hastily replied, My lord, General Dong Yuan displayed unparalleled bravery, encountering 5,000 Shu cavalry at the western gate and slaying over 2,000 enemies. What was the cost? Dongwen ground his teeth. More than half, the scout lamented. Useless. Dongwen seized his gilded spear, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately refrained from taking a life. Alas, his ambush plan was rendered null and void. The siege continued fervently ahead, with the retreating Liang soldiers frequently emitting cries of pain. The numerous military medics accompanying the troops were overwhelmed. Each trembling officer began to mark the names of the fallen soldiers in the military register. The Liang king must retreat. The voice of Fu Sun Wang was filled with sorrow. Most of the deceased were from the western Chang. The dream of stepping into the central plains seemed increasingly distant. That Su Bai steadfastly defended Lu City, and given the current circumstances, it appeared unlikely that the city could be taken even in a month or two. Above, the snowflakes multiplied. Forgive me, Liang king, though the warriors of the Fu Sun tribe are valiant, we refuse to be the victims of frostbite. Dongwen raised his head, his gaze lost in the heavens. This autumn, as winter approached, his trusted strategist had perished in Shu Prefecture, and his 100,000 troops were firmly held at bay by the Bu-Yi bandits outside Lu City. Sound the retreat. Dongwen's voice was hoarse, his face marked by resentment. Had he known this would transpire, he should have heeded Sima Xiu's letter, thus avoiding another devastating defeat. Next year, when war resumes, the army of Liangzhou swears to obliterate the Shu. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with snow accumulating thicker and thicker, compelling the marching column to tread carefully upon the frost-laden ground, many soldiers wrapped in their winter cloaks. The strategist has issued orders to rest temporarily and have a bowl of spicy soup. The army halted, encased in a somber atmosphere. In the battle for Lu City, including the western Chang, the Liangzhou army, originally numbering 100,000, was reduced to merely 70,000, even with the addition of Dong Yuan's several thousand elite cavalry. Unable to breach Lu City and mourning the loss of strategist Sima Xiu, a melancholic air enveloped the entire Liang army. Indeed, since Dongwen had committed patricide to seize power, this would mark Liangzhou's most significant defeat. Without riding horses, Dongwen wore a grim expression as he sat in a carriage with Fu Sun Wang, his countenance rife with discontent. The once promising advantage had crumbled into this dismal state. Liang king, if we do not assemble our forces earlier next year, we shall be outpaced by the Shu and lose the chance to seize Lu City. Once we capture it, the Shu dogs will be powerless. Fu Sun Wang's voice was filled with ferocity. This time, the Fu Sun tribe also suffered severe losses. Given their alliance with Liangzhou, he could only direct his ire towards the Shu. Regrettably, after consuming a few sips of wine, Dongwen cast a bemused glance at Fu Sun Wang. Even if the Bu-Yi bandits are absent, another general from Shu will take command. Do you believe the Bu-Yi bandits will patiently await your forces to gather? They are treacherous. I fear that before spring arrives, they will utilize these two strongholds to station their troops. In Liangzhou, the opportunity has already slipped away. Do you understand? Dong Wen's voice seethed with resentment. If Lu City could not be captured before the winter snow, Liangzhou would inevitably fall into a passive position. This was precisely why both Shuzhou and Liangzhou were locked in a desperate struggle for Lu City. To this end, he had initially stationed over 40,000 troops in these two cities. Regrettably, the Shuzhou forces had outsmarted them and breached the city. At that moment, Dong Wen recalled the letter left by Sima Xiu, which urged him to relocate the royal capital to Anzhou to temporarily evade the Shuzhou's onslaught. Reflecting upon it now, Sima Xiu's foresight was indeed remarkable. With this thought, Dong Wen gazed skyward, his face etched with lamentation. Suddenly, the once stable carriage jolted violently as the horses let out a long whinny. Beside him, the aide Fu Sun Wang was about to pick his nose when the carriage lurched, causing him to inadvertently draw blood from his nostrils. What is happening? My lord, we are under attack. A cavalry officer from Liangzhou galloped towards them, his voice tinged with alarm. Dong Wen, infuriated, burst out of the carriage. It was one thing to fail in capturing Lu City, but to encounter an ambush on the journey back to Liangzhou was intolerable. Where are the scouts from the vanguard? Are they blind? My lord, the scouts from the vanguard have all been ambushed. Dong Wen could hardly contain his frustration. Time was of the essence, and he had assumed the road back to Liangzhou would remain uneventful. Yet, he had not anticipated that someone would dare to intercept them despite the impending heavy snow. It could only be the Shuzhou forces. The bandits of the common folk were still trailing behind. Dong Wen's voice faltered as he suddenly recalled a name. A look of fear beginning to creep onto his face. Zhao Wenlong has been awaiting the Liang king for quite some time. The strategist of Shuzhou, Zhao Wenlong, had indeed been anticipating the Liang king. Voices from all directions pierced through the cold mist, striking Dong Wen's ears like daggers. Startled, he leaped from the carriage and swiftly seized his gilded spear, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The Shuzhou forces had chosen their ambush location with malice, selecting a hollow path. The rolling stones had blocked their advance. The earlier noise from the horses was due to the stones smashing against the wheels of the carriage. Fire the arrows. Before Dong Wen could gather his thoughts, a flurry of arrows, imbued with a chilling intensity, rained down upon the Liangzhou troops. Heed my command. All Liangzhou cavalry, swiftly mobilize and break through the Shuzhou ambush to safeguard our advance. Dong Wen issued his orders without delay. My lord, more Shuzhou cavalry are charging from behind. Many supply carts have been destroyed due to the slow-moving civilians. Cursed be it. Dong Wen thrust his gilded spear into the ground, in that instant grasping the intent of this ambush, to hinder their march, waiting for the winter snow to arrive. Under such conditions, it was inevitable that soldiers would suffer frostbite or perish. The arrows from the Shuzhou forces flew once more. Bingzhou camp, raise your shields quickly. In Shuzhou Chengdu, after the harrowing rebellion, Wang Yong had spent days bustling about the city, ultimately calming the populace. As the year-end approached, a festive atmosphere gradually enveloped Chengdu once again. In a vacant room within the palace's rear courtyard, warm mats had been laid out, transforming it into a new gathering place for the three elders to drink. Come, come, let us toast to your great-grandfather. Zhuge Ke chuckled broadly, cradling a swaddled infant in one arm while holding a wine bowl in the other, contemplating whether to share a sip with the child, but upon reflection, he thought better of it and decided against it. Your father is no good. After just a few sips, he resembles a foolish monkey. Henceforth, your three grandfathers shall first teach you to drink without intoxication. Look at me. Drinking is merely a matter of pouring it into one's mouth. After finishing the cup, Zhuge Ke licked his lips and realized that the taste of the wine was somewhat amiss. Yet, in the heat of the moment, he was too lazy to seek out the tavern matron for an explanation. Is it good, you cripple? The old scholar suddenly chuckled, cupping his mouth. What? Chen Deidi grinned, pointing at the swaddled infant in Zhuge Ke's arms. Zhuge Ke paused, glancing down to discover that, unbeknownst to him, the swaddling had leaked and the urine had seeped into his wine bowl. No wonder the taste was off earlier. Zhuge Ke felt no anger. Instead, he was even more delighted. Just learned to kick his legs, and already he's adding wine for his grandfather. Just wait, when you grow a few more years, I will take you to become a fine hero, traversing the 30 states of the world. Didn't we agree that you would learn the arts with me? That's not right. He is meant for the forge. I intend to pass down all my skills to him. It's possible that Su Mu, that old rascal, might truly establish a dynasty and become an emperor? Can an emperor not forge? Chen Deidi replied sullenly. True, that rascal Su Mu is still a grandmaster. I care not whether he becomes an emperor or a blacksmith. He must diligently study. My son, Li Pasheng, a renowned general of the realm, is my own making. Su's boy seems to be lacking. We can only rely on our grandson now. Zhuge Ke wholeheartedly agreed. The infant in his arms, feeling the dampness, suddenly began to wail. The cries summoned Li Debao. After a fit of anger and a flurry of strikes, he snatched the child back and carried him into the house. Inside, Jiang Kaiwei, waiting for the baby's return, rose with concern to help change him into warm clothes. The eldest princess had previously sent word that the lord had achieved victory and was preparing to hurry back to Qingdu. Little Gofu, sitting inside, recited the news word by word. Compared to boys of his age, little Gofu, unable to wait for the coming of age, had already donned his hairpin and robe. He reached out cautiously, gently stroking the baby's chubby face. Rest assured, dear princesses, if anyone dares to bully him, I, Han Xing, will protect him through fire and water. Under the bright light of the lamp, little Gofu's face was earnest and resolute. He had begun to shine amidst the rebellion. And the young lord was born in the midst of turmoil. Their fates were subtly intertwined. Just as little Gofu finished speaking, the baby in Jiang Caiwei's arms suddenly burst into cheerful, baby-like laughter. Chapter 570. The Shield of Shuzhou. The distance is not insignificant. By the time the intelligence returns to Luqing, it will already be 2 days later. At this moment, the winds and snow outside Luqing have begun to howl. The old veteran, versed in watching the skies, was undoubtedly correct. Dong Wen's returning army, under the joint efforts of General Jia and Wei Feng, found the journey home fraught with difficulties. Following the official road of Liangzhou, the strategist had laid many traps. While it is possible to avoid the official road, taking alternative paths might lead to further delays, especially with the snow weighing down the way. This was also the reason Jia Zhou intended to intercept them. Standing atop the nearly Tuzhong High City wall, Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. My lord, General Chen has arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Su Mu nodded and descended with measured steps. For various reasons, each of the 2 border cities required a commanding general. Daochong aimed to return to Bailu County, leaving only Fan Lu behind. However, Fan Lu's impulsive nature prompted Su Mu to summon the more steady-minded Chen Zhong. Chen Zhong was adept at defense and held familial loyalty. Many of his relatives resided in Qingdu. Although it was somewhat unsavory, such was the nature of strategy. Should another treacherous general arise, the plans he and Jia Zhou devised would be rendered null and void. Bowing before my lord, upon meeting Su Mu, Chen Zhong immediately clasped his fists in salute. Chen Zhong, I entrust the affairs of Lu City to you. Remember, despite the heavy winter snow, once it melts, Dongwen may make a move. Your prowess in guarding the city and your significant contributions at Jinyu Pass have not gone unnoticed. Strategist Jia often declares you, Chen Zhong, to be the hardest shield in Shuzhou, capable of withstanding 1,000 troops. Listening to these words, a surge of valor washed over Chen Zhong. Rest assured, my lord, wherever I, Chen Zhong, stand, there shall be an impenetrable fortress. Should I falter, there will be no need for my lord to dispatch troops. I shall take my own life as penance. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the shield of Shuzhou. If Chao Yi is the spear, then before him stands Chen Zhong, a formidable shield. I have already estimated the provisions within the city. They are sufficient to sustain an army of 15,000 throughout the winter. Additionally, the city of Wanlang, positioned at an angle to Lu City, is under General Fan Lu's command. Should any ill fortune arise, you too may confer. Beneath the winter snow, the smoke signals were obscured. Thus, only the strongest scouts could be dispatched to traverse the snow and exchange messages. Just as he and Jia Zhou were set to return to Qingdu through the snow, fetch the wine. Gonggo brought forth a wine jug and cups. Nodding towards Chen Zhong, as the year draws to a close, you shall not be seated in the palace to report. I offer you this cup of spring wine, as a toast to the new year. Chen Zhong, moved by the gesture, raised his cup and drank deeply. Su Mu mirrored his actions, finishing his drink before instructing Gonggo to assist Chen Zhong in familiarizing himself with the military affairs of the city. The wind and snow howled fiercely, prompting Su Mu to don a warmer cloak and have Si who carry a hand warmer. After waiting for about 2 hours, he finally spotted the returning Shu army. Wanlong. The winter winds howled, distorting the sound. Yet, The two leaders seemed to share an unspoken connection. Jia Zhou, peering from the carriage, smiled at the hazy figure atop the city wall. The returning contingent was merely a single carriage accompanied by 2,000 troops. Almost all military strength remained in the two border cities. Engaging in battle after a great victory is a common tactic in warfare. The beginning of spring next year would present the best opportunity for my lord to strike against Liang. Jia Zhou, holding a cup of hot tea, spoke with calmness. Su Mu understood that the campaign against Liang could not be delayed. If it were postponed until Dongwen restructured his plans, it would likely become even more challenging. However, the most pressing issue for Shuzhou was the lack of military strength. This time, in order to eliminate Sima Xiu and seize the two border cities, nearly all of Shuzhou's forces had been deployed. Muyun Prefecture had around 60 to 70,000 troops, but those forces were needed to guard against Cangzhou. The intelligence from the Night Owls indicated that the forces of Cangzhou's Su Yao had significantly increased. My lord, there remains a formidable army within Shuzhou. Wenlong spoke of the 2,000 surrendered soldiers who were cultivating land in Nanlin County. As the Shu province engaged in battles both north and south, the number of captives dispatched to Nanlin County for reclamation continued to rise. Indeed, after the year-end, the Lord could use the upheaval in Chengdu as an opportunity to recruit new troops. I estimate that these two contingents combined would number nearly 30,000. In addition to the nearly 40,000 stationed in the two cities, along with the 10,000 under Chai Zong, and the 10,000 led by Chao Yi and Yu Dangwang. Excluding those who must remain to guard, there would be 60,000 troops available to attack Liang. Jia Zhou paused, noting that even 60,000 might not suffice. Even if this time, the casualties among Dongwen's forces exceeded 40 to 50,000. The insufficiency of troops in Shu province remains a pressing issue. What does Wenlong suggest? To transfer troops from Muanzhu and recruit an additional 50,000. Hearing this, Su Mu was taken aback. Muanzhu, unlike Shu province, had far too many places to defend. If the forces were depleted, Su Yaohou might seize the opportunity to invade. My lord, do not be anxious. I have a well-conceived strategy in mind. Previously, your foresight in insisting on opening the trade route between Muanzhu and Shu province, despite opposition, was indeed visionary. This trade route is the key to victory. Patiently awaiting Wenlong's brilliant plan, Su Mu chuckled softly, adding kindling to the hand stove and pushing it closer to Jia Zhou. Upon returning to Chengdu, if I am not mistaken, 2 individuals will come personally to see the Lord. Jia Zhou extended his palm to warm it by the stove, his voice tinged with a sigh. Su Mu certainly understood whom Jia Zhou referred to. One was a member of the Wei family, and the other was Huang Daochong from Kuzhou. Wenlong, do you think Huang Daochong anticipated this? The clan members sent over suddenly revolted. Jia Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That should not be the case. If Huang Daochong intended to set a trap, he had better opportunities in the past and would not have risked it this time. It can only be said that the dog raised at home has suddenly turned into a wolf. If the Lord has thoughts on this, he may seek some benefits. Huang Daochong, being astute, could never have predicted that a rogue horse would nearly ruin his grand scheme. Jia Zhou withdrew his hand into his sleeve, chuckling. Shu province is now formidable. The Lord's strength has increased, and he will come to seek forgiveness in person. As for the Wei family, I cannot comment. It is for the Lord to decide. Su Mu remained silent for a while. Wenlong, I have heard that the head of the Wei family, Wei Cheng, sacrificed himself by consuming poison to prove the family's innocence. Jia Zhou shook his head. There is no logic to this. A betrayal is a betrayal. Regardless of whether it serves as a warning or simply a means to vent anger on the common people of Shu province, the Wei family is the best target. Moreover, the Lord has never been favored by the aristocracy. The Wei family previously contributed to shipbuilding, but that is now outweighed by their misdeeds. Ultimately, it is for the Lord to decide. Understood, Wenlong. Su Mu sighed, wishing to say more, but noticing that Jia Zhou appeared somewhat drowsy. His frail body, having endured successive journeys and the battle against Sima Du and Dongwen, seemed truly exhausted. Inside the carriage, Su Mu rose, removing his heavy cloak and carefully draping it over Jia Zhou. Young master, let us play in the snow. Outside the carriage, Si Hu, excitedly wielding an axe, carved long marks into the snowy ground. Su Mu lifted the curtain of the carriage, glancing at the snow-covered landscape. I'm frozen to the bone. I do not wish to step outside. Young master, come and build a snowman. Build a snowman? Not a chance. Su Mu called out and retreated into the carriage. Leaving Si Hu, who was mounted on horseback, to silently lower his head and gaze below. Chapter 571. Reading, Forging, and Becoming a Hero after several days of arduous travel. The long caravan of over 2,000 had finally managed to enter the Yuan Pass. Compared to the bitter winter of Liangzhou, the chill here in Shuzhou, though still present, was gradually alleviated by the diminishing frost and snow. Chen Zhong had been reassigned to Luqing, while an experienced general from the Su family commanded the 2,000 troops stationed at Yuguan for the time being. Almost forgetting to inform the lord of an important matter, Jia Zhou cleared his throat and spoke. From Chengdu, Shangwan Shu has already brought quite a number of individuals over. Previously, I lacked the time to properly arrange them, so they are currently placed at the General's Hall. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's face broke into a smile. The individuals brought by Shangwan Shu were all carefully selected talents. As the grand leader of the 30 prefectures, he had finally reaped a bountiful reward. When long, you are homeward bound. The Lord's legitimate son, born in a time of turmoil, would undoubtedly grow to be a formidable warrior like his father. Su Mu found it increasingly difficult to discern what Jia Zhou was saying. His heart had already soared to the palace's rear courtyard, longing to return home, to become a hero, to read, to forge. 3 elderly men, wrapped in warm robes, tiptoed and continuously shouted into the courtyard. After some time, with Jiang Caiwei's permission, Li Dewan puffed his cheeks as he carefully brought out the swaddled infant. "Oh my grandson." Zhuge Ke, with tears streaming down his face, stretched out his hand, hesitating to snatch the child for fear of startling him, and could only gaze longingly at Li Dewan. "In an hour, my dear niece will come to fetch him back. Miss Xiaowan, I possess a family heirloom. How about in 2 hours?" Zhuge Ke remarked seriously, retrieving a jade pendant from his bosom. "You've already given it 8 times. Even the little dog Fu has received 2. Zhuge Ke replied with a dejected tone, wanting to say more when suddenly Sun Sun hurriedly approached. "Little princess, 3 grandfathers, the lord has already passed through Yuguan. He is preparing to return to Chengdu." At that moment, Li Dewan's eyes instantly reddened. After a few admonitions, he dashed back into the house, presumably to inform Jiang Caiwei. "3 grandfathers, are you going to welcome the lord?" "I'm going to do what?" Zhuge Ke retorted, neck stiffened, grumbling about how his son was useless, stating that he would only teach his grandson now. Nearby, the old scholar and Chun Detai both agreed, uninterested in casting another glance at Sun Sun. They playfully entertained the infant in the swaddle as they moved forward. Though the time since leaving Shuzhou was not long, the series of battles had rendered Su Mu's return to familiar scenery feel surreal, as if he were in a different world. As he neared Chengdu, Su Mu spotted a large group of people standing quietly in the cold wind, waiting for his return home. "Wei Feng, you may go collect the congratulatory money," Su Mu said with a smile. Joyfully, Wei Feng rode his horse, cracked the whip, and galloped ahead, reaching the front in the blink of an eye. "The King of Shu returns to the capital. The King of Shu safely returns to the capital." Wei Feng's jubilant voice echoed around the city gate. Jiang Caiwei, with red-rimmed eyes, carefully placed a silver ingot meant for congratulations into Wei Feng's hand. Nearby, many citizens of Chengdu also began to bestow congratulatory money. As they awaited Wei Feng's return, his pockets brimming with silver, Sihu's eyes widened with anticipation. "Brother Mu returned safely to the capital." Sihu urged his horse to gallop fervently, yet no one acknowledged his fervor. He had witnessed the collection of rewards before, but never had he seen someone solicit a second round. Only Madame Luan Yu emerged from the throng, pressing a pouch of silver into Sihu's hands. "My dear wife," he exclaimed, hastily dismounting. "Do not weep, do not weep." Madame Luan Yu gently cradled Sihu's head, her hands trembling with emotion. Sihu, like a simpleton, beamed with joy. Meng Hu stepped forward, delivering a couple of playful punches to Sihu's back. "My son, I am not your son, I am my mother's child." "Not yours." Sihu chuckled and hoisted Meng Hu onto his shoulder, the earlier disappointment of not receiving rewards dissipating in an instant. The carriage approached, with Su Mu supporting Jia Zhou as they descended slowly. As their feet touched the ground, countless citizens knelt before them in unison, offering their reverent greetings. "Welcome back to the capital, King of Shu." Su Mu rubbed his eyes, which had become gritty with dust, and, still supporting Jia Zhou, continued forward. Many times, he had pondered whether his chosen path was too audacious, for throughout history, emperors had predominantly risen from noble families, while he had opted to tread the path of the common people. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt a wave of relief. These citizens, their hearts united, represented the very foundation of his ascent. Rise, Sumu called out. The citizens stood, yet remained steadfast, respectfully positioned on either side of the city gate. Sumu lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. When he spotted Jiang Kaiwei waving at him, warmth surged within him. Reminiscent of earlier days when he had ventured out to gather provisions, when he had resolutely denied the northern entry into Shu. It was always this woman who awaited him at the crossroads, hoping for his safe return, delicate yet resilient. Before Sumu could take many steps forward, the spirited General Feng, galloping with urgency, raced towards the city gate, swiftly returning with Jiang Kaiwei in tow. Halfway through, he remembered to fetch Li Duan as well. Well then, Jia Zhou remarked with a hint of amusement, then cheerfully nudged Su Mu's hand aside. My lord, it is time for you to reconnect with the two princesses. Just as Jia Zhou moved Su Mu's hand away, another hand suddenly steadied him. Master, allow me to assist you. The little dog Fu looked up with a charming smile. Jia Zhou chuckled, remaining silent as Fu supported him, the master and disciple advancing slowly against the chilly breeze. Chuier, my beloved Chuier, the beautiful and gentle Zhang Daqui. Wei Feng bellowed, soon to be ushered away. The young men returning to Chengdu, lacking parental figures, were likewise welcomed into the homes of warm-hearted citizens for celebratory feasts. I can no longer carry Li Duan. Sumu gritted his teeth. Li Duan wailed, dangling his legs indiscriminately over Su Mu's back. Jiang Kaiwei, concerned for Su Mu's well-being, managed to coax Li Duan down after much effort. Kaiwei, where's my son? Su Lang, the elders have taken him to comfort. The elders? It must be those three drunken old men, Zhuge Ke and his companions. Kaiwei, those three old fellows wouldn't be teaching him to drink, would they? Jiang Kaiwei chuckled. Su Lang, they could never bear to do that. Nowadays, everyone in Chengdu knows that in the eyes of those three elders, you, their eldest son, have been overshadowed by your grandson Su Qiao. In the biting cold wind, Su Mu raised his head, his gaze somewhat dazed. In his previous life, he had encountered 8 deceitful wine-selling women during matchmaking, yet in this chaotic world, he had instead flourished, welcoming his first offspring. Ah, life. Chapter 572. The sickly young master upon returning to the palace, Su Mu did not even change his robe before hastening to the side room in the backyard. Halfway there, he hesitated, hurriedly grabbed 2 more jars of wine, practiced a smile, and then continued on his way. Father, I have returned. Arriving at the door of the side room, Su Mu donned the practiced smile. I am unfilial for returning late. Today, I shall not rest until I drink with my elders. Get lost. Zhuge Ke cursed from inside. Ultimately, it was the old scholar who called out, my son, Li Pasang, and opened the door. Su Mu, wearing a cheerful expression, cautiously stepped into the room. However, after taking a few steps, Chen Dadi's heavy blade suddenly swung towards him. Su Mu's face paled in shock, looking up hastily. He discovered that the large blade had been retracted by Chen Dadi, though he bore an expression devoid of emotion. Inside, the swaddled Su Qiao, likely startled, began to wail loudly. Having drunk too much, Chen Dadi's hand twitched slightly. Old iron, just strike him. After all, with a grandson, we could crown him as a king of Shu, which wouldn't be unacceptable. This place is useless, unable to even keep Chengdu safe. If it weren't for that little dog, Fu Ming, we would have already descended into the underworld. Zhuge Ke continued to grumble. Su Mu understood that Jia Zhou's earlier scheme to ambush Sima Xiu, using Chengdu as bait, though fraught with peril, ultimately led to a tumultuous situation. Father, let me hold my son. Su Mu smiled and extended his hands. Hold what? I'll tell you, my grandson shall be taught by the 3 of us. Reading, blacksmithing, becoming a chivalrous hero. Su Mu felt a headache coming on. He had high hopes for his son Su Qiao. According to his vision, should he conquer 30 states, Su Qiao would become the crown prince, or even an emperor. Even if, in his lifetime, he could not sweep across the realm, Su Qiao would still be the young lord, the future prince of Shu. Su Mu wanted to say more, only to realize that Zhuge Ke had already puckered his lips and returned the child into his arms. Well, you are a father after all. Su Mu smiled apologetically, then earnestly lowered his head to gaze at the swaddled infant. Blood ties intertwined. A peculiar feeling began to spread within his chest, compelling him to reach out and touch the child's soft face. Unexpectedly, little Su Qiao also stretched out his hand, using his chubby fingers to grasp him. Su Mu was momentarily stunned, his eyes slightly reddening. Regarding the earlier events in Chengdu, when the Xia army appeared, I had already realized that it was surely a setup. Zhuge Ke spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Indeed, the young strategist is formidable, worthy of the title of Poisonous Eagle. However, such a situation should not be employed again in the future. If any link falters, you shall lose everything. You are indeed extravagant, wagering on trifles. What my father said is true. Su Mu forced a smile. In this calamity, it is said that the 3 elderly gentlemen before him, alongside the little dog Fu, valiantly defended the palace. The ironworks have resumed operations. Chen Deidi lifted his gaze and glanced at Su Mu. The old scholar beside him had no words to offer, so he poured a cup of wine and presented it to Su Mu. Wei Chunjun, the new head of the Wei family, has been tirelessly traversing the city despite his frail health. Previously, he came to meet the 3 of us, urging us to persuade you, hoping you might show some leniency. Su Mu fell silent for a moment. Wei Qiu's betrayal and the head of the Wei family, Wei Cheng, drinking poison for honor, left only the ailing eldest son. Wei Chun, whether to kill or spare him rests solely on your word, O King of Shu. Chen Deidi interjected. But I shall only say this. If not for his frail condition, Wei Chun possesses greater skills than his father. I have inquired. And it was Wei Chun who contributed significantly to your initial shield ship. Su Mu was taken aback. Do not look at me as if I were an egg. You are not my flesh and blood, and I have no such ugly child. Chen Deidi scolded. I understand your thoughts. If you wish to find scapegoats to appease the populace, you may inquire with the little dog Fu. Your 3 fathers have already captured 7 or 8 prisoners, bound and awaiting judgment. My son Li Pasheng, due to one man's error, faces the collective punishment of the entire clan, which is not without precedent throughout history. Nevertheless, the benevolence of a ruler is what the people truly yearn for. Su Mu exhaled deeply, embraced Su Qiao, and bowed respectfully to the 3 old gentlemen. The Wei residence lay desolate. Since the rebellion in Chengdu, it had been a long time since anyone visited. Even the servants and maids had fled in considerable numbers. A pale young man, burdened by illness, sat at the desk, fervently writing a confession of sins. The Wei family has betrayed the state, a crime sufficient to annihilate 9 generations in any dynasty. Pausing his pen, Wei Chun closed his eyes and breathed heavily. After a while, he slowly reopened his eyes, staring vacantly at the world outside. Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing caused Wei Chun to retrieve a handkerchief, trembling as he pressed it to his mouth. When he withdrew it, it bore a few drops of blood. His wife entered, holding medicine, and without uttering a word, she broke into tears. I shall enter the palace shortly to present this confession to the King of Shu. If he does not grant mercy, I will take my own life within the palace, following in my father's footsteps to preserve the Wei family. Were it not for my illness, I would never wish to be a bettered young master. Wei Chun tucked away the handkerchief, drank the medicinal concoction, slowly raised his pale face, and offered his wife a few words of instruction before he staggered, preparing to leave the residence for the palace. Unexpectedly, after taking only a few steps, he encountered a trembling servant leading several figures towards him. From afar, Wei Chun heard the servant's quaking exclamation. Master, Master, the King of Shu is coming. In the hall of the Wei household, Wei Chun knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with sorrow. Su Mu, seated in a guest chair, silently observed the ailing young master before him, feeling a pang of regret. Rise. The sinner Wei Chun, yearning for death, implored the King of Shu not to issue a decree for his execution. After a moment of hesitation, he gradually seated himself with the support of his attendants. I have come here not merely to seek retribution, Su Mu stated, his expression serious. I have heard that the eldest son possesses unparalleled craftsmanship in Shu Prefecture. Was it you who secretly assisted your father in the creation of the shield ships? Despite having the blueprints, Wei Cheng's flawless execution had astonished Su Mu previously. Indeed, I beseech the King of Shu for an opportunity, Wei Chun exclaimed, his face alight with joy. I, Wei Chun, would willingly face 100 deaths without hesitation. Su Mu nodded with a smile. Many have informed me that your skills are unmatched. Therefore, how about this? I shall establish a secret workshop in Chengdu, with you as the master craftsman, supported by over 10 skilled artisans. You will be responsible for designing and improving various siege engines, whether they be siege towers or catapults. Additionally, I require you to devise a mechanism, a wooden bird, perhaps, crafted from bamboo, to spy upon enemy cities. Essentially, it resembles the gliders of future generations, given our current circumstances. Such wind-assisted flight is the only feasible option. Regrettably, lacking sufficient knowledge, I can only convey my ideas to you. Indeed, the concept of gliders existed in ancient times. Known as the wooden phoenix, an invention of Gongsun Long, serving as a tool for reconnaissance and warfare. Wooden phoenix? Wei Chun, who had narrowly escaped death, pondered briefly before his expression transformed from confusion to one of vibrant enthusiasm. This is indeed a splendid idea. I am willing to give it a try. A true expert. It seemed that Wei Chun had grasped the concept thoroughly. If he were to consult Chen Deidi, it was likely he would be utterly baffled. Of course, Chen Deidi specialized in metallurgy, not in crafting wooden birds. At last, he had found a kindred spirit in the realm of future concepts. Do not rush. Focus primarily on improving the existing machinery in the workshop. The wooden phoenix can be pursued in due time. Furthermore, your health is fragile. I have invited the esteemed physician Chun to accompany us. Chen Ke, seated nearby, rose and offered a respectful gesture to Wei Chun. Your Majesty, I am afflicted with tuberculosis. Medicinal treatments have proven ineffective, and my days are numbered. Fear not. Physician Chen will find a remedy, Su Mu reassured him. In ancient times, without antibiotics, tuberculosis was often fatal. Yet, Su Mu could only place his hopes in Chen Ke, maintaining a measure of confidence in the physician's abilities. Thank you, King of Shu, Wei Chun said, supporting himself as he knelt once more in reverence. Since Wei Qiu's treachery, not only he, but the entire Wei family had lived in constant fear. To prove his innocence, even his father had perished amidst the rebellion. Call me your Majesty, Su Mu instructed. However, let me make it clear, should the Wei family betray once more, I shall hold you accountable and deliver severe punishment. If any member of the Wei family dares to rebel again, they shall face extinction in Shu Prefecture. Wei Chun, bloodied from his prostration, wept anew. A secret workshop? Your Majesty, this is indeed a commendable idea. Within the royal palace, Jiazhou did not express anger over the clemency extended to the Wei family. Utilizing talent to its fullest, Your Majesty is truly a benevolent ruler. Su Mu poured a cup of tea, while the three elders had already captured several rebellious prisoners, who would serve as scapegoats for the unrest, pacifying the populace of Shu Prefecture. When long, this matter is finally resolved, Jiazhou remarked with a bitter smile. Do not blame me, my lord. It is not your fault. Were it not for Wen Long, Sima Xiu would have never been eradicated. Once winter passes, we shall launch a northern expedition against Liangzhou. What lies ahead will undoubtedly be a significant conflict. Even if it endures for a year, Su Mu would not be surprised. In summary, the strategic focus for the upcoming year remains steadfastly on Liangzhou. If the Lord has the time, I invite you to visit Nanlin County with me. There are many defected troops there. Following Jiazhou's earlier plans, we shall employ these forces as part of our campaign against Liangzhou. Although it may seem premature, given the current circumstances, it is the most prudent course of action for Shu Prefecture, which is facing a shortage of military strength. After cultivating the land in Nanlin County for so long, these defected soldiers have surely been transformed. Haven't they? Wen Long was not in haste. There was still another matter at hand. Jiazhou understood well what Su Mu referred to. There were two pressing concerns regarding the return to Shu. One was the Wei family, and the other involved Huang Daochong of Kazhou. Just a few days after returning to Shu, news from Bailu County indicated that Huang Daochong had crossed the river and sought to enter Shu to atone for his sins. Like the Wei family, this traitor had implicated his entire clan. However, unlike the Wei family, Huang Daochong's Kazhou represented a minor power in its own right, possessing its own troops and territorial claims. My lord, have you considered the conditions under which you would relent? Su Mu lifted his gaze and replied succinctly, salt and iron, or saltpeter. Beyond Banancheng, Huang Daochong, seated in the carriage, occasionally glanced back. He had heard that the wretched scion, Huang Zhihu, had instigated the chaos in Banancheng. Zhizhou, what is your take on this? Beside Huang Daochong sat a composed young man, who after a moment's silence spoke. The rebellion of the Huang family scion will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the King of Shu. Yet, we are fortunate that Shu remains stable and secure. Thus, it is certain that the king will demand a substantial token of apology. Inside the carriage, Huang Daochong sighed and closed his eyes. In a world rife with turmoil, no one can remain unscathed. I, Huang Daochong, have exerted every effort to safeguard my family. Including Huang Zhihu, our family has already seen 3 traitors emerge. The young man hesitated before speaking again. With the recent victory of the King of Shu, who has eliminated the strategist of Liangzhou and dealt a severe blow to the Liang king at Luqing. Combined with the previous incidents, Shu Prefecture could become a treasure trove. Huang Daochong did not respond immediately, gazing out of the carriage window, lost in thought. Each month, 30% of Kuzhou's tax revenue is dispatched to Zhuoshuren. This ensures that the forces of the Ling king, which borders us, do not encroach upon our territory. Zhizhou, the king of Shu, does not favor noble families. You are mistaken, father. Kuzhou is not a subordinate, but a partner. Moreover, the location of Kuzhou is a battleground. Should King Su of Shu aspire to dominate the realm, once he conquers Liang and the 3 provinces, his eyes will inevitably turn towards the banks of the Xiang River, and Kuzhou will be the place he needs the most. This is our bargaining chip to avoid being mere subjects. Do all that is humanly possible and leave the rest to fate. Huang Daochong pondered for a moment, still unable to reach a decision, and eventually exhaled a solemn remark. Zhizhou, as you enter Chengdu as a hostage this time, do not create further chaos. The young man nodded, asserting, I am of the Huang family lineage, and like my father, I shall always regard the preservation of our family as my duty, regardless of the circumstances. Very well, he continued. I have given it some thought. Should the king of Shu manage to conquer Liang, as you suggested, we shall secure treasures in Shu Prefecture and provide our full support. In these tumultuous times, how many gamblers must there be? 2 days later, on the Changdao Road outside Chengdu, Su Mu did not send anyone to greet them, even after presenting an official document. The father and son of the Huang family had to endure a thorough inquiry before they could enter the city. Greetings to the king of Shu. Upon entering the palace, Huang Daochong and his son bowed in unison. Su Mu, who was seated upon the throne, let out a cold snort, waved his sleeve dismissively, and strode directly into the inner chamber. Huang Daochong was momentarily taken aback, glancing around before his gaze landed on Jia Zhou seated in a chair. Is this the esteemed strategist, the Poison Eagle? Following the assassination attempt on Sima Xiu, many across the land had learned that the Poison Eagle strategist of Shu Prefecture still lived. Thus, Jia Zhou no longer concealed himself. Strategist, I have recently acquired this blood jade pearl. I humbly request your favorable words on my behalf. Jia Zhou smiled, but did not accept the offering. Were it not for our previous rapport, my king would have already dispatched troops to attack Kou Prefecture. As the head of the Huang family, you cannot evade responsibility for this rebellion. Strategist Jiao, I truly did not know. I should have expelled that treacherous rebel from Kou Prefecture long ago. I implore you for assistance. Huang Daochong spoke in a composed manner. A man of many talents, he was well aware of the FAAD being enacted. Yet even if it were a performance, he felt compelled to play along. Let me offer you a suggestion, Jia Zhou said with a faint smile. If you could assist in resolving the recent shortages of strategic materials in Shu Prefecture, perhaps my lord would be so pleased as to refrain from holding the Huang family accountable. May I inquire, strategist Jia, what does Shu Prefecture lack? Jia Zhou replied calmly. What we lack most is saltpeter. Additionally, there is a shortage of salt and iron. To be frank, my lord is about to take a shovel and head into the mountains to mine. Strategist Jia, we both know that salt and iron are the rarest commodities in this world. As for saltpeter, it is as valuable as it is scarce. No sooner had Huang Daochong spoken than Su Mu emerged from the inner chamber, shovel in hand, stretching his back before Huang's very eyes. Understanding the performance they were enacting, Huang Daochong managed to utter, "Do not worry, King of Shu. I shall devise a plan regarding the salt and iron issue." Setting down the shovel, Su Mu rubbed his arms before taking his seat on the throne. This action left Huang Daochong momentarily speechless. Acknowledging his mistakes in Shu Prefecture was one thing, but to face such treatment before even beginning was another. Clearly, this indicated that the king of Shu sought not to be resolute, but rather needed a trade-off for the benefits of Kou Prefecture. Let us get straight to the point. King of Shu, I, Huang Daochong, am deeply remorseful. His expression shifted dramatically, and Huang Daochong suddenly appeared profoundly sorrowful. To the unknowing observer, it might have seemed as if he had lost both parents. Ah, the irony of it all. Su Mu moved his lips, but ultimately refrained from offering advice, allowing Huang Daochong to weep to his heart's content. Everyone present was acutely aware of the unspoken agreement. I request, you provide. And thus the matter shall be laid to rest, allowing us to remain friends. Like a coy maiden reluctant to part, Huang Daochong, having wept enough, finally clasped his fists and spoke. Rest assured, King of Shu, I shall exert every effort regarding the salt and iron affairs of Shu Prefecture. In Cat Prefecture, where the aristocracy congregates, merchants thrive, and soldiers are strong, coupled with a penchant for dramatics, the resources available are substantial, provided one is willing to strive. As for the issue of saltpeter, Huang Daochong shook his head earnestly. The King of Shu understood well. Over a century ago, during the height of alchemy, Emperor Ji had devoted immense national resources to the construction of the Cloud Tower and the procurement of materials for alchemical furnaces. Now, however, the quantity of saltpeter remaining is scarce, and what exists is but a small measure, primarily reserved for ceremonial fireworks. Sumu nodded in silence. However, please rest assured. Regarding salt and iron, Cat Prefecture shall do its utmost. Each month, merchant ships will enter Bailu County, capable of carrying 3 vessels worth of goods. Taking into account the draft, 3 vessels of salt and iron is indeed a modest quantity, yet Sumu recognized that in these tumultuous times, salt and iron are exceedingly precious. 3 vessels, he surmised, represented the utmost limit that Huang Daochong could accommodate. Master Huang, I, Sumu, certainly believe that you had no part in the matter of the traitor. Sumu hesitated, his thoughts lingering. Huang Daochong sighed inwardly. Had Sumu remained silent, he would not have needed to keep a hostage, yet now he had no choice but to comply. Across the land, he gambled on various ventures, all for the survival of Cat Prefecture and the continuation of his lineage. Chapter 575, My Son Yuan Chong. It is time as the year-end approached. Despite having endured the ravages of war, the festive atmosphere in Chengdu remained vibrant. On the main street beneath the palace, throngs of people bustled about. Street performers called out, vendors sold couplets and spring pancakes, and even the courtesans from the pleasure houses donned their most exquisite attire, adorned with layers of rouge, waving their crimson handkerchiefs, desperately beckoning patrons. Third miss, she pushes the young man away, her voice trembling, her face blushing. Sumu raised his hand, delivering a playful smack. The one singing praises of the third miss, Han Jio, yelped in surprise and hastily fell silent. Go back inside and sing to yourself. Others have come to pay their respects to me as the King of Shu, not to hear you sing folk songs. My lord, I too cannot resist. I beseech you to punish me. Sumu sighed. Deep down, he understood that Han Jio's plea for punishment was not concerning the folk song, but rather the loss of Chengdu. In truth, this brash fellow was unaware that he and Sun Sun were already entangled in Jia Zhou's schemes. Nonetheless, Sumu felt elated that Han Jio was still alive. Very well, Han Jio, tomorrow you shall go to the left side of the courtyard, dress more attractively. There are 3 old gentlemen enjoying wine inside. You shall sing the praises of the third miss to them for the day. I dare say they will be quite pleased. I fear I may forget the lyrics. Sing what you can remember. Once you finish, this matter shall be laid to rest, and do not mention it again. My lord, I can also sing Little Flower Miss, and other assorted songs. Sumu rubbed his head, finding some time to visit the official hall and acquire more skills. At his age, holding an official position, he had yet to win over a lady of noble birth. Hanjio stood there, visibly hurt. Hanjio, follow me. In recent days, see who had taken Lady Luan Yu to visit her family in Fuyang County. It was said that they emptied the town's bun shop upon leaving. With no other choice, Sumu had to bring Hanjio along. As for Hanjio's injuries from Nanlin County, they required more time to heal, so Sun Sun was sent ahead. Following the Grand Avenue from the royal palace, they encountered numerous visitors come to pay their respects. Sumu initially feared that the military misfortune in Chengdu might dampen the people's spirits, yet to his surprise, their loyalty remained intact. Of course, earlier, to shield the Wei family from calamity and to pacify the populace, he had executed several scapegoats at the vegetable market. The young King of Shu was robust. Yet with only 2 consorts, this was untenable. An elder like himself had a well-educated daughter who could serve as a virtuous wife. Should the king visit the Qing pavilion, I, Granny Qin, would bestow 10 noble ladies into the hibiscus chamber. O king, my sovereign, the resurgence of Shu County must occur now. Sumu returned each greeting, finally managing to traverse the throng and exit the city gates. He did not head to Nanlin County, but instead stopped at the 70-mile Grave Hill, dismounting his horse. The 300 guards followed suit. The Grand Leader has managed to return the ashes of the fallen soldiers, said In Hu, his voice tinged with a cry. Having witnessed the fierce battles firsthand during the campaign, Sumu closed his eyes. Honoring the sacrifices of the fallen soldiers was of utmost importance, which is why he had ridden out of the city as soon as the ashes were returned. In the future, if Shu County was to rise again, The indomitable spirit of its soldiers must be sustained. Raise your cups. Let us toast to the sons of Shu County. Not only the soldiers, but also many citizens. Even passing merchants silently clasped their fists and bowed towards the 70-mile grave hill. The glory of one general is built upon the bones of countless. In this chaotic era, how many heroic souls had turned to mere ashes or dust? After consuming half a bowl, Su Mu raised his wine cup again and drank deeply. Beside him, the old scholar Wang Yong began to gesture towards the heavens, reciting poignant elegies that floated into the cold wind. Unlike the chill of Shu County, the cold wind of Lizhou was even more biting. In the temporary palace of Lizhou, a burly middle-aged man clad in a somewhat coarse dragon robe sat on the dragon throne, cursing loudly. Below him, the so-called civil and military officials paused briefly before erupting into raucous laughter. Enough of the laughter. Fang Ru took a deep breath, feeling somewhat dazed as he slumped into the dragon chair. When he first ascended to the throne, he had some enthusiasm, teasing the palace maids beside him. But now, his face bore only a grave expression. That traitors was sure and dares to rally a coalition army against me. I had clearly appointed him as the Grand Minister of Jingqiao. It was merely an excuse. Fang Ru understood that most of his subordinates had humble origins and lacked true capability. With an army of over 100,000 at my command, lacking even standard armaments, we have been routed by the 2,000 vanguard troops of Zhuashuren. If this continues, the fate of our great Jing is perilous. Your Majesty, do you recall what I previously articulated? At this moment, a frail old man unexpectedly stepped forward. Fang Ru pondered for a while, struggling to recollect, and could only clear his throat. Prime Minister Zhou, please reiterate. The elderly chancellor quickly clasped his fists. Your Majesty, my earlier intention was to advocate for the reappointment of a capable general. Where might such a general be found? Your Majesty, it is common for great individuals to forget. I have already recommended someone. If it pleases you, he remains in Lizhou, and I shall dispatch someone to summon him. Be swift. Since Fang Ru ascended to the throne, the 4 prefectures of Lizhou have been burdened with exorbitant taxes, leading to a gradual decline in the welfare of the populace. Countless citizens have fled, their numbers beyond reckoning. Meanwhile, in a modest manor in a remote county, an elderly man with silver hair was in the courtyard, drawing back a longbow and releasing an arrow with a swift whoosh. It struck the bronze target with a resounding clang that echoed throughout the yard. My father's archery is unparalleled, demonstrating that he remains vigorous in his old age. The old man did not reply, sitting bare-chested on the ground amidst the cold wind. After a long while, as a gust of snow swept through, he finally spoke in a voice like thunder. Yin Chong, have any officials come by in recent days? Father, none have arrived. The middle-aged man nearby shook his head, suddenly recalling something. With your father's prowess, why should he ally with Fang Ru, this false emperor? The old man smiled faintly. Yin Chong, you are on the verge of forgetting your own surname. Father, how could I forget? I am of the Yuan lineage from the Ji dynasty. Precisely. The old man gazed skyward, his voice imbued with solitude. It is Yuan, not Yin. Yuan Chong. I am reminded of your uncle. Had he been steadier that year, perhaps great matters would have unfolded differently. Emperor Shao of the Ji dynasty was fortunate indeed, deceiving various loyalist armies. Yuan Chong listened quietly. I have grown old, nearing 80. To live long without dying is to be a villain, yet the world has scorned me. Yuan Song, as a rogue for decades. I too was a false emperor and can naturally empathize with Fang Ru's anxieties. Father, do you truly intend to serve this false emperor? The old man smiled faintly in the wind. To serve, yes, but I yearn to occupy the nest of the magpie. I am not yet old. What harm is there in once again assuming the mantle of emperor? In our Yuan family's century-long history, aside from a loyal and righteous descendant, have you ever encountered another like me? In my twilight years, I refuse to yield to age and shall be called a hero. My son, Yuan Chong, the time has come. Chapter 576. Yuanzhou upon returning to Shu. Su Mu found himself unaccustomed to the absence of swords and blades after many days. This year, he spent almost the entire time within the military ranks, traversing from Muyun Prefecture to Cangzhou, from the Demon Queen to Dongwen. Fortuitously, under cautious maneuvers, the current state of Shu has yielded commendable victories. My lord, General Yu has returned. Seated in the palace, Su Mu adjusted his robes and rose. Yuan, who had been stationed in Muyun Prefecture alongside Dongfang Jing, had not been seen for quite some time. This foremost general of Shu must have acquired considerable skills. I pay my respects, my lord. At this moment, Yuan, once sporting a goatee, now boasted a short beard, exuding the demeanor of an ancient general. No need for formality. Please take a seat. Beginning from Changyang, they repelled the northern Di and entered Shuzhou, launching campaigns against Liang and Sangzhou, with Yuan closely following in their footsteps. Perhaps not the most skilled, he was undoubtedly the most seasoned and loyal general. Thank you, my lord, Yuan chuckled, showing no reservations as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of hot tea, drinking heartily. Initially, he had intended to summon the young military advisor back, but the advisor expressed concerns regarding potential upheaval in Sangzhou, insisting he could not leave Yuqing. Sumu nodded, acknowledging this as a reflection of Dongfang Jing's character. My lord, the young military advisor has already begun formulating plans. He is contemplating utilizing Yuan and to craft a narrative. What you may not know is that I patrol Yuqing daily and find it peculiar that the soldiers in Sangzhou appear to be increasing in number and ferocity. Occasionally, our reconnaissance units encounter one another, often resulting in our dismal defeat. Sangzhou comprises merely 300,000 households, since the great families were eradicated and the royal authority diminished. How could they possibly muster such a formidable military force? This is indeed the puzzling aspect. Sumu furrowed his brow. The Night Owl faction had infiltrated Sangzhou, but more intelligence would require time. Such matters cannot be rushed, akin to the incident at Qinjia Bridge where the Demon Queen's discovery led to tragedy. Yuan, do you have any additional news? Yuan pondered for a moment. Ah, my lord, upon my return by water, I heard that the bandits of Jinghua, in order to contend with Zhuo, have been actively recruiting righteous heroes and talents. Ultimately, they appointed an elderly man as the general of the Pillar State. An elderly man appointed as the general of the Pillar State? How curious indeed. I too found it strange. However, I inquired with several refugees who had fled to Shuzhou, and they all relayed this information. It seems he bears the surname Yin and has a grown son, both serving as generals in the Jinghua bandits' ranks. My lord may not know this, but Zhuo is no ordinary figure. With 20,000 vanguard troops, he dares to pursue the Jinghua bandits numbering over 100,000. Even the young military advisor has remarked that Zhuo success is not merely due to his reputation for kindness, but rather his exceptional military prowess. Those who have reached this point are far from ordinary. Sumu concurred deeply. Even the minor power of Kaizhou, under Huang Daochong's leadership, exemplifies the nature of opportunism. Yuan, while you are with the young military advisor, be sure to remind him not to overexert himself. My lord, I am well aware. My return to Shu was driven by two desires: my longing for you and the young military advisor's inquiry regarding the feasibility of opening a thoroughfare between Miyunzu and Shuzhou for next year's campaign against Liang. If we can establish this route, we shall no longer rely on waterways to transport troops, allowing us to arrive swiftly via the thoroughfare. That sounds promising. Sumu replied with a smile. Though it may be a bit rushed, the basic accessibility should not pose significant issues after spring commences. The remaining tasks involve paving and lighting the route. Additionally, the Dragonstone on both sides is far from completion. If this proceeds accordingly, great matters shall be assured. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then assumed a serious demeanor once more. The young military advisor has stated that come spring, I shall lead the army through the thoroughfare into Bailu County to assist you in the campaign against Liang. Do not rush. Specific arrangements still require careful deliberation. The more advantageous the position, the more I wish to stabilize it. The circumstances of 20 tosses and favorable winds have occurred many times in my previous life. As the year draws to a close, Yuan, remain here and partake in the year-end feast. My lord, should I fail to return, our young strategist will once again toil through the night poring over maps, while others dare not offer counsel. Only I, being older, can impart a few words that he might heed. If I delay my return by just a few days, he will have to endure several more nights of sleeplessness. After I take a moment to see my brother Hu and the young heir, I shall make my way back. By the way, the young strategist has a letter. Earlier, the courier from Yuqing sought to seize this opportunity to return to Shuzhou and claim a bride. Haha, but I managed to outmaneuver him. I plan to purchase some meat and wine in the market to bring back to Yuqing for these homesick lads. Sumu was at a loss for words. He raised his hand and embraced his old comrade. My lord, I, Yuan, shall diligently hone my skills. On the day you decide to contend for the realm, I shall serve as a general in Zhanzhou, fighting alongside you on the battlefield. Excellent. I, Sumu, await your arrival. Their bond transcended the master-servant relationship, ignited by the fervor from the time of the young lord's campaign against the corrupt officials. By the way, Yuan, do you have a courtesy name? Sumu suddenly pondered. I do not. As a rough man, what need have I for such? Then shall I bestow one upon you? Consider this. If one day you become a formidable general renowned across the land, lacking a courtesy name would be rather unbecoming. Very well, my lord. Then what shall it be? Wenze. Yuan, Yuanze. Though it was a spontaneous notion, deep within Su Mu's heart, he felt that Yuan was different from the likes of Chao, Yi, and Chai Zong. How should one articulate it? Yuan felt more like kin than a subordinate. Yuanze? I shall remember this. One day, I, Yuanze, shall command respect across the world. Su Mu did not expect Yuan to reflexively utter phrases about loyalty or willingness to follow the Su family into peril. He simply felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, a pure and unadulterated loneliness. My lord, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. There is no need to procure the meat and wine. I will have someone send it over shortly. Ah, thank you, my lord. As Yuan departed, Su Mu returned to his thoughts, silently sitting down to open the letter sent by Dongfang Jing. The contents were straightforward. Apart from some intelligence and analyses regarding Cangzhou, there was also a stratagem involving feigned troops to confuse the gaze of the treacherous Su Yao. The covert operatives from Cangzhou have already been deployed, and many have been eliminated. This ruse will aid the army in returning to Shu to conquer Liang. Please rest assured, my lord, although I, Dongfang Jing, may be a cripple, I possess the ambition to shatter the chaos of this world. As long as I remain, Yuqing shall stand. Su Mu carefully tucked away the letter, rising in silence to make his way out of the palace. It was his trust and confidence that allowed him to endure the reluctance of leaving Dongfang Jing to guard the front lines in Yuqing. Greetings, my lord. Just as Su Mu was lost in thought, a youthful voice suddenly reached his ears. He turned around to find the young pup Fu, clad in armor, standing guard outside the palace with a sword at his side. Following young Fu was a contingent of Shu soldiers, who also offered their respects to Su Mu. General Han, as per Dr. Chin's instructions, I am to take a medicinal bath today, hence my presence here on guard. I beg your forgiveness, my lord. Su Mu, intrigued, lowered his gaze to scrutinize the young pup before him. In the past, he had never realized that this brash youth, who clamored to master unparalleled skills, was indeed a budding talent. Little puppy Fu, what position do you desire for the grand feast? I wish to be a great general. Bestow upon me 100,000 troops, so that I may assist my lord in conquering the world. Little puppy Fu, I myself do not possess an army of 100,000. Su Mu chuckled softly, ruffling little puppy Fu's head. After the new year, you will turn 13. In 2 more years, you shall reach the age of adulthood. At that time, dedicate yourself to mastering your skills, and once you have departed from Shu, you shall become my great general, Su Mu. Chapter 577. Wolf Arrow and Hundredly Bear in Liangzhou. The cold winds howled fiercely. The journey westward, spanning over 300 miles, approached the arid expanse of the Gobi Desert. Though snow would not fall, the biting chill still left one shivering uncontrollably. You shall remain here. I will return shortly, commanded Dongwon, seated upon his horse with a battle bow slung over his shoulder. The accompanying 1,000 or so guards received the military order and began to set up camp on the spot. Alone, braving the frigid air, Dongwon maintained a stoic demeanor as he ventured deeper into the desert. After a considerable time, he nearly lost his way. Fortunately, the unchanging landmarks, such as withered trees and crumbling walls, ultimately guided him back to familiarity. That year, he was around 12 or 13. Deprived of citrus fruits, he had simply murmured a complaint indoors, only to be reported by a servant, nearly falling victim to that vile old princess. To escape the calamity, he fled Liangzhou, aimlessly traversing the desert, unsure of his fate. It was then that he encountered his archery mentor, Wolf Arrow, Hundredly Bear. The power of Shu was formidable, closing in relentlessly. After the demise of his strategist, Sima Xiu, he languished in the palace, growing increasingly restless. Finally, he devised a plan. If at this moment, a common thief were to perish, causing unrest in Shu, then Liangzhou could swiftly reclaim the 2 border cities, subsequently swallowing Shu whole. Of course, the matter of assassins required utmost caution. Hiring ineffectual ones would yield no results. Thus, Dongwon thought of Hundredly Bear, his mentor, whose archery skills surpassed those of several states in the West, making him the ideal candidate for eliminating the common thief. not wishing to ride any longer. And in an effort to appear more disheveled, Dongwen slightly hunched his back, feigning tears before finally stepping forward into the depths of the desert. Approximately 2 hours later, with his entire body coated in dust, he finally spotted a familiar cluster of small stone formations ahead. Within the stone formations stood a rudimentary stone house, from which smoke billowed from the chimney. Master, disciple Dongwen seeks an audience. I, Dongwen, humbly present myself before my teacher. Chapter 578. The Archer's Child. As the new year approached, the atmosphere of festivity grew ever more vibrant. Little Puppy Fu was no longer required to clear branches and sweep dust, as in years past. Su Mu dispatched a regiment, allowing Little Puppy Fu to patrol the city, serving as a gradual introduction to military life for the future general. Your teacher requires rest. If any matters arise, consult Wang Kenzitsi first. If Wang cannot comprehend, he will naturally seek your teacher's counsel. The words were somewhat convoluted, yet Little Puppy Fu understood, bowing respectfully, as if he were a general preparing to depart for battle. Where is the master going? He inquired. To call upon my lord. Where is my lord heading? I shall make a journey to Namlin County. You will keep an eye on matters in Chengdu for me. After uttering these words, I beckoned to my companion, the Bao Dog, along with the foolishly grinning Si Hu, and together we departed the city. This expedition to Nanlin was primarily concerning the matter of 2,000 surrendered soldiers. According to the initial plan, we were meant to wait a while longer. However, due to the pressing military situation in the northwest, our forces were stretched thin, necessitating an early departure. A cavalry unit of over 1,000 men, led by Wei Feng, forged a path, escorting Su Mu as we rode southward towards Namlin County. In Shu Province, there was no snow, at least in the central region. Frost had yet to fall. Only by raising our eyes to the distant mountains could we catch a glimpse of the world adorned in white. The journey from Chengdu to Namlin County, considering the inclement weather, was estimated to take over 2 days. Naturally, there were 7 or 8 county towns along the way, ample for rest and resupply. Little Bao Dog, Si Hu, riding a stolen steed, hurriedly approached Bao Dog while Su Mu was momentarily distracted. Brother Hu, keep your voice down, Si Hu whispered anxiously, extending his palm towards Bao Dog. What is it? I have no buns. Lend me a few taels of silver. I shall return it within an hour. Bao Dog's expression was one of disbelief. Just a few days prior, he had lent 8 taels, and his employer had instructed him to refrain from giving Si Hu any more silver. Moreover, your own monthly expenses are considerable. Where does it all go? Si Hu fidgeted. You wouldn't know. I heard that in Fuyang County, the rouge is both fragrant and vibrant. I wish to buy 10 boxes for my wife. Little Bao Dog. If worst comes to worst, I shall hunt deer in Namlin County and sell the meat. In this biting cold, what good will that do? Bao Dog rolled his eyes, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a pouch of coins, tossing a handful of silver into Si Hu's hand. Just as Si Hu was about to celebrate, he quickly stifled his joy, wide-eyed with surprise. Without retracting the pouch, Bao Dog hesitated and handed over a few more taels. Si Hu's face flushed with astonishment. Had he not feared Su Mu overhearing, he would have embraced Bao Dog and run laps in the frigid wind. Brother Hu is my dearest companion. It matters not if you give more. Little Bao Dog, I cherish you. Brother Hu, can you call me by my name? Su Chonggong. Bao Dog lifted his small face, smiling joyfully. Outside the borders of Shu Province, the Xiang River remained unfrozen, merely covered by a delicate frost, which was trampled away by the occasional merchant ships passing by, leaving no trace behind. On the nearest small merchant vessel, over a dozen individuals sat, each bearing a fierce expression, warming themselves by the fire while engaged in hushed discussions. At the center of the fire pit sat a robust elder with a lion's back and bear's waist, half closing his eyes, his posture erect. From his elbow hung an ancient wolf sinew bow. In my nature, I would march directly into Shu by land. Whoever stands in my way shall meet their end. Master Bailey, the pass at Ludao is traditionally a stronghold guarded by the people of Shu. Even the narrow mountain paths have been fortified with over a dozen sentry posts set by the local tribes. The Lord wishes for us to wait and accompany Master Bailey into Shu, devising a plan to eliminate the common bandits. Bailey Xiong frowned. The world knows that I, Bailey Xiong, have roamed the northwest for over 20 years as a formidable warrior. Yet now I must infiltrate Shu like a thief in the night. Those present offered words of comfort. Enough, pretending to be merchants is acceptable. We shall speak further upon entering Shu. Bailey Xiong's voice abruptly ceased. and the numerous assassins from Liangzhou were momentarily taken aback. When they raised their heads, they discovered that, unbeknownst to them, the master archer before them had already knocked an ancient wolf-headed arrow and released it through the cabin, piercing through 3 layers of straw mats to create an opening. Subsequently, the sound of something falling into the water echoed. He had hit his target, now to retrieve the body. Several Liangzhou assassins hastily exited the cabin, only to find that it was not an enemy spy, but rather an old boatman who had perished in the river, their faces displaying shock. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the frigid waters, seizing the corpse and bringing it back aboard the vessel, taking care to ensure the empty boat was scuttled so that the Shu people would not take notice. Bai Xiong leaned against the cabin, basking in the warmth of the fire, his countenance devoid of any remorse. Master Bai Li, do not rush to feign entry into the city. We shall unload our cargo, and then seek lodgings at an inn. We will wait until midnight, relying on our agility to slip out of the city. Regarding this plan, Bai Xiong displayed little enthusiasm, yet he ultimately acquiesced with a haughty nod. You few have long been scouting Shu Prefecture. Are there any renowned archers within Shu? It seems there are none of great renown. However, Shu Prefecture is home to many heroes. Perhaps there is a master archer among them. The assassin speaking suddenly paused, as if recalling something. Master Bai Li, there should indeed be one. Who might that be? The younger brother of the rogue known as Bu Yi, Su Changgong. Su Changgong, a name that carries weight. Indeed, daring to bear the character for Bao in his name. Bai Xiong squinted and smiled. Pray tell? How long is this Su Changgong's arm span? Is he not a natural-born archer? The assassin swallowed hard. Master Bai Li, Su Changgong is a natural hunchback, and he is blind in one eye. Previously, he suffered from numbness in both hands. Bai Xiong was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a thunderous laughter that echoed through the cabin, causing the flames in the brazier to flicker wildly. You gentlemen must find me quite dull, to share such jesting tales to amuse me. Over a dozen Liangzhou assassins paused briefly before joining in with forced smiles. An archer ought to possess the limbs of a monkey and the eyes of an eagle, much like myself, Bai Xiong, who was born to be an archer. At the tender age of 9, I dared to venture into the woods, bow in hand, to slay a young tiger. The common soldier may boast of drawing a 3-stone bow, but do you know how much I, Bai Xiong, can draw? Master Bai Li, surely you can draw 5 stones. Incorrect. Bai Xiong chuckled. In my prime, the bow I wielded could draw 10 stones. Even mounted, I could manage a 6-stone bow. And now, Master Bai Li? Bai Xiong raised his head, his voice measured and unhurried. Now, this wolf sinew bow in my possession possesses an 8-stone draw weight. If you do not believe it, you may test it. Over a dozen assassins struggled with the wolf sinew bow, laboring for an extended period. Yet none could draw the string taut. Thus, their admiration for Bai Xiong deepened. Master Bai Li, the water commander of the Shu Navy has granted us permission to land and enter the city. At that moment, one of the assassins outside leaned into the cabin, his voice laced with a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 579. The mountains shrouded in mist, the white-clad swordsman does not wait idly. The long procession of over 1,000 men arrived at a small town midway. The longbowmen were instructed to patrol through the night. As dusk approached, Sumu had no intention of continuing his journey. Time was ample, and there was no urgency in marching hastily. Rest assured, my lord. This time, over 1,000 cavalry from Shu accompanied him, mostly elite archers from the Divine Bao camp, with some mounted as scouts while others dismounted to form a foot archery unit. Upon arrival, the local magistrate, an elderly officer of the Su family who had retired to a secondary role, rushed to the city gates to greet Sumu, accompanied by the town officials. There was no need for excessive formalities. Sumu replied briefly, lifting his gaze to behold the little town before him. He recalled this place from the time they had initially invaded Shu Prefecture, when it was starkly impoverished, dominated by thatched huts. Now, however, the town was vibrant, with an abundance of earthen brick houses. With the autumn harvest in full swing, the townsfolk had finally regained a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Sumu felt a sense of comfort within his heart. Knowing that the Lord was to arrive, the townspeople had collectively donated 17 lambs, 35 bolts of Shu brocade, 8 loads of medicinal herbs, and 10 hens. I informed them that I required none of these offerings and urged them to keep them for their livelihoods. I previously mentioned that they had insisted on presenting them. You may tell them it was the Lord's wish. If they refuse to take it back, they will incur a fine. The old officer nodded, and instructed his subordinates to load the items onto mules and return them accordingly. By the way, my lord, a few young heroes expressed a desire to enter Chengdu a couple of days ago. Upon receiving the official report that you would pass through this town, I instructed them to wait here. Sumu was momentarily taken aback and turned to glance at Inhu beside him. Inhu pondered briefly and shook his head. I only heard that the other young heroes referred to their leader as Master Shangwan. What could he want from me? I assumed he had returned to gather provisions. By the way, where is he now? My lord, he had gone outside the city, but I have already dispatched someone to notify him. Approximately an hour later, the impatient Shangwan Shu rode back on horseback, trailed by several sword-bearing heroes. Amidst the fog of rivers and mountains, a figure clad in white bears a sword without frivolity. Master Shangwan, I pay my respects to the Grand Leader. I pay my respects to the Grand Leader. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He contemplated that he should take the time to learn a few elegant sword techniques in the future. Rise. The young heroes who had stood up found seats within the magistrate's residence. Master Shangwan, your return, does it imply a matter of significance? Indeed, it does. Shangwan Shu did not mince words. On my way back, I received a piece of intelligence. Typically, I would relay such news with a mere message, but given the circumstances, I suspect it is of considerable importance. This summer, rumors have spread around Lingzhou, claiming that gold fragments have been discovered along the riverbanks. Many have ventured forth and have reportedly found substantial amounts. As the news spread, throngs of people flocked to the area in pursuit of the gold fragments. These individuals, undeterred, have plunged into the river, and it is said that more gold fragments have been uncovered upstream, with many traveling westward from Lingzhou to dredge them. Master Shangwan, how many individuals are involved? At least over 100,000. I gather they are mostly destitute refugees. What actions are being taken by Zhuoshuren? They have conscripted able-bodied men as soldiers and have set up a few makeshift porridge stalls, but otherwise, they are leaving them to their own devices. These individuals, stripped bare, are making their way upstream, whether by black boats or makeshift skiffs, until they reach the areas of Chuzhou and Sangzhou. Sumu furrowed his brow. If there truly were gold in the Lingzhou region, with the cunning of Master Zhuoshuren, it would have long been claimed for himself. As for Master Shangwan, what of those who followed? It is peculiar that after crossing the river in the nude, many have vanished without a trace. My return this time is prompted by newly received intelligence, revealing that the matter of the gold fragments has finally been unraveled. They were fabricated by a wealthy merchant from Chuzhou. This merchant was recently murdered in his own estate, leaving only 2 sons to escape, guarded fiercely by a contingent of loyal retainers. One of these young merchants is a distant relative, originally from the inner city, who sought refuge in Chuzhou after his family suffered a calamity. Listening intently, Sumu fell into deep contemplation. This method felt eerily familiar. Or perhaps this so-called gold fragment incident serves as a ruse. The upstream regions, Chuzhou and Sangzhou, have gone silent. Master Shangwan, is anyone still seeking the gold fragments? Shangwan Shu shook his head. Supreme Leader, let us not forget that it is winter now. After news of the wealthy merchant's demise spread, who would dare to search for them? Assign more personnel to this matter. It is best to uncover at least a semblance of the truth. In the misty mountains, the white-clad swordsman does not idle. Master Shangwan Shu, acknowledging the Supreme Leader's command. Master Shangwan, no need for excessive formality. In future encounters, a simple greeting will suffice. In the chilling winds of Shuzhou, 10 shadowy figures, cloaked in bamboo hats, stood coldly atop a hill. The leader, wielding a massive wolf sinew bow, bore a countenance imbued with frost. Master Bailey, we have discovered that the common thief is not in Chengdu, but has ventured out of the city, heading south. Out of the city? Could it be a path to self-destruction? Master Bailey, do not underestimate him. This common thief is exceedingly cunning. Are you aware of the range of an 8-stone bow? Bailey Xiong turned, casting a cold glance at the speaking assassin from Liangzhou. The assassin swallowed hard, uncertain. But Master Bailey, given today's arduous journey without horses, even a skilled fighter should rest to regain strength. No need. Since we lack horses, we shall seize them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bailey Xiong swiftly knocked an arrow. Master Bailey, you mustn't. It was too late. The wolf-headed arrow whistled through the air, striking down a couple of villagers seated together on the roadside nearly 400 paces away, silencing them before they could utter a sound. Behind the cart lay various newly purchased goods from the city, presumably for the upcoming festivities. Strung together, Bailey Xiong grinned. Fear not. I have already stated that with my keen eyesight, I can discern that this vicinity is temporarily devoid of onlookers. You three, swiftly procure the cart and make haste southward towards Shuzhou. If opportunity arises, seize another two along the way. In the tumult of crossing the mountains, 3 had perished. Now, only 9 Liangzhou assassins remained, their hearts still racing as they nodded in agreement, using their agility to leap down and retrieve the cart. Fearing the Shuzhou scouts, they discarded bloodied items into the woods. Festive lanterns and coiled cured meats were occasionally tossed from the cart, and even an innocent couplet was torn and flung out, simply because it bore vermilion ink. A torn piece of the spring festival couplet, barely legible, still bears the words, "Year after year, peace." The cold steps of the 100-mile bear trample upon the phrase "year after year, peace," leaving behind a murky stain. In chapter 580, the story of the spring fish. Merely a day later, Su Mu departed from the town, leading over 1,000 Shu cavalry as they journeyed towards Nanlin County. This time, he was determined to secure the 20,000 surrendered soldiers within Nanlin County. If all went well, he could return to Chengdu in time for the New Year's feast. As they marched, Su Mu raised his gaze to the sky and spoke with solemnity. "The Lord has commanded. Let us march swiftly." The 1,000-strong Shu cavalry galloped along the official roads of Shu Prefecture, gradually disappearing into the distance. According to Su Mu's intent, there would be no rest along the way. They would head straight into Nanlin County. "My lord, I have missed you dearly." Upon hearing of Su Mu's arrival, Sun Sun, the general stationed there, rushed over. Su Mu paused for a moment and asked, "Sun Sun, from which clan do you hail?" "My ancestors were from the north," Sun Sun replied. "That's no issue," Su Mu said, raising his hand and hesitating for a moment before playfully giving him a light knock on the head. Unfazed, Sun Sun chuckled and placed a document before Su Mu. "My lord, everything you requested is here." Among the 20,000 surrendered soldiers in Nanlin County, over 10,000 were captives from Muyun Prefecture, while 7,000 were defectors from the Dou family of Shu Prefecture. Additionally, there were 3,000 to 4,000 civilian laborers from the enemy forces. Su Mu nodded and asked, "Sun Sun, are there any capable individuals among these surrendered soldiers?" "Certainly, my lord. Shall I bring them here?" "Do not be overly forceful. Invite them respectfully. If the surrender is successful, these men can be considered soldiers of Shu Prefecture." Soon, under Sun Sun's guidance, several middle-aged men wrapped in warm cloaks entered the county governor's office. Their faces still bore the demeanor of soldiers. The 7,000 defectors from Shu Prefecture posed little issue, as they could be regarded as Shu people. The key concern lay with the soldiers returned from Muyun Prefecture, most of whom were from Cangzhou and might not readily pledge their allegiance. Unfortunately, with the war pressing, when the time came to attack Liang next year, their forces would be stretched thin. "Greetings to the King of Shu. Please take your seats," Su Mu smiled, instructing Yin beside him to summon tea. The leaders of the surrendered soldiers appeared perplexed, yet dared not speak further. As the new year approached, the King of Shu, finding himself with little to occupy his time, thought to come here and observe. There was no need for formality among them. Su Mu understood that if he were to persuade the surrendered soldiers to serve Shu diligently, the individuals before him were crucial to that endeavor. "6 heroes, please add another round of firewood to the stove. We must not let our brothers freeze." "Rest assured, Captain." The leaders of the surrendered soldiers' expressions softened momentarily. "The wine is still warm. Let me first toast you with tea instead," he said, raising his cup. To the King of Shu, the leaders of the surrendered soldiers quickly lifted their tea cups. "By the way, this brother here seems to share my surname, Su." Putting down his cup, Su Mu suddenly recalled something and pointed at one of the men before him, asking earnestly. "Indeed, my lord, my name is Su He," replied one of the captured Cangzhou lieutenants hastily. Su Mu smiled warmly. "Then we are truly brothers." This statement not only surprised the Cangzhou lieutenant, but also left those nearby astonished. Throughout history, the fate of surrendered soldiers has often been bleak. To conserve resources, many captives were executed and buried in mass graves. As I departed from Chengdu, some advised me to adopt a similar course of action against prisoners. Su Mu paused, his voice heavy with contemplation. "However, in my view, Shuzhou, Miyunzu, and Cangzhou resemble 3 brothers of the same kin. Regardless of their conflicts, brothers should not descend into cruelty. Let us not forget that we have shared the same waters since childhood. Indeed, we have all partaken from the same river," murmured several leaders of the surrendered soldiers. "The Xiang River is our mother river. We are of the same lineage." "Aye, Su Mu inquired during the New Year's season. Do they prepare a pot of spring fish in Tsangzhou? Of course, my lord, they replied. Every year, the people of Tsangzhou either catch or purchase a river fish, using a new clay pot to cook it with Sichuan pepper and angelica, aiming to welcome the new year with an abundance of prosperity. As the captured Tsangzhou deputy general spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and those nearby looked on with hopeful expressions. To be honest, my lord, we in Miyunzu prefer our spring fish less spicy, often adding a couple of sprigs of sweetgrass to enhance the sweetness. Before long, another captured leader eagerly chimed in. Su Mu chuckled, finding it fortuitous. Here in Shuzhou, some relish spiciness while others favor sweetness. However, I am not particular and will eat whatever is available. We, from the south, adhere to a wholesome diet that nourishes the body and spirit. After a brief pause, Su Mu continued, unlike our northern counterparts, such as the people of Liangzhou, who, I hear, celebrate the new year by slaughtering horses and sheep for roasting. These people of Liangzhou resemble barbarians. The captured Tsangzhou deputy general quickly laughed in response. Indeed, the agricultural practices of the north differ from those of the south. Su Mu was not expressing regional bias, but rather employing a counterexample to unify these surrendered soldiers in their sense of belonging to the southern bank of the Xiang River. It is truly so. The waters of the Xiang River flow, dividing into 3 states. Yet our lifestyles are quite similar, and our dialects, aside from a few obscure terms, are mutually intelligible. Regrettably, Liangzhou has grown powerful and harbors ambitions of southern conquest. Should they seize the 3 southern states, the spring fish we cherish may no longer be ours to enjoy. Su Mu exhaled deeply. Beside him, Yin, who wore a peculiar expression, marveling at his lord's unparalleled ability to sway hearts. I will not conceal from you all, Su Mu said earnestly, looking at the gathered leaders. In the coming spring, the tens of thousands of troops from Liangzhou will march to invade our southern states. I fear that our southern people will suffer the ravages of war. I intend to lead our forces northward to confront the Liang people in a decisive battle. I have heard that the young men of the southern states are brave and armed, ready to charge into battle. Let us not forget that if the Liang forces invade the southern bank, our wives, children, and elders will endure unimaginable suffering. Is the Lord not seeking to recruit us? The Tsangzhou deputy general's lips moved as he struggled to swallow. Not at all. Su Mu shook his head earnestly. I am asking if my brothers would join hands to repel the barbaric Liang invaders. We are people of the southern bank, celebrating the new year with delicious spring fish, not charred horse meat. The assembled leaders of the surrendered soldiers all raised their faces in unison, whether from Shu or Tsangzhou. I solemnly assure you that one day the 3 provinces on the southern bank will be united, crossing the river without inspection, traveling far without official documents. With no disturbances in our exchanges, one can venture to Tsangzhou to meet old friends for tea and music, or visit the grandest tea house in Shuzhou to seek companionship. Every household cultivates rice, and every family weaves brocade. Parents enjoy the joys of family, and wives and children suffer no hunger or cold. The captured leaders of the surrendering troops, upon hearing this, felt their eyes welling with tears. Many of them had joined the military merely for a meager stipend, hoping to sustain their lives. We are willing to follow the King of Shu to attack Liang. The captured leaders exchanged glances and, in unison, knelt before Su Mu, clasping their fists in respect. Excellent, Su Mu exclaimed with delight, personally rising to assist them. This gesture filled the surrendering leaders with gratitude. As the year-end approached, I shall ensure a shipment of spring fish is sent. Naturally, whether spicy or sweet, you may decide for yourselves. The leaders expressed their joy once more. Upon returning to the camp, please convey to everyone that anyone who contributes to the downfall of Liangzhou will be handsomely rewarded. At this moment, the immense weight pressing upon Su Mu's chest finally lifted. This was merely the first step. The earlier assertion of uniting the 3 provinces was no jest, but rather a genuine intention. Of course, all these aspirations hinge upon a decisive victory over Liangzhou. Sun, escort these brothers back. By the way, there are plenty of provisions in the cart. Please distribute them as well. Let it be known that if I, Su Mu, have offended anyone in the past, I hope for your understanding. The captured leaders, who had just reached the doorway, paused momentarily before kneeling in reverence once more. You may leave. Exhaling deeply, Su Mu sat back down. Beside him, Yin, who quickly poured a cup of tea, remarking that when the leader becomes available, he should consider performing as a storyteller in the theater, for it would surely attract a crowd. At a debate competition years ago, I moved 8 student representatives to tears. The leader, what is a debate? More refined than a quarrel, though I am quite skilled in arguments. The leader is truly eloquent. Indeed, the leader embodies the essence of a gentleman. Just standing beside you, I feel a breeze of benevolence. Inhu, are you beginning as well? On a remote path far from official routes, several villagers met their demise. They had likely been traveling together in a cart to procure goods for the new year, only to be ambushed by villains who robbed their cart and took their lives. How much farther? Sitting in the swaying cart, Bai Li Xiong spoke in a steady voice. Master Bai Li, we will take a detour along the back roads. We should arrive in half a day's time. Are there woods nearby? Certainly. In the southern Lin County of Shuzhou, a town is still under construction and the walls are yet to be completed. There are ample trees in the vicinity suitable for ambush. That would be best. The common thieves will surely perish. With that, Bai Li Xiong coldly lowered his head, resuming the polishing of his wolf sinew bow. 2 carts continued their journey southward through the biting wind. General Su, I have returned from my watch. Report. There are no signs of enemy activity. The bowman nodded but remained vigilant, riding his horse as he patrolled the entire camp. The southern Lin County was still in the midst of its construction. In this vast expanse, there were merely 2 taverns, an inn, a pawnshop, and a modest establishment with just 3 maidens. After patrolling for 2 watches, as dusk fell, Gong Go rode back to the camp. He lifted his gaze to the surroundings. The sparse wooden cabins had begun to light their lamps. General Su, the moment Gong Go dismounted, a hastily approaching deputy from the Divine Bao camp inquired urgently. What has happened? Lieutenant Chen has not returned for half a day. It has already been nearly 5 watches. Where could he have gone? He entered the forest. Gong Go furrowed his brows, sensing the potential for calamity. Ignoring his fatigue, he seized a small iron bow and a short blade, rallying 20 or 30 men to ride towards the woods. The site of the South Forest County was once a thriving haven for the Hu barbarians, with steep mountains nearby. The horses could not gallop, forcing them to abandon their steeds and proceed on foot into the forest. General Su, come here. Gong Go unsheathed his short blade. Hastening a few steps to a ravine, illuminated by the torches, he discovered 6 or 7 of his men had been brutally slain, their bodies discarded in the ravine. General Su, we are under attack. Send someone back to fetch the horses and swiftly alert our lord. I shall go. The speaker was a fellow soldier from Shu, of similar age to Gong Go, formerly a mountain hunter, short of stature, yet with great admiration for Gong Go. Ba Er, be cautious. The mountain hunter named Ba Er quickly retrieved a horse and began to race along the official road towards the camp of South Forest County. However, just as he started to run, a strange force caused both him and his horse to tumble heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Not good. There is an ambush. Gong Go shouted hoarsely. Take cover in the woods. Master Bailey, such slaughter may expose us. In the darkness, a worried assassin spoke. Bailey Xiong sneered. Turning back, if we do not kill, we shall be discovered. Blame it on the foolishness of these Shu people. It is nightfall, and we must patrol the mountains. The assassin's expression turned grim. If not, we must first evade. There are quite a number of Shu scouts nearby. I have traversed the northwest for over 20 years. There is no reason for retreat. You 2 shall remain here, and I shall slay one if one appears, to eradicate the Shu people. Before the assassin could respond, within the woods, Bailey Xiong drew his bow once more, the string creaking ominously. Concealed within the trees, a Shu soldier who had just raised his bow was instantly pierced through the skull, collapsing to the ground. Within 500 paces, under my eagle gaze, any who appear shall be slain. Bailey Xiong's disheveled hair billowed in the wind. Master Bailey, the assassin barely uttered half a sentence before an arrow similarly pierced his skull, causing him to cough blood and fall lifelessly to the ground. Do you dare to shoot at me? Bold indeed. Bailey Xiong laughed menacingly, vanishing into the shadows. Concealed, the remaining assassins from Liangzhou were taken aback, hastily following Bailey Xiong's example to hide within the woods. General Su, could the enemy have retreated? If not, we must quickly return to camp and inform our lord. Impossible. Gong Go's expression was grave. There is but one path, devoid of cover. If we attempt to retrieve the horses, we shall be shot by the ambushers. You few, head east and see if there is another route. If there is no path, then devise a way. First, notify the camp to the north of the mountains, requesting them to send assistance. Heed General Su's orders, and remember to exercise caution, for the enemy's ambush archers are skilled marksmen. As for the rest, Please conceal yourselves well. On this winter night in Shu province, the moonlight is bleak and pale, and the biting wind intensifies, diminishing the force of the arrows. In a thorny pit, a cool-headed assassin from Liangzhou, who was about to peek, was struck in the face by a small arrow, letting out cries of agony before collapsing lifelessly. Bowman chuckled by Li Xiong nearby, then swiftly raised his wolf sinew bow. I have stated that within 500 paces, I shall kill anyone I see. Crack! A Shu soldier hiding behind a tree was struck in the shoulder by an arrow. Attempting to rise and flee, he was immediately met with a second arrow that pierced through his back, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. In a sparse tree, a bow dog crouched, its solitary eye glinting with a chilling light. Chapter 582. I pursue the enemy in the deep of night. The forest was silent save for the howling wind. You too. Hasten southward, Bai Li ordered. There is also a skilled archer opposite us. If we reveal ourselves, we would be courting death. Bai Li Xiong smiled. I have already struck him. I fear his corpse may be cold by now. The remaining 4 or 5 Liangzhou assassins breathed a heavy sigh of relief, gripping their blades cautiously as they ventured southward. One of them had taken but a few steps when the wind howled, startling him into seeking cover. It was too late, as a small arrow pierced his right eye, causing him to topple backward in a spray of blood. Within 500 paces, I shall kill anyone I see. Bowman, I see you. Bai Li Xiong roared, swiftly knocking an arrow and aiming at a bare tree. The wolf-headed arrow flew true. The exposed bow dog remained calm, swiftly raising his bowstring. Clang! A larger and a smaller arrow collided in the darkness, sparking briefly before fading into silence. Bai Li Xiong closed his eyes, his face filled with ferocity. Master Bai Li, why must you make me the bait? An impassioned Liangzhou assassin had yet to finish his words before being pinned to a tree stump. The remaining individuals, whether Shu soldiers or assassins, quickly concealed themselves anew. Though the range was merely a few hundred paces, none dared to move. To expose oneself meant certain death. The bow dog, hidden behind the tree, glanced at his bowstring, his tiger's mouth torn from the earlier collision of arrows, having had no time to prepare. Dare I ask, who was that archer opposite? Bai Li Xiong's voice was cold. No one answered him. Only the howling wind responded. Bai Li Xiong, filled with wrath, chuckled darkly, gripping his wolf sinew bow, his gloomy eyes glimmering in the night. A Shu soldier, possibly chilled, coughed once and was immediately pierced by a wolf arrow, collapsing on the spot, bloodied. Master Bai Li, we must leave this place quickly. If we delay too long, we risk being surrounded by the Shu forces. The Liangzhou assassin, alarmed, cried out, discarding the body blocking the arrows, and swiftly concealed himself once more. Bai Li Xiong, consumed by fury, loosed several arrows in rapid succession, targeting a singular direction with relentless precision. Heaven has a name, and the earth has a surname. Who are you, the archer of such skill? If you possess the prowess, step forth and engage me in battle. Yet, no response came. The bowman, concealed behind a tree, remained silent. His temperament had never favored verbosity. Moreover, the bow was a tool of murder, meant for killing, not for idle chatter. The living may indulge in meaningless discourse, but the dead remain mute. Time passed unmeasured until the bowman cautiously peered out, probing the darkness. Upon discovering numerous climbing footprints at the edge of the forest, he let out a silent sigh. You all hasten back to the camp and inform the lord that a great thief has arrived in Shuzhou. He turned to General Su. Will you not return? Gripping his small iron bow, the bowman surmised that these formidable individuals entering Shu posed a significant threat to their lord. I shall pursue them. A cart, hidden within the thicket, resumed its journey. The weary horse, lashed several times, began to quicken its pace in pain. Master Bai Li, I previously advised an earlier departure. Let us not forget, we are assassins, and exposure is ill-advised. Among the remaining 4 warriors from Liangzhou, one hesitated to speak. I am well aware we are assassins. Bai Li Xiong replied with unyielding arrogance. Had I not feared jeopardizing our mission, that archer opposing me would have been struck down. The 4 warriors looked grave. Even before their assassination had commenced, Bai Li Xiong had already disturbed the situation, making their task of eliminating the King of Shu all the more precarious. Master Bai Li, it is likely that the common thieves will heighten their vigilance upon learning of our presence. Perhaps we should seek shelter for now and look for another opportunity on our return. Bai Li Xiong furrowed his brow, hesitating before nodding in agreement. The nighttime pursuit was not only physically exhausting, but also mentally taxing. Master Bailey, if memory serves, there is a small village not far ahead, consisting of merely 7 or 8 households. 7 or 8. That spells misfortune, Bailey Xiong mused, leaning expressionlessly against the cart, his mind still replaying the previous night's confrontation. That archer indeed possessed some skill. Suddenly, the cart came to an abrupt stop, causing Bailey Xiong's head to collide with the partition. As he rubbed his brow and glanced toward the driver, he realized that at some point, the warrior steering the cart had been struck by an arrow, lying dead on the spot. Master Bailey, that archer is upon us. One of the warriors shouted, seizing his weapon in haste to leap from the cart. Do not exit. But it was too late. The panicked warrior, in his reckless descent, was pierced through the chest by an arrow, clutching his wound as he slowly crumpled to the ground. What shall we do now, Master Bailey? Bailey Xiong chuckled softly. It is of no concern. You go and check the window of the cart. See if there are any nearby woods. The warrior nodded and leaned toward the cart's window, only to be struck by a small arrow, collapsing lifelessly before he could react. Determining the direction of the projectiles, Bailey Xiong swiftly sprang up, clutching his wolf's sinew bow and quiver, and rolled behind the cart. The startled horse, seemingly intent on fleeing, was met with a quick slash of his dagger, ending its life and causing the cart to topple. With the wolf's sinew bow in hand, Bailey Xiong smiled, swiftly concealing himself. Bowman, let us engage once more. The victor shall remain, while the vanquished departs from this place. Silence. Are you perhaps mute? A small arrow, cold and precise, lodged itself into the overturned cart, mere inches from Bailey Xiong's scalp. Quite intriguing. Grasping his wolf sinew bow, Bailey Xiong's expression turned feral as he tumbled out of the cart. The horse ridden by the archer was instantly felled, emitting a dreadful, prolonged whinny. Ignoring his injuries, the archer swiftly concealed himself behind an ancient tree, his solitary eye darting about, surveying the nearby path and surroundings. Bang! A wolf-headed arrow pierced deep into the tree trunk, causing the entire aged tree to sway precariously. The archer furrowed his brow and repositioned himself, leaping into a hollow. Ha! I shall ask but one question. You bowman, what is your wingspan? Is your left eye blessed with the sight of an eagle, or is it the right? TSK, you choose silence again. Why not step into the open and exchange a few arrows? Loser meets their demise. Surely, you would not dare. I, who have roamed the Northwest for over 20 years, have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Bailey Xiong, the wolf archer, has long since earned his renown across the land. Beneath the chilling winds, Bailey Xiong realized that only his own voice reverberated through the desolate area. The rest was an eerie stillness, save for the whispering winds, an unsettling quietude that began to cast shadows of death upon his heart for the first time in many years. Chapter 583, Su Chonggong. Survive in the southern Lin County, Su Mu was taken aback by the news brought back by the divine Bao Camp. Not merely a brigand, but such exceptional marksmanship was indeed formidable. My lord, look at this. General Su has instructed me to bring one back. A wolf-headed arrow? Before Su Mu could respond, Yin exclaimed with astonishment, My lord, this is a wolf arrow from Liangzhou, the very type used by Dong Wen in the palace. I have heard that Dong Wen has a mentor who taught him the art of wolf archery. Furrowing his brow, Su Mu suddenly grasped the situation. In this context, with Shu province preparing to attack Liang in spring, Dong Wen had indeed summoned someone from seclusion to penetrate Shu and assassinate him. The King of Shu. What of your General Su? General Su rode out alone to intercept the brigands. We wished to accompany him, but he insisted it was perilous and set out alone. Curse it! Su Mu exclaimed in alarm, promptly dispatching 5,000 troops, divided into 5 routes, to assist General Su, as you command. My lord. Sir who? Your brother has been cornered. Hiding in a corner, dabbing rouge on his face. Sir Hu's eyes widened suddenly as he wiped away the makeup and seized a massive axe, rushing forward. Which cur dares to corner my little archer? I shall cleave him in two. Gasping, the archer lowered his head, observing his wounded arm, blood flowing freely, though he had managed to evade much of the attack. A wolf arrow had grazed him, leaving a grievous wound. The injury exuded a faintly sweet scent. I had previously coated it with poison, a rather potent one. Bailey Xiong croaked from behind the cart, equally suffering after being struck by the concealed bowman. Half of his shoulder was already red, and even the action of drawing the bow had become sluggish. Between the carriage and the forest lay at least 20 to 30 broken arrow shafts of various sizes. For over 20 years, the old man had traversed the Northwest, but now he was coughing violently, choosing not to shout, leaning against the rear of the carriage, gasping for breath. This venture into Shu seemed to have gone horribly awry. Of course, had it not been for the emergence of this bowman, he could have swiftly dispatched the patrolling Shu soldiers last night and continued to lie in wait in Nanlin County for an opportunity to shoot the King of Shu. You cannot hold on. You cannot endure. You have been poisoned. I shall remain still and await your demise. His mind grew increasingly muddled as he trembled, fumbling for a fire starter, hoping to ignite a fire to sear the poison from his wound. In his youth, he had captured snakes for food and often fell prey to their venom. Although such a remedy was excruciating, it could ultimately halt the poison spread. Before he could even open the fire starter, he quickly discarded it and drew a short knife, positioning it coldly before him. Clang! A strange visage appeared before him, grotesque and menacing. It was you little imp, who has been shooting arrows from the shadows. The last remaining assassin from Liangzhou, who had previously been sprawled on the carriage, now seized the opportunity to draw his blade in the forest. With one hand weakened, the bowman swiftly raised his other hand to block the descending axe. A hunchbacked dwarf like you, with such an unsightly appearance, aspires to be a general. Thud! With a malicious grin, the assassin lifted his leg and sent the bowman flying, along with the short knife, which tumbled aside. The bowman coughed up blood, his mind growing ever more clouded as he fought to keep his only eye open. The Liangzhou assassin, filled with exhilaration, lifted his knife once more, aiming for the bowman's head. The blade struck the mud, sending up a cloud of dust. When the assassin glanced around, he realized the bowman had managed to brace himself and evade to the side. Why don't you shoot your arrows? Your quiver is right here. The assassin picked up the quiver at his feet and angrily hurled it away. The bowman said nothing, staggering to his feet. I will cleave your dog's head. A sudden roar erupted from the bowman's throat, and with an uncanny twist of his body, he maneuvered behind the assassin. The assassin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. An arrow, aimed from a distance, struck his head and exploded. Not far away, Bai Xiong emerged from the carriage, bow and arrow in hand, his expression somewhat dazed. He could not fathom how this hunchbacked, one-eyed wretch had known to shoot from behind him. The assassin's lifeless body slowly toppled forward. You have no arrows left to use. Bai Xiong's voice trailed off as he looked up, a bitter sigh escaping his lips. A broken branch had penetrated 3 inches into his forehead, blood streaming down his face. The bowman's skills were truly remarkable. Thud! Bai Xiong's body fell heavily to the ground. The bowman, coughing blood all the while, summoned his last ounce of strength to climb a nearby dead tree, curling tightly into a ball on a branch. In moments of peril or when beaten by others in his youth, he would always do this, as if the entire world had conspired to make the tree branches his safest refuge. Without father or mother, born with a hunchback and blind in one eye, a person like him is not one to evoke sympathy in this life. The Bao dog slowly closed his eyes. In the faint distance, he seemed to hear a familiar voice. Chonggong, Su Chonggong, my dear Bao dog. In just over a day, Chun Ke hurried from Chengdu, his face fraught with anxiety. My lord, Mr. Chun, please enter the house swiftly. Nodding, Chun Ke did not dare to linger and hurried into the room. My dear Bao dog, my good brother, with your departure, I, Sihu, am left to grieve the living with the dead. Sihu sat outside the room, his eyes swollen from weeping. Do not shout recklessly. If you do, I will bring your wife from Chengdu. Sihu quickly covered his mouth. Sumu suppressed his rising tension, hesitating before offering a few words of comfort to Sihu, then followed closely behind into the room. Inside, the Bao dog lay curled up, entirely blackened, motionless, with only a faint breath escaping his nose and mouth, signifying he was still alive. After Chun Ke took his pulse, Sumu hurriedly rose. Mr. Chun, how is my brother's condition? Chun Ke sighed. For the past 6 months, Chonggong must remain in my medicinal chamber, undergoing daily herbal baths. Additionally, the poison in his hands, drawn forth by the toxic gas, may resurge. Is this serious, Mr. Chen? It may be incurable, but there is also a possibility that even the paralysis may be healed. Sumu fell silent for a moment, a pang of pain stirring in his heart. As his family, I implore you to do your utmost. What are you saying, my lord? Chun Ke was taken aback. It is nothing. Please do not trouble yourself. Divine physician Chun. Sumu turned to look at the shadow on the bed. At that moment, the Bao dog must have deduced the assassination attempt, which compelled him to ride alone to intercept that wolf arrow. Su Chonggong survived. Suddenly, the Bao dog, lying in slumber, slightly trembled his fingers. Brother Mu, will the little bao dog be all right? See who squatted on the ground, resembling a child who had lost a playmate. He will be fine. My brother will do everything in his power to save him. Su Mu raised his head, watching Chun Kei's carriage slowly depart. According to their agreement, the bao dog must remain in Chun Kei's medicinal chamber for at least half a year, detoxifying through herbal baths. Of course, the outcome remained uncertain. All that could be done now was to gather more rare medicinal materials for prolonging life. Inhu, send word to Master Shangwan for the ingredients on this prescription. Exert some effort, the more the better. Rest assured, Captain, Inhu nodded. My brother. Sumu lifted his head, straining his gaze until the sight of the carriage and the accompanying 1,000 Shu cavalry faded from view, at which point he sighed in silence. Issue a command to hang the corpse of the wolf arrow atop the Chengdu Tower. Announce to the world that my brother, Su Changdong, single-handedly killed the wolf arrow of Liangzhou, standing alone in the northwest. In the spring of next year, my Grand Shu army will invade Liangzhou and bring the scoundrel Dong Wen to justice. Roar. Around Sumu, not only the Shu soldiers, but also several newly surrendered generals echoed the roar in unison. This surge of morale stemmed from a boy born into uncertainty. Days later, upon receiving the news, Dong Wen fell silent, sitting on the throne, his eyes closed, lingering in contemplation. Gentlemen, there is no way out. After a long silence, Dong Wenkai finally spoke, casting his gaze upon the several strategists below. In the days following Sima Xiu's death, he had endeavored to find someone who could rival Liang Hu. Yet his efforts had been in vain. Not to mention Sima Xiu, even a talent as formidable as Zhui Yuanji would have sufficed as a chief advisor. Yet, he found none, not a single worthy individual. Even those recommended by Sima Xiu, while possessing some quick wit, proved to be of little value, hardly matching his own contemplations. Your Majesty, the wolf arrow is the hero of our Liangzhou. If not, we should send envoys to Shu to retrieve the remains of the esteemed wolf arrow, for he remains a revered figure in your court. Your Majesty's courtesy name is Yi Xiao, yet I ask you, is there any strategy to contend with Shu? Dong Wenkai bellowed. The strategists hurriedly stepped forward, trembling as they knelt before him. Begone, leave the palace. Dong Wenkai gritted his teeth. Your Majesty, we take our leave. As night fell, Dong Wenkai sat alone upon the throne, an overwhelming emptiness enveloping his heart. In his youth, his father often occupied the same posture. He had stood behind his two royal brothers, peering through the long spears of the guards, observing the civil and military officials within the palace. He often fantasized about one day sitting upon the throne himself, commanding with great authority. He had achieved it. He had succeeded. He was so close to conquering the northwest and dominating the western provinces. Third brother, I shall share some of the citrus given by our mother with you. Be discreet in your consumption to avoid detection. Youngest, though I chastise you, if you obey, your elder brother shall spare you, agreed? Wenzi, though you may be unrefined, let us give you a plate of the roasted meat for this year's banquet. Humph, though you are the daughter of a maid, you bear the royal surname. Dress appropriately, and you may take your seat at the feast. Dong Wenkai closed his eyes, and in the desolate palace, with the flickering candlelight, his shadow elongated. Devoid of any other presence, leaving only him, strange and elusive, oscillating between light and darkness. Sima Xiu pays homage to the sovereign, our Liang who is willing to join the sovereign in conquering the world. Dong Wenkai opened his eyes, and it felt as if a sudden chill swept through the palace, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I, Dong Wenkai, shall strive for world domination. Outside the Yimingwen Pass, within the Yudong tribe's tent, Chao Yi silently lifted his gaze, observing the members of the Yudong tribe dancing around a bonfire. Despite the frost and snow surrounding them, the group of Xiqiang people was lively and boisterous. Brother Chao, come drink with us. The king of Yudong entered the tent, placing a warm jar of mare's milk wine before him. Thank you, king of Yudong. Chao Yi replied with a smile. This decision to remain with the Yudong tribe had been made by the sovereign. He was aware that not only he, but also another formidable army in the direction of Dingzhou would coordinate to assault Liang next year. King of Yudong, may I ask a question? Speak freely, Brother Chao. The king of Yudong had already resolved to firmly attach himself to the leg of Shu. The Yimingwen area is bitterly cold. Why do the Xiqiang not continue their migration westward? To the east lies the central plains, which they cannot tread. To the north is the vast desert, while the south connects to the mountains of Shu. At first glance, heading west seems the most prudent choice. The king of Yudong sighed, Brother Chao? You may not be aware. Continuing west leads to the various nations of the western regions. Compared to the central plains, the nations of the western regions are even more ruthless. Should one dare to migrate there, their tribe might well face annihilation. Are the people of the western regions fierce? Indeed, they are fierce now. However, over a century ago, when the protectorate established by the Ji dynasty at the Yuan Pass had not yet fallen into disrepair, these Westerners did not even dare to take a deep breath. There was once a small nation that foolishly spoke of the affairs of the Ji dynasty. Upon overhearing this, it was conveyed back to Chanyang in the Central Plains, inciting the wrath of the Ji emperor. At that time, the protectorate at Yuan Pass dispatched 20,000 cavalry and swiftly eradicated that nation. The entire western region was left in profound fear. Brother Chao, you may not know, but my ancestors even left a warning for the Fu Sun tribe. Do not provoke the mighty Ji dynasty. I recall they left another phrase. The might of the Ji dynasty is overwhelming. Those who obey shall prosper, while those who defy shall perish. Chowie lowered his head, his heart filled with complexity. This war-torn land no longer bore the majesty of that power. Brother Chao, look at the current state of the Ji dynasty. Bandits run rampant. Warlords carve out their territories. Not only my Yudong tribe, but even the smallest tribes beyond the frontier are contemplating encroachment into the central plains to claim its fertile lands. Yet, with the presence of the King of Shu, I am resolute that it will not come to that. Chao Yi was not surprised. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. When your fist is strong, others will fear and submit. Conversely, if your fist is weak, both wolves and dogs will consider leaping forward to test their luck. I have faith in the King of Shu. The previous garrison at Liangzhou, though claimed to be a defensive measure, had only dispatched a few border soldiers. What purpose did that serve? I have heard that the protectorate has been repurposed into a sheepfold. My ancestors once remarked that those who passed by the protectorate had to take detours, for the sounds of training from those soldiers of the Ji dynasty could frighten horses into a frenzy. Chao Yi remained silent, holding the mare's milk wine, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance, not at the bonfire dance, but at the far-reaching sands and winds. For some reason, he always believed that one day, his lord would lead him into battle, trampling across the desert dunes, facing the vast expanse of the western regions, and once again proclaiming that commanding phrase, "Those who obey shall prosper, while those who defy shall perish." Chapter 585. Awaiting spring, there are still a few days until the end of the year. Standing in the palace of Shu Prefecture, one gazes upon the snow-covered peaks beyond the city, as thick as the powder on a maiden's face. General Su has awakened these past few days, while the physician Chen, who administered the needles, has exhausted himself to the point of sleeping for an entire day and night. Sun Sun, having returned to Chengdu, diligently reads the reports that have been sent. To excel in this task, he has devoted considerable effort and even joined a few children in the pursuit of literacy. Not only Su Mu, but also Jia Zhou beside him, both released sighs of relief. Sun Sun, please send some individuals to transport the herbs sent by Shangwan Shu to the apothecary, and also deliver the several large river fish presented by Wang Ken to Chun the physician, so he may replenish his strength. Understood. Sun Sun hurriedly rushed out. My lord, the longbow is a natural prodigy. He shall surely overcome this calamity, as Wen Long has stated. Sumu did not wish for this hesitant little demigod to falter here. Such a person, capable of defying fate, ought to achieve something far greater. Wen Long, how fares Chaizong? Previously, Chaizong had already led his troops to Dingzhou, currently standing alongside Chao Yi as an extraordinary force for the impending campaign against Liang next year. Earlier, we received word from him. The Lord may rest assured. Chaizong is originally from Dingzhou and shares a cordial rapport with Lu Xiu, thus there is no cause for concern. He merely masquerades as a soldier from Dingzhou, assisting in repelling the bandits, sustaining losses, but not excessively so, serving as a means of training his forces. Lu Xiu, following the demise of Li Ruqing, has emerged as the most formidable general in Dingzhou. He has not wavered in his loyalties nor declared himself a king, embodying the virtues of a loyal and righteous general at the frontier, steadfastly adhering to the strategies left by Li Ruqing, defending the borders of Dingzhou against the Hu people and marauders. Certainly, should we conquer the 3 prefectures of Liang, connecting them with Dingzhou, both Dingzhou and Lu Xiu will undoubtedly fall under Su Mu's command. While there are no pressing matters concerning Chaizong, significant movements have commenced in Laizhou. What intentions does the pretender Emperor Fang Ru harbor? Recently, due to the affairs involving the Bao dogs, the intelligence from Night Owl has been entrusted to Jia Zhou for management. Previously, it was mentioned that Fang Ru, in his unorthodox manner, generously extended the courtesies of the Jing dynasty, appointing a formidable general by the name of Yan. This matter, Su Mu had heard from Shangwan Shu. Indeed, it is Yan, whose full name seems to be Yan Song. Approaching the age of 80, I cannot fathom how Fang Ru dares to engage him. It is said this individual possesses an air of mystery, bearing a pockmarked visage concealed behind a tiger mask. Nevertheless, according to the intelligence from Night Owl, this Yan Song shows no signs of aging, remaining vigorous. Shortly after assuming office, he petitioned Fang Ru for reforms, reducing the pretender's army from 140,000 to merely 70,000 able-bodied soldiers by dismissing the elderly, infirm, and disabled. This restructuring has notably improved the logistical situation for the pretender's forces. Furthermore, Yan Song persuaded Fang Ru to issue a decree to stabilize commerce, implementing lower provincial taxes, which attracted numerous merchants of various sizes. He is indeed a figure of significance. Su Mu mused. A remarkable individual, indeed. Yet, I find myself perplexed as to why such a person would choose to align with the pretender. Not only Jia Zhou is bewildered, but Su Mu shares this confusion. Yan Song has a son equally adept in military strategy. Next year, the conflict on the side of Left General Ren may prove far more challenging. The initial pursuit of the 20,000 troops from Lingzhou after the 100,000 strong army of Jinghua will likely not recur. Su Mu nodded. Even at this juncture, amidst the chaotic struggle for supremacy, it merely marks the nascent stages. As one party concludes their performance, it is time for another to take the stage. In the future, he will have to contend with the emergence of various forces and figures. Moreover, there is a letter not from Night Owl, but from Hezhou, dispatched personally by Lian Yong to Shuzhou. Whether it bears friendly tidings or intelligence, I refrained from opening it, leaving it for the Lord. Jia Zhou produced a letter from his sleeve, presenting it to Su Mu. On the surface, Lian Yong serves as a border general under the King of Yuzhou. Yet, in his heart, he regards the Lord as a kindred spirit. Su Mu accepted the letter, opened it, and after a moment of perusal, felt a pang of sorrow. Within, after a nostalgic preamble, only a few lines were dedicated to the present, expressing that as winter approaches, he feels exceedingly frail, fearing he has not much longer to live. Unlike the affluent gentleman who slumbers in a realm of gentle comfort, the seasoned warrior Lian Yong, at a similar age, has endured a lifetime of strife. Bearing countless visible and hidden scars, now a mere flicker of his once vibrant self. With Lian Yong's passing, Lord Chong may indeed seek a replacement. However, irrespective of who may step into his shoes, none shall stand resolutely upon the city walls, white-haired and wielding a sword, steadfastly guarding the lands of the Central Plains as Lian Yong did. To reiterate, with the departure of the Young Marquis, he has come to regard the sovereign as a companion in arms. Wenlong, I comprehend. The essence of this letter transcends mere reminiscence. It subtly alludes to the necessity for Su Mu to remain vigilant regarding the northern border's threats. My lord, what does the letter convey? Lian Yong's missive expresses his frailty and fears of a brief existence ahead, noting the unsettling tranquility of the northern tribes over the past 2 years, suggesting a lurking conspiracy. The matters concerning the northern tribes warrant further investigation. As for the venerable General Lian Yong, perhaps the sovereign might compose a letter to the King of Yuzhou, inviting Lian Yong to reside in Shuzhou for the remainder of his days. Su Mu sighed, acknowledging that while the King of Yuzhou might acquiesce, Lian Yong would not venture south. I am well acquainted with his temperament. After a lifetime of warfare, he sees only 2 fates before him: to perish valiantly at the borders or to annihilate the northern tribes. Otherwise, he shall remain entrenched at the passes of Hezhou. My lord, in tumultuous times, heroes emerge. Who could argue otherwise? With the arrival of spring, the sovereign's forces shall march against Liang, heralding yet another chapter of heroism. In Liangzhou, after 2 days of revelry, Dongwen finally emerged from the palace. Accompanied by his retinue, he hastened towards the largest horse farm near Liangzhou city. With the foothold established at Erqing, the campaign against Liang by the Shu forces is now a foregone conclusion. To triumph over the Shu, the greatest advantage lies in engaging them in open terrain, employing the cavalry of Liang to charge the Shu army. My lord, these steeds are but colts. Should they be pressed into battle prematurely, they may not achieve their full stature. No time for hesitation. Let us proceed with the castration for warhorses. After a winter's nurture, they shall be ready. Standing amidst the frost and snow, Dongwen spoke coldly. In the horse farm, an attendant from the equestrian department gasped in alarm. My lord, in such weather, the water method of castration is inadvisable. We must resort to the fire method, lest many colts suffer grievously. There is no time to lose. Let us use the fire method. Hurry. Within the horse farm, several grooms swiftly ignited the charcoal and heated the branding iron until it glowed red. Before long, they brought forth the frightened young stallion, and as two men held it down, another fetched a wooden clamp, widening the colt's eyes in apprehension. Quick, brand it. Sever the cord. The glowing iron hissed as it made contact with a specific spot beneath the stallion's belly, emitting wisps of smoke. The young horse began to emit prolonged cries of pain amidst the smoke. Dongwen's expression remained impassive as he turned his gaze to the distance. The landscape of Liangzhou lay shrouded in a veil of snow and fog, obscuring his vision to the point that nothing was discernible. Chapter 586. The heavily armored Shu cavalry, the 20,000 surrendered troops from Nanlin County, were organized into 10 battalions according to Su Mu's directives. 5 battalions were stationed in Chengdu, 2 in the western regions of Shu, while 3 were allocated to the outer region of Bailu County. Furthermore, in these 3 locations, the recruitment of soldiers had already begun to gain momentum. Take Chengdu, for instance. Although the winter recruitment had only commenced recently, over 2,000 recruits had already been enlisted. According to Su Mu's estimation, after a winter, bolstered by his title as the King of Shu, he should have around 6,000 to 7,000 men. Unfortunately, the remaining time for training is rather limited, approximately 10 days, after which the newly formed army of Shu Prefecture will be dispatched to the battlefield of Liangzhou. Of course, Su Mu does not intend to treat these men as mere fodder. Each regiment of the new army will be supplemented by nearly half-seasoned soldiers. In other words, should these new troops endure the trials of battle, it will not be long before they mature into the heroes of Shu Prefecture. On the side of Shangwanshu, communications have been established with various branches across 30 prefectures, and soon there will be nearly 10,000 volunteer soldiers crossing the river at Kazhou to reach Bailu County. Is there any news from Huang Daochong? Jiazhou shook his head, indicating there was none. He is astute, and even offered to provide a supply of provisions. To be so adaptable is indeed remarkable. Not to mention the left division, the situation in Shu Prefecture, or even Sangzhou. Amid the strife between the false emperor's territories of Laizhou and Yanzhou, Huang Daochong has managed to preserve Kazhou. Moreover, it is time for our lord to gather the displaced populace. Jiazhou paused before continuing, noting that upon first entering Shu, the refugees within Shu Prefecture should be settled first. However, now that the 14 counties of Shu Prefecture have stabilized, other regions' fleeing populace can also be collected. Every endeavor must be approached step by step. As Jiazhou stated, once stability is achieved in Shu Prefecture, the refugees from other areas can indeed be utilized for the benefit of Shu, whether selecting able-bodied men for military service or employing them for land reclamation. Both are commendable choices. Most importantly, Shu Prefecture currently has ample surplus grain. The dividends from being the Grand Master have greatly benefited Su Mu. Each month, Shangwanshu secretly sends a considerable amount of money and provisions from Bailu County to Chengdu. When long, the matter of resettling the refugees can be entrusted to Wang Kanzizi. Old Wang is a good man who only concerns himself with his own responsibilities. With Wang Kanzizi handling this, there is nothing to worry about. When long, do we have any plans to attack Liangzhou? Su Mu inquired earnestly. Although it may be slightly premature, opportunities are always afforded to those who are prepared. Do you know what the greatest advantage of Liangzhou is? The cavalry. Su Mu replied without hesitation. Regardless, next year's military engagements will surely see Dong when fielding a substantial cavalry force to obstruct our lord's advances. Thus, it is highly likely that Dongwen will abandon steadfast defensive warfare, opting instead for open terrain to unleash his cavalry against the army of Shu Prefecture. Listening to this, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Liangzhou is not like Shu Prefecture. Its landscape is predominantly flat. In other words, if Dongwen is willing to engage in mounted combat, Su Mu will be at a distinct disadvantage. Of course, without Sima Xiu, the remaining military strategists do not possess great wisdom. My lord, if you can break the cavalry's charge, the campaign against Liangzhou will have at least a 70% chance of success. However, I still need to contemplate the specific strategies. Thank you, Wen Long. Not lingering for long. After allowing Jia Zhou to rest indoors, Su Mu proceeded towards the direction of the ironworks with Yin Hu. As for Si Hu, having established a family, Su Mu would prefer he remain with his wife to enjoy a few more joyful days once the conflict subsides. Wen Long, have you encountered formidable cavalry before? Master, in the realm of exceptional steeds, the finest are undoubtedly the Yin horses and the Liang horses. The Yin horse, though average in stature, possesses remarkable endurance due to its long-standing adaptation to the harsh and frigid climate of Yin. Yin Wanggong Sun Zhu, emulating the northern D of the Ruren, boasts an elite force of 20,000 archers and cavalry amidst the tumult of war in Hebei. Conversely, the Liang horse is robust and muscular. Although Dong Wen is merely a commoner, he has discarded the practice of mixed infantry and cavalry, opting exclusively for the Liang cavalry in fierce assaults, demonstrating a boldness that borders on recklessness. Yin Hu's remarks are astutely on point. Back in Luqing, when Wei Feng intercepted 8,000 elite cavalry of the Liang people, he remarked upon their return that the yellow armor worn by these elite steeds was nearing the quality of heavy cavalry. The rather weepy Dong Wen possesses a modicum of talent. In Shuzhou, the supply of Southwest Zone horses is scant, compounded by those captured and the extravagant gifts from Yudang Wang, leaving a mere 20,000 warhorses after accounting for recent expenditures. This number is neither insignificant nor excessive. However, in comparison to Liangzhou, it does appear somewhat lacking. According to Su Mu's initial intentions prior to entering Shu, he vowed to forge a heavy cavalry for the purpose of conquest beyond Shu. Unfortunately, the incessant warfare and insufficient iron resources have caused the endeavor to be fraught with delays. It must be understood that the concept of heavy cavalry cannot be equated with that of ordinary cavalry units. A heavy cavalryman not only requires supporting troops, but also mounts of superior quality, excellent feed, and a plethora of armament maintenance. To put it bluntly, exhausting all resources of Shuzhou, even a heavy cavalry of 1,000 men would be beyond Su Mu's means. He estimates that, given the current state of Shuzhou, sustaining more than 3,000 cavalrymen would be the utmost limit. Of course, should he conquer the 3 states of Liang and establish trade with the western regions, a heavy cavalry of 1,000 might indeed become feasible. Master, we have arrived at the ironworks. The elder is awaiting your presence. Su Mu fell silent for a moment, then donned a smile, not forgetting to inquire of Yin Hu. How do I appear, 6 heroes? My assessment is that the master ought not to smile, replied the donkey. With that face of yours, one might mistakenly believe you are about to perform a grand play. Chen Deidi, clad in nothing but his skin, stood by the iron furnace, hurling curses at Su Mu. The many young craftsmen nearby were instantly struck with fear, not daring to lift their heads. Father, do not be angry. Take care not to catch a chill, Su Mu said with a smile, hastily stepping forward to drape his great cloak over Chen Deidi's shoulders. We must be quick. Once this batch is complete, I still need to check on grandson. Chen Deidi cleared his throat, gradually softening his demeanor. 6 heroes, my father has coughed. So hurry to the apothecary and fetch some licorice tablets, and brew a pot of tea. Remember, add several sprigs of rush grass. My father enjoys it sweetened. Yin Hu promptly dashed out. Enough, cease your pretense, Chen Deidi scoffed. You merely wish to inquire about the cavalry armor. No one knows a son better than his father. Su Mu chuckled softly. Chen Deidi rolled his eyes and called back a moment later. Soon, a middle-aged craftsman approached, carrying a set of fragmented heavy armor. As per your specifications, I've crafted the helmet, throat guard, shoulder guards, chest plate, battle skirt, and war boots to the utmost of my ability. If it were any other blacksmith with your absurd blueprints, they could not possibly create it. Only your father possesses such skill. Old iron, how much does this weigh? Su Mu frowned as he observed. Call your father. Father, what is the weight? Close to 30 pounds, came the answer. Initially, I had contemplated adding shoulder guards and crafting a bronze mirror for chest protection. However, considering the additional weight of the inner lining armor, along with the lance and iron bow, it would become excessively burdensome, potentially overwhelming the horse. If the horse is burdened, one cannot even hope to charge. An old man herding donkeys would outpace you. Regardless, I have adhered to your wishes and produced 100 sets. We shall see how it goes. I shall have someone test the mounts first and return tomorrow. By the way, there are still a few large fish in the royal kitchen. I shall bring them along tomorrow for father to savor. Chun, the blacksmith, grinned, revealing a smile that attested to his being a fine son. Chapter 587. Improvement bearing the weight of 100 heavy cavalry armors. Su Mu ventured to the hills behind Chengdu. While the training grounds would have been more fitting for practicing riding, Su Mu preferred to keep the matters of the armored cavalry under wraps from the spies of Liangzhou. In the open space of the hills, Wei Feng had already selected the men, growing somewhat impatient as he awaited Su Mu's arrival. Upon seeing him approach, he hurried forward. "Rest assured, my lord, these 100 men are seasoned veterans of the Qinglong camp," Wei Feng stated earnestly. "Greetings, my lord." The soldiers behind Wei Feng saluted Su Mu in unison. "Very well, my comrades, we are brothers of arms," Su Mu replied. Initially, the 3,000 men gifted by the Young Marquis to the Qinglong camp had dwindled to just over 400 upon their return to the inner city. After entering Shu and engaging in numerous campaigns south and north, aside from those who had been promoted to sub-generals, the Qinglong camp now numbered less than 200. "Wei Feng, allow your brothers to drink some warm wine before we commence practice." Su Mu then stepped away, settling down peacefully with Yin Hu, seeking a suitable spot to sit upon the ground. As he prepared for next year's campaign against Liang, these heavy cavalry would become the instruments of his conquest. Thus, he must diligently address every flaw in their design. Once the wine was consumed, and after donning their armor, Wei Feng, now mounted and cloaked in a visor helmet, turned to salute. "My lord, we are all prepared." The armor, devoid of dye, shone brilliantly in its metallic sheen, rendering the 100 heavy cavalrymen imposing in their presence. "Wei Feng, let Yin Lu observe our heavy cavalry of Shu." "At your command." Yin Hu, scratching his forehead, quickly raised his head to watch intently. The entire expanse of the rear hills seemed to tremble. The 100 selected steeds, perhaps unaccustomed to the added weight, neighed restlessly. Fortunately, the heavy cavalry was finally able to gallop successfully. Wei Feng, donning his visor helmet, exuded vigor as he led the charge, excitedly raising the heavy iron lance. "Level your lances. Level your lances." Earlier, to train the armored horses as per Su Mu's directive, Wei Feng had instructed the selected steeds to bear weight daily. In hindsight, this proved to be a sagacious decision. Pierce through the enemy. Under the weight of the cavalry, Wei Feng thrust his long lance forward, striking a firmly planted half-man-high tree stump, which shattered under the force of the charge, splinters scattering in all directions. This spectacle prompted Su Mu to rise in astonishment. The 100 heavy cavalrymen behind him followed suit, utilizing the momentum of their charge to shatter more tree stumps. "Withdraw your lances, maneuver," Wei Feng shouted, his voice filled with fervor. Unexpectedly, the action of retracting his lance proved taxing, causing him to tumble from his mount. "Cui, my dear Zhang Dakui." Wei Feng wiped the blood from his nose as he sat beside Su Mu, occasionally leaning over to observe Su Mu sketching with a small twig. "Wei Feng, is it difficult to put away the gun?" Su Mu had initially presumed that Wei Feng's struggles stemmed from personal matters, but later realized that most soldiers in the Qinglong camp faced similar challenges. "My lord, there are some. I reckon once we're on the battlefield, we can't afford to be selective about killing the cold-blooded. You are not Si Hu. Simply thrusting will suffice. No need for fanciful displays." Su Mu's brow furrowed. It appeared that the burdens were indeed considerable and required refinement. Not only the heavy iron spears, but also the cavalry armor. If some weight could be shed, it would be most advantageous. With some time remaining, by the arrival of spring, if the ironworks could produce 500 sets of heavy cavalry armor, the task would be deemed accomplished. "Wei Feng, take the brothers back for now. I shall ponder this matter further over the next few days." "Understood, my lord. By the way, Wei Feng, there are some Shu brocades in the palace. Come by tomorrow to take a few bolts back for your Dakui." Wei Feng appeared somewhat bashful. "If you don't want them, I shall summon Brother Hu to clear them out tomorrow." "My lord, I want them. If my Dakui wears new clothes, she will look like a great beauty." Su Mu nodded, reminding him to take care of his health. For 2 consecutive days, Su Mu contemplated the issue of reducing the weight of the armor. Ultimately, he resolved to discard the iron boots in favor of leather ones. Additionally, he streamlined the design of the battle skirts. When the blueprints were sent to the ironworks, Chen the blacksmith, owing to a few large fish, could only mutter a few curses in frustration. The road ahead is long and arduous. Stepping out onto the street, Su Mu gazed at the sky, feeling somewhat weary as he spoke. The modifications to the blueprints over the past few days had, in a daze, transported him back to his previous life. The captain is truly talented, Even a casual remark can be considered a renowned saying across the land. Though I have read numerous ancient texts and composed my own poetry, compared to my lord, I am but a flickering spark against a raging inferno, a firefly eclipsed by the brilliance of the full moon. 6 heroes. You were not always like this. The benevolent aura of the Grand Captain has always enveloped me. Thus, the saying one who stays close to vermilion will turn red aptly describes this. Next time, try using some new phrases. I enjoy listening. Su Mu smiled, patting Yin Hu's shoulder. As they strolled down the long street, protected by over 100, the two moved forward slowly. The atmosphere of the approaching new year was palpable. In Chengdu, a myriad of peculiar trades flourished. Even the girls from the Great Qing Pavilion dared to descend from their platforms, waving fragrant handkerchiefs to attract a stream of eager patrons rushing into the establishment. Most prevalent were the couplets and paintings for the Spring Festival, along with jars of seasonings for spring fish. Of course, there were also many performers. After walking a few more steps, Su Mu truly witnessed someone demonstrating the art of breaking stones with their chest. Captain, when I was young in Lizhou, I saw someone similarly performing this feat, but their skill was lacking. A single strike from the apprentice sent the master of the stones coughing blood in shock. Unfortunately, he did not survive. I heard it caused quite a stir at the magistrate's office, and the apprentice faced legal troubles. However, the imposing figure before them, robust as an iron tower, made Yin Hu scratch his nose, his tone shifting to a peculiar note. Captain, I feel this man bears some resemblance to Brother Hu. Originally strolling leisurely, Su Mu hastily pushed through the crowd upon hearing those words. As expected, he spotted Si Hu lying on a straw mat, a stone slab resting on his chest, while Meng Hua stood beside him, wielding a stone hammer, poised to bring it down. By your father, Su Mu exclaimed, momentarily stunned before erupting into a tirade of curses. Removing his footwear, he was ready to charge forward. Considering that Si Hu had recently established a household and received a 5-fold increase in his monthly stipend, which now ranked among the highest of the generals in Shu, Su Mu was aware that this fellow had previously borrowed money from the bowman. Father, the Lord has arrived. Meng Hua, pale with fear, dropped the stone hammer and stood frozen. Si Hu, equally terrified, shattered the stone slab with a slap and attempted to scale the wall, but fell to the ground, only to be seized by Su Mu, who gave him several blows with his shoes. What do you want? What do you desire? Su Mu set down his footwear and delivered a sharp rap to his head. The onlookers quickly shouted their respects to the King of Shu, scattering like birds and beasts. Little barbarian king, you too, come here. In the streets, a general of Shu and a king of the Pingman camp were engaged in a rather absurd contest of breaking stones on their chests. Tiger brother, where's your money? Surely your monthly allowance is substantial? Si Hu scrambled to rise, cautiously standing beside Su Mu. Brother Mu, I want to save money. Save money for what? Brother Mu, I've thought it over. When I have a son, and he has a grandson, and my eldest son Meng Hu will also need to marry. Su Mu rubbed his forehead. If you have a son, and he has a grandson, and your eldest son Meng Hu needs to marry, I will take care of it all for you. Though he spoke casually, a sense of comfort blossomed within Su Mu's heart. Since establishing his family, Si Hu had indeed begun to mature. If you need more money, come speak to me. Whatever I have, I will give you. If you dare to run out onto the street and break stones on your chest again, I will make you cry. Chapter 588. Year-end Banquet. As the year-end banquet approached, the generals returning to Chengdu awaited their reports. The elder scholar Wang Yong, adhering to Su Mu's wishes, donned a clean, simple robe and began to offer sacrifices to the heavens. After a lengthy ritual, the old man nearly succumbed to the cold. The incense on the altar swayed in the biting wind, failing to ascend to the skies of Shu before vanishing entirely. General Daochong of Shu, having achieved a great victory in the winter campaign against the Liang wolves, was promoted and awarded 300 bolts of Shu brocade and 800 taels of gold. General Fan Lu, also for his winter campaign exploits, was promoted and granted 100 bolts of Shu brocade and 300 taels of gold. General Wei Feng, after clearing his throat a couple of times, reported that Wang Yong, as Chengdu's Deputy Minister of Defense, was rewarded for his contributions in safeguarding Chengdu with 100 bolts of Shu brocade and 100 taels of gold, along with a promotion to the Deputy Minister of Chengdu. The position had previously been held by Dong Fangjing, but this time, Wang Yong had proved his worth through his defense of Chengdu. Moreover, Dong Fangjing had already been assigned to another province as a high-ranking official. making the transfer of the deputy minister position to Wang Yong unproblematic. General Han Jiao, despite his merits, received no rewards due to a balance of contributions and shortcomings. Officer Han Xing, for his significant achievements in defending the royal palace of Qingdu, was appointed as the palace guard, leading a regiment, and awarded 100 taels of gold. The promotion of the young pup Fu did not align with the accomplishments he had achieved. However, to be fair, even after the year-end, the young pup was merely 13 years old, and Su Mu did not wish to grant him the title of general. He wishes for the little dog, Fu, to undergo another 2 years of refinement, remaining humble in victory and resilient in defeat. This decision for promotion was meticulously deliberated by Su Mu and Jia Zhou. Throughout history, the phenomenon of nurturing talented individuals only to stifle them has been all too common. As for other generals, such as Yuan Fan, Lu Chun, and Zhong, they had been informed to some extent while stationed outside, merely going through the motions. May heaven bless Shuzhou, where the king feasts with his subjects, wishing for eternal peace. The year-end feast. A cacophony of cheers and the melodies of song and dance suddenly enveloped the vicinity of the royal palace. On the main street beneath the palace, Su Mu had long since arranged an elaborate banquet. All citizens of Shuzhou, armed with their tokens, could partake in the feast without spending a single coin. Su Mu cradled a child, accompanied by the elegantly dressed Jiang Kaiwei and Li Xiaowan, as they descended from the palace under the protection of numerous iron guards. Jia Zhou, aided by the little dog Fu, followed closely behind. Many generals of Shuzhou, engaged in jovial conversation, made their way to the banquet. Where are Sun Sun and Sihu? My lord, I have no idea. Among the crowd of citizens, Sihu's face brimmed with excitement. Had it not been for the gentle restraint of Madame Wan Yu beside him, he might have dashed forward. Wife, the third table, the earthen pot is large, and the spring fish must be succulent. Let's rush for the year-end feast. Gripping his wife with one hand and holding his robust son Menghuo with the other, Sihu shouted enthusiastically. On the eve of the new year, the entire Qingdu was enveloped in jubilation and festivity. Raise your cups, let us drink together. The chilly winds could not extinguish the warmth of the occasion. Su Mu raised his wine cup towards the heavens. Surrounding him, the lengthy banquet stretched for 3 miles, with merchants and soldiers alike lifting their cups in unison. Even Sihu, who was busy snatching food, was compelled to rise when his wife tugged at his ear. Drink with our king. We shall not return until intoxicated. Su Mu tilted his head back and drained his cup. This revelry was but a fleeting moment, for after the new year, he would once again immerse himself in the frontline battles, confronting Liangzhou for supremacy over the western provinces. The victor would earn the right to contend for the throne of the realm. On the final day of the year, the palace of Liangzhou remained a desolate expanse. Without parents or siblings, even those of the same clan hastily presented their obligatory gifts before swiftly departing. Only a few stunning concubines remained nervously in the palace, keeping company with Dongwon. Of course, there were also the dancers, but no matter how fervently they performed, they could not dispel the chill that lingered within the palace. Dongwon reclined upon the throne, his eyes slightly closed, holding a wine cup that he hesitated to drink from, lost in thought. Prolonged bouts of drinking had transformed his once fair visage, now adorned with a dense stubble. In the Chongyang Palace, standing upon the terrace with a cup raised, Chong Xiling gazed out at the distant snow-capped mountains. Beside him, the seasoned strategist remained ever steadfast. Zhongda, another year has passed. At this time, I always think of that old friend. Chong Xiling calmly poured out a measure of wine onto the ground. The strategist understood well who the old friend was that his master spoke of. In this world, his master seldom toasted anyone. One was a living former landlord, the other, the deceased Duke of the State. Not long ago, a whisper emerged from the hidden stronghold of Yan. After Gongsun Zhu redirected his forces to Hebei, the nomadic Ruren seized the opportunity presented by the vulnerability of Yan's defenses, coupled with the winter snow facilitating their advance into the central plains. However, Gongsun Zhu's 20,000 cavalry, returning under the cover of a snowy night, successfully repelled the Ruren's 30,000-strong army. As winter settled in, the ambitions of these northern marauders remained unquenched. I have often refrained from acknowledging the contributions of the diminutive 5'3" guardian stationed in the northeast. Nevertheless, regardless of my personal sentiments, a confrontation between the inner city and Hebei is inevitable. The central plains have languished in weakness for far too long. It is time for a transformation. The old strategist nodded earnestly beside me. Next year, The young master will assault Liangzhou, while I shall lay siege to Hebei. Should the young master be present, I would wager with him to see whose movements prove swifter. Our lord, along with Generals Washuren, will target Liezhou. Furthermore, in the southwestern region of Hebei, Qingzhou, which was once embroiled in chaos among various factions, has reportedly seen the rise of a Tang family, which has, before the onset of winter, claimed dominion over the entire Qingzhou. They may also engage in military actions come next year. The Tang family? The illustrious clan of literati from 10 generations past? Indeed, even scholars are vying for supremacy. Chang Xiling chuckled, likening the old matron's attempts at allure to that of a donkey adorned with lipstick. My lord, please mind your words. The old strategist admonished with a stern countenance. I understand, Chang Xiling replied as he turned and clasped the old strategist's shoulder, both of them gradually making their way forward. Zhongda, you may not know, but were it not for the pressing nature of war, I would wish to journey to Shu and indulge in a hearty drink with the young master. I have also heard from Chang Wei that the ladies at the Qing Pavilion in Chengdu are quite dedicated, each possessing their own unique charm in comparison to those in Changyang. My lord, if not, perhaps select a princess from one of the noble families? Such trifles are inconsequential. Chang Xiling shook his head. I would rather revel at the Qing Pavilion than raise a wolf at home. Once my fortunes are secured, we can revisit such matters. The old strategist sighed, refraining from further comments, allowing his lord to lean upon him as they proceeded towards the grand banquet within the imperial palace. In the palace of Zhangzhou, a similar grand feast was underway. Seated upon the dragon throne, Yuan An held a jade chalice, his hand trembling slightly. I shall drink with all of you. Yet, no one responded. The court was enveloped in a heavy silence among the civil and military officials. Only when Empress Su gracefully raised her cup beside Yuan An did the atmosphere of the palace banquet come alive. Yuan An tilted his head back, pouring the wine into his mouth, but soon found himself choking on the spirit. As the revelry continued within the palace, outside, a blanket of white snow covered the ground. Chapter 589. The wings of Shu Province have taken flight in the ironworks of Shu Province. A new batch of improved heavy cavalry armor was being hastily produced under the diligent efforts of Chen the blacksmith. The prototype was completed in record time. After an afternoon's trial with Wei Feng, it was fortunate that this time, Wei Feng neither fell from his horse nor called for Zhang Daqui. The reduced weight was sufficient to ensure stability in battle. To be frank, this does not yet qualify as true heavy armored cavalry, but under the current circumstances, it represents a significant innovation for Su Mu. Were it not for the constraints of time, further refinements might yield even more remarkable results. Alas, come spring of next year, the flames of war will ignite. 800 sets? Chen Deidi sat in his chair, idly picking his teeth. To be frank, of late, he has found himself fatigued after only a few steps, his legs trembling with weariness. Father, I apologize for the trouble. Su Mu gritted his teeth. Chen Deidi smiled. Leave it to me. Even if I must shatter the entire ironworks, I will ensure you prevail. By the way, should the armor be white? Yes, white armor. Coupled with a flowing white cape, it will be sufficiently imposing. My son, this contingent of 800 men can be deemed elite. Perhaps you should choose an appealing name for the battalion. In accordance with its appearance, let it be called the White Armor Cavalry. Chen Deidi chuckled. You do possess a modicum of wit. Now be gone. Su Mu offered a flattering remark before departing the ironworks with Yin Liuxia. Upon their return to the palace, they discovered that Jia Zhou had been waiting there for quite some time. Wenlong, have you devised a plan? Indeed, Jia Zhou replied, rising for a deep bow before reseating himself. Liuxia, fetch another pot of tea. Please, Wenlong, go on. Jia Zhou collected his thoughts and spoke earnestly, my lord. We both know that Dongwen relies solely on the cavalry from Liang. The finest steeds in the realm hail from Yin and Liang. In this campaign against Liang, the might of the Liang soldiers should not be underestimated. I estimate that Dongwen will muster over 40,000 cavalry. Su Mu nodded in silence. Not only from Liang, but also from Un and Bing provinces. The stables of the 3 Liang territories are under Dongwen's control. It is hardly surprising for him to command over 40,000 cavalry. Furthermore, considering the Fu Sun tribe of the Western Chang, there should be an additional 20,000 cavalry wielding curved sabers. Foreigners prefer curved sabers, as they allow for effective slashing while mounted, minimizing resistance, albeit lacking in aesthetic appeal. They enhance lethality. Wenlong, that totals to 60 or 70,000. Jia Zhou exhaled deeply. Indeed, Had it not been for the prior skirmishes that weakened Liang, I suspect there would be even more cavalry. Yet, having triumphed in this cavalry engagement, I dare say that your campaign against Liang is now assured. This statement rings true. With the substantial victories in the two cities and the demise of Sima Xiu, the entirety of Liang has succumbed to a state of despair. It only awaits the final straw to break its back. My lord, the forces of Chao Yi can serve as a diversion for the Fu Sun tribe. When the conflict ignites, a surprise attack on the Fu Sun can compel them to return for aid. Do not forget, with you Dang Wang as our guide. General Chao Yi will not stray near the Yuan Pass. This plan is indeed brilliant. Hence, we shall diminish the threat of the 20,000 curved saber cavalry of the Western Chong. To speak frankly, not only do they wield curved sabers, but they are also skilled in mounted archery, rendering them a considerable threat. As for the main forces of Chaizong, their assault on Bingzhou can likewise serve as a contingent force. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. Should Dongwen disregard all else and seek to annihilate my Shu forces, then Chaizong's 10,000 troops would become utterly ineffective. Jia Zhou paused. Thus, I have prepared two contingencies. Do you recall Lu Xiu? Of course. Lu Xiu is the esteemed general defending Dingzhou, the successor to the venerable Li Ruqing. He is remarkably loyal amidst the chaos of the realm. He did not declare himself emperor, but instead united the people of Dingzhou, fostering self-sufficiency to withstand the incursions of barbarian horsemen. The Lord may dispatch a missive to Lu Xiu, instructing him to use feigned troops to distract Bingzhou, while Chaizong leads thousands southward, navigating through the passage of Dingzhou to encircle Anzhou in readiness. Should conflict arise, this strategy would provide a dual approach to the situation. Sumu pondered for a moment, lost in contemplation. The advantages of such a maneuver were indisputable. Lu Xiu from Dingzhou would likely acquiesce, and it would not necessitate the deployment of garrison forces, merely the ruse of a phantom army. However, should the campaign against Liang prove unsuccessful, Dingzhou might be left vulnerable to repercussions, potentially inciting an attack from Dongwen. Jia Zhou seemed to perceive Su Mu's apprehensions. The Lord must comprehend that Chaizong's military sortie from Dingzhou, regardless of the outcome, would infringe upon Liangzhou's sensitivities. Furthermore, the forces stationed in Dingzhou have held off the marauding Hu cavalry solely through sheer will, yet this resilience could not endure indefinitely. Conversely, should the Lord conquer the three states of Liang, connecting them with the territory of Dingzhou, it would facilitate the provision of supplies and reinforcements to assist Lu Xiu in repelling foreign invaders. Even if the conquest of Liang's three states is temporarily unfeasible, Dongwen would remain hesitant to act, concentrating his forces to staunchly defend against the Lord's advances. The implications of this strategy are profound. My lord, there exists no invincible general in this world. Those who lead are mere gamblers at heart. Sumu exhaled deeply, finally nodding in agreement with Wenlong's counsel to employ a two-pronged strategy in Dingzhou to devise every means to annihilate Dongwen's cavalry. In truth, there remains a final trump card, the 800 armored cavalry of Shuzhou. Though few in number, they are heavily armored and, if they can successfully charge, their impact should not be underestimated. Naturally, such a weapon should not lead the charge but rather emerge as a surprise force, which is why Wei Feng's training has been conducted in the secluded hills. Jia Zhou's face brimmed with anticipation as he pointed to the map before him. If, in the coming year, they could seize the entirety of Liang's three states and obliterate the Dong family's influence, the Lord's grand ambitions would commence their ascent. With Liang's three states, Shuzhou, and the adjacent realms of Muyuanzhou and Dingzhou, the Lord would have already claimed 6 states. All that remains is to accumulate strength, unify the 6 states' forces, cross the river, and claim several states in the south. Great achievements await. As he spoke with fervor, the chief advisor of Shuzhou suddenly coughed. Su Mu, nearby, hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Jia Zhou. It is nothing, merely a chill from the recent days. Jia Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Continuing, of course, this is the most optimistic scenario. Should misfortune arise, the Lord must proceed with caution. Wenlong, according to this plan, what are the odds of defeating the Liang cavalry? Jia Zhou pondered, estimating them at 50%. The Liang people are well versed in cavalry tactics, and during battle, the Lord will need to bolster the morale of the Shuzhou soldiers. That is indeed the case. Jia Zhou tilted his head back, closing his eyes with a smile. In the past 2 years, the Lord's forces were meager and few believed in their success apart from Wang of Yuzhou. Yet now, Our Lord has risen to stand among the great powers. His generals and strategists are gradually being refined, and the accumulation of resources and the support of the populace are also on the rise. My lord, the wings of Shuzhou are now poised to take flight. Chapter 590. Dongwen's contingency plan. As the previous year ushered in the lingering winter began to yield to the signs of spring beyond Chengdu, where the verdant hills started to awaken. The training of the new army and the coordination of the formations under the watchful eyes of seasoned generals have shown some modest progress. However, according to Su Mu's perspective, rigorous training for at least 3 months is essential before mobilizing the troops. Unfortunately, with the front lines on the verge of conflict, it is necessary to compensate for deficiencies by employing a mixed battalion of seasoned and new soldiers. My lord, we are nearly ready, spoke Jia Zhou, to which Su Mu nodded calmly. The weather in Shu Prefecture was devoid of snow, and scouts returning from the Liangzhou border had reported that the snow between the two provinces was beginning to melt. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to begin mustering troops at the two strategic strongholds, Luqing and Wanlang City, to prevent any unforeseen disasters, lest Dong would impulsively attempt to raid the camp. To ensure timely intelligence, Su Mu ordered the construction of beacon towers every 5 miles along the passage between the two provinces to serve as lookout posts. The commander of the First Army remains Daochong, who will lead over 10,000 soldiers from Bailu County towards the two cities. The Second Army, led by Han Jiu with over 7,000 men, has been reinforced with several experienced generals to assist in rapid mobilization, anticipating any potential mishaps. The Third Army is under Su Mu's direct command. Wanlong, is there any oversight in Bo Lai's strategy from the Muyu province? Jia Zhou smiled and reassured. My lord, rest assured, while Bo Lai may favor bold tactics, his insight into the situation surpasses even mine. Su Mu nodded in agreement. The Fourth Army consists of the forces from Muyu province, although their movement may be slightly delayed until Dongfang Jing sets his deceptive maneuvers in place. The 4 armies will proceed in an orderly fashion. Su Mu has no intention of hastily converging them all at once. Although the Lantern Festival has passed, the weather in Shu Prefecture remains capricious, necessitating the continued use of winter cloaks and spicy soup. The military provisions remain unchanged, consisting mainly of rice cakes as rations. The only difference is that an additional fried rice cake is allocated each day. Additionally, Chunsheng's logistics camp has mobilized over 30,000 laborers from Shu Prefecture to transport grain and various siege equipment. Su Mu estimates that even if the conflict is prolonged, Shu Prefecture can sustain itself for 2 months. Furthermore, Shangwan Shu has received orders and is diligently procuring military supplies. My lord, we should also be able to gather some provisions from Ku Prefecture, Jia Zhou mused. If this great battle is victorious, Ku Prefecture will likely extend its full support to Shu Prefecture. In tumultuous times, might makes right, and the number of subjugated allies will increase. At first glance, Liangdi's 3 provinces seem expansive, and Dongwen holds considerable power. Yet, his inability to conquer Shu Prefecture has ensnared him in a web of his own making. The 3 provinces of Liangdi lead south to Shu Prefecture, eastward to the inner city, and northeast to Dingzhou, none of which offer any potential reinforcements. Only Cangzhou holds a slight possibility of aid, but after capturing Muyu province, it too will be preoccupied with its own affairs. Moreover, the pathways between the 2 provinces have been largely cleared, whether it be the rapid reinforcements from Muyu province or the eastward march of Shu Prefecture's forces. Their speed and endurance are incomparable. Wanlong, do we have any intelligence from Liangzhou at present? Su Mu suddenly felt a strong curiosity about what the little weeper would be doing at this moment. Jia Zhou spoke seriously, mentioning that not long ago, he had heard of the forced conscription of half-grown horses as war mounts using the method of fiery steeds, indicating a genuine desire to wage war. Furthermore, many able-bodied men from An and Bing provinces had been recruited by Dong Wenxiang during the entire winter, with rumors suggesting that the new army boasted around 20,000 troops. Most of the mobilized laborers were frail refugees, and it was said they had been issued some rudimentary armor. I suspect these laborers might be treated as mere cannon fodder. According to Jia Zhou, Dongwen had already descended into madness, willing to suffer significant losses to thwart the northern expedition from Shu province. In Liangzhou, numerous families had already departed. Recently, there had been a mutiny among the stationed troops in province, which was quelled. But the leader of the uprising was executed by Dongwen, along with the annihilation of his entire clan. The fallen are few, while the righteous garner many supporters. Sumu remarked with gravity. My lord, there is another stratagem, he continued. The young master from Bingzhou can also make his intentions known to the world. At that time, there should be some loyalists from the Ding family in Bingzhou willing to assist you in your campaign against Liang. This plan is indeed clever. However, we must await the signal from Chao Iliang. The wolf general, Chao Yi, serves as the bridge between Shu and Bing provinces, with his involvement. The matter concerning the young lord of Bingzhou will likely be executed flawlessly. Nonetheless, according to Jiazhou's strategy, we must first restrain the Fu Sun tribe. Haste could prove detrimental. With meticulous planning at every level, the decisive battle against Liangzhou will soon reveal its grandeur. In the palace of Liangzhou City, a despondent figure sat high upon the throne, surrounded by several consorts, indulging in copious drinking. A military officer was about to enter the palace to report, but was dissuaded by the attendants with a sigh. It would be best to wait a moment. Yesterday, a guard who had wandered a few steps within the palace was ordered by the lord to be dragged out and executed on the spot. The officer's face bore a look of trepidation. The lord had declared that in a few days, he would naturally go to the military tent to preside over the great battle against Shu. Understanding this, the officer looked up at the forlorn figure in the palace, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Let us retire, I need to sleep. The lord bellowed from the throne. After a couple of shouts, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly moderated his tone. Meanwhile, outside Liangzhou City, over 300 miles away, another Dongwon, cloaked in black, seethed in the slowly calming cold wind. Surrounding him were over 1,000 elite riders from Liangzhou, closely guarding him. Damn it, I should have set out earlier. This wretched weather has cost me valuable time. Dongwon spoke in a composed voice, lifting his gaze towards the western regions. Before him, there had been envoys, but none had returned to Liangzhou after several attempts. Reluctantly, he had to embark on the journey himself. In his efforts to counter the military incursions from Shu province, he had exhausted every means available. If he could withstand this wave of assaults from Shu, he was confident he could restore the morale of the Liangzhou army and seize the opportunity to dominate the western provinces. My lord, it is said that the people of the western regions are rather greedy, one of his generals hesitantly remarked. Whatever they desire, I shall provide. Dongwon's expression was devoid of emotion. I have calculated that there is still time, as long as we can thwart the commoners' bandits. There lies a chance for Liangzhou to vie for supremacy. Even with nearly 150,000 troops gathered, doubt still loomed over him. The losses endured were so numerous that even he began to question whether the commoners' bandit was truly a reincarnated dragon, unassailable. The only course of action now was to deploy an unexpected elite force to encircle and strike down the Shuren's campaign against Liangzhou. It was estimated that Liangzhou's military strength had been thoroughly undermined by that cunning vulture. Only by borrowing another elite force could they hope for a decisive victory. Chapter 591. Marching out of the pass at the border of Liangzhou, in Luqing, the weather had finally turned, heralding the thawing of frost and snow. The garrisoned Shuren soldiers, who had been cooped up all winter, erupted into joyous cheers. On the city walls, Chunzhong stood, basking in the warmth of the sun, yet, after exhaling a breath of relief, his gaze grew heavy once more. A rider from Shuzhou galloped forth, hooves splashing through the melting frost and snow, calling out loudly from outside the city. General Chun, I bring news. Our Shuzhou army is already en route to the Liangzhou border. Upon hearing this news, Chunzhong closed his eyes briefly, then clenched his fists tightly. The campaign against Liangzhou by Shuzhou was about to commence, awaiting the gathering of their forces. Initially, he had thought Liangzhou might take advantage of the thaw to launch an attack, but fortunately, no calamity had befallen them. They set about cleaning the training grounds, preparing the troops for battle. They awaited the arrival of our king to storm Liangzhou. A roar erupted from both the city above and below, as countless Shuren soldiers wrapped in warm cloaks shouted in unison. In Chengdu, Shuzhou, Sumu furrowed his brow as he examined the intelligence in his hands. Wenlong, have you noticed? The intelligence from Liangzhou has become increasingly frequent. This indicates that the night owls have been successfully gathering information with greater ease. Once, the 8 heroes of Li Jun had entered Liangzhou, barely escaping with a single piece of intelligence. Yet now, it seemed a far simpler task. Sumu was not overly suspicious, but he felt something was amiss. Indeed, Jiazhou also frowned. The recent reports indicated that Dongwon had been drinking heavily in the palace for days, delegating all matters to Dong Yuan. Has he been rendered ineffectual? Sumu hesitated to speak. After concealing his talents for 30 years, he suffered consecutive defeats last year. Even Sima Xiu perished. Given Dong Wen's proud nature, it seems plausible that he could be deeply affected. Jia Zhou fell silent for a moment. Regardless, during the campaign against Liangzhou, our lord must exercise utmost caution. In my view, Dongwen resembles a mute dog. A mute dog? Su Mu inquired, intrigued. A mute dog may be silent in youth, but once it matures, it will fight fiercely, leaving no room for compromise. That makes sense, Su Mu mused, frowning. From Jia Zhou's perspective, it is highly likely that Dongwen still has some hidden strength. At present, Han Jiu's contingent had already set off. It would only be a matter of 2 days before our lord would also embark. The army for the Liangzhou campaign was not rushing headlong into the 2 cities. The reason was simple. The last remnants of Su Mu's main forces needed to travel alongside the transporting laborers, providing protection along the way. Wanlong, what of Burli? It has already commenced, Jia Zhou replied with a smile. On the city walls of Yuqing, a limping scholar sat silently in a wooden cart, gazing toward the city's exterior. The border of Liangzhou extended for over 100 miles, serving as a buffer. In ordinary times, when scouts from both sides encounter one another, a fierce battle ensues. Regardless of which side emerges victorious, the other is likely to suffer significant casualties. In this stretch of land spanning over 100 miles, countless bones lie buried, all in the pursuit of intelligence beyond the city walls. As for Yuan, what developments transpire at the New Moon Pass? Opposite Yu City lies the New Moon Pass in Sangzhou, which initially served merely as a strategic outpost. However, much like Yu City, it has been steadily fortified with the labor of local civilians, gradually evolving into a formidable stronghold. From the intelligence gathered, Dongfang Jing has learned that the commander stationed at New Moon Pass is named Ning Wu, who has inexplicably emerged in Sangzhou. Nevertheless, he possesses considerable skill. For amidst the standoff, he has managed to maintain a respectable reputation. Young strategist, it appears that Ning Go is currently engaged in deforestation, seemingly preparing to construct another encampment. How far is this encampment from New Moon Pass? The reports indicate it is less than 10 miles away, presumably intended for reconnaissance purposes. Jiao Zhai. Dongfang Jing fell into contemplation. 1. Instruct Ma Yi to lead 5,000 men to assault this new encampment. Upon hearing this, Wen's expression turned apprehensive. Young strategist. This is less than 10 miles from New Moon Pass. Do not be alarmed. Dongfang Jing took a calming breath. At that time, Ma Yi need only to feign an attack, create a show of force, and then retreat. Subsequently, 1. You shall personally lead 50,000 troops along the Xian Road of Muyun Prefecture to rendezvous with our lord at the border of Liangzhou. Young strategist. If we proceed this way, there will be fewer than 20,000 troops remaining in Muyun Prefecture. No matter. With Jiao Zhai outside New Moon Pass as our objective, I am confident that the defending commander Ning Wu will believe he is embroiled in a contest for control. Moreover, 1. You must leave behind 20,000 sets of armor as a ruse for the civilian laborers. Once you reach Liangzhou, our lord will provide you with new armor. Although Wen was still somewhat bewildered, he refrained from asking further questions, clasped his fists, and departed with measured steps. 1. Do not forget that not only I, but even in our lord's heart, you are regarded as the foremost general of Shu Prefecture. At this, Wen paused, his departing footsteps growing ever more resolute. The 3 armies departing from Shu Prefecture, even accounting for the defectors and the new armies of the Xiang Air, total fewer than 40,000, nearly exhausting the military strength of Shu Prefecture. On the front lines, the 2 cities boast nearly 30,000 troops. Additionally, with the forces of Chai Zong and Chao Yi, the total approaches 90,000. Should the 50,000 troops from Muyun Prefecture successfully converge, the combined strength would be around 140,000. At a glance, such forces seem to rival those of Liangzhou. However, in truth, Su Mu has already begun to engage in a perilous strategy, utilizing defectors and new militia. If this battle ends in defeat, it is feared that we may revert to a state of desperation. Before the city of Chengdu, the shepherd's purse sprouts anew. Clad in his cloak, Su Mu, astride the steed Feng Jiang, silently raised his gaze to the departing populace and the familiar faces among them. Minister of the Wang residence, I entrust the matters of Chengdu to you for the time being. At 57 years of age, I am still capable of wielding a sword and slaying foes. Should I betray my lord, death is the only consequence. Su Mu nodded, gradually turning aside. Sun Sun and Dog Fu Air, do not let me down this time. In truth, the Pingman camp has also been retained. Regardless of the circumstances, there must be a military presence in Shu Prefecture. In the gentle yet brisk spring breeze, Sun Sun and the Dog Fu clasped their fists in a steady salute. Su Mu remained silent, even as he noticed Jiang Kaiwei and Li Shaowan among the crowd. Filled with hope, as he turned his horse, the voices of the people bidding farewell and their reluctant sobs resonated around him. The valiant sons of Shuzhou emerged from Yuguan, their aspirations set on defending their land and expanding their territory, eagerly anticipating the victorious return to herald the news of vanquishing the enemy over 2,000 miles. The march commenced. Su Mu's expression hardened once more. The king has decreed, the troops shall advance beyond the pass. The seasoned generals of Shuzhou rode forth, their voices booming like thunder. Flag camp, logistics camp, loyalty camp, southern forest camp, white armored cavalry camp. Wei Feng, mounted on his splendid steed, did not immediately join the advance. According to Su Mu's strategy, their contingent of over 4,000 would need to set off under the cover of night. Despite being a mere 800 heavy cavalry, they required 4,000 to 5,000 horses to constitute a full regiment. Grooms, horse doctors, auxiliary troops, and even armorers were all indispensable. Wei Feng understood that their 800 white-armored cavalry would become a formidable instrument of destruction on the battlefield against Liang. Chapter 592. Re-entering Luqing after a journey exceeding 300 miles, Su Mu and his forces finally reached Luqing. The weather following the onset of spring had begun to thaw the frost and snow that had blanketed the area throughout winter. Even from a distance, the fine sands of the desolate land stirred in the wind, obscuring vision. Chen Zhong pays his respects to the Lord. Chen Zhong stood at the city gate, and upon seeing Su Mu dismount, he immediately bowed. Behind him, numerous defenders of Luqing also clasped their fists in salute. We pay our respects to the Lord. Su Mu smiled, taking a few steps closer to pat Chen Zhong on the shoulder. During our New Year's feast in Chengdu, your wife inquired about your absence. I reassured her that there are no courtesans in Luqing, and that you, General Chen, are of a modest disposition. Perhaps in the future, upon your return to Shu, you may even father a robust son. Chen Zhong's expression turned a shade of helplessness. My lord, please do not jest. You cannot fathom how many brave men have howled like wolves through the nights of winter in Luqing. Once the campaign against Liang concludes, the military merits and rewards will be substantial. At this, the soldiers behind Chen Zhong erupted in joyous laughter. Chen Zhong, has there been any significant change this winter? Amidst the mirth, as the conversation turned serious, both Su Mu and Chen Zhong's expressions grew grave. As you predicted, the Liang forces have dispatched an increasing number of scouts. Even in the face of heavy snow, there are daily incursions. However, I suspect the defenders of Luqing are numerous. And with the adverse weather conditions, Dongwen has refrained from launching an attack. Moreover, with the arrival of your grand army, just as spring has begun, time is of the essence. Su Mu suddenly frowned. For some reason, he always sensed that Dongwen was holding back, plotting to strike when least expected. When does the Lord intend to invade Liang? Do not rush. Another army has yet to arrive. The other army consists of Wen's troops. Previous intelligence indicates that under the guise of a feint in the east, they have crossed Xian Road and are preparing to reach Bailu County to cross the river. By the way, what news from Wenlang City? How fares Fan Lu? Similar circumstances prevail. In the midst of the heavy snowfall a fortnight ago, I made a special trip to exchange intelligence and indulge in some drinks. Su Mu nodded, gripping his sword as he approached the city's edge, casting his gaze into the distance. As the snow and mist began to dissipate, the outlines of Liangzhou gradually emerged. Time was of the essence, particularly with the consumption of military provisions. This campaign against Liang could only be concluded swiftly. Chen Zhong stood before my advancing forces at Lingzhu Pass. Indeed, Chen Zhong affirmed, noting that Lingzhu Pass lay over 300 miles from Luqing, where Dongwen had stationed his troops. It was not particularly easy to defend, yet the area surrounding Lingzhu Pass was devoid of rocky terrain, consisting solely of flatlands. This implied that if our forces were to penetrate deeper, the first stronghold we would confront would be Lingzhu Pass. My lord, although Liangzhou boasts an expansive territory and is reputed to comprise 8 counties, in reality, 3 of these are desolate wastelands, while the remaining 5 are concentrated around the heart of Liangzhou. Thus, breaching Lingzhu Pass would enable our army to advance swiftly towards the royal capital. How many troops are stationed at Lingzhu Pass? not fewer than 100,000, with a significant number of cavalry among them. Despite the anticipation, Su Mu felt a wave of fatigue upon hearing this figure. It was evident that Dongwon intended to deploy his cavalry to decisively defeat the Shu forces on the open terrain. Furthermore, this 100,000 was merely a superficial count. Dongwon controlled the 3 provinces of Liang and would undoubtedly possess a greater number of troops. Additionally, given Dongwon's volatile nature, it was not implausible for him to mobilize his forces even in the depths of winter. Fetch the map. Also, summon the generals. Though the actions were executed with great haste, Su Mu did not expect Dongwon to mobilize his army with equal swiftness. Previously, he had contemplated initiating a swift, cold weapon-style blitzkrieg, but the Liang forces had already been dispatched and were on high alert, rendering such a tactic futile. Soon, Jia Zhou caught up with him. What troubled Su Mu was that Jia Zhou, who had accompanied the expedition, bore an unsettling pallor. "Wanlong, are you unwell?" Initially, Su Mu suspected it might be a mere chill, yet upon touching Jia Zhou's forehead, he found no signs of illness. Just as Su Mu intended to inquire further, Jia Zhou pointed at the map and spoke calmly. "General Chen, are there any small towns near Lingju Pass? There seem to be a few scattered settlements, but their walls are low and cannot withstand an assault. I have heard that the inhabitants have already fled to avoid the conflict." Jia Zhou's tone was grave. "My lord, General Chen, the Shu cavalry is not numerous. If we engage in a cavalry battle on flat terrain, defeat is inevitable." Su Mu understood that Jia Zhou's words were not mere alarmism. Even though they had previously devised a plan to divert the Western Chang's cavalry, the might of Liang's cavalry was formidable. Indeed, they possessed 800 elite white-armored cavalry. Yet these could only serve as a flanking force and were ill-suited for direct confrontation with Liang's cavalry. Historically, infantry facing cavalry without advantageous positioning often met with disastrous outcomes. "Wanlong, I have a strategy," Su Mu stated earnestly. Chen Zhong and Jia Zhou, intrigued, turned their attention towards Su Mu. In Luqing, a long line of supply carts laden with provisions was being organized. The one-armed Chen Sheng, clad in battle armor, surveyed the logistics with a stern expression. "Brother Sheng." Hearing a sound, Chen Sheng hastily turned and saluted Su Mu with one arm. Su Mu waved his hand, gazing at the laborers and the supply cart before him. Momentarily lost in thought, there were still several rounds of supplies to be transported. Chen Sheng lowered his head and calculated. Approximately 2 rounds remained, and the siege supplies were also on their way. The citizens of Shuzhou had gathered a considerable amount of meat, which would be delivered in the next round. At this moment, not only the troops, but also the provisions were amassed in Luqing, signaling the imminent clash of the 2 armies. "Brother Sheng, leave 500 empty carts in Luqing. Is there anything amiss?" Chen Sheng pondered and shook his head, indicating that there was no issue. The largest batch of provisions had already been delivered, and even with 500 empty carts left behind, it would only result in a minor delay. However, he wondered what the Lord required these empty carts for. The pack horses were all aged. If not, they were remnants from the battlefield. They serve a purpose, Su Mu remarked, patting Chen Sheng on the shoulder. Chen Sheng smiled and refrained from pressing further. From the moment he began following Su Mu, he understood that his master was a man of grand ambitions. "Listening to the master, I am willing to accompany you in seeking sustenance," he said. A statement that momentarily rendered Su Mu silent, taking him back to that year in Guangzhou, where he had ventured with Si Hu, Jiang Kaiwei, and 5 horsemen, striving to survive. "My lord, as spring approaches amid the lingering chill, please take care of your health." While Su Mu was lost in thought, Chen Sheng had already led the logistics team forward, moving steadily ahead. An empty sleeve swayed gently in the wind. "Chen Sheng, when will you gather the brothers? I shall take you all to enjoy a banquet. The finest establishment, with the most beautiful maidens." "Ah, thank you, master." Chen Sheng turned back, his face beaming with joy, raising his arm to wave at Su Mu under the gentle spring sunlight. Chapter 593. Before the command post in the royal palace of Liangzhou City, Dongwon, weary from travel, strode in with a stern expression. After only a few steps, the substitute, who had been reclining with the concubine in the palace, was startled into kneeling. Trembling in fear, Dongwon, devoid of emotion, suddenly drew his blade and struck the substitute dead within the palace walls. Seated upon the throne, he dismissed the concubine and bitterly closed his eyes. A trusted aide rushed in to carry the body away. "Yurong, what did you say earlier?" A single phrase prompted one of the Liangzhou generals who had entered the palace to quickly kneel and plead for mercy. You told me there was a nation in the western regions just 1,000 miles away. Dongwen's face twisted in fury. Damn it. It is merely a small settlement of Hu people residing in an oasis. My lord, during the previous reconnaissance, the local leader indeed claimed sovereignty over their territory. 200,000 taels, only yielding 15,000 troops. If it were last year, I, Dongwen, would have dispatched a grand army to annihilate these Hu dog soldiers. With a crash, Dongwen angrily lifted his leg and overturned the jade table before him. Given your previous merits, return to the camp and prepare for the expedition. Once Yurong exited, the profound silence of the empty palace enveloped Dongwen once more. He did not summon his attendants. Instead, he trembled slightly as he donned his armor, fastened his cloak, and took up his gilded spear, slinging the wolf sinew bow across his back. He reminisced about his childhood, recalling how each time his father set out for battle, numerous clansmen would surround him, cautioning him to be careful and not to act carelessly. They would then fervently pray to the heavens for peace and resounding victory. Now he possessed nothing. Even his dear friend Sima Xiu had perished in Shuzhou. Had he been more steadfast and heeded Sima Xiu's strategies, perhaps he would not find himself in this predicament today. And now, as he donned his battle armor, Dongwen's entire visage transformed into one of madness and ferocity, resembling an enraged beast amidst the flickering candlelight. My lord, Daochong from Wulong City, along with Fang Ru, has arrived with a great army to join forces. Upon receiving this news, Su Mu was filled with elation. The only regret was that Yuan's troops had not yet arrived, though intelligence indicated they were not far off. Rest assured, my lord, I have dispatched 300 scouts around Wulong City to remain vigilant against any incursions from Liangzhou. Su Mu nodded with a smile. In this situation, Dongwen would undoubtedly not exert himself to reclaim Wulong City. It was akin to a product that had surpassed its expiration date and was no longer consumable. Dongwen's defensive perimeter in Liangzhou, barring unforeseen events, would remain centered around Lingzhu Pass. My lord, do you already have a sound strategy? Daochong inquired anxiously. As a general from Shuzhou, he shared Su Mu's concerns, primarily regarding the tens of thousands of cavalry from Liangzhou. Indeed, I have a plan, but preparations are still underway. Daochong wished to ask more, but suddenly, the sound of drums echoed from beyond Luqing. As everyone turned to look, they beheld a mighty army approaching from the direction of Shuzhou, resembling a colossal serpent winding through the dawn-lit sky. My lord, the forces from Miyunzu have arrived. Su Mu clenched his fist and turned back. 6 heroes, the time has come. Go and announce it. Yin clasped his hands in acknowledgement, understanding Su Mu's intent, and promptly stepped away. Convey the message. Once General Yu enters the city, all commanders are to assemble in the tent for a council on the campaign against Liangzhou. In a matter of days, the area around Lingzhu Pass was already on high alert. Clad in armor, Dongwen stood atop the city walls with numerous generals and strategists from Liangzhou, gazing at the scene beyond the pass. Cavalry galloped in waves, stirring clouds of yellow dust, while countless laborers began to urgently repair the city walls, laying down fortifications. Uncle, have the stone-throwing battalions been mobilized? Dongwen withdrew his gaze and asked with a smile. Upon hearing the term uncle, Dong Yuan appeared visibly honored. Earlier, he had survived a surprise attack by Shuzhou cavalry near the west gate of Luqing, and to his surprise, Dongwen had not held him accountable. Rest assured, my lord, over a dozen catapults have been transported from Anzhou, and now there are more than 30 stone-throwing battalions at Lingzhu Pass, sufficient for a staunch defense. Additionally, we are well stocked with crossbows, arrows, and collected stones. Should the Shu forces besiege the pass, they will surely face great hardship. Dongwen shook his head. Uncle, that's not quite right. What I meant was for you to deploy the stone-throwing battalions to Lingzhu Pass, approximately 20 miles outside the pass, to construct an earthen fortification. Dong Yuan was taken aback. My lord, fortifying the city is advantageous. Dongwen chuckled. Uncle, when fighting against common bandits, one must never fall into a passive position. Once ensnared in a passive position, one finds oneself led by the nose by the common thief. The terrain beyond Lingzhu Pass is a vast expanse. My elite cavalry from Liangzhou is numerous. Should we wish to conquer Shu, it must be with the charge of our cavalry, cutting down the people of Shu. As soon as the Shu forces approach Lingzhu Pass, with the support of the stone-throwing camp, we shall bombard them relentlessly, waiting for the Shu soldiers to panic, and then our grand cavalry shall sweep in from behind. rendering them vulnerable. Within Lingzhou Pass, 100,000 Liang troops are stationed. Of course, this figure is merely superficial. From Dong Wen's perspective, engaging in battle with the common thief without a reserve could very well lead to defeat. Yurong, relay the order. In this decisive battle against the Shu forces, should we slay a Shu subordinate commander, promotion to a county general shall follow. If we take down a Shu general, I shall be conferred the title of Liangzhou's noble commander. Should we capture the head of the common thief, I, Dongwon, hereby vow to be lauded as the foremost general of the 3 states of Liang, rewarded with 5,000 gold and lands to govern. This reward is indeed astonishing. Even Yurong, who bears the message, appears somewhat taken aback. Standing atop the city walls, Dongwon has come to a profound realization. The common thief in the southwestern Shu province stands as his greatest obstacle in his quest for supremacy. Facing the cold wind, Dongwon stood in silence for a moment before suddenly recalling something and turning to inquire of Dong Yuan. Uncle, it seems the assembly time with the Fushuan tribe is delayed. Dong Yuan nodded, having previously dispatched riders stating they would arrive at Lingzhou Pass in 2 or 3 days. However, it has now been over 5 days. Dongwon furrowed his brow. The curved blade cavalry of the Fushuan tribe represents a significant support for him. Should he abandon the battle at this juncture, it would be akin to losing an arm. In the harsh desert winds, the king of Fushuan is filled with exasperation. In his quest to aid Liang and provide the Fushuan tribe a chance to enter the central plains, he had mobilized over 30,000 curved blade cavalry from the western Chang people during winter. Little did he expect that just 2 days after departing the tribe, news of the encroaching Yudang king reached him. With no other recourse, the Fushuan king was compelled to send back 8,000 cavalry to protect the tribe. Yet, before long, he received the grim tidings of the defeat of those 8,000 brave warriors. Yudang, should I ever capture you, I shall roast you alive. The Fushuan king seethed, mounted upon his steed. My lord, the king of Liang awaits our rendezvous. We must return to the tribe. If the women and children, along with our foals, are seized by Yudang, how can the Fushuan tribe ever aspire to greatness? Chapter 594. A scheme to overcome the Liang cavalry after receiving military orders. Chao Yi, leading his forces combined with those of Yudang, totaling over 10,000 troops, began to engage the western Chang of the Fushuan tribe. Thus, within Lingzhou Pass, only about 40,000 Liang cavalry and over 60,000 Liang infantry remain. Jiazhou's tone lacked certainty. Yet, as always, this is merely the surface count. The art of war, the reality of friend and foe, constitutes half the battle. Sumu nodded. In his command, he held merely over 10,000 Shu cavalry. This does not account for Wei Feng's armored cavalry or the cavalry from Cai Zong's Dingzhou. To penetrate Liang, one must breach Lingzhou Pass. There is no merit in circumnavigation. In a grand confrontation, the supply line is equivalent to life itself. Should the main force maneuver deeply only to have their supplies severed, they would find themselves unable to sustain their operations amidst the chaos, resulting in utter annihilation. Sumu dares not take such a risk. In other words, the time for a desperate gamble has not yet arrived. The heavens can be capricious, and no one can guarantee that fortune will always favor us. Dongwon will undoubtedly exploit Lingzhou Pass, urging the laborers and establishing layers of fortifications. Sumu raised his gaze to the generals within the military tent. The most formidable challenge in this campaign against Liang lies undoubtedly in the tens of thousands of Liang cavalry, coupled with the flat terrain that grants them a significant advantage. Jiazhou furrowed his brow. The open, flat desert before Lingzhou Pass renders both fire and water tactics ineffective, with no forests to obstruct the cavalry, nor any other barriers. The mobility of the cavalry becomes paramount, rendering the phalanx defense futile under the onslaught of a long wall-style charge. The only viable strategy at present is to employ ranged forces to retaliate against the Liang cavalry. My lord, can we first construct obstacles to hinder the cavalry? Fan Lu interjected. Sumu and Jiazhou both shook their heads. What you can conceive, Dongwon can undoubtedly anticipate as well. Although this Dong Yixiao possesses a fierce temperament, he is by no means a fool, and thus will not leave such a glaring vulnerability. After a moment of deliberation, Jiazhou suggested, I propose that we schedule the skirmishes for the night. This way, we can at least negate the visual advantage of the Liang cavalry. What Wenlong suggested does indeed hold merit. In fact, Sumu had already formulated a preliminary plan, and in conjunction with Jiazhou's strategy of night assaults, there may be a chance of success. Previously, When Shengge returned to Shu, the Lord had left behind 500 empty carts. Jiazhou smiled, seemingly grasping Su Mu's intent. There is no deceiving when Long Jiazhou sighed softly. The advantages of the terrain would render the shield phalanx ineffective against the charge of the Liang cavalry. Therefore, the Lord must seek an alternative method to form a shield phalanx. However, this new formation may not ensnare Dongwuan. I shall devise another strategy for the Lord. Before Lingzhou Pass, there are still some scattered strongholds. The Lord could send a contingent to feign the occupation of these outposts. Before Su Mu could respond, Fan Lu interjected once more. But military advisor, these are mere desolate strongholds, devoid of strategic significance. Even if we occupy many, Dong the thief may not take notice. Fear not, Fan Lu, Su Mu replied with a smile. The advisor's intent does not rest on the few scattered strongholds, but rather on the great shield phalanx of our Shu army. A great shield phalanx? Oh, Fan the Great Bearded, do not be so boastful. I am far superior to you, truly. Perhaps taking delight in Fan Lu's discomfort, see who clapped his hands joyfully. His demeanor suggested a wish for the entire world to become foolish. Uncle, it has been several days. My lord, it has been 10 days since our great army from Liangzhou entered Lingzhou Pass, Dong Yuan reported urgently. Noting that nearly 100 scouts had been dispatched to the Fu Sun tribe, Dongwuan suppressed his anger, forcing a faint smile. Were it not for the fear of weakening troop morale, he would have scolded the Western Chang people. Do not be impatient, perhaps they will arrive by tomorrow. Report. Dongwuan halted his speech and raised his gaze to the Liangzhou scouts entering the pass. Speak. Several scouts, upon reaching the city wall, knelt and clasped their fists in salute. Reporting to the Lord, 80 miles southeast of Lingzhou Pass, we have discovered the great army of Shu. Southeast? What business does that rascal Su Mu have sending troops there? Dongwuan furrowed his brow. Beside him, Dong Yuan pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. My lord, the region of Lingzhou in the southeastern part is home to several scattered towns. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the commoners' bandits are likely to seize these towns. However, rest assured, these towns are desolate. Not only are there no provisions or supplies, but even the populace has fled. Moreover, the city walls are low and unsuitable for troop garrisoning or storage of grain. The commoners' bandits cannot capture Lingzhou, which is why they resort to petty gains. Uncle, we must not be careless. Dongwuan does not entertain any mockery. Learning from experience, his wisdom has been steadily ascending. You roam, take 2,000 light cavalry for reconnaissance, and be vigilant of the Shu people's movements. My lord, 2,000? Dongwuan narrowed his eyes. Why? Your subordinate obeys. The General Yurong hurriedly clasped his fists in salute. Remember, regardless of whether there is news, send back 10 riders every half hour. Once Yurong had ventured far, Dongwuan stepped forward amidst a throng of generals and advisors, advancing towards the city walls. Sima Xiu advised me to relocate the capital, but how could I, a descendant of the Dong clan, relinquish our ancestral lands to commoners' bandits? The troops dispatched by Su Mu are led by General Fan Lu. Originally, the chosen commander was Yuan, but he was unable to withstand the mockery of the foolish tiger, and in a fit of anger, he issued a military decree and proceeded. He brought along only 8,000 infantry. Although not too far away, they will inevitably be discovered by the Liang people. General Fan, we have spotted Liang scouts. Mounted on his horse, Fan Lu furrowed his brow, suppressing his desire to engage the enemy. Do not engage, continue marching. According to our Lord's directive, his mission this time is to select a desolate town for garrisoning. General Fan, the vanguard reports that there are at least 1 battalion of Liang cavalry nearby. 1 battalion? Fan Lu scratched his beard and paused, inexplicably recalling Sima, whose boisterous laughter. If anything were to go awry, and I were to retreat to the camp alongside the foolish tiger, what would happen if we were dubbed the 2 fools of Shuzhou? Damn it, how far is the nearest scattered town? Less than 30 miles. Position the shield formations on the flanks. Select 500 elite archers to the center. If the Liang cavalry approaches, form a line to block their horses and alternate shooting. General Fan, if the Liang cavalry is merely for reconnaissance, then we shall not engage and continue our march to the desolate town. Dispatch 10 riders to return to Lingzhou and report to the Lord, stating that I, Yurong, have discovered the large army of the Shu. By the way, gentlemen, can you recognize that bearded general from Shuzhou? It appears to be the great general from Shushi. Fan Lu, a brutish figure. Yurong pointed ahead, indicating the silhouette of the Shu army. Were it not for the Lord's command, I, Yuan, would dare to lead 2,000 Liang cavalry to make this brutish general abandon his armor and flee, whether out of arrogance or to bolster morale. Countless Liang cavalrymen around Yuan erupted in cheers. Chapter 595, The Bearded Fan. Heaven above, earth below. I, Sima Hu, wish to form a brotherhood with Fan Lu, to become the two fools of Shuzhou. Foolish brother. By the campfire, the drowsy Fan Lu was startled awake. Upon realizing it was merely a nightmare, he cursed under his breath. General, what is the matter? How goes the restoration of the town? Rest assured, it is already underway. However, the walls of Tuor town are low, and the city gates are merely constructed from broken wood. No matter how much we repair them, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Fear not, the strategist has devised a plan. We shall follow orders and act accordingly. By the way, what of the cavalry outside? They remain in pursuit. Fan Lu was somewhat incensed, likening their persistence to that of a dog that refuses to relinquish a bone. Rising to his feet, he grasped his sword and, accompanied by several trusted guards, began to traverse the entire expanse of Tuor town, moving back and forth until he finally reached the low battlements. Gazing into the distance, he spotted a contingent of cavalry from Liangzhou, taking advantage of the waning winter to set up camp on the barren ground outside the city, seemingly roasting some sand beasts while shouting provocatively. Fan Lu stroked his beard, glancing between the outside and the inside of the town, momentarily lost in thought. For 2 days, Sumu had received no intelligence from Fan Lu. They were under close observation, as Jiazhou calmly observed. The little crybaby possesses a modicum of skill. Sumu furrowed his brow. This time, Fan Lu's occupation of the desolate town is merely a secondary concern. His primary objective is to boldly push the 500 empty carts to the front lines. What suggestions does Wan Long have? Given that Dongwen relies on the cavalry from Liang, he is unlikely to dispatch too many cavalry units to monitor Fan Lu. As for the infantry, constrained by mobility, their involvement is equally improbable. If I were to speculate, at most 1 or 2 regiments of Liang cavalry might trail behind Fan Lu, ambushing our scouts and severing the flow of information. I have always said that Fan the Great Bearded is not as capable as I. He is simply a fool from Shu. See Hu, if you continue to babble, I shall strike you. See Hu hastily fell silent and retreated to the side, amusing himself. Do not worry, my lord. Considering that Dongwen may deploy troops to obstruct us, after assigning the tasks, I left a message for Fan Lu. What message? If no resolution is reached in 3 days, he must break the enemy himself. Wan Long's strategy is sublime. Let us dispatch 10 more riders to inform the lord, stating that I, Yuan, have slain 300 scouts from Shu in these 3 days. General Yu, could that be excessive? We have only captured 7 scouts in total. Yuan shot a glance, then declared, let it be said that I have taken down 100 cavalry scouts. Do not forget, should I achieve great merit, you shall also receive ample rewards. Now, hurry forth. As soon as the orders were relayed, Yuan raised his head, a cold smile playing on his lips as he gazed ahead. Near the desolate town, he had already dispersed hundreds of riders to obstruct the passage of Shu's scouts. Within Liangzhou's territory, it is a vast expanse, a battlefield where cavalry can display their might. In contrast, the Shu army before him possesses fewer than 100 steeds. To send out scouts? Each loss would be significant. This is a poor move indeed. Believing he had unraveled the plans of the Shu, Yuan stroked his goat-like beard, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned general. Meanwhile, within Tuor town, Fan Lu was also contemplating deeply. General Fan, it is the 3rd day. If no resolution is reached in 3 days, he must break the enemy himself. Fan Lu repeated, turning around to survey his surroundings. While he did not comprehend the intricacies of military strategy, years of leadership had imparted one crucial lesson. Much like hunting in the mountains, should a hunter sustain grave injuries, the scent of blood and a vulnerable posture may very well attract ravenous wolves. How is the arrangement within the town? As per the general's instructions, it has been secured. You remained in the town, seizing the opportunity to feign surrender. General Fan, how could the Liang people believe this? Fan Lu cast a sidelong glance, remarking, do you think there are many Sima Jingmas in all of Liangzhou? I have previously stated that my bushy beard, which others perceive as a sign of a simpleton, conceals a meticulous mind as sharp as a needle. I am not a foolish tiger. Unlike him, I take great care of my appearance, washing my beard daily with tea. Thus, I, Fan Lu, am not a simpleton. The loyal confidant beside him, accustomed to such remarks, reluctantly accepted the military order. Remember, if the Liang forces enter the city to surrender, you must swiftly depart from the town. Fang Ru shook the flesh on his face, exclaiming, I once owed half a month's worth of lodging fees, and even Flower Lady did not pursue me so fiercely. Damn it. Convey my military orders. Deploy 6,000-foot soldiers from the city and charge at the Liang forces. Let us strip the Liang men of their pride. The two creaking wooden doors slowly opened. Clad in battle armor, Fang Ru sat astride his horse, wielding a long blade, his gaze resolute. Behind him, the gathered 6,000 Shuzhou soldiers began to drum, their shouts echoing like thunder. What is this? In the desolate camp, Yurong heard the sound of drumming and furrowed his brow as he stood. General, the Shu forces are charging out of the city. What audacity! Yurong was momentarily taken aback with anger, but soon regained his composure. Despite only having 2,000 troops, all mounted, he was unafraid, confident in the advantageous terrain nearby. Moreover, he had previously gathered intelligence that this Shu army numbered less than 10,000. General, the Lord has commanded us not to engage with the Shu forces. Besides, they cannot catch up to our Liang cavalry. Yurong gritted his teeth and nodded. Break camp and retreat 30 miles. At that moment, a mounted scout rushed in. General Yu, that bearded Shu general has sent a token of goodwill, saying it is a gift for you as a gesture of our first meeting. What is it? Upon receiving the wrapped package, Yurong opened it, and his face instantly flushed with rage. Inside was unmistakably a woman's dress. I, Yurong, a blood-soaked warrior of the battlefield, cannot tolerate such an insult from these Shu curs. Ripping the dress to shreds, Yurong's eyes blazed with fury. Gather the troops. If the Shu forces advance any further, we shall charge with our cavalry and crush this dog army. General, the Lord has instructed not to debate this. Securing this military merit will surely please the Lord. Do not forget, it is the Shu who have come seeking their own demise. Liang cavalry, form up. On the flat terrain, the 2,000 Liang cavalry began to mount their horses, one hand gripping the reins and the other raising their spears. At the forefront, Yurong's face showed not only anger, but also a glimmer of eager anticipation. Fang Ru, also mounted, commanded the 6,000-foot soldiers to tighten their formation and advance steadily towards the Liang camp. Fang's cunning plan, involving the woman's tattered dress, had indeed provoked the Liang general's ire. Fang Ru felt no sense of triumph. Rather, he remained serious. I have been with the strategist the longest. Although I, Fang Ru, may seem a brute, I have learned that all schemes in this world are designed to ensnare the opponent. Thus, that Liang general has already fallen into my trap. This initial victory against Liang shall be mine. Chapter 596, The Brash General. General Yu, the Shu forces are charging. Listen, Yurong did not react with anger, but rather with a smile. Excellent. I have long declared that Fang Ru is nothing more than a brash general. I, Yurong, have devised a strategy. Intercepting his scouts and severing the flow of intelligence. He must be in a state of desperation now. When a man is desperate, he becomes akin to a rabid dog. Heedless of consequences. Relay my orders. Arrange the troops to break the enemy. Today marks the commencement of my illustrious victory over Shu. Although I command merely 2,000 cavalry, under my inspiration, they exude an aura of invincibility. Priding myself on my profound understanding of military strategy, I have positioned our cavalry atop a slight rise, awaiting the approach of the Shu forces to exploit the momentum of our descent and shatter their ranks. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, and the thunder of hooves stirred up clouds of dust, which the night wind swept into the air, transforming it into a storm of sand that clung to our armor. Fang Ru, spitting disdain, observed the formation of the cool cavalry from a distance without a trace of panic. General Fan, the enemy holds the high ground while we are mere infantry. A reckless charge could result in heavy casualties. With 2,000 cavalry against 6,000 infantry, if the terrain were favorable, our cavalry could indeed shatter the enemy lines. I am aware, Fang Ru gritted his teeth. This esteemed general of Shu, known for his formidable beard, harbored a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The generals of Shu, led by Yuan and Chao Yi, including Chai Zong, all proved their mettle in battle. Yet, he, having followed the strategist the longest, had never fought a truly glorious battle. Since the onset of the Longyang campaign, he had set aside his official duties to follow his lord. He had repelled the northern Di, entered Shu, battled demons, and campaigned against Liangzhou. Suddenly, Fan Lu's face ignited with battle fervor as he raised his sword. Heed my command. Charge forth against the Liang dogs. You general, they come. Excellent. At that moment, Yu Rong's expression was one of unparalleled excitement. The approaching Shu soldiers were precisely as he had anticipated. They seemed reckless and intent on charging. A brash general indeed. If our Liang cavalry do not charge now, when shall we? In an instant, beneath the shrouded night, the 2,000 Liang cavalry began their descent, brandishing their iron spears and roaring as they surged downwards. Lacking any tactical finesse, they relied solely on brute force, intent on assaulting Liangzhou. Yu Rong's fury ignited. His spear thrust forth, toppling a Shu soldier in his path. Dust swirled in the air, and without obstruction, the Liang cavalry surged forward, unstoppable. Archers! A furious Shu lieutenant shouted, raising his sword in alarm. From behind, the Shu archers released a deluge of arrows towards the Liang cavalry. A cacophony of horses' whinnies echoed as several Liang soldiers fell to the ground. Do not retreat. There are no fortifications to hinder us. If we advance, it will be the end of the Shu. As Yu Rong had predicted, despite their smaller numbers, the Liang cavalry's charge was formidable, particularly on level terrain. Without means to impede their advance, the Shu forces were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. After less than an hour, Yu Rong reined in his horse, a cold smile gracing his lips. I have always stated that a brash general is unworthy of concern. Military advisor, have you assessed the casualties among the Shu? Reporting to General Yu, their losses are fewer than 500. So few? Yu Rong furrowed his brow. When presenting this to our lord, assert that we have slain 3,000. The military advisor remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. By the way, has that reckless general been captured? Yu Jiang. He has escaped. Humph. Yu Rong raised his gaze towards Tuar town. In this case, the Shu soldiers guarding the city would likely be few in number. Yu Jiang, look. The Shu troops in Tuar town have raised the white flag to surrender. Yu Rong did not respond immediately, stroking his goat beard, lost in thought. Yu Jiang, we could take advantage of this opportunity to annihilate them. Under normal circumstances, Yu Rong might have deliberated extensively. But the recent victory over the Shu army had instilled an air of invincibility in this general from Liangzhou. Convey my orders. Let the Shu soldiers in the city bind their hands and kneel to surrender. Otherwise, I shall storm the city and leave not a single soul alive. The retreating Fan Lu showed no signs of despair. Rather, he seemed to have a cunning plan as he regrouped the scattered troops, attentively listening to the scouts' reports. Not yet in the city? Could it be that my old plan of Fan is not as superb as I thought? General Fan, the Liang troops have just entered the city. They are in Tuar town. Upon hearing this, Fan Lu, who had been cursing, suddenly stood up, his face alight with joy. The strategist does not deceive me. This tactic is precisely to lure the enemy into our trap. Relay my orders. Seal the city gates of Tuar town and shoot those Liang dogs dead within. When we counterattack, we shall be ready. The divine archers must ensure the elimination of the Liang cavalry outside the city. March. Under the heavy cloak of night, as they approached Tuar town, the sound of a few Liang soldiers relieving themselves could be distinctly heard. There is a song in Shu Prefecture called Mei Sen Yang. Let me sing a couple of lines for you. The soldier who spoke was instantly pierced through the head by a hidden arrow. The nearby soldiers, startled and about to raise an alarm, were swiftly silenced by the oncoming projectiles. General, there is still a mile to go. The Liang cavalry will soon circle back. Fan Lu wiped his face, leaving 500 men behind while the rest scattered to various city gates. Taking a deep breath, as Fan Lu stood up, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Tell me, are the preparations complete?" Unyielding. Then let loose and slaughter those Liang dogs within the city. Once ready, sound the horn. Soon, the heavy sound of the horn began to resonate around Tuar town. Yu Rong, who had just led his men into the city, was taken aback upon hearing the horn. What is happening? A deputy approaching was shot down right before Yu Rong's eyes. Startled, Yu Rong pulled back his horse, only to find that the white flag of surrender was nowhere in sight. The Shu soldiers within the city had suddenly scattered, revealing a dense formation of Shu archers atop the city walls, their chilling arrows aimed directly at the nearly 2,000 Liang cavalry entering the city. Without any discussion, a volley of arrows whistled through the air. Liang soldiers and their steeds, struck by arrows, tumbled to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Quick! We have fallen into a trap. We must exit the city immediately. Could it be that the poisonous eagle has laid a scheme here, specifically to ensnare me? You roam? Quickly, out of the city. All city gates are lined with Shu's long spear formations. We are trapped within. It must be the poisonous eagle's scheme. Yurong bellowed, raising his weapon and scanning his surroundings. Upon spotting a bearded general charging towards him, he was nearly thrown from his horse in astonishment. Even the fiercest of courtesans would not pursue one so relentlessly over a mere debt of 10 taels for a night's stay. I shall cleave your father in twain. In a fit of rage, Fang Ru charged forward with his men. Before long, amidst the chaotic melee, Yurong let out a pained cry as his head was severed and rolled into the mud below. Today, the sons of Shu shall eradicate the Liang dogs. Bloodied and resolute, Fang Ru stood amid the cacophony of battle, brandishing his blade with a voice that thundered like a storm. Chapter 597. The Liang cavalry emerges from the pass. Intelligence from Fang Ru's side had been relayed back. Jiazhou's voice was filled with relief as he handed a crumpled letter to Su Mu. The tail that had followed Fang Ru had been decisively severed. Moreover, the report indicated that over 500 Liang horses had been captured, intended for the extermination of Liang scouts. Before dawn, Wen dispatched a second cavalry unit to shadow them. Fang Ru's actions undoubtedly bought precious time. My lord may now take action. Su Mu exhaled deeply upon finishing the letter. Fang Ru had indeed earned the mantle of the foremost hero against Liang. His subordinates were gradually maturing, which was the source of Su Mu's greatest satisfaction. Are the 6 heroes prepared? Rest assured, Captain, there is no room for error. Su Mu's face bore a calm demeanor. 6 heroes. I entrust this critical mission to you. You shall lead 3,000 men, pushing 500 carts, to the vicinity of Lingju Pass, 50 li away, heading towards Santown, disguised as a supply convoy. At that juncture, Dongwen will believe we are transporting provisions to Santown. Inhu paused thoughtfully. Captain, what if Dong the traitor does not fall for this ruse? He will. The eyes and ears in Santown have already been eliminated. At the very least, he will dispatch another battalion. However, given the 50 li distance, foot soldiers would be unable to reach in time. Thus he is likely to send cavalry. 6 heroes. You must understand, while this is but a small bait, I aim not only to catch small fish. If I can ensnare the big fish, then great matters shall be accomplished. Jiazhou, standing nearby, wore an expression of equal calm. At Lingju Pass, as intelligence flowed in, Dongwen closed his eyes in cold contemplation. It was not reflection, but rather an effort to suppress his fury. That dog, Yurong, disregarded his military orders, resulting in the annihilation of 2,000 cavalry. Thus, the commoners are now transporting provisions towards Santown. Indeed, Dong Yuan gasped. The specific movements of the Shu forces were now obscure, having been misaligned by 2 days. Yet, even as a garrison or outpost, Santown seemed to hold little significance. Dongwen slowly opened his eyes. Engaging with the commoners could not be judged by conventional means. Uncle, you are to relay orders to dispatch a battalion of Liang cavalry, primarily for reconnaissance. They must not engage until the final moment. Understood. Before dusk could fall, a unit of Liang cavalry cautiously emerged from Lingju Pass, wary of detection by the Shu forces, taking a deliberate detour. However, they had scarcely approached within 20 li when they were besieged from all sides by a surging tide of Shu soldiers, and the clash ensued. Retreat, retreat. The 2,000 Liang cavalry dwindled to merely a fraction, hastily turning their steeds back towards Lingju Pass. The night sky enveloped the area, casting a chilling atmosphere upon Dongwen, who, upon hearing the reports of the defeated troops, felt an icy dread. How many are there? He asked. My lord. At least several tens of thousands. The cries of battle resound all around us. Although we are mounted, we cannot escape. A bloodied lieutenant spoke, his face pale with fear. Could it be that the Shu people have indeed changed their target, planning to launch an assault on Liangzhou from the direction of Santown? Dong Yuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, it seemed true. Before Lingju Pass, the lord had fortifications and tens of thousands of Liang cavalry standing ready. Dongwen's expression darkened. Uncle, have you considered that this might be a trap set by commoners, luring us in? Dong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Send a command. Dispatch another regiment of Liang cavalry, but do not approach the Shu forces. Remain at a distance and scout carefully. Dongwen gritted his teeth. Merely 2 days later, the 2nd Cavalry Regiment sent out returned in disarray, a panicked retreat to Lingju Pass. What happened? Dongwen exclaimed, astonished. I followed your orders, my lord, and did not approach, yet there were ambushes from the Shu forces everywhere. Their main army has begun marching towards Santown. Outside Lingju Pass, the terrain is flat. Even if we cannot defeat them, we should be able to retreat. My lord, the commoners have a cavalry force of 10,000. Dongwen fell silent, waving his hand dismissively, devoid of any inclination to assign blame. My lord, if this continues, it may be too late. My Liang cavalry is formidable, and the Shu forces are merely 50 miles away. Dong Yuan hesitated, offering a cautious counsel. With a stern expression, Dongwen ignored his uncle's words. Gentlemen, do you have any suggestions? A few elderly scholars, resembling learned men, stammered for a long time without arriving at any sensible conclusions. If you all possessed even half the wisdom of Sima the strategist, I, Dongwen, would not find myself trapped here. Dongwen erupted in anger, nearly losing his composure and kicking someone. The commoners have outwitted my spies and are engaging in covert operations. Cursed be it. My lord, my lord. Dongwen looked at yet another rider approaching, his voice cold. Within our Liangzhou territory, a contingent of 10,000 Shu cavalry has suddenly appeared, having seized several cities along the northeastern border. What? Dongwen's face turned ashen. If he had still been contemplating the situation earlier. Upon hearing the news of the sudden appearance of the Shu army within Liangzhou, he realized there was no need for further deliberation. The commoners are covertly advancing into Liangzhou. Dongwen felt a tingling at the back of his neck, sensing that what had once held a glimmer of victory was now rendered exceedingly precarious. Convey my military orders. 40,000 Liang cavalry shall exit the pass and charge against the Shu brigands. Additionally, 50,000 infantry shall accompany them to encircle and coordinate with the Liang cavalry in a pincer attack. Chai Zongdong had acted too prematurely. Jia Zhou sighed. Even I did not expect Dongwen to endure for so long this time. Yet, it is fortunate that intelligence has reached us that Dongwen's forces have emerged from the pass, preparing to intercept. Sumu nodded. I have already instructed Yuan to lead 50,000 soldiers from Muyuan Prefecture to attempt an assault on Lingju Pass, while it is vulnerable. However, Wenlong is aware that these are merely the numbers Dongwen presents on the surface. I have a feeling he still harbors a substantial army. To be honest, my lord, I share this sentiment. Regardless, this opportunity to force Dongwen into a decisive battle outside the pass is the best we could hope for. Does Wenlong know the location of our ambush? On the map, it seems to be called Shilang Hill, surrounded by numerous sand dunes. Compared to several desolate towns, the terrain is somewhat advantageous. Indeed, Sumu narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if he could slay the vicious wolf, Dongwen, in this battle, the campaign against Liang would be worry-free. Sihu, I must ask you to bear this burden and convey an order. Inform all the major camps to prepare for battle. Furthermore, have Wei Feng ready as well. This time, whether we feast on meat or porridge depends on his prowess. Brother Mu, do you have any silver for a bribe? Sihu inquired anxiously. Just a trivial sum, Su Mu retorted, feeling somewhat helpless as he rummaged through his pocket, retrieving 3 ingots of silver. Sihu, should you manage to eliminate that little winner, upon our return to Shuzhou, you may directly take a sack to the treasury and fill it to your heart's content. I shall provide accordingly. You said it, Sihu exclaimed, his face suddenly flushing red as he tucked the 3 ingots into his bosom and hurriedly dashed forward to relay the message. Chapter 598. The refusal of the horse by the moon formation on the sandy ground at dawn, a small thorny plant, having endured the winter, was just about to bravely lift its head to welcome its spring. However, under the urgent pounding of hooves, the little thorn was trampled and bent, perishing amidst the spring breeze and the earth. March! Shouted the various commanders of Liangzhou, riding furiously, brandishing long sabers and iron spears, pointing them forward. Dongwen, with a stern countenance, rode atop a heavily armored steed, bearing a wolf sinew longbow and wielding a gilded spear, the red tassels of his golden lion helmet fluttering wildly in the brisk wind. Surrounded by numerous personal guards, he spurred his horse up a sand dune, lifting his head to observe the more than 40,000 Liang cavalry, fierce as wolves and tigers, surging like thunder. In that moment, a fiery intensity surged within his chest, as if it were about to explode forth. The finest steeds emerged from Liangzhou. All the sons of the 8 counties of Liangzhou are skilled riders. You all, I invite you to grip your long spears tightly and let the children of Shuzhou experience the might of Liangzhou's iron hooves. Liangzhou's iron hooves leave no blade of grass untouched. The order was given for the troops to advance 50 miles ahead to Shilang Hill. On a patch of sandy ground covered with a straw mat, An old veteran pressed his ear to the mat, and shortly thereafter, his face turned pale. General, a dozen miles ahead, the sound of iron hooves is like thunder. They are likely to come charging. The other commanders, gripping their swords at their waists, also changed color. Relay this. Inform the Lord that we have spotted the Liang cavalry army a dozen miles ahead. Understood. Su Mu, mounted on his horse, waved his hand, signaling the messenger to retreat. When long, they are coming. Jia Zhou, also on horseback, remained remarkably calm, knowing that the vast number of Liang cavalry was Dong Wen's last bastion. My lord, this is the opportunity. Su Mu nodded. He had deployed Chao Yi to hold back the western Chang cavalry of the Fu Sun tribe, and had also mobilized Chai Zong to compel Dong Wen's cavalry to engage at Shilang Hill. This time, if they could not achieve a great victory over the Liang cavalry, the ensuing campaign against Liang would surely become even more arduous. Shilang Hill, spacious and flat in terrain, was uniquely marked by a row of continuous sand dunes to the south. These dunes could temporarily impede the charge of the Liang cavalry. Perhaps their formation was due to a hidden river beneath. Yet, such considerations were no longer on Su Mu's mind. What he needed to do was strategize and orchestrate this grand scheme. Wei Xiaowu, my lord, I am here. Wei Xiaowu, with a delicate beard and clad in battle armor, approached Su Mu. Su Mu regarded him with admiration. From his humble beginnings as a mere stick-bearer, Wei Xiaowu had evolved into a formidable standard-bearer. Wei, I seem to have forgotten your age this year. 18, a scion of the Qingtian camp. Very well, Wei. Mount your horse and have the flag unit follow closely. Su Mu lifted his gaze, his expression solemn, issuing commands for the armies to prepare, ensuring that before nightfall, they would capture the Liang forces at Shilang Hill. At Shilang Hill, Dongwen halted his horse, surveying the scene ahead. My lord, they are from Shu. Dongwen nodded. Narrowing his eyes, the scouts had not erred. Before them, a supply convoy was slowly advancing, transporting provisions. Perhaps alerted by the approach of the Liang cavalry, the Shu soldiers shouted of an enemy assault and swiftly formed a defensive formation. Dongwen, squinting, commanded, relay my orders. Let us use this supply convoy to showcase the might of our Liangzhou cavalry. Chase the wind unit, attack. Hearing Dong Wen's command, the eager Dong Yuan shouted with excitement. On the flat terrain, the Shu forces were laid bare, unable to evade the pursuit of the Liang cavalry. Nearly 10,000 Liangzhou cavalry surged behind Dong Yuan, their battle cries echoing like a rising tide as they charged towards the hundreds of supply carts. At this moment, Dong Yuan failed to notice that the supply convoy had formed a concave shape. As the Liang cavalry approached, the initially startled Shu forces transformed into a resolute front. The commander, Yin Hu, donned armor for the rare occasion, wielding a longsword, facing the thunderous hooves with unwavering courage. Relay the order. Hold at the Kwe formation. Prepare the crossbows. The concave Kwe formation, constructed of 500 reinforced carts equipped with heavy crossbows and concealed bows, was poised for ambush. Even at the weakest points of the formation, long spears and large shields were ready for defense. From a distance, the Kwe formation resembled a hairband worn by a young girl in later times. Kill. Dong Yuan's exhilaration did not wane. The vast contingent of Liang cavalry charged forward. Yin Hu's face flushed as he bellowed, raising his sword. Prepare, fire in unison. The crossbowmen hidden within the carts calculated their distance through small openings before unleashing a volley of bolts into the air. Heavy crossbows emerged from atop the carts, through gaps, or from openings crafted in the carts, releasing a rain of bolts that sliced through the air with a deafening sound. The first wave of Liang cavalry, charging at the forefront, saw many fall from their steeds, their cries and the sounds of whinnying horses momentarily drowning out the whistle of the bolts. Horses stumbled, collapsing onto the sandy ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Dong Yuan's complexion paled as he swiftly reined in his horse, nearly throwing himself off in the process. What is happening? General, it's an ambush. Dong Yuan gritted his teeth, turning anxiously to glance back at Dongwen. It's merely 2 or 3 carts. We can break through. He pressed on, driven by the fear of returning empty-handed, knowing that even a distant uncle would face dire consequences. Under the command of Dong Yuan, only 6 or 7,000 cavalry of the wind-chasing brigade pressed forward with unwavering determination. Suddenly, the cold cavalry surged in, brandishing their iron spears, fiercely thrusting towards the Shu army and their supply wagons. Protect the wagons. Countless hidden Shu soldiers emerged, wielding swords and shields, seizing the opportunity to sever spear shafts or encircle and slay the advancing cavalry. However, the might of the charge was not to be underestimated. Many Shu soldiers among the defenders were counterattacked, falling to the ground, bloodied. Those still gasping for breath, despite being covered in dust, were dragged off the battlefield towards the formation. Who dares to stand against the iron hooves of Liangzhou? Dong Yuan brandished his saber, cleaving the head of a Shu captain. Yet, as he retracted his blade, a heavy crossbow bolt pierced both horse and rider, sending him sprawling 10 paces away. As Dong Yuan struggled to rise, a volley of crossbow bolts rained down, turning him into a pincushion. Leaning on his sword, he coughed blood, his body tumbling back as he fell before the formation. The remaining 4,000 Liang cavalry, witnessing the death of their leader, hastily turned their horses around, only to be met with another wave of crossbow bolts from behind, resulting in hundreds more Liang soldiers falling from their mounts. Our Lord has devised such a formation. It is indeed remarkable, Jia Zhou praised. Su Mu, however, expressed a hint of regret, noting that the true formation would have relied on a waterway, with multiple troop types working in concert for a coordinated assault. This is but a shadow of its potential. A shadow of a pigeon? Jia Zhou was momentarily perplexed, as their lord sometimes employed perplexing phrases. Wenlong, perhaps you can elucidate next time. Su Mu exhaled deeply. Wei, signal for the banners. Prepare the light cavalry brigade. Wei Xiaowu accepted the command, taking the flags atop the sand dune, beginning to wave the large Su banner. Chapter 599, The Might of the Great Formation. Dongwen closed his eyes, suppressing his rage. The death of a clan uncle did not anger him. Rather, it was the realization that he had fallen into the traps set by the commoners. These were not mere supply wagons, but rather obstacles laid by the commoners to hinder the cavalry. After the initial skirmish, they had already sustained losses of over 6,000 riders. My lord, we must retreat, a Liangzhou general cautiously suggested. Dongwen did not respond, but lifted his gaze to the sky above. After the fierce battle, it was now midday. The spring sun shone gently upon him. Yet the chill remained unyielding. My lord, the 50,000 infantry from Liangzhou have arrived. Upon hearing this news, Dongwen's eyes flew open, revealing a gambler's frenzy on his face. Send orders for 20,000 infantry to advance 300 paces ahead, shields in front, archers in the middle, and reduce those wagons to splinters. Li Mi, you shall lead this charge. As commanded, replied a robust veteran beside Dongwen, clasping his fists in salute. The Liang cavalry awaited the opportunity to pursue and eradicate the Shu army as soon as the wagons were breached. The Longli banner fluttered in the wind below the sand dune. Li Mi, a Liang general from Wuwei County, had previously led 3,000 spear and shield troops to defeat 10,000 from the western Chang. Su Mu nodded, his expression devoid of any condescension. In such chaotic times, aside from a few privileged aristocrats, those capable of commanding a regiment would not be ordinary individuals. Dongwen's strategy was clear. The infantry would break the formation, while the remaining 30,000 Liang cavalry would lie in wait for the right moment to strike. No worries, Su Mu replied, brimming with confidence. Earlier, he had already instructed Wei Xiaowu to change the battle standard. The sound of hooves echoed across the flat expanse of sand as the disciplined infantry of Liang advanced steadily, their armor clinking rhythmically amidst the tension. The swirling dust momentarily blinded the onlookers. Raise your shields. Archers to the center, commanded the seasoned General Li Mi, mounted and furious. The front line discarded their weapons, raising their shields in defense. The archers behind them began to ready their bows, one hand steadying the bow while the other rested on their quivers. The enemy approaches. Liang dogs are near. The masked figure of Yin who bore a gaze filled with icy resolve. The range of their longbows far exceeded that of the crossbows from Shuzhou. In other words, if the Liang infantry advanced any closer, they would only be targets for assault. Yet, Yin who trusted that their commander had devised a profound strategy, taking all aspects into account. As expected, before Yin who could issue an order, a sudden thundering of hooves erupted from the flanks of the crescent formation. Turning to observe, he was met with the chilling sight of 1,000 light cavalry from Shuzhou emerging from the swirling dust, their outlines becoming sharply defined. Leading them was Daochong, donned in a masked helmet and a sand-stained white cloak, exuding a commanding presence. Ordinarily, the mightiest cavalry general of Shuzhou would be Chao Yi, followed by Cai Zong and Wei Feng. However, all three had been reserved for other purposes. Old Dou, having once thrived in the horse trade, was more than capable of commanding a light cavalry force, especially with the scattered horse farms in southern Suzhou. On the sand dune, Su Mu remarked, "The Lord has a keen sense for deploying his men, exhibiting the aura of a true sovereign. Your words grow ever more eloquent, Wan Long. Let us celebrate victories before we sing praises. For now, we must witness the unfolding battle." Under the vast sky, Daochong raised his spear, its blade glinting ominously. Equipped with a fishtail design, ready to strike and retract. People say Suzhou lacks horses. Let the lads raise their spears and show these Liang dogs who truly commands the iron hooves of the realm. Split into two wings and charge. The 1,000-strong Suzhou cavalry advanced, flanking the Liang infantry with ferocity. Li Mi, who was holding the line, looked up in alarm. Signal a change in formation. Immediately adjust. Archers, target the left and right flanks. The Liang infantry, initially aiming directly at the crescent formation, had not anticipated the cavalry's sudden emergence from the sides. Li Mi's response was timely, but the flat terrain, combined with the speed of the light cavalry, allowed the Suzhou horsemen to swiftly penetrate the Liang ranks. Their long spears wreaking havoc. Quickly relay the orders. Shields up on both sides. Li Mi shouted hoarsely. The long spears maneuvered, tearing through the Liang infantry's ranks. The Suzhou cavalry charged back and forth, and soon the once fearsome Liang soldiers were thrown into disarray. Li Mi, amidst 100 loyal guards, was left voiceless in despair atop his horse. On the sand dune, Su Mu observed the battle's progression with a calm demeanor. Lord Wei signaled Dou to fall back. In the fervor of battle, Daochong lifted his gaze to the flag signals, displaying no inclination to linger. After issuing commands, he swiftly led the formidable Shu cavalry away from the battlefield. The subsequent arrival of 20,000 Liang cavalry was met with dismal solitude, prompting their commanding general to curse profusely at the retreating Shu forces. Protecting the infantry, Li Mi, atop his steed, was consumed by self-reproach. As soon as he returned to camp and encountered Dongwan, he dismounted and knelt, drawing his long sword in an attempt to take his own life in atonement. Dongwan, with a stern countenance, kicked the sword from Li Mi's grasp and inquired, "Can you discern the formation ahead? The Lord has not encountered such a formation before. It resembles the crescent moon formation, though its appearance is peculiar. It possesses not only ambushers, but also flanking cavalry. I suspect there may even be hidden troops." Li Mi responded, his brow furrowed, suppressing the anger building within him as he helped Li Mi to his feet. "My lord, this formation is difficult to change. It must have been laid out by the common bandits long ago, who have been awaiting your arrival," Li Mi stated. "Do you suggest a retreat?" Dongwen queried. Li Mi fell silent, hesitant to voice such a notion. Dongwen glanced skyward, feeling an unsettling tumult stir within his chest. Having suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of these bandits, a sense of dread began to take root in his heart. The bizarre formation, along with the presence of Shu forces in Liangzhou and the yet unseen hidden troops, troubled him. Grinding his teeth, he commanded, "Relay orders for the army to retreat to Lingzhu Pass and reconsider our strategy." After a prolonged silence, Su Mu's tone turned frigid. "Dongwen intends to withdraw. He comes and goes as he pleases, as if this were an outing at the Qingguan. I have warned you, he cannot escape. Let the battle drag into the night. We shall annihilate this Liang army." Lord Wei signaled for Daochong to advance, instructing him to keep the Liang dogs at bay, with infantry accompanying. Even if Dongwen were to retreat, the priority would be to safeguard the foot soldiers. Under Daochong's relentless harassment and the diminishing morale, the speed of their withdrawal would only slow further. Amidst the swirling sands, the 1,000-strong Shu cavalry resembled a pack of wolves, constantly harassing and pursuing. "Common bandits, you dare to insult me!" Dongwen bellowed from his mount, raising his lance in fury. As twilight descended, the early spring skies did not bleed with the dying sun, but the emerging hints of new green were gradually enveloped in gloom. "Spread out. Cut off the Shu pursuers." Dongwen commanded fiercely from his horse. "Charge forward." The encounters were brutally fierce. Even Su Mu atop the sand dunes felt his eyes grow weary. To retain the multitude of Liang cavalry, Daochong, leading his 10,000 Shu riders, exploited the weaknesses of the Liang forces, engaging in relentless ambushes. The barren sandy expanse was littered with corpses of Shu soldiers, Liang troops, and half-dead war horses, all entangled in the dust, lamenting with mournful cries. "Come on, bring it." Dongwan, in a frenzy, personally charged forth. skewering a Shu commander and sending him sprawling. Yet, he did not relent, roaring as he raised his gilded lance, shattering the skull of another foe beneath his horse, before erupting into maniacal laughter. Common bandit, your moves are pathetic. With merely 10,000 Shu cavalry, can you truly thwart us? Kill. Should more Shu riders approach, pierce their very forms. As the night grew colder and the wind intensified, swirling dust and sand ascended into the darkened sky, Su Mu remained silent, his eyes deepening in the dim light. The night enveloped the area as a formidable force of 50,000 troops swiftly approached the gates. With a crack, he snapped the neck of a scout from Liangzhou. Yuan rubbed his hands, silently gazing at the somber sky above. The scouts emerging from Liang had already claimed over 100 lives. Moreover, ambushes had been set up in various directions as they returned. It was time. Relay my command to the troops. Check your quivers and long knives. Every battalion must prepare 10 siege ladders and march forth with urgency for a surprise assault on Lingju Pass. With the order from General Yu in mind, Dongwen lifted a fallen soldier from Shu, laughing maniacally in the night breeze. The hero from Shu, despite coughing blood, managed to smile. Shu dogs, what are you laughing at? Laugh at your mother for giving birth to you without any balls. With a cold expression, Dongwen cast the body down heavily, extinguishing any remaining signs of life. My lord, the cavalry of Shu, numbering in the thousands, has suffered at least half in casualties. Why do these Shu men still linger? Li Mi's face bore signs of panic. Listening intently, Dongwen furrowed his brow. How long has it been since the scouts from Lingju Pass reported back? It has been 7 signals, nearly 2 hours. Li Mi replied. Something is amiss. Dongwen clenched his teeth. Li Mi, don't you feel it? I suspect that these bandits are not merely stalling our cavalry from Liangzhou. What if we leave a contingent to cover our retreat? What do you think? Li Mi fell silent, hesitant to make a rash judgment. Damn it. If only you had a fraction of Sima's wisdom, I would not be in this predicament. Relay the order. The cavalry must cease pursuit and regroup. Beneath the swirling sand, countless Liang cavalry retreated from the flat terrain, returning to the main army, awaiting Dongwen's next command. Bring the wounded back. Meanwhile, over 1,000 severely injured soldiers from Shu were receiving urgent care from medics, staunching wounds and applying salves. My abdomen is pierced. Someone, push my intestines back in. An elderly medic cried out in anguish. Regardless of the outcome, as per the words of physician Chun, they must do their utmost. Skilled hands might bring forth miraculous recoveries. Every broken spear, torn armor, and dying soldier bore testament to the brutality of war. In this world, even a general known for victories must build his renown upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Su Mu remained contemplative for a long while. Beside him, Jiazhou stood, gazing into the distant darkness. My lord, this world is on the cusp of change. Many will perish, yet even more shall survive. One general's triumph often comes at the cost of countless lives. Su Mu raised his head, his voice growing steadier. Relay my command. The night has fallen, and the Shu army will commence the slaughter of the dogs. Signal arrows, shoot them up. Before long, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The colors of dawn illuminated Su Mu's face amidst the darkness. On the sand dunes, Wei Xiaowu ordered dozens of torches to be lit, casting a bright glow over the surroundings. Flag signal, advance. The flag, adorned with the character Su, fluttered vigorously in the wind, striking down heavily. Not long after, the air around Shilang Hill reverberated with the thunderous cries of battle. The sounds of galloping hooves mingled with the clash of swords and shields, alongside the furious shouts of seasoned veterans and the fervent calls of fresh recruits. It was as if the pent-up fury had finally erupted, and the cacophony of slaughter echoed through the heavens. My lord, there are Shu people everywhere, Li Mi exclaimed, reining in his horse, his tone filled with astonishment. Why did these Shu soldiers not reveal themselves sooner? The commoners and the venomous eagles are in the midst of a slaughtering scheme. Shilang Hill, Shilang Hill. Do they truly believe I, Dongwen, am but a mere little wolf? Flames flickered in every direction. Damn it, how can there be so many Shu troops? In that tense moment, a tremor crept into Li Mi's voice. Dongwen scanned his surroundings and noticed that the path back to Lingju Pass was now illuminated by torches that snaked toward him like a long serpent, continuously winding closer. My lord, that peculiar formation of the Shu is once again ensnaring the horses and pushing the carts toward us. Within that formation are hidden crossbows and ambush bows. If they advance any closer, disaster will surely strike. You speak like an incompetent general. Enough of your chatter, Dongwen retorted coldly, casting a sharp glare at Li Mi. Be silent and allow me to ponder. Li Mi nodded and fell into silence once more. Regrettably, before Dongwen could devise a strategy, a volley of arrows descended from an unknown source. Before the command to raise shields could be issued, a contingent of Liangzhou infantry fell victim to the onslaught. Retreat toward the west. As darkness enveloped the sky, the charge lost its visibility, and the earlier pursuit of the Shu cavalry faltered. The vast force of over 30,000 Liang cavalry could only follow Dongwen's lead, avoiding the winding paths of flickering torches as they sought to escape the encirclement. However, unexpectedly, they had barely advanced a few miles when, from the western shadows, Shu soldiers suddenly surged forth. Without any light or warning, a relentless barrage of arrows rained down from the darkness. The Liang soldiers cried out in despair under the onslaught. Dongwen contemplated leveraging the Liang cavalry to charge directly through, but upon glancing back, he discovered that many panicked Liang soldiers had disregarded military orders and turned to flee wildly. Damn it, do not panic. Under the circumstances, Dongwen might have assumed that wherever the torchlight flickered, there lay the encircling army of Shu, brandishing torches as they approached. Yet, in truth, he was mistaken in his assumptions. Su Mu clenched his fists, his voice devoid of emotion. The true slaughter lies within the darkness. I, Su Mu, shall slay this Liangzhou wolf, and with the three armies, I shall establish a grand legacy. Chapter 601. The White Armor in the Night after dispatching 2 fleeing captains. And amid a renewed sense of morale, the spirit of the Liangzhou army began to gradually revive. Dongwen's throat felt parched, and he struggled to catch his breath. His gaze sweeping the area. My lord, these torches may be a ruse. Under normal circumstances, Shu would not possess such a vast force. Li Mi hesitated to speak. Damn it, why did you not mention this earlier? My lord commanded me to remain silent. Were it not for the urgent nature of the battle, Dongwen would have been tempted to strike this old fool down. Let us retreat to Lingju Pass. My lord, it is not Li Mi speaking this time, but another general, who trembled as he pointed toward the direction of Lingju Pass. Dongwen turned around, casting a few fleeting glances, and an overwhelming sensation of suffocation instantly enveloped his entire being. The unmistakable scent of gunpowder and the chaos of war had engulfed the entire Lingju Pass in a shroud of smoke and fire. My lord, the Shu forces are attacking the pass. We must retreat swiftly. Retreat? Do you truly believe that at this juncture, the common bandits would allow you to return for reinforcements? Dongwen gritted his teeth resolutely. His words proved prophetic, for in the direction of Lingju Pass, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed ominously. What a splendid trap! What a clever stratagem! Presently, the forces surrounding the Liangzhou camp dwindled to a mere 30,000 cavalry and over 20,000 infantry, their ranks disheveled following a series of unfortunate tidings. As the night wind surged, it lifted the crimson tassels of Dongwen's golden lion helmet higher and higher. Without uttering another word, Dongwen coldly extended his hand, retrieving a signal arrow from beneath his armor, knocking it on his bowstring and releasing it. Unlike the signal arrows of Shu, which emitted billowing white smoke, the arrow shot by Dongwen produced a piercing sound that reverberated through the sky. Behold my elite forces of Liangzhou. Let us annihilate the countless Shu curs. Boom, boom. From the west of Shilang Hill, several thunderous sounds erupted, and a vast shadow of cavalry, silhouetted against the distant flickering flames, surged forward in haste. At the forefront, a cavalry commander donned a feathered helmet, his narrow eyes brimming with fierce intent. He tightened the reins and pointed his lance forward. Liangzhou Wolf Cavalry, charge! Just then, Daochong, stationed at the roadblock, was startled by the commotion and quickly turned around, only to discover a dark mass of cavalry, all mounted on towering steeds, seemingly ready to unleash their bows. Avoid! Daochong's face went pale as he shouted in alarm. In a swift volley of mounted archery, countless Shu cavalry fell from their horses, succumbing to the onslaught. Switch to long swords and charge with me. Kill! The swarm of shadows surged forward like a rising tide, and amidst the thunderous sound of hooves, they soon closed in. Clang! Daochong raised his spear defensively, blocking a downward strike from an enemy's saber. With a furious roar, he lifted his spear, disarming the foe's weapon and sending it crashing to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, he thrust his spear forward, and the enemy rider fell with a cry of agony. Grasping the reins, Daochong surveyed the battlefield. realizing that his own Shu cavalry had rapidly fallen into a disadvantageous position. Hold the line, hold the line. On the sand dune, Su Mu, who had been observing the battle, suddenly furrowed his brow. My lord, Dongwen has a backup plan, Jia Zhou remarked gravely. Su Mu nodded. He had anticipated that Dongwen would undoubtedly have a contingency in place. Yet, he had not expected this cunning fellow to endure until now before revealing his hand. The Shu cavalry was already few in number, and Daochong's forces had sustained considerable losses in their pursuit of Dongwen. Su Mu frowned deeply, and after a moment, he seized 2 signal arrows from his side and shot them into the sky simultaneously. 2 brilliant bursts illuminated the heavens. A cavalry unit of nearly 1,000 men tore through the night wind, charging forward with fervor. As they traversed the undulating sand dunes, they left behind numerous hoofprints, indistinguishable in their crescent shapes. At the forefront, a commanding general galloped forth, glancing back toward the direction of Shu. Chui Zhang de Chui, once I achieve military merit, I shall procure 10 bolts of the finest silk for you. What was that sound? Desiring to break free from encirclement, Dongwen abruptly halted his gunfire. Frowning as he glanced backward, the sound echoed like the hooves of a mighty steed. Yet one must ponder the enormity of such a horse to produce such a heavy thud. Li Mi, my apprehensions linger. Take 5,000 cavalry to investigate. Should they be Shuzhou riders, it is imperative to obstruct them, he commanded. Li Mi reined in his horse, assembling 5,000 cavalrymen, swiftly diverging to the flank and hastening forward. He understood well that the war horses of Shuzhou could not rival those of Liangzhou. He estimated that the Shuzhou cavalry engaged at Shilang Hill were nearing their limits. Can we discern their numbers? Generally, this contingent of Shuzhou cavalry comprises at most 1,000 men. 1,000? Li Mi laughed in rage. Could it be that Su Bai has even sent scouts back? Heed my orders. Let us crush this pack of Shuzhou curs with my 5,000 Liangzhou iron hooves. Do not forget, the finest steeds hail from Liangzhou, and our cavalry's prowess is unmatched. Charge! Under Li Mi's command, the 5,000 Liang cavalry, buoyed by their conviction of victory, brandished their long spears and surged forward. The confidence inspired by the lurking wolf cavalry invigorated their spirits, and their advance bore an air of spirited defiance. Closer, closer! Level your spears and impale the Shuzhou riders beneath their mounts. On the sand dunes, Su Mu maintained a tranquil demeanor. From his elevated vantage point, even at a distance, he discerned that a wing of Liang cavalry was maneuvering to intercept. There should be a few thousand, remarked Jia Zhou nonchalantly. A few thousand? If Wei Feng cannot shatter these few thousand, I shall hang him before Zhang Dakui upon his return to Shuzhou. Though jesting, Su Mu's words conveyed an unwavering confidence in his elite white armored cavalry. Dongwen may have summoned the wolf cavalry, but Shuzhou too had its white armored riders. A cavalry stronghold? If not for the advantage of breeding grounds, Dongwen would not dare to challenge Shuzhou. Wanlong, witness the prowess of Shuzhou's elite cavalry. Tonight, they shall display their might. Su Mu's voice carried an undeniable excitement amidst the night breeze. On the sandy terrain, a skirmish was imminent. Fewer than 1,000 riders? How dare they confront us? Li Mi shouted, brandishing his spear. Behind him, the 5,000 Liang cavalry echoed his fury, charging forth with their weapons raised. Closer, closer! Annihilate the Shuzhou curs, and behold the might of our iron hooves. Suddenly, a furious shout from a Liangzhou cavalry lieutenant sent his spear flying, only to be met by Wei Feng's heavy iron lance, which pierced through the lieutenant's shoulder. In an instant, propelled by the force of the charge, half of his shoulder was rendered to tatters. The lieutenant fell from his mount, howling in agony, only to be trampled into a pulp by the advancing white armored cavalry. Alongside the lieutenant, innumerable Liang riders were either thrown from their horses or skewered by iron lances, their bodies scattering in disarray. The riderless Liang steeds, if able to rise, fled in terror. Li Mi's mouth moved, his expression a portrait of despair, devoid of his earlier bloodlust. Gripping the reins, he allowed his steed to charge forward in confusion. Beneath his visor, Wei Feng's eyes radiated a chilling intent to kill. Level your spears. Drive through. Our lord has decreed. We heavy cavalry are the vanguard. Let us crush these Liang curs and elevate the prestige of Shuzhou. From the 8 counties of Liangzhou, behold the might of my white armored cavalry, as we sever heads and shatter foes across 3,000 miles. Chapter 602. Stalemate in battle in the night breeze, the 800 cavalry of Shuzhou, clad in heavy armor and wielding formidable iron lances, mercilessly dispatched the fallen cavalry of Liang beneath their steeds. Had Li Mi not underestimated the situation initially, he might have been able to withstand the first onslaught. However, the relentless advance of the heavy cavalry was now unstoppable, their overwhelming power surging forth. Clang! A Liang soldier, seizing the moment, thrust his long spear forward with great force. There was no spray of blood, the spear merely sparked as it struck. Awaiting the moment when the Shuzhou cavalryman turned, his gaze darkening, before he retaliated, toppling the assailant from his mount. Such scenes were commonplace, despite being only 800 strong. The casualties among the white-armored troops were astonishingly low. "What is this?" Li Mi exclaimed in disbelief. "How can horses move with such heavy armor?" "General, we cannot hold." Li Mi's eyes flickered with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly reined in his horse, intent on turning back. "Retreat. Back to the camp." In the face of overwhelming defeat, Li Mi led the remnants of over 2,000 Liang cavalry in a panicked retreat towards She-Wolf Hill. There was no pursuit. Wei Feng held the reins, instructing his men to assess the condition of the heavy cavalry, preparing for a second wave of charge. "General, shall we wait for the auxiliary troops to switch to reserve mounts?" "There is no need," Wei Feng replied calmly. In truth, during the skirmish with the several thousand Liang cavalry, their own losses had been minimal, with fewer than 20 riders lost. With the condition of their steeds, a second charge posed no problem. "So, you mean to say that the less than 1,000 Shuzhou cavalry have decimated 5,000 of ours, with casualties exceeding half?" Dong Wen's face burned with fury. "Lord." Li Mi dismounted and knelt, affirming, "Indeed, that contingent of Shuzhou cavalry is peculiar. Their armor-clad soldiers exhibit unparalleled bravery. If the Lord does not believe, he may inquire with the other returning commanders." Dong Wen, gritting his teeth, kicked Li Mi to the ground. This was a golden opportunity, and we even engaged our reserve wolf cavalry. Considerable resources and effort were expended to train this elite force, though only a mere 10,000. They are the finest of Liangzhou's troops. Yet now, the common bandits seemed to have held back their own strength. It felt as if they were subtly suppressing the wolf cavalry. Dispatch 6,000 wolf cavalry to the east to intercept the Shuzhou cavalry. This was not mere frustration. Dong Wen understood that if this less than 1,000-strong Shuzhou cavalry charged recklessly, they could complicate the recently shifted tide of battle. As Daochong, who was fiercely holding the line, noticed the pressure easing, he was puzzled to suddenly see a large mass of Liang cavalry shadows retreating rapidly towards the east. "Quick! Assemble the troops to block these Liang cavalry." As the Lord had stated, the Liang cavalry was indeed a grave threat to Shuzhou. On the sandy hill, Jiazhou furrowed his brow. The battle had reached a point of no return, with both sides locked in a deadly struggle. According to Su Mu's estimates, Daochong's 10,000 Shuzhou cavalry had dwindled to less than 3,000. The conflict was brutal. Had it not been for their indomitable resolve, Daochong's forces would have likely been annihilated by now. The stratagem employed by Dong Wen was utterly unexpected, even for me, as it involved a cavalry unit imitating the Chong people. Wenlong need not feel remorse, Su Mu reassured him. Perfection is unattainable in humanity. The astuteness of Jiazhou in assessing the strategic landscape of Liangzhou is already unparalleled. Su Mu turned his gaze eastward. If the Lord is concerned, it might be prudent to dispatch some reinforcements. There is no need. The distinction between the mounted raiders and light cavalry is negligible. What Wei Feng must prioritize is caution, avoiding entrapment by enemy cavalry. If ensnared, losing the advantage of a charge, no matter how well armored, one becomes akin to a mere target. Of course, Su Mu had previously elucidated the intricacies of heavy cavalry to Wei Feng, imparting numerous examples of heavy cavalry engagements from the future. The outcome now rests upon the capabilities of the leader Wei. Turning back, Su Mu once again surveyed the scene beneath the Shooting Wolf Hill. In this intricate maneuver, although Dong Wen had deployed Liangzhou's wolf cavalry, the encirclement by the Shu army was already established. With the long-range assault of bows and crossbows, compounded by restricted visibility, the Liang cavalry had lost its former advantage. The encampment, under the command of Yin Hu, was gradually reformed into a cohesive formation. Yet, an unexpected twist remained. Should the Liangzhou wolf cavalry achieve a decisive victory, they might very well break through the encirclement and escape from Shooting Wolf Hill. Rest assured, if Yuan secures the command of Lingju Pass, the Liangzhou king will find himself at a dead end. At this moment, fierce combat raged at Lingju Pass. The remaining garrison of Liangzhou, numbering merely over 10,000, found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by Yuan's sudden assault. Although lacking the cover of a stone-throwing battalion, the enveloping darkness of the night provided the Shu troops with optimal camouflage. One by one, the Shu formations, taking advantage of the guards' vulnerability, set up ladders against the city walls, preparing for the initial wave of ascent. Undoubtedly, the challenges of breaching the defenses were immense. Despite their numerous disadvantages, the defending Liang soldiers quickly regrouped, relying on the fortifications to steadfastly support the retreat of their main force. On the city walls, a prominent Liang general, shielded by a cluster of large shields, wielded his long blade, tirelessly directing the defense. The previously dark skies surrounding Lingzhou Pass were illuminated by the fiery rain of arrows, igniting patches of smoke that lit up the heavens above the city. No retreat. Continue the assault on the city, Yuan commanded relentlessly. He understood that this siege was a long-planned endeavor by his lord, taking advantage of Lingzhou Pass's vulnerabilities to forcefully strike the gates. Otherwise, once the Liang forces returned, the task of capturing Lingzhou Pass would become even more formidable. Another volley of flaming arrows fell like scattered meteor showers, trailing wisps of smoke as they descended upon various points of the city walls. Damn Shu dogs, encroaching upon Liangzhou's borders. Men, swiftly ready your bows. At the command of the defending officer, the rain of arrows from above seemed to gain even greater momentum, producing a piercing sound as they fell heavily. Assault the gates. Defend the city. Flames ignited and sparks extinguished. Some fell from the city walls while others were struck by arrows below. War, after all, is a matter of life and death. Chapter 603. Clash of the Cavalries within Shooting Wolf Hill. The night and the chaos of battle seemed interminable. With the emergence of the Liangzhou Wolf Riders, the tide of this extermination battle seemed to shift. However, as the saying goes, when water rises, earth will cover it. Sumu also had his trump cards. He turned his gaze towards the east, where the fierce clash between the 800 white-armored riders and the wolf riders was about to commence. A thunderous rumble suddenly erupted across the open and flat sandy terrain. Wei Feng, amidst the chaos, understood well that it was not thunder from the heavens, but the sound of hooves striking the ground. Ahead of them, a cavalry unit charged forth. Just from the sound of the hooves, it was evident that they too were clad in armor. "Where are the sons of Shu?" shouted the commander, his heavy warhorse brimming with restless combat spirit. "Then follow me and charge through this wave. Today, the white-armored riders of Shu shall make their name known throughout the world." In the pitch-black night, the 800 white-armored riders shone brilliantly. They surged forward like a wall of heavy cavalry from Shu, the sounds of battle erupting as fierce gazes peered from beneath their visors. The warhorses, eager to be unleashed, galloped forth like arrows released from a bow as soon as the reins were loosened. The clash of iron armor resonated around them, creating a cacophony of sharp sounds. "Level your lances," commanded a general leading 6,000 wolf riders, who were equally filled with murderous intent. These men were hand-picked elites by Dongwon. Seasoned warriors from various camps, gathered together to emulate the mounted archers of the Western Chong, blending their horsemanship into a formidable force. The steeds beneath them were also carefully selected from the stables, fed meat every third day to enhance their ferocity. How dare the Shu dogs contend with the Liang riders? The wolf rider general, Shuecheer, raised his long saber and pointed it forward. A thunderous roar from the Liang soldiers erupted, shaking the very earth. "Kill!" The clouds of sand kicked up by the pounding hooves enveloped the surroundings in an instant. As the clash of weapons began, Wei Feng let out a mighty roar, thrusting his iron spear forward. In a heartbeat, a wolf rider and his horse were sent tumbling to the ground. A long saber came swooping in, scraping against Wei Feng's iron shoulder guard, igniting sparks. Wei Feng swung his spear in a wide arc, toppling the ambushing wolf riders from their mounts. "Break through. Forge ahead." Taking a breath, Wei Feng refrained from lingering in battle. He knew that if their momentum was halted, they could easily fall into encirclement. The orders of the commander rang out, urging them to surge forward. The white-armored riders raised their lances and charged, breaking through the blockade after toppling numerous wolf riders. However, amidst the chaos, several white-armored riders were also caught, and those who had fallen but were still alive clutched their heavy iron spears, continuing to fight fiercely despite their slow pace. "Cut down the horses," commanded the wolf rider general, Shuecheer, a prominent leader nurtured by Sima Xiu during his lifetime, later appointed as the commander of the wolf riders by Dongwon. It must be said, Shueche possessed considerable skill, swiftly identifying the weaknesses of the heavy cavalry. Behind them, a dozen more heavy white-armored riders, though their steeds were armored, were still pierced and sent crashing down to the ground. Surround them. Each fallen white-armored rider was quickly encircled by several foes, wielding their sabers to strike down the horses. In the night and the cold wind, the sounds of long cries of sacrifice echoed through the air. Rushing past the wolf cavalry, Wei Feng halted his horse 2 miles away and coldly turned to command. Form the spearhead formation and attack with all our might. Should any fall from their mounts, they are welcome to meet their demise. No one retreated at Wei Feng's command. The formation of over 700 white-armored cavalry was promptly arranged. Level your lances and charge again, he shouted fiercely. Kill, kill, kill. The 1,000-strong pursuing wolf cavalry, initially eager to seize the opportunity to annihilate, hesitated upon witnessing the ferocity of the white-armored cavalry's formation. Under the orders of their 2 commanding officers, they retreated while firing arrows from horseback, attempting to hinder the charge of the white-armored riders. Beneath the hail of arrows, the armored cavalry sustained no significant losses. Only a few unfortunate souls were struck in the belly of their horses and had no choice but to retreat on their injured mounts. I call upon the dogs of Liangzhou. Pierce these pesky Liang dogs, Wei Feng bellowed. The white-armored cavalry, now formed into a spearhead, let out a tremendous roar as they charged forward once more, attacking with unparalleled ferocity. Like a sharp dagger, they fearlessly plunged into the enemy ranks. Despite their numbers, they wreaked havoc upon the wolf cavalry, causing countless foes to fall. Having slain over 1,000 wolf riders, Wei Feng pressed on relentlessly, urging his men to advance further. Engage them directly. There is no need for arrows. We shall clash with the Shu. Shueche raised his long saber, equally determined. Mount up, charge ahead. On the vast sandy terrain, 2 elite cavalry units commenced a new round of brutal combat. The clash of sabers and iron spears echoed amidst the fierce whinnies of the horses and the soldiers' roars, threatening to shatter the very clouds above. Why are we still fighting? Dong Wen's expression betrayed a hint of panic. The 6,000 wolf cavalry had yet to return. This indicated that the battle in the east was far from concluded. My lord, the encirclement by the Shu is growing increasingly fierce. Dong Wen gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. The forces that once held the advantage had, due to the repeated schemes of the ragtag rebels, gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Even with the wolf cavalry deployed, they had not anticipated that the rebels harbored their own elite cavalry. Though few in number, the wolves sent to intercept had still not returned. Where are the scouts from Zhuguan? My lord, they are likely blocked by the Shu. We are trapped on the wolf shooting hill, unable to receive any news. The scouts dispatched cannot break through the encirclement of the Shu forces. Under the cover of night, the cavalry found no open sight. Moreover, the Shu's archers would invariably release a volley of arrows at critical moments. Dong Wen raised his gaze, narrowing his eyes towards the front of Wolf Shooting Hill. On the largest sand dune, not only were the Shu banners issuing commands, but the ragtag rebels were also likely observing the battle from their position. My lord, why not consolidate our forces into a circular formation to face the enemy? They deceive me. The ragtag rebels mock me. I, Dong Yixiao, have concealed my talents for 23 years to achieve this moment. He commanded, signal to gather the cavalry. My lord, I wish to ascend Wolf Shooting Hill, annihilate the Shu flag camp, and capture the ragtag rebels alive. My lord, there remains an enemy cavalry formation ahead. Ignoring the warning, Dong Wen violently dismissed the speaking officer and swiftly assembled the final 2,000 Liang cavalry. Capture the leader before capturing the followers. The common thief adeptly employs such tactics. I, Dong Wen, shall also make a move today. With the iron hooves of Liangzhou, I will trample upon Shilang Hill. The advising generals, witnessing their lord's departure, held their swords in silence for a long while. Suddenly, a longing arose within them for the late strategist, Sima. If only Sima were still alive. Perhaps their lord would not act with such rashness and impulsiveness. Once, there was a man who resided in the palace of Liangzhou, seated beside their lord, his demeanor refined, exuding the wisdom to stabilize the realm. Alas, Sima, I beseech you, come to the aid of Liangzhou once more. The nostalgic junior general suddenly knelt upon the ground, hands raised to the heavens, weeping uncontrollably. A gust of wind rose, swirling dust into the sky. Chapter 604. Capturing the king, Dong went upon the sandy ridge. Sumu furrowed his brow, observing the advancing cavalry of Liang. He could not fathom what Dong Wen aimed to achieve at this juncture. Setting aside the fact that the Liang army was currently encircled, and with Yin Hu's moon array still in place, it was audacious for Dong Wen to counterattack. Wen Long, if it were you, what would you do in this situation? Concentrate forces and seek a breach in the encirclement. If I am not mistaken, the Wang of Liangzhou intends to capture the king. Moreover, this would disrupt the commands from Shu province. Should Wei's orders be severed, the Shu forces trapped at Shilang Hill would find themselves without directives, forced to fight independently, given the distance and the cover of night. It was early on that Su Mu, accompanied by Wei Xiao Wu, took position atop a high ground, utilizing the illumination from torches to relay commands to the army. It is no exaggeration to say that this sandy ridge is the most crucial stronghold of Shu province. Be cautious, my lord. Dong Wen dares to counterattack. He may have reserved some tactics. Wen Long, I am aware. Su Mu's expression hardened as he glanced around. Now, only 100 cavalry and 3,000 divine archers remained by his side. Due to the injuries of the archers, the 3,000 divine archers, serving as guards, were temporarily entrusted to Sihu. Sihu, come here. Sihu, idling within the divine archers' camp, swiftly approached upon hearing Su Mu's call. As he steadied himself, his armor clinked, causing a shower of silver coins to fall from his person. Su Mu and Jia Zhou paused in surprise. Brother Mu, these are gifts from them. Initially, I refused their offerings, but they insisted, declaring that if I did not accept, they would kneel and perish on the ground. I did not coerce them. I genuinely did not want their gifts. Su Mu cast a glance and noticed 2 junior generals from the divine archers wearing expressions of deep resentment. Sihu, we shall discuss this later. The little weeping brat is leading his men towards us. Sihu's eyes widened upon hearing this, his face lighting up with joy, his long-held desire for a sack of silver now rekindled. What? I shall rush down now. Not so fast. You take the divine archers and spread out to either side. Prepare an ambush. I have left some fire oil over there. Should the little weeping brat truly charge forth, you will shoot the fire arrows and ignite a great blaze. Do you understand? Understood. If we capture the little weeping brat, we can fill a sack with silver. No. Do you recall my earlier command? Remember it well. Brother Mu will repeat it once more. Su Mu gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to deliver a sharp rebuke, and swiftly summoned 2 commanders from the divine archery camp. After a thorough exchange, he finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, below, Dong Wen had led the cool cavalry to confront the ash-faced Yin Hu at the moon-blocking formation, his eyes ablaze with hatred. Among the 8 heroes of the prefecture, 7 had perished in Liangzhou city. Shoot down the cool dogs. The air was filled with the whistling of crossbow bolts, mingled with the resounding thrum of heavy crossbows, targeting the advancing cool cavalry. Countless riders fell one after another upon the vast sands. Those who survived the fall quickly rolled over and scrambled to escape in panic. Fire again. Another wave of crossbow bolts rained down from the moon-blocking formation, aimed at the charging cool cavalry. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of neighing horses and shouting men echoed before the formation. The enemy was drawing near. At this moment, the moon-blocking formation had no auxiliary cavalry on its flanks. The Shu cavalry, already sparse, had been dispatched to surround the area earlier. Changed to fire arrows, blocked the cool cavalry, cursed the incessant falling of riders before Dong Wen, his expression growing ever more ferocious. Like a meteor shower, fire arrows were unleashed from within the moon-blocking formation. Thud, thud, thud. As they struck the ground, flames erupted in fiery bursts. The hooves of the frontline horses were scorched, causing hundreds of cool steeds to rear back and abandon their riders, fleeing the battlefield in terror. Do not retreat. These fire arrows will extinguish soon, as Dong Wen had predicted, without the presence of trees or dry grass to fuel them. The fire arrows shot from the moon-blocking formation quickly sputtered out. Charge. Keep firing fire arrows. After leaving a trail of thousands of fallen steeds and men, the cool cavalry finally reached the moon-blocking formation. With no auxiliary cavalry to support them, the Shu spear and shield formations at both ends of the moon-blocking formation could only press forward. Little did they expect that as the cool cavalry engaged the formation, the originally commanding Dong Wen suddenly bellowed and led thousands of men to maneuver around from the opposite side. Yin Hu, in command, was taken aback, realizing that Dong Wen's intent was to assault their camp. Retreat. Protect the Lord. Yet at this moment, the moon-blocking formation was already embroiled in a fierce melee with numerous cool cavalry, making it impossible for them to withdraw. Dong Wen's expression was wild as he charged ahead, tearing off the wolf's sinew bow slung across his back, and reached for the quiver of wolf-head arrows at his side. Common bandits, do you recognize me, Dong Yixiao of Liangzhou? Unbeknownst to many, he had once heeded the young lord's request to infiltrate the city held by the rebels and rescued a hidden little crybaby. Nobody could have anticipated that this man was the fiercest in Liangzhou. Jiazhou nodded in agreement. As the battle progressed, Su Mu had to concede that Dong Wen was no mere incompetent general. Even without grand strategies, he possessed various means to break through. With his head held high, Su Mu gazed below at the utterly frenzied Dong Wen. Thousands of cool cavalry had descended upon the dunes. With his hands tucked into his robe sleeves, Su Mu maintained an impassive expression. Lord Wei, raise the flag. At the command of Wei Xiaowu. It wasn't long before the massive head of Si Hu emerged from the ambush. The exhilaration of commanding the divine Bao camp rendered Si Hu's voice somewhat agitated. Bring forth the fire arrows and eliminate those rascals. The two deputy commanders of the divine Bao camp turned in astonishment. No, target those wretched curs. As the fire arrows were loosed, flames erupted along the hillside, their serpentine forms climbing frantically. Cover the sand. Do not let the flames surge forward. Su Mu ordered with composure. Before the hillside, the imposing Dong Wen seethed in anger as he witnessed the sudden blaze. My lord, the ragtag thieves hold the high ground. Their speed is already impeded. With the fire now, we cannot charge recklessly. Should our horses be scorched, we will lose our advantage. I need not your counsel. I am well aware of their cunning tactics. I have been on guard, Dong Wen retorted. Without waiting for Dong Wen to finish, the ambushed 3,000 from the divine Bao camp unleashed a flurry of arrows. Those struck cried out in agony as they fell from their mounts on the sandy slope. Dong Wen, squinting against the searing light of the flames, swiftly raised his wolf sinew bow. Once more, do you recognize me, Dong Yixiao of Liangzhou? With a resounding twang, a wolf-headed arrow was loosed from his grasp. In a moment of stunned silence, Si Hu, who was sharpening his axe, turned to see a nearby deputy commander of the divine Bao camp pierced through the skull by the wolf-headed arrow, collapsing in a spray of blood down the dune. Chapter 605. Yet the will of the Shu people knows no fear. My wife is unwell, and my son Meng Ho requires costly treatment for his mind. If you possess silver, I would be most grateful. General Hu, I have truly given all that I possess. The deputy commander, who had been so generous with silver moments before, now lay lifeless before him. Si Hu's face flushed with anger, and he brandished his axe, ready to charge forth. However, several sturdy men from the divine Bao camp firmly restrained him. Fire the arrows. Another deputy commanded, swiftly directing the ambushed archers to unleash more arrows upon the encumbered cavalry. Protect our king. Dong Wen gritted his teeth, knocking another wolf-headed arrow. This time, he did not glance around, but fixated on the crest of the dune. It was still a considerable distance away. Even his mentor, Li Xiong, could not shoot such a range. My lord, retreat, retreat. If we wait any longer, the Shu will counterattack. Silence. Dong Wen suppressed his fury, abruptly reins in his horse, leaping forward as the wolf sinew bow's string stretched to its limit. With a crack, the bow snapped. Nevertheless, the wolf-headed arrow surged forth, imbued with the roar of a fierce beast, slicing through the air toward the dune. Su Mu stood momentarily stunned. Beside him, Jiazhou's face turned pale as he shielded Su Mu with his body. Ragtag thieves, meet your demise. With a crack, the wolf-headed arrow blossomed into a spray of crimson as a loyal guard from Shu province sacrificed himself, blocking the blow meant for Su Mu and Jiazhou. Su Mu cast a glance at the fallen guard's lifeless form, his eyes filled with rage. Wei Xiaowu, raise the flag. Relay the command to our cavalry ahead. We shall regroup and counterattack the bandit leader, Dong Wen. Divine Bao camp, arm yourselves with blades and shields and prepare to strike. Before the flames erupted, Dong Wen discarded a broken bow and, gritting his teeth, seized a gilded spear, yearning to leap over the blaze and charge forward. My lord, retreat. The Shu forces are mounting a counterattack. Silence, you wretched fool. I cannot quell the deep-seated hatred in my heart without slaying these common brigands. The aide who called out to the Lord was struck down by a flying arrow. The elite archers, led by Si Hu, surged forth with ferocious roars. My lord, we must flee or it will be too late. Turn the horse around. Break through the encirclement. Dong Wen's voice was choked with frustration. The carefully crafted opportunity for slaughter still failed to eliminate the common thieves. Run, you dare to run. If you do not surrender, how can you flee? Clad in heavy armor, Si Hu, though somewhat tardy in his approach, ultimately arrived, wielding an axe to cleave a nearby cavalryman and his steed, sending blood and gore flying. Another rider, seizing the moment as Si Hu swung back, thrust forward with a spear. However, the spear could not pierce the thick armor, and in a moment of distraction, Si Hu seized the weapon. Release me. Si Hu, filled with wrath, yanked the attacker off his horse, sending both man and beast crashing to the ground. I told you to let go, yet you clung on. With a swift kick, Si Hu crushed the skull of the fallen cavalryman. The horse, also toppled, attempted to rise but was met with a fierce slap from Si Hu, letting out a pained cry before collapsing again. The surrounding cavalrymen, witnessing Si Hu's ferocity, were filled with terror. Retreat. Fall back to the sand dunes. Yet, the 3,000 archers, inspired by Si Hu's valor, unleashed a cacophony of battle cries. Where do you think you can escape, you sack of bones? Si Hu charged towards Dongwon, dragging his massive axe. This foolish man, this accursed fool. Dongwon, unwilling to linger in battle, turned his horse and, along with the remaining 3,000 riders, sought to flee to the dunes. With a resounding crash, Si Hu hurled a fallen horse in Dongwon's direction, toppling 4 or 5 cavalrymen. One of the fallen, still clinging to life, attempted to protect his lord by gripping Si Hu's thigh. Si Hu lifted his leg, sending the man soaring through the air. Dongwon's face drained of color. In a moment of distraction, he noticed yet another horse hurtling towards him. Do not underestimate me, Dong Yixiao. Dongwon thrust his spear and managed to catch the airborne horse, though his balance faltered, and he soon fell from his mount. My lord, get on. A loyal vassal from Liangzhou offered his horse to Dongwon and bravely stood to shield against the encroaching archers. Go, hurry. With no time to spare, Dongwon led the remnants of his forces in a hasty retreat. The ambition to capture the king had swiftly turned into a farcical tragedy. Alas, they had scarcely escaped when they encountered the returning Shu army, their battle cries echoing through the air. Protect your lord. With a wave of courage dissipated, Dongwon felt no desire to remain in combat. The loyal cavalrymen stood resolutely before him, struggling to fend off the charging Shu forces. Kill. Under the counterattack from the Shu army, countless Liang cavalrymen fell. The miscalculation in their attempt to capture the king inevitably deepened the Liang army's despair. Dongwon glanced around in haste before turning back. As the formidable figure of Si Hu charged forward, axe in hand, the onlookers were struck with terror, their faces turning pale. Protect the lord. Protect the lord. Over 3,000 cavalry had already suffered significant losses, with 1,000 fallen. The dense rain of arrows from the Shu army, along with the corpses of the deceased Liang soldiers and their steeds, cascaded down the sloping sand dunes, echoing with relentless cries of despair. The iron hooves of Liang in the region left no grass in their wake. The exhortations from the Liang commanders, intended to bolster morale, were swiftly silenced as they were pierced by arrows, falling from their mounts with anguished cries. Dongwon, gripping a gilded spear, had apparently lost his golden lion helmet without realizing it, his hair disheveled and breathing heavily. Under the near-fatal protection of the Liang cavalry, he endeavored to break through the encirclement. My lord, we have come to rescue you. At that moment, from a short distance away, thousands of Liang cavalry suddenly surged forth. Trembling with anticipation, Dongwon felt a surge of joy. Standing upon the sand, Inhu's expression was one of bitter reluctance. Despite the fierce battle, the formation had been shattered, the remnants of broken carts strewn across the ground in disarray. According to the initial plan, however, Inhu's formation had exceeded its assigned task. As more Liang soldiers surged forward, he commanded, in conjunction with my fellow soldiers of Shu, continue to encircle and annihilate the Liang forces. Understood. The encirclement, influenced by unknown factors, gradually shifted to the lower section of the Great Sand Dune. Sumu observed in silence as Dongwon's forces, having failed to capture the king, suffered further casualties. Once again, they found themselves surrounded. Turning his gaze eastward, Sumu noted that Wei Feng's forces had seemingly been engaged in fierce combat for some time. Coughing, Wei Feng lifted his visor and expelled a few raspy breaths. Earlier, he had been unseated and nearly broken his back. The final 500 cavalry silently followed in his wake, their eyes fixed on the mountain of corpses ahead. Shu general, you shall not escape unscathed. Shuechair, drenched in blood, was forced to kneel before Wei Feng, his head held down. 6,000 wolf riders could not withstand the assault of fewer than 1,000 Shu soldiers. You are indeed a commendable cavalry commander. I will grant you a complete corpse. Should you descend to the underworld, if you remain unsatisfied, let the King of Hell know my name, Wei Feng. However, the resolve of my Shu people does not fear death. Shueche'er fell silent, painfully closing his eyes. Wei Feng raised his spear and coldly thrust it into Shueche'er's chest. As the spear pierced through, a spray of blood erupted upon withdrawal. Roar! Wei Feng bellowed, and the 500 white-armored cavalry roared in unison. From Chongyang to the north, through the struggles against the D people, to their entry into Shu, and the numerous battles of life and death. Today, this cohort of seasoned veterans comprising the white-armored cavalry was finally poised to earn their renown throughout the realm. Chui, do you see it? Chapter 606. The cavalry of intruders on the desolate sands of Shilang Hill. The sounds of battle and cries of agony resounded. The unbridled warhorses, unable to wait for their grievously injured masters, fled swiftly. Protect the Lord. All come to protect the Lord. Having removed his golden lion helmet, Dong Wen's hair fell wildly about him, his face contorted in a fearsome manner akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Wolf riders, where are the wolf riders to intercept? Infantry, quickly form a circular formation. Kill. The Shu army, rallying with soaring morale, surged forth in the dim light of dawn, swords and shields raised. Roaring as they charged towards the encircled Liang forces, ready to unleash their fury. Sacks. Sihu, wielding a colossal axe, disregarded the shouts from the divine archers behind him and charged ahead. A steed from Liang, galloping forward, had its head cleaved in two by Sihu's swing, causing the Liang cavalryman to cry out in despair as he was thrown from his mount, crashing onto the sandy ground. Fool! Block that imbecile. Bow, give me the bow. Dongwen shouted in fury. What use is your bow if my brother were here? Sihu pressed on, axe in hand, toppling several more foes. Behind him, the divine archers and numerous Shu soldiers gathered, following Sihu into the fray. Pierce them. Many Liang cavalrymen roamed the periphery, thrusting their long spears and spilling torrents of blood. Hack at the horses' hooves. The Liang steeds neighed in agony and fell. Their riders, regardless of life or death, were immediately beset upon by the advancing Shu soldiers, who delivered merciless blows. Fire arrows. A deluge of flaming arrows descended like a meteor shower, transforming the dawn sky into daylight, enveloped in thick smoke, raining down upon the Liang forces in their circular formation. Thud, thud, thud. Countless Liang infantry raised their shields to block the fiery onslaught, yet many arrows still penetrated their ranks, igniting fierce flames. The burning Liang soldiers writhed in agony upon the sand, but most could only roll a few times before succumbing, allowing the flames to consume them entirely, reducing them to charred remains. Raise the shields. My lord, joyous news from the white-armored cavalry. General Wei reported that with 800 white-armored cavalry, they had annihilated 6,000 elite troops from Liang. A mounted scout galloped in from the east, his voice brimming with elation. Upon hearing this news, Su Mu's face lit up with excitement. Had it been merely 6,000 ordinary cavalry, he might have remained unperturbed. Yet, these 6,000 were Dong Wen's elite reserves. What are our losses? Approximately 300, came the reply. Su Mu's expression turned somber. The casualty rate could be discussed later. He merely felt a profound sense of loss, knowing that nearly 300 seasoned soldiers had permanently fallen on the battlefield. Inform Wei Feng to rest, and not to fatigue the troops with an immediate march. The scout clasped his fists in respect and departed. My lord, this is a moment of great joy. Jia Zhou, standing nearby, rarely showed a smile. But now his face lit up. Dong Wen's most relied upon elite cavalry had nearly been depleted. Henceforth, the campaign against Liang and Shu should proceed smoothly. Yet, Jia Zhou's voice was abruptly cut short. Wen Long, my lord, there is a signal of enemy assault from the west. Su Mu was taken aback, turning to observe 3 signal arrows bursting in midair. To the west lay Qinzhong's 3,000 men on patrol. If they detected enemy reinforcements, they would signal with 3 arrows. My lord, it's cavalry from the nomads. The Shiyu cavalry. Jia Zhou's tone grew grave. In this campaign against Liang, if it were not for the reinforcements from Shu, it could only mean Liang's forces were advancing. Notify the white-armored cavalry to return immediately. Additionally, inform General Daochong in southern Shu to gather all available cavalry and prepare to repel the enemy reinforcements. The momentum of encircling and annihilating the Liang forces had already been established. Even without the support of Shu cavalry, the remaining Liang troops would merely be hanging on by a thread. Yet unexpectedly, Dongwon had concealed a reserve force. They are coming. The cursed nomads have finally arrived. Dongwon, wild-haired and mounted, appeared almost frenzied. Though he had not reached the Shiyu territory after departing from the Yuan Pass, he had successfully summoned a reserve force. The arrival of 15,000 cavalry at such a critical moment was sufficient to alter the tide of battle significantly. Hurry! Rally the reinforcements and prepare to break through the encirclement. In an instant, Dongwon became invigorated. He understood all too well that if they lingered any longer within the clutches of the bandits, death would surely await them here. Spread out in a circular formation. Shift to a crane wing formation. The iron hooves of Liangzhou must swiftly block the advancing Shu army. Charge! Beneath the blinding flames, a formidable cavalry unit ultimately became embroiled in the fray. These cavalrymen, adorned with helmets embellished with colorful plumes and wielding elongated sabers, moved with remarkable swiftness. Taking advantage of their mobility, they ensnared numerous foes with a barrage of thrown projectiles before the Shu troops could draw near. Though the casualties were not substantial, the imposing cavalry from the western regions surged forth, confronting Dongwon directly. I am the king of Liangzhou. It is I who offer you gold. Quickly, save me. Dongwon shouted urgently. Among the cavalry, a general clad in red armor cast a fleeting glance at Dongwon, riding swiftly forward. With a single stroke of his saber, he felled 2 or 3 Shu soldiers to the ground. Quickly, leave this place. Dongwon's face lit up with joy. Seizing the moment provided by the cavalry's assault, he hastily led his men towards the western direction, aiming to break free. Charge! Follow my lead. Everyone run faster, and we shall catch up. Sihu shouted anxiously, glancing back at the remaining archers. Rain of arrows. Heeding not Sihu's command, the remaining deputy of the archers remained composed and directed nearly 3,000-foot archers to unleash a volley of interwoven arrows upon the fleeing enemy formation. Countless foes, including the cavalrymen, fell amidst the onslaught. As they prepared to shoot again, they discovered that a melee had erupted amongst the Shu allies ahead, and to avoid friendly fire, the deputy lowered his bow and raised his sword, leading the archers forward. Sihu's face gleamed with exhilaration as he brandished his massive axe, urging, charge, all of you. Press forward. Though Daochong, commanding the Shu cavalry, was outnumbered with only 2,000 men, they fought fiercely without fear of death. The red-armored general at the forefront, with a face adorned by a seal-like beard, was filled with fury. What are we waiting for? Gather our forces and break through. Once I return to Liangzhou, I shall reward you with an additional 100,000 taels of silver. Dongwon maintained a composed demeanor. Perhaps spurred by the promise of riches, the red-armored general's mood brightened. And after issuing a command, countless cavalrymen raised their sabers and charged towards the obstructing Shu cavalry. Meanwhile, the encircling Shu forces raised their long spears, systematically bringing down the last remnants of Liang cavalry. Just as arrows rained down with perfect timing, the remaining 2,000 troops faced yet another slight decimation. Cursed bandits. Dongwon turned back, his anxiety mounting. Particularly alarming was the sight of that reckless Sihu, swinging his axe and relentlessly pursuing him, shouting incessantly about killing him. Charge forth. Kill. With an additional 1,500 cavalry reinforcements, the last 3,000 to 4,000 troops, under Dongwon's urging, sought to escape. Yet at that moment, Dongwon suddenly heard the cries of the Shu soldiers echoing throughout the entire Ling Hill. Victory over Liang. General Yu and his troops have conquered Lingzhou Pass. Bandit Dongwon of Liangzhou, surrender at once. Bandit Dongwon, surrender at once. In an instant, an overwhelming atmosphere of profound sorrow enveloped the remnants of the defeated army. We must fight our way out. We must break free, Dongwon shouted, his voice brimming with resentment and fury. Chapter 607. The land of Liang yielded no such fruit. Known as citrus. The following day, at dusk, a battered remnant of the army, comprising approximately 20,000 men, trudged wearily towards the west. The scouts dispatched by the Lord reported that Lingzhou Pass had been seized. To return to Liangzhou, we must take an additional detour of 500 miles. Dongwon trembled as he pushed back the disheveled strands of hair. At this moment, he bore none of the regal demeanor of the king of Liang. His golden lion helm had fallen away, and the golden armor he once wore was now surrendered to the enemy. His bow had shattered. and the gilded spear was lost somewhere on the wolf-shooting hill. My lord, General Asa has stated that if he does not receive silver soon, he will grow irate and lead the army back to the western regions. General Asa, known as the red-armored general of the enemy forces, was a source of great concern. Damn it! I have already relinquished my golden armor. Dongwen ground his teeth in frustration. The surrounding soldiers remained silent. This battle, once boasting nearly 100,000 troops, had dwindled to a mere 10,000. Inform Asa that upon our return to Liangzhou, I will procure 300,000 taels of silver. My lord, if not, please surrender. What did you say? A subordinate's words were cut short as Dongwon, with a cold glare, seized him by the hair. I, Dongwon, am not one to seek surrender to Shu. My lord, I misspoke in the heat of the moment. If there is a next time, I shall have your head. Dongwon gasped for breath, releasing his grip. He gazed into the distance towards Liangzhou, his heart heavy with sorrow. Do not rush, do not rush. Once we return to Liangzhou, as long as we defend the city gates, the bandits will not last long. My lord, cavalry from Shu has appeared to the north and is approaching. At that moment, a scout galloped back in haste. Damn it, quickly, tell Asa to change course immediately. The forces of Shu are too formidable to confront directly. My lord, if we proceed any further, we shall enter the desert. There is still a chance. Do not rush. I have said it before, there is still hope. You all know that I, Dongwon, aspire to dominate the world. Quickly, let us avoid the Shu army. At Lingzhu Pass, Su Mu furrowed his brow. Entering the desert? If we go further, we shall reach Yuan Pass. Dongwon understood that the area around Lingzhu Pass was swarming with the forces of Shu. Given his current weakened army, he dared not engage in direct conflict. Thus, he sought a means to circumnavigate back to Liangzhou. There is no turning back. On Chaizong's side, 2 more prefectures have fallen. Some of the station Liang troops, following Dongwen's devastating defeat at Wolf-Shooting Hill, have already surrendered in fear. On the western Chang front, Chao Yi had withstood the assault for several days. Upon learning of Dongwen's calamitous defeat, the Chang had lost all intentions of sending reinforcements. Fan Lu, Dotong, and Yuan had already led their armies deep into Liang territory, preparing to besiege and plunder. Su Mu ceased speaking, gazing into the distance at the landscape of Liangzhou. Having lost Sima Xiu, Dongwen felt as though he was rendered helpless, awaiting execution. However, that accursed enemy would inevitably seek vengeance once he regained his strength. The recent wave of enemy cavalry had resulted in over 5,000 casualties among the Shu troops at Wolf-Shooting Hill, inadvertently aiding Dongwen's escape, a considerable grievance indeed. When long, shall we dispatch troops to pursue them relentlessly? Jiazhou shook his head, suggesting that the Lord could afford to wait a few more days. If I am not mistaken, the Tujue cavalry's arrival is driven by their own interests. Dongwen cannot return to Liangzhou, and thus cannot fulfill his obligations. The 2 armies will inevitably face conflict. If Dongwen were to venture into the western regions, the southern borders, guarded by Chenzhong, would pose an insurmountable challenge for his beleaguered forces, which lack provisions and supplies. To the north lies Lingzhu Pass, heavily monitored by scouts. Dongwen would find it impossible to pass through. The only option left is to head westward. He will not go to the western regions. For some individuals, hiding their talents once in a lifetime is already a significant challenge. To remain dormant for another decade or so and stage a comeback is simply implausible. Wenlong's insight was sharp. Jiazhou chuckled. Even if he were to enter the western regions, I believe the Lord would not be overly concerned. After all, having secured Liangzhou, the Lord has plans for the western regions as well. Su Mu was taken aback. Wenlong, how could you deduce this? Indeed, the Tujue reinforcements have inflicted severe losses upon our Shu province and aided Dongwen's escape. This opens a potential avenue for the Lord to penetrate the western regions. Su Mu bowed deeply in respect, clasping his fists towards Jiazhou. Beneath the swirling sands, Dongwen, taking refuge in the desolate stone forest, trembled incessantly. My lord, the Tujue are preparing to depart. Moreover, many of the accompanying troops have defected, surrendering to the Shu army. Dongwen remained silent, arms crossed, slumping in resignation. The red-armored general, casting a glance at Dongwen, hesitated before dismounting. King of Liangzhou, I offer you a chance. Enter the western regions first. What say you? You have seen for yourself that the Shu have blocked all your escape routes. The Liangzhou army has suffered a catastrophic defeat. I have not been defeated. The situation is merely at a stalemate. Dongwen raised his head, gritting his teeth coldly. The red-armored general chuckled. There is a saying in the Central Plains that kind words are futile in persuading a doomed man. Since you feel this way, I will not press further. Wait. Dongwen raised his chin, suddenly breaking into laughter. Have you changed your mind? I recall that I owe you 50,000 taels of silver. The red-armored general frowned, knowing your capabilities. I can hardly be bothered to mention it. If you truly manage to return to Liangzhou, I shall certainly come to collect my debt. Repaying debts is a matter of righteousness. Dongwen stood up, his entire being swaying with laughter. What do you mean? Draft a promissory note. I, Dongwen, King of Liangzhou, hereby pledge the Zhao Wu commandery as collateral to settle the debt of 50,000 taels. Are you serious? Sign it at once. Dongwen's laughter grew even more frenzied. Excellent. The red-armored general rejoiced. Had he known such a tactic, he would have suggested it himself and demanded an additional commandery from Liangzhou. It is essential to note that stepping into the Central Plains has always been a long-held aspiration of those from the western regions. After drafting the promissory note and affixing their seals, Dongwen threw his head back in laughter once more, tears glistening in his eyes. King of Liangzhou, you truly will not venture into the western regions? Folding the promissory note neatly, the red-armored general contentedly tucked it away. You are aware that my remaining forces number less than 10,000. We cannot achieve anything significant with such a meager contingent. Why not? Dongwen continued to laugh. Do you think I, the esteemed King Dong Yixiao of Liangzhou, would stoop to become a barbarian in the western regions? This is simply untenable. The general clad in red nodded, clasped his fists towards Dongwen, and prepared to mount his horse and depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and retrieved several fruits from his saddlebag, placing them into Dongwen's embrace. During the cold season, he had encountered a group of horse merchants and procured some. This particular fruit, known as citrus, was not found in Liang. Farewell, King of Liang. The general mounted his steed and, accompanied by fewer than 10,000 weary soldiers, let out a couple of sharp calls before hastily galloping westward. Dongwen, slumped on the ground, held the few citrus fruits in his hands, his smile abruptly fading. In that year, my father held no affection for me, and my mother, the queen, refused to share her citrus with me. Amidst the biting wind, Dongwen seized a fruit, fell silent for a moment, and took a direct bite. After just a few nibbles, this young king of Liangzhou began to gaze vacantly at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 608. Your Majesty's audience. The expedition commenced. 4 days later, under the direct command of Su Mu, a search for the remnants of Liangzhou's army began in the western direction. The most anxious of all was Si Hu, who, upon hearing the news of the expedition, hastily saddled his horse and followed suit. My lord, the intelligence previously gathered indicates that the cavalry has already departed from the direction of Yuan Pass. This signified that Dongwen's cavalry support had vanished. Chen Zhong rode forth, reporting the latest information. Indeed, the strategist's foresight has proven accurate. Su Mu exhaled, realizing that patience had yielded better rewards. Chen Zhong, have you located Dongwen's encampment? My lord, rest assured, as long as Dongwen remains in the desert, he can only be hiding in the stone forest beyond. The desert terrain often formed various stone forests, serving not only as a refuge for travelers, but also as lairs for sand wolves. Brother Mu, let it be known that I, Si Hu, shall be the one to strike the first blow. I almost succeeded before, only to have another cavalry emerge. Su Mu's expression turned grim, realizing that the once meek youth had transformed into a relentless warrior. Chen Zhong, upon entering the desert, divide the troops into 2 armies to encircle the remnants of Liangzhou. This time, Su Mu, leading over 20,000 men against a crippled remnant army, was more than sufficient. The number of the remnants had dwindled significantly. For the past few days sheltered in the stone forest, Dongwen had been in a daze, feeling utterly helpless. My lord, over 300 individuals have defected from the camp and surrendered to Liang. Let them go. When I, Dong Yixiao, ascend to the throne, these individuals will forever be of no consequence. My lord, please refrain from speaking such madness. What madness? Dongwen gritted his teeth, grasping the collar of the officer before him. Are you implying that I, Dong Yixiao, am unworthy of ruling the realm? My lord. Not only the officer before him, but many loyal soldiers gathered around, beseeching Dongwen to regain his spirit. Rise, rise, do not bow so low, all of you. Stand upright. I, Dongwen, shall establish a new dynasty, naming it De Liang, with the reign title of Zhongwu. I appoint Sima Xiu as the founding chancellor, Zhui Yuanzai as the grand marshal, and Dong Yuan as the general of pillars. The rest shall receive their rewards. Shouldn't you all express your gratitude? You ought to chant long live the emperor thrice. Before Dongwon, countless Liangzhou soldiers wept bitterly, kneeling and unable to rise. There was a loyal and valiant general who, unable to endure the circumstances, was the first to cry out, "Long live your majesty! Long live, long live, long live! Ah, splendid! I shall reward you with the finest of my citrus fruits." Where are my citrus? Upon discovering the citrus, the young king, who had concealed his true prowess for 23 years, rejoiced like a child. "My lord, the Shu forces are upon us." Boldly spoken. "I am the sovereign, the ruler of all under heaven. Your majesty, the Shu forces are approaching. They are mere commoners, mere commoners. Quickly, summon the cavalry. I command an army of 150,000, and my elite cavalry of Liang. Dong Yuan, where are you? Where is the general? Charge forth." General Chen Zhong, clad in armor, coldly directed the troops, encircling the remaining forces of Liang near the stone forest. The Liang soldiers, steadfast in their loyalty, stood resolutely before the stone forest, fighting to protect their lord. Arrows rained down, and one by one, the Liang soldiers fell into pools of blood. "My lord, we are left with fewer than 2,000 Liang troops." Sumu nodded in silence, understanding that Jiazhou's strategy involved not only the retreat of the ambushers, but also the surrender of numerous Liang soldiers. This remnant of Liang forces was no longer a concern. "Have we located Dongwon?" "My lord, he seems to have gone mad in the stone forest." "Mad?" Sumu furrowed his brow and led his men, stepping over the bodies, towards the vicinity of the stone forest. Kill Su Bui, an old Liang general, accompanied by a handful of archers, attempted to shoot Su Mu with arrows. However, the prepared divine archers swiftly dispatched the Liang archers without exception. The fallen Liang general, bloodied, raised his face and, in a final act, drew a blade across his throat, succumbing to his wounds. Su Mu remained silent, undeterred, and continued forward. "Protect the lord." The remaining 200 guards stood resolutely before the incapacitated Dongwon, brandishing their blades in defense. "Prepare to shoot." Chen Zhong ordered expressionlessly. 3 volleys of arrows were released, and the last 200 loyal Liang soldiers fell to the ground. Loyalty and filial piety. Su Mu raised his head, hesitating momentarily before uttering those words. "Commoners! Commoners!" The once dazed Dongwon, clutching a citrus, suddenly turned furious. "I am the sovereign, the ruler of all under heaven. You dare to rebel? How audacious!" Su Mu fell silent for a moment. "If only my mother had given me citrus that year, I would not have contested. You do not understand. The night I killed my father, I could not sleep at all. You do not comprehend the depths of my sorrow after my elder brother's death, when I secretly knelt at his grave for a long, long time. And when I killed my second brother, my heart trembled severely. My lord, the auspicious moment has arrived. It is time for you to ascend the throne. Please, take your place upon the dragon throne." Su Mu sighed. Turning back, he noticed Si who, clutching an axe, appeared somewhat bewildered. Yes, I must ascend." Dongwon's expression transformed to one of elation as he laughed thrice, swiftly composing himself to sit earnestly upon a stone stump. "I pay my respects to your majesty." Su Mu closed his eyes and turned away, regardless of whether it was genuine madness or feigned insanity. For the grand enterprise of Shu, Dongwon must inevitably perish. In other words, should he lose this great battle, many lives in Shuzhou, including his own, as well as those of Jiazhou, Qinzhong, Yuan Fan, and even Jiang Kaiwei and Chengdu, would be extinguished. There is no question of right or wrong, merely the fate of the victor and the vanquished. At that moment, Si who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, clutching his axe, he began to advance. Soon, a cry of anguish echoed through the air. Su Mu halted, opened his eyes, and gazed up at the sky above the desolate land. "Shuzhou!" He raised his arm. "Shuzhou!" Behind him, more than 20,000 soldiers echoed his fervent shout. Each face was alight with aspirations for the future. Chapter 609. A full assault on Liangzhou. The horses trample Liangzhou. The expedition begins. With the demise of Dongwon, the entire Liang territory descended into chaos, leaderless. Reports from various counties fluttered in like scattered leaves. The young lord from Bingzhou, brought by Chao Yi, could prove invaluable. The aim is to pacify the 3 regions of Liang within 3 months. Listening to Jiazhou, Su Mu nodded with composure. At first glance, The momentum seemed to favor Shuzhou, yet history is replete with tales of unforeseen turns. When long, I wish to dispatch 2 additional forces to invade Liangzhou. Currently, within the confines of Lingzhou, there remain merely over 20,000 troops. The previous large army has been dispersed, advancing into Liangzhou from various fronts. Cai Zong, Fan Lu, Yuan, Daochong, and even Chao Yi, who was preparing to return, all understood that until Liangzhou was entirely conquered, nothing was certain. My lord, the Shuzhou cavalry is dwindling. If we send more troops now, especially infantry, their movements may be sluggish. The over 10,000 Shuzhou cavalry initially brought out have nearly been exhausted at Xilang Hill, leaving only about 2,000 remaining. Despite the initial force of over 100,000 Shuzhou soldiers, more than 30,000 have perished. According to Su Mu's original plan, once an advantage was gained, Yuan would be ordered to return. Yet now, with forces stretched thin, he could only write to Dong Fangjing, beseeching him to delay for a while longer. I understand, yet we cannot afford further delays. I intend to send Chen Zhong and Yin Hu, each commanding 7,000 troops, to split into 2 routes and sweep through the counties along the western border of Liangzhou towards Jiawu County. Jiawu County lies to the west of Liangzhou, bordering the desert, with a distant view of the Jade Gate Pass. Due to drought and barrenness, along with intermittent incursions from the Chong people, the population is sparse, with fewer than 3,000 households in such a vast territory. However, Su Mu recognized that in the future, Jiawu County would be of strategic significance to Liangzhou, capable of recovering the Jade Gate Pass and serving as a bulwark for the 3 regions of Liang. Moreover, Jiawu County still hosts several stables for Liang horses, making it all the more crucial. If my lord is inclined towards this course, it shall be done. However, it is imperative that the soldiers of Shuzhou exercise restraint and refrain from excessive violence against the Liang populace. After all, in the future, the 3 regions of Liang will also serve as a vital stronghold for my lord. When long, that is only natural. Within Liang, there are still numerous counties loyal to the Dong family, particularly among the prominent families who are aware of Su Mu's disdain for aristocracy. A rebellion could easily arise. Additionally, there are the Xiqiang's Fushuan tribe, who previously formed an alliance with Dongwon. Despite being thwarted by Cai Zong, they still possess 2,000 to 3,000 mounted warriors. Jiazhou remarked that capturing the 3 provinces of Liang within 3 months is indeed an optimistic estimate. In the regions of Lu City and Wanlang City, he instructed Shangwan Shu to deploy 5,000 volunteer troops to Lingzhou Pass. This troop reassignment would leave the borders of Liangzhou's 2 cities almost defenseless. However, given the current circumstances, Lingzhou Pass serves as a crucial stepping stone for the further assault on Liang. Once Liangzhou City is conquered, it would be fitting to pay homage to the late King of Liang, as a gesture of gratitude for his initial cooperation with the Young Marquis in purging the court of its corrupt elements. Su Musong exhaled deeply, standing atop Lingzhou Pass, gazing into the distance. Securing the 3 provinces of Liang would elevate him from a mere shrimp to a formidable fish in the tumultuous seas of chaos. Following this, with the warhorses of Liang as a foundation, he could establish trade with the western regions, waiting for the opportune moment to lead the grand army of Shuzhou in a bid for supremacy over the realm. My lord, once you possess the foundation for dominance, can we not change the banner after capturing Liang? Change the banner? Su's expression turned peculiar. As the lord governing several western provinces, how about being titled the overlord of Western Shu? Your words are increasingly melodious, Wen Long, but I cannot bear such a name. Su Musong's countenance was strange. The title of overlord is a burden few can endure. Perhaps it would suit Lord Chong, but for him, even as a master of a fleet, he lacks the valor required. It is best to leave such notions behind. In the tent of the Central Army in Huzhou, Chong Xilang set down the scroll and fixed his gaze upon the elderly strategist beside him. I have scarcely arrived in Huzhou, and he has already vanquished Dong. Lu Ji, standing nearby, nodded bitterly. The successive reports should be accurate. Su Shuang lured Dong went into battle and annihilated 70% of his forces during the battle at Xilang Hill, which included around 40,000 to 50,000 cavalry from Liang. How did he manage such a feat? With hundreds of modified transport carts, he formed a grand formation that initially suppressed the momentum of the Liang cavalry. As night fell, he executed a pincer maneuver. Surely, this grand strategy involved the cunning of the poisonous eagle. Lu Ji's tone carried an indescribable flavor. With Dongwen's demise, The three provinces of Liang would no longer stir great waves and would inevitably fall into the grasp of Su Shuang. I know my lord's heart harbors discontent. The current Su Shuang has thoroughly risen to power, and given time, he will nurture a cavalry from the three provinces of Liang. I fear that when that day arrives, indeed, indeed. Chang Xiling smiled. My lord, in the future, Su Shuang will likely be a formidable adversary. If I may suggest, while Su Shuang's foundation in Liang remains unstable, we should fortify Huzhou and dispatch our army into Liang to seize the three provinces. Zhongda, that would be unwise. Chang Xiling shook his head, understanding the implications. But you do not yet grasp that I do not wish to force our small merchant into enmity. In other words, if I must choose between the four dogs of Hebei and the unstable small merchant to attack, I would undoubtedly select the four dogs of Hebei. I have previously stated that engaging in conflict with the small merchant could lead to our downfall. I sincerely hope we do not find ourselves at war with him in the future. The elderly strategist beside him hesitated, unsure of what to say, and nodded. The small merchant is akin to a fierce tiger. I discerned his nature even while he was brewing wine. Do not be deceived by his frail appearance. Once you approach with a blade, he will surely bite down hard. My lord, please mind your words. Zhongda, I have expressed my sentiments with utmost gentleness. Chang Xiling stifled a yawn, feeling too lethargic to ponder further. The young master's actions were swift, compelling him to muster greater effort. He commanded that orders be dispatched for the generals to prepare for a military council. This time, I shall twist off Gong Sun Zu's head and hang it beneath the donkey's belly as a grand ornament. A swift crack of the whip, and the donkey shall trot along with it. My lord, Chang Xiling chuckled. Fearful that Lu Ji might truly be angered, he hastily adjusted the venerable strategist's goatee. Zhongda, do not be vexed, do not be vexed. Let us share a smile. Preparations for the military council are underway. Lu Ji donned a countenance akin to a bitter melon. My lord possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is burdened by an excessive sense of chivalric righteousness, the origins of which elude understanding. Despite being scion of a prominent family, he has transformed into such a figure. Nonetheless, he is still a formidable sovereign. Do you not see? The valiant and accomplished Chang Xiaodang, whose audacity rivals that of a conqueror. I, Lu Ji, am willing to assist my lord in pacifying the four provinces of Hebei. Chapter 610. The tiger of Dingzhou in Laizhou, Fang Ru sat upon the small dragon throne, his visage tinged with anxiety. As spring unfolded, Zhuo Shiren led an allied force of 80,000, positioning themselves at the borders of Laizhou. The memory of last year's catastrophic defeat haunted him, where over 100,000 troops were relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by a mere 20,000 soldiers from Lingzhou, leaving him in a state of unease. Fortunately, he had a formidable general at his disposal. Is there any solution among you? The court remained silent, many officials of the Jing dynasty casting their gaze forward, fixated upon the elderly general at the forefront, whose hair was as white as snow. The old general remained motionless. Fang Ru cleared his throat. General Yan, do you possess a strategy? General Yin Song stepped forth with solemnity. Your Majesty, there is no alternative but to launch a campaign and vanquish Zhuo Shiren. I, Yin Song, humbly offer my service to alleviate your burdens. My general, your previous military reforms have left our nation with merely over 60,000 troops. Over 60,000 strong young soldiers are indeed sufficient, Yin Song replied stoically. Though I am advanced in years, I am willing to lead the great Jing into battle against the treacherous Zhuo Shiren. Fang Ru hesitated, neither acquiescing nor rejecting the proposal. Very well, I shall deliberate further. Time is of the essence. Your servant Yin Song kneels to implore your Majesty to make a prompt decision. As Yin Song exited, he gazed upon the dilapidated palace. A mockery of grandeur, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Father, this pretender to the throne is not devoid of competence. Should I acquiesce to him, you would at least command 50,000 troops for the campaign. Moreover, with the clandestine efforts of our Yin family over the years, we could muster nearly 60,000 in total. Chonger, the pretender must be apprehensive. I am not of the direct line, and even with 10 or 8 supervising generals, trust will remain elusive. Alas, with your father's capabilities, gaining command of the military would restore our family name and elevate us among the lords. You are mistaken, Chonger. Yin Song ambled forth. This battle against Zhuo Shiren is imperative, whether it be the edict of the pretender or for the greater cause of the Yuan family. It must be fought. You must understand, only through demonstrated prowess will others yield to you. What is your intent, father? In the cool spring breeze, Yin Song smiled faintly. If I, Yin Song, successfully thwarts Washuren, what do you reckon will happen to my reputation among the soldiers and the populace? To achieve great undertakings, one must proceed cautiously, avoiding haste, yet not succumbing to excessive slowness. I have heard that in the Western territories, the renowned figure known as Tian Xiaobai possesses a meticulous nature and has already vanquished the Wang of Liangzhou, poised to solidify his influence. Subai? I have heard he is associated with that cunning rascal. Just as these words left my lips, Yuan Chong sensed a misstep and hastily silenced himself. No matter. Yuan Tao is indeed the scion of the noble Yuan lineage, known for his loyalty and righteousness. I hold great admiration for him. Years ago, he seemingly uncovered certain matters and sought to trace my whereabouts. Fortunately, the scandal surrounding the treacherous minister, Shao, became so immense that he was compelled to retract his nets. Unlike that dog of Yuan An, should I ascend to the throne, I would bestow upon Yuan Tao the title of King of Loyalty and Righteousness. His demeanor reflects both regret and aspiration, this elder, in the twilight of his years, whose pace grows ever slower. Chonger, you must remember, though you have yet to make your mark upon the world, you, Yuan Chong, are the dernier scion of the Yuan family. Yuan Chong knelt in reverence, assuring his father that after years of concealment, he understood the path ahead. Good, this is the essence of our Yuan clan. Yin Song smiled in satisfaction. For in the vast expanse of Lian and Erzhou, I possess ample means to overturn this false dynasty. In Dingzhou, the winds and sands ceaselessly swirl. A taciturn middle-aged general, before descending from the city gates, cast several lingering glances towards the outer territories. His name is Lu Xiu, and after the demise of the Dingbei Marquis, he has become the foremost general in Dingzhou. As the court crumbled, the past 2 or 3 years witnessed a complete lack of military provisions. Had he been another man, he might have rebelled long ago, declaring himself king over the state. Furthermore, some might have sought riches and colluded with the barbarians, opening Dingzhou to their incursions. Yet, he remained steadfast. He clung to Dingzhou, subsisting on the meager supplies provided by the border populace, coupled with the occasional monetary support from Shuzhou and the inner city. Enduring in hardship, the armor he wore was battered, its plates missing, and caked in the grime of battle, long overdue for a change. Previously, a military envoy from Liangzhou had come to Dingzhou, speaking earnestly, urging him to lead the troops and people of Dingzhou to submit to the Wang of Liangzhou, promising provisions and military pay in return. Fearing retribution upon Dingzhou, he had refrained from responding. For a land as barren as Dingzhou, the best outcome would be to become a mere garrison for frontline troops. Loyalty in this world takes many forms. Some are loyal to wealth, others to power. While he remains devoted to the soldiers and civilians of Dingzhou who have shared in the trials of life and death, he is loyal to the rusted gates of Dingbei, and not far beyond them, the endless expanse of the 10-mile graveyard. Lu Xiu, grasping his old sword, trudged heavily towards the city gates, accepting a flatbread offered by a child, which he then passed to a nearby guard. General, the Hu bandits sent a scout yesterday. Upon seeing the defenses in place, they retreated. These foreign marauders only dare to act stealthily. Lu Xiu turned his gaze towards the direction of Bingzhou. By the way, what news from the situation in Yud? General Chai Zong's forces have already captured several commanderies in Bingzhou. It is said that King of Shu has annihilated the main forces of Liang, and now the army is splitting to launch a comprehensive assault on Liang territory. Indeed, Old Marquis, you are correct. Did the Old Marquis leave any words? Lu Xiu raised his hand towards the inner city, bowing deeply in respect. Old Lord Ho stated that should the day arrive when his son-in-law from the Li family ascends to become a formidable sovereign, he would command me to lead the army of Dingzhou and pledge allegiance to him. At present, the territories of Dingzhou and Liangdi have seamlessly merged, making this arrangement exceptionally fitting. You all guard the Dingbei Pass while I make my way into Liang for a brief 7-day sojourn. Remember, should the barbarian bandits lose their senses and dare to attack, send word immediately. Rest assured, General. Lu Xiu raised his head and surveyed the soldiers before him, which included newly enlisted youths just past the age of adulthood and veterans with hair as white as snow. Each one donned the armor of fallen warriors, passing it down as a testament to sacrifice. With no military pay and scant provisions, the only sustenance they possessed was unwavering loyalty to their homeland. steadfastly defending the Dingbei Pass to prevent the marauding Hu from encroaching upon the central plains. I have never held such profound faith that the 13,000 soldiers of the Dingbei army are an elite force renowned throughout the realm. One day, we shall transform our defense into offense, breaking through the Dingbei Pass and striking at the heart of the Hu's stronghold, though the nation's strength has crumbled and the landscape lies shattered. With barbarian tribes emerging from all corners, there must remain those with a heart for the world, who will safeguard the land and stand resolute. Riding an old warhorse, Lu Xiu took only a handful of companions. Amidst the heartfelt farewells of the populace and his soldiers, he spurred his steed onward towards Liandi. He had heard tales of the Li family's son-in-law, who had purged treacherous officials and repelled the northern nomads from the grasslands. Such deeds alone suffice to illustrate that this son-in-law is indeed a remarkable hero. The tiger of Dingzhou, Lu Xiu, pays homage to his lord. With bright eyes, Lu Xiu silently proclaimed this in his heart. Chapter 611. Lu Xiu enters Liang. Total war has commenced. This time, Su Mu chose to remain at the camp in Lingzhu Pass, ready to receive military reports at any moment. In these few days, it was rather Chai Zong's forces that had successfully captured several cities and passes. This, of course, should be linked to the affairs concerning the young lord of Bingzhou. I surmise that post-war pacification of Bingzhou will not pose significant difficulty. Su Mu nodded. The orphan left by the late King Dingshu of Bingzhou has now become a boon for the campaign against Liang. In accordance with the earlier discussions with Jiazhou, this orphan will be established as the king of Bingzhou, not for genuine power, but merely as a figurehead to stabilize the province. As for Chao Yi's side, Su Mu harbored no concerns. Truthfully, the Ku clan and Bingzhou do not share a master-subject relationship. It resembles more of a debt of gratitude. The favor of 7 barrels of mutton soup has already been repaid eightfold. The Dong family has operated in Liangzhou for many years, nurturing numerous prominent clans. Not to mention the collateral relatives of the Dong clan, there are many other noble families who will steadfastly defend the various counties of Liangzhou, hoping for an opportunity to strike back. Stabilizing the two provinces should prove somewhat easier. However, resistance in Liangzhou may be more formidable. Yet Su Mu remained untroubled. Without a main force, the scattered noble factions of Liangzhou cannot serve as a pillar of support. The true concern lies with the external forces beyond the west. Su Mu merely hopes that the army stationed with one can act swiftly and return to Mu Yunzhou at the earliest opportunity. My lord, a commanding officer approached, delivering news from the patrol camp at Lingzhu Pass that a few riders from outside sought to enter the checkpoint. A few riders? Su Mu was taken aback. They are said to be from Dingzhou. Dingzhou. Quickly, let them enter the checkpoint. Dingzhou is also a land of ambition for Su Mu. Although Dingzhou is notoriously barren, it possesses a unique advantage, a stretch of 200 miles linking it to the inner city, and to the northeast, after traversing a desolate expanse, lies the land of Hebei. If one were to claim that Shuzhou must gaze upon the world, Dingzhou stands as the most formidable bastion for the western provinces. As Su Mu sat within the central military tent, merely an envoy, he was taken aback by the entrance of a weathered general clad in tattered armor, who strode in with a steady gait. Following closely behind this general were several personal guards, similarly adorned in worn armor, yet their eyes twinkled with a resolute spirit. Greetings, my lord, I am Lu Xiu of Dingzhou. The general, Lu Xiu, entered without pretense, kneeling on one knee with clasped fists. Lu Xiu, you are Lu Chongling. Su Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he rushed forward to support Lu Xiu's shoulder, helping him rise. He had heard numerous tales of Lu Xiu from Chaizong, amidst the nation's ruin and shattered lands. It was this very man who had not sought kingship or amassed troops, but instead steadfastly defended the northern pass against the marauding Hu tribes beyond. Previously, Dingzhou had seemed too distant. Otherwise, Su Mu would have sought to recruit Lu Xiu long ago. Thank you, my lord, Lu Xiu responded. Chongling. You may call me my lord. Su Mu's expression revealed a hint of excitement. The name of the tiger of Dingzhou had already resonated far and wide. Jiazhou approached, his face rarely betraying joy, yet today it did. Having heard of the tiger of Dingzhou's renown, witnessing him in person was indeed an extraordinary experience. Mr. Dui, you flatter me. Lu Xiu exhaled deeply. Though it had taken him 5 or 6 days to arrive, he had hastened his journey, reaching Lingzhu Pass in just over 4 days, driven by his eagerness to meet the Lord. Chongling, please take a seat. Lu Xiu returned the gesture and sat steadily in the chair. Chongling, if I am not mistaken, this is our first meeting. When I repelled the northern D, you were leading troops out of Dingzhou, and we did not cross paths. Indeed, our spirits have long been aligned. Lu Xiu began, a hint of sorrow crossing his visage. To be candid, my lord, the old Marquis left me a letter. It stated that if one day you were to possess the stature of a great leader, I should lead the people and troops of Dingzhou under your banner. Your campaign against Liang has already become an inevitable trend, and I, Lu Xiu, eager to serve, have come forth without delay. Hearing this, Su Mu felt a swell of emotion. Whether it be the young Marquis or the venerable Li Ruqing, these two patriotic lords had always instilled in him a fervor, a series of benefits bestowed upon him. To have you, Chongling, is a tremendous joy. Let us, in lieu of wine, raise a cup of tea to honor the old Marquis. Indeed, it is fitting. This venerable Marquis, who had risen through merit, never faltered in his devotion to the Central Plains. The soldiers left behind in Dingzhou formed a bulwark of flesh and blood, resolutely defending the northern pass amidst the nation's desolation, refusing to yield. After the ritual was completed, the relationship between Su Mu and Lu Xiu in the military tent felt all the more intimate. In truth, Lu Xiu could have pursued a more advantageous path, such as aligning with Chong Xiling, yet he steadfastly chose Shuzhou. Chongling, I appoint you as the Grand General of Dingzhou to pacify the frontier, remaining in Dingzhou to oversee the overarching strategy. Furthermore, from this day forth, the military supplies and provisions for the Northern Army shall be provided by Shuzhou. Once the territories of Liangdi Sanzhou have been pacified, I shall venture once more to Dingzhou to meet the valiant Tiger Army stationed at Dingbei Pass. Though their numbers are modest, as intelligence reports indicate they comprise less than 15,000 troops. It is precisely this seemingly disadvantaged force that has managed to uphold the prestige of the Central Plains. Deep within, Su Mu holds the Dingzhou army in the highest regard. The 8,000 troops he acquired from Li Ruqing during the initial phase of his endeavor proved to be an invaluable asset. Furthermore, like many other states, Dingzhou also implements a meritocratic system in its military, rewarding those who vanquish bandits with significant accolades. Upon hearing this, not only Lu Xiu but also several accompanying guards displayed expressions of fervent excitement, not merely for the prospect of rewards, but because they realized, at last, that there exists someone who comprehends their steadfast resolve to defend Dingbei Pass against the marauding bandits. The junior officer expresses gratitude on behalf of the Dingbei forces. Long Ling. There is no need for excessive formality. However, Su Mu harbors a pressing dilemma. With the conquest of Liangdi Sanzhou and the acquisition of Dingzhou, he requires formidable generals to maintain order. Yu Wenhe and Dongfang Jing must remain in Miyunzu to guard against the Demon Empress. As for Chao Yi, he does not wish to be overly lenient, as cavalry commanders are exceedingly rare. Individuals like Chao Yi are destined to become leaders of cavalry units in the future. Meanwhile, Wei Feng has essentially secured his position as the commander of the White Armored Cavalry. Others, such as Fan Lu and Han Jiao, are too brash to serve as generals of the town. Of course, Su Mu could choose to relocate the capital to Liangdi Sanzhou, but such a plan would be akin to picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. The true core of the western provinces lies within Shuzhou, a land abundant in resources and potential, lacking a lineage of established clans or loyal retainers. There exists only a bond of trust. He prefers to place his faith in the foresight of the venerable Lord Li Ruqing. Su Mu's mind has already formed a resolution. Long Ling, how many miles separate Bingzhou from Dingzhou? Lu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Su Mu's intent. My lord, it is not far. If one were to travel via the official routes, a round trip could be completed in less than a day. Excellent. Lu Xiu, upon receiving the command, immediately declared, apart from Dingzhou, I shall also entrust Bingzhou to you, appointing you as the commander at the border of both provinces. The Tiger of Dingzhou, Lu Chongling, shall not shy away from making a name for himself across the realm. Chapter 612. The Iron Hooves that shatter 30 provinces, my lord. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Lu Xiu's countenance reflected shock. To be candid, he had only recently joined the ranks, having pledged his allegiance less than a day prior. Yet, despite this brief tenure, the lord before him has entrusted him with the governance of 2 provinces. What profound trust this reflects. Long Ling, do not forget to express your gratitude to the lord. Jia Zhou, standing nearby, spoke in a soft voice. Lu Xiu bowed deeply, thanking the lord once more, assuring him, rest assured, I, Lu Xiu, vow to safeguard Dingzhou and Bingzhou, neither shall fall. Lu Xiu clasped his fists and then prostrated deeply before Su Mu. The latter smiled, confident that the situation in Bingzhou is now under control. Upon entering Bingzhou, Long Ling, remember to prioritize pacification. I have heard that you disdain aristocratic families. Nevertheless, many influential clans still reside in Bingzhou. Fear not, those who can flee will certainly do so. Those who remain indicate their willingness to accept the governance of Shuzhou. Long Ling, once the specific tax regulations and measures for the welfare of the populace are drafted, I shall ensure they are delivered to you. The new armor of the Northern Expeditionary Army will be delivered within approximately 2 months. Lu Shui nodded in acknowledgement. After discussing the significant matters, Su Mu instructed his subordinates to prepare a welcome banquet. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Shui, concerned about the Northern Pass, would hastily leave and return to Dingzhou. Wanlong, do we face any issues? If one does not trust, one should not employ. If one employs, there are no doubts. There are indeed no problems. Yet, as an advisor to the Lord, I must speak a word of caution. Lu Shui can be considered, in a sense, a relative of Wan Fei. Jiazhou concluded his statement succinctly. Su Mu, however, grasped the underlying concern. Jiazhou feared that Lu Shui, with his growing influence, might become embroiled in the power struggles akin to Li Duan's ambitions. The likelihood of such an occurrence is as rare as winning the lottery, essentially negligible. Of course, as a strategist, Jiazhou's preemptive caution was not misplaced. The Lord is not like other feudal lords, nor like the affluent families or noble offspring who have cultivated their wealth over many years. The main branch of our Lord's lineage requires greater expansion. Jiazhou cast Su Mu a meaningful glance, suggesting a prudent course of action. For a moment, Su Mu was taken aback, recalling Li Duan's goji berry soup. Over a month later, Yuan, leading more than 30,000 troops, commenced the march back to Muyun Prefecture. The campaign against Liang has now engulfed nearly half of Liangzhou, progressing even more swiftly than Su Mu had anticipated. My lord, General Chao has returned. Upon hearing this news, Su Mu's expression transformed into one of immense joy. Since feigning defection, Chao Yi had been outside Shuzhou for over 3 months. I pay my respects to my lord. As he walked back to the military tent, Chao Yi, despite having wiped his face, could not conceal the traces of battle and hardship etched upon him. Excellent. I have not misjudged you, Su Mu said, patting Chao Yi on the shoulder. Beside them, Si Hu seized the opportunity to deliver a playful blow, nearly causing Chao Yi to stumble. Brother Hu, your hits grow increasingly forceful, Su Mu remarked with a hint of laughter. Si Hu's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered a few words before retreating to a distance. My lord, the traitor Fu Sun has already made plans to abandon the Yuan Pass. Chao Yi seated himself and drank 2 cups of tea in quick succession. Abandon the Yuan Pass? Su Mu chuckled, recalling the arrogance Fu Sun had displayed when allied with Dongwon. Now, however, he is eager to flee the Yuan Pass. I initially intended to pursue him further, but our forces were too few, so I had to temporarily halt my plans. That is already quite commendable, Su Mu said, refilling Chao Yi's cup. It was Chao Yi's repeated unexpected strategies that had culminated in the success of his campaign against Liang. By the way, my lord, I received intel that a contingent of cavalry from the western regions recently arrived. Su Mu furrowed his brow, acknowledging the truth of this statement. This unexpected cavalry had nearly caused significant trouble for the Shuzhou army. My lord, there has been a misunderstanding. Su Mu paused. What do you mean? This is not cavalry from the western regions. The true western regions lie beyond the Yuan Pass, a journey of 2 months at the very least. I suspect this cavalry is likely composed of mixed tribal forces based outside the Yuan Pass, not Chong people, but possibly a rogue regime from the western regions. In any case, my time with Yudang Wang has illuminated the intricate relationships among the nations of the western regions. However, my lord need not worry. Should these marauding dogs from the west dare to infringe upon our borders, I vow to strip them of their fur. Patience is key. In the region of the Western Territories, it is essential to emulate the Silk Road of later generations, creating a thoroughfare for commerce. If all remains undisturbed, tranquility shall indeed be the most desirable state. By the way, Chao Yi, has King Yudang not arrived yet? Previously, old Yudang accompanied me in an endeavor to intercept the Fu Sun tribe, during which he sustained an injury from an arrow to his arm. At this moment, he is recuperating within the tribe. When I returned to Liang, he, fearing that the Lord would be unfaithful to his word, pursued my horse, wounded as he was, weeping all the way. This time, the last 8,000 warriors of the Yu Dang tribe performed admirably, with casualties exceeding half. He has rendered great service. And this king shall not be stingy with rewards. Shortly, I will dispatch a messenger to inform King Yu Dang, as per our previous agreement, to choose a suitable location outside Liangzhou for his settlement. Subsequently, craftsmen from Shuzhou will be sent to assist him in constructing a city. This action not only rewards King Yu Dang, but also establishes the Yu Dang tribe as the watchtower on the western frontier of the Central Plains. However, this is merely a temporary arrangement. Should old Yu Dang become aware, he would likely weep anew. Chao Yi chuckled. For the Lord remains unaware that he is contemplating marrying one of his daughters to me. Yet, I consider that he is, after all, of the Chong ethnicity. The offering of a daughter merely serves as a means to firmly grasp the Lord's favor. Therefore, I have no desire for such a union, as her visage is somewhat unappealing. That latter remark likely accounts for 5 parts of my reluctance. Su Mu's expression turned peculiar. This time, King Yu Dang has indeed demonstrated his loyalty. However, as a vassal, certain expectations must not be overlooked. In the lands beyond the pass, we must not allow a second Beidi to arise. Specific constraints will be discussed by Su Mu with Jia Zhou and subsequently conveyed to King Yu Dang. I have heard that the Lord has elevated me, the young master of Bingzhou, to kingship. Regardless of the circumstances, Chao Yi is immensely grateful. Chao Yi knelt and clasped his fists in reverence. This kneeling gesture signifies not only gratitude, but also the fulfillment of his long-held wish to entrust the legacy of Bingzhou, thereby repaying the Lord's kindness. Su Mu gazed upon this young general with growing fondness. After Chao Yi secures the 3 states of Liang, Shuzhou shall become a land of fine steeds. I wish to establish a cavalry unit, and you shall henceforth command this elite cavalry, becoming the foremost cavalry commander of Shuzhou. This appointment raises no eyebrows, for Chao Yi has already proven his equestrian prowess through numerous battles. Certainly, in the future, Su Mu will generously impart his knowledge, transforming this relatively young wolf clan general into a marshal whose iron hooves shall shake the 30 states of the realm. In the absence of renowned generals, we shall cultivate them gradually. 1. Chao Yi, Chai Zong, and even Fan Lu and Han Jiawei Feng. These steadfast followers will ultimately grow and, one day, become celebrated generals of the world. Chao Yi expresses his gratitude to the Lord, earnestly clasping his fists, his resolute countenance resonating with determination. Chapter 613. Western Shu. Approximately 2 months later, the campaign to conquer Liang finally approached its conclusion. Initially, Su Mu harbored concerns regarding potential unrest from the Zhangzhou royal family. Fortunately, nothing of the sort transpired. Entering Liangzhou city, mounted upon his steed, Su Mu radiated vigor, accompanied by numerous soldiers from Shuzhou, their faces alight with joy. This campaign against Liang has been a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Shu people, achieving a remarkable turnaround in fortune. Bow before the Lord. We joyfully welcome the Lord into the capital of Liangzhou. Chunzhong, who had captured Liangzhou city, stood outside the city with a group of deputy generals, forming 2 rows and shouting in unison. Su Mu dismounted and gazed up at the ancient city gates before him. This royal capital of Liangzhou had stood for 3 centuries in the northwest, and today, it was finally incorporated into the map of the Western Shu. Now, Su Mu held dominion over 6 major provinces: Shuzhou, Miyunzhu, Liangzhou, Anbing, and the 2 regions of Lixiu. Regrettably, aside from Shuzhou, which was somewhat prosperous, the remaining provinces could hardly be deemed fertile lands. The northwestern territories lay adjacent to the windswept borders, characterized by barren soil, with the only notable advantage being the ability to field a substantial cavalry. Meanwhile, due to the incessant warfare, Miyunzhu had seen its populace flee, leading to desolate lands and a dwindling population. The road ahead was long and arduous. Dispelling his concerns, Su Mu took steady steps towards the city gate, in front of his loyal brothers. From humble beginnings as a stick-wielding youth to the king of the Western Shu provinces, he had finally earned the right to gaze upon the world with pride. Upon reaching the city gate, Su Mu paused. Yin Lu, standing beside him, procured a jug of warm wine. As it was filled, Su Mu accepted it, his eyes already clouded with dust. To the heroes of yore, he toasted, raising a cup in tribute to the valiant men of Shuzhou. May the green mountains remain silent, and the flickering lights never waver, as we honor the brave who have returned to the Temple of Heroes. A chorus of lamentation erupted from countless Shuzhou soldiers at both ends of the city gate. This campaign against Liang had indeed drained Shuzhou's vitality, with nearly 40,000 souls lost to the battlefield, an unprecedented toll since Su Mu's military endeavors began. Nevertheless, this conflict had elevated Shuzhou from a mere 2 provinces to a formidable force of 6. Kneel. Su Mu was the first to descend to his knees, followed by thousands of soldiers, hands raised to the heavens, bidding farewell to their heroes. In the royal palace of Liangzhou City, Su Mu sat upon the throne, intently studying the map in his hands. This new cartographic representation, freshly drawn by Jia Zhou and his team, depicted the provinces of Western Shu, ink still wet. Li Xiu and Bingzhou were already entrusted to Lu Xiu for defense. As for Liangzhou and Anzhou, it seemed the Lord had also identified suitable candidates. Deep within Su Mu's heart, he harbored thoughts of his own. His preliminary choice was Chai Zong, known as Chai Yud. Wanlong, what do you think of Chai Zong? Su Mu mused, knowing full well that the Lord would favor Chai Zong. However, he needed to comprehend that within current Western Shu, there existed 2 factions, one comprised of Su Mu's own Su family military foundation, and the other represented by the local faction of Shuzhou, with Qin Zhong at its helm. Lu Xiu had adeptly adapted to the local circumstances, and the Lord had performed commendably. Nonetheless, it was only natural for them to elevate a loyal Shuzhou general while leveraging Shuzhou's burgeoning power. With the conquest of the 3 provinces of Liang, the significance of Yuan had diminished considerably. Retaining Qinzhong there would indeed be a waste. Wanlong's words are wise, Su Mu acknowledged. The pool of generals available for deployment from Shuzhou was limited. Chai Zong was a versatile talent, deserving of further refinement alongside the Lord, potentially emerging as a gem of great value. Jia Zhou's insights were not mistaken. Chai Zong epitomized a well-rounded general. To quantify his abilities, he could be likened to an average of 80 in 5 dimensions. As such, it was proposed that Qinzhong serve as the commanding general for Liangzhou and Anzhou, with Wang Yong managing the administrative affairs of the 2 provinces. Lao Wang, also a native of Shu, is likely to achieve an even more splendid collaboration with Qinzhong. The Lord is indeed wise. Su Mu nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. The candidate for the general of Jinzhou has been determined. Henceforth, it is time to cultivate one's strength discreetly and advance steadily. Wanlong, do you possess any military reports from other regions? In today's Central Plains, aside from the Lord's campaign against Liang, there are also the King of Yuzhou's expedition against Hebei, the coalition led by Zhuo Shiren against Laizhou, and the Tang family of Qingzhou's assault on Yanzhou. The Tang family? Su Mu noted this unfamiliar name. Indeed, the Tang family had abruptly risen amidst the chaos last year, uniting the 5 counties of Qingzhou in a matter of months to declare themselves kings and establish a military system. Furthermore, the Tang family are descendants of the esteemed literati. Descendants of the literati? Wanlong, this is a significant loss of virtue. Based on the current situation, if I am not mistaken, the Tang family of Qingzhou has likely agreed to collaborate with Zhuo Shiren, coordinating from another front to attack the false emperor in Yanzhou. The false emperor Fang Ru, who occupies Laizhou and Yanzhou, now appears to be encircled by Zhuo Shiren. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Fang Ru's demise is inevitable. Su Mu recalled last year's intelligence, which stated that Fang Ru's army of over 100,000 was routed by Zhuo Shiren's 20,000 elite troops from Lingzhou, leaving them in disarray. However, Jia Zhou suddenly paused, noting that a great general had emerged from the false emperor's ranks, none other than the esteemed veteran Yan, whom we previously spoke of. The old General Yan Song, having streamlined his forces by dismissing the old and weak, now commands over 60,000 vigorous troops, training them through the winter. Designated as the commanding general for the expedition, he first deployed 10,000 troops in Yanzhou as a feint, preventing Qingzhou from launching a full-scale assault. Subsequently, he led 50,000 troops southward, decisively defeating Zhuo Shiren's 30,000 vanguard. Then, just as Yanzhou was on the verge of collapse, he returned and similarly routed the Tang family. A true general indeed, Su Mu exclaimed in astonishment. From the beginning until now, he had believed that Zhuo Shiren was no mere ordinary figure. Yet, under such advantageous circumstances, an octogenarian veteran managed to break the encirclement. Now, Yan Song has become the most steadfast military spirit within the false emperor's camp, revered by all the soldiers. Wanlong, I reiterate, why would such an individual pledge allegiance to the false emperor? Jia Zhou shook his head, uncertain, but speculated that matters are not as straightforward as they seem. In this tumultuous era, those who leave their mark in the annals of history are certainly not mediocre individuals. Su Mu wholeheartedly agreed. The path to dominance in Western Shu remains a long and arduous journey. My lord, there is another piece of news. The King of Yuzhou has recently dealt a devastating blow to the Hebei coalition, annihilating the Silver Halberd Guard of Yezhou and subsequently seizing control of the region. As the leader of Hebei, Gongsun Zhu was forced to retreat in haste, abandoning Yezhou and repositioning his defenses along the borders of Yizhou. In the 4 prefectures of Hebei, the King of Yuzhou has already taken Huzhou and Yezhou. Only Yizhou, Yuzhou, and Gongsun Zhu's northern Yanzhou remain. The King of Yuzhou is truly bent on revenge this time. In the past, Gongsun Zhu's treachery nearly cost Lord Chong his life in Hebei. With old grudges and new resentments, if the opportunity arises, it is likely that the Gongsun clan will be utterly annihilated. Gongsun Zhu, the king of Yanzhou, was previously unwilling to accept his fate. In the past, should the King of Yuzhou conquer Hebei, his Yanzhou would merely become a breeding ground for horses, and the illustrious Gongsun clan would be reduced to serving as the King of Yuzhou's everlasting grooms. There exists no absolute right or wrong, only the chaos of this tumultuous era. Jiazhou lifted his head, his tone gravely serious. In chapter 614, Old Yudang, he did not immediately return to Shu Prefecture, but remained in Liangzhou City, where Su Mu diligently managed the military and civil affairs of the northwestern provinces. With myriad tasks awaiting revival, Su Mu enacted a series of benevolent policies to soothe the populace. Additionally, he summoned Lu Feng from Shu Prefecture to oversee equine affairs across the provinces. During his time in Shu, Lu Feng had demonstrated his adeptness in managing these matters with remarkable orderliness. Although not a warrior by nature, he was regarded as a reliable ally, akin to Chun Sheng and Zhou Zun. Furthermore, Zhou Zun, the mining official, was set to expand his patrol range to the northwestern territories in due course. Rubbing his temples, Su Mu set aside the scroll in his hands. With the western Shu still in its infancy, it was wise to exercise caution over the hard-won territory. My lord, Old Yudang has arrived at that moment. Chao Yi entered, clasping his fists solemnly. Please, have him in. Within the palace, Old Yudang hurriedly approached the entrance, shouting with fervor, My lord, I, Yudang, have come to offer my congratulations. Despite his injuries, he insisted on witnessing the grandeur of his lord, even if it meant perishing along the way. Behold, the tongue of this elder from the western Chong grows ever more eloquent. Old Yudang, please take a seat. My lord may address me by my given name. I am Yudang Xiong, and you may call me Little Bear without hesitation. Please sit. Your manner is quite unfamiliar to me. Old Yudang, with a somewhat sheepish demeanor, promptly took his seat, gazing earnestly at Su Mu. Is there something amiss with my countenance? Not at all, Old Yudang replied with sincerity. I have merely noticed that your features bear a striking resemblance to the majestic visage of our Western Chong deity, the White Stone God, as if a celestial being graced our presence. Well put. We shall elaborate on that shortly, Su Mu sighed. As Chao Yi remarked, Old Yudang had indeed exerted considerable effort in the campaign against Liang. The remaining 8,000 warriors of his tribe had also joined the fray against Liang. Outside the borders of Liangzhou, Su Mu required a Western Chong force to serve as a vanguard. Undoubtedly, Old Yudang was the most fitting candidate. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one must be cautious when nurturing a hawk to avoid being pecked in the eye. Old Yudang, has Yudang City been established? It is still under construction, thanks to the craftsmen dispatched by my lord. There is no need for formalities. Simply call me Shu Wang, Su Mu replied with a smile. Assisting Old Yudang in the construction of a small city gate was a promise made earlier. Additionally, should other foreign tribes attempt to penetrate the central plains of Liang, Yudang City would serve as the first line of defense. Su Mu believed that Old Yudang understood this as well. However, for the Yudang tribe to firmly establish their roots, aligning with Western Shu was undoubtedly the wisest choice. There is another matter regarding the Liang campaign. Old Yudang's expression suddenly grew serious. As you are aware, I have long resided beyond the borders of Liang. Thus I have gathered some insights regarding the affairs of the western regions. The western regions? Indeed. I have heard that the Zhaowu county of Liangzhou was previously ceded by the king of Liang, Dongwon. This is the very cavalry from the western regions that came to aid us. They have been clamoring to reclaim Zhaowu county. Su Mu furrowed his brow, surprised to learn that Dongwon had left such a troublesome predicament in his wake. Old Yudang, is it not true that the western regions are quite distant from Liang? Exiting the Yumen Pass, it would take no less than a month to arrive at the destination. Moreover, the journey is fraught with peril, as there are scarcely any paths. It is solely through the guidance of the seasoned navigator that one can find their way out. Countless skeletal remains litter the vast desert, the remnants of those who perished along the way. Yudong Wang, paused, comprehending the intent of my lord. Upon receiving this intelligence, I dispatched numerous scouts for further inquiries, which revealed a significant finding. The cavalry summoned by the king of Liangzhou over a century ago hailed from the western regions, suggesting that the connections behind this might be intricate. Sumu fell into contemplation. He did not fear battle. Should a fool extend their hand toward Jiaowu County, he would simply strike them down. However, his concern lay with the affairs of the Silk Road, for it represented a prosperous route for soldiers in the future. Yudong Wang, dedicate yourself to this matter and uncover the truth. Naturally, I, the Yudong tribe, am indeed part of Shishu. Anyone who harbors designs against Shishu should inquire of my curved blade. Certainly, Sumu was not one to indulge in pretense. The tribes of Pingman, K, and the Yudong tribe had played crucial roles in his military campaigns. Foreigners may bear the ferocity of wolves, yet they can also be allies. Just as Sumu was about to speak further, he suddenly noticed the elderly Yudong, now weeping, his tears and mucus mingling. What is it? Even the king of Liangzhou, who once deceived me into attacking Shuzhou, never regarded the Yudong tribe as allies. The righteousness of the king of Shu. Sumu smiled faintly, wielding both kindness and severity. Undoubtedly, I hold no grudges against friends. However, should they be enemies, I would annihilate their clan and tribe without hesitation. Yudong Wang, pale in complexion, attempted to pledge his loyalty, but was halted by the imposing Sumu. Beyond Liangzhou, you must exert more effort. Although the Fu Sun tribe has relocated, they may return. Additionally, you should have received the military decree I issued. In recognition of the Yudong tribe's significant contributions, you may raise a force of 20,000 cavalrymen, initially prioritizing rest and recuperation. Still, I reiterate, Sumu does not wish for another northern D to emerge in the western expanse of the Central Plains. Yudong Wang, fully aware of Sumu's intentions, nodded eagerly. Yudong Wang, I have arranged a welcoming banquet. Will you join me in toasting? Thank you, King of Shu. Yudong Wang clasped his hands in gratitude, suddenly recalling something. My lord, there is one final matter I must disclose. I previously mentioned to General Chao that I have a daughter, blessed with a fortunate visage, of marriageable age. Your court is graced with only 2 ladies. In my humble opinion, Chao Yi, quickly, fetch some warm wine. Sumu hastily rose and stepped forward. In the western Shu, before the palace of Cangzhou, a figure clad in phoenix robes stood in the twilight, her enchanting visage marked by an air of indifference. After a prolonged silence, she gradually composed herself, casting her gaze downward. Her belly had grown considerably, heralding the imminent arrival of a new life. Chen Lu, have you gathered all the information? Chen Lu approached with quickened steps, unable to restrain his gaze from the figure atop the hall, draped in black, wielding a swift sword. He had pondered whether, with his heavenly king whip, he might gain an advantage in combat against the swift sword. Rest assured, your majesty, I have ascertained all the details. In the capital, there are 47 households expecting a child. Unless the heavens are blind, it is inevitable that a son will be born. The demon empress gazed with hope, fervently wishing for the heavens to be benevolent and grant her a dragon son, which would be nothing short of splendid. Naturally, this would be a future great ruler. Chen Lu chuckled softly. The empress did not acknowledge his flattery. Instead, she raised her head, her tone turning somewhat frigid. What is the situation with his majesty? What else could it be? He is desperately seeking help, but in the vast Cangzhou, no one pays him any heed. The so-called righteous men he managed to gather. Chen Lu paused, pointing to the ceiling of the hall. They have all been slain. Above, the Swiftblade, Qi remained unresponsive, seated like a statue, steadfast as a rock amidst the chaos. Chapter 615. Old friends. The war against Liang has reached its conclusion. The generals returned, bringing not only joyous news of victories, but also many captured leaders of the noble families. Sumu stood atop the city tower, gazing down at the line of rebellious leaders kneeling below. He could choose not to execute them, like Chang Xiling and Zhuo Shuring, and continue to secretly ally with these aristocrats for his own gain. Yet, such an option was not available to him. His path diverged from Chang Xiling and Zhou Shiring from the very beginning, destined for a different outcome. His generals hailed from the grassroots, and his soldiers had once suffered under the oppression of the noble families. Though he harbored thoughts of mercy, the true aristocrats of Shishu were not the dregs of a chaotic era. Line up, Qin Zhong bellowed. Over 100 Shu soldiers drew their cold long blades, standing beside the bound and kneeling leaders of the noble families. Countless common folk from Liangzhou rushed from all directions, their eyes filled with fear, yet more so with a yearning for a better future. Su's face was expressionless as he dropped the death warrant. You, the ragged bandit, have brought ruin upon my Liangzhou. You shall not meet a good end. The cursed ragged bandit. Su Mu remained silent, turning away, as cries of anguish echoed throughout the city of Liangzhou. Qin Zhong pays his respects to the sovereign. After overseeing the executions, Qin Zhong hurried into the palace, and upon seeing Su Mu, immediately bowed deeply. He held genuine admiration for Su Mu. He recalled the words of the strategist Jia when he first came to persuade surrender at Yuan. A mediocre lord makes you a mere guardian of the status quo. A wise lord leads you northward, conquering snow-capped mountains and vast plains. Now, it seemed that this was about to be realized. Qin Zhong, you have worked hard. Su Mu smiled. Thank you for your consideration, sovereign. I am uncertain why you summoned me with such urgency. At Yuan, I have already arranged for personnel. There should be no issues. Qin Zhong, please take a seat. Qin Zhong, perplexed, complied and sat down beside Jia Zhou, hastily greeting him with a fist salute. After this battle, although our Shu province has achieved great victory, having secured the 3 states of Liang, even the northeastern Dingzhou has come to submit. I have conferred with General Jia. One day, I must return to Shu. Therefore, it is essential to leave a capable general here in Liang to maintain order. Once we eliminate Dongwon, our strategic focus will shift towards Cangzhou. Qin Zhong, for the time being, you shall serve as the general of Jinzhou. Furthermore, during my absence from Liangzhou, you will also manage military affairs. Old Minister Wang Yong will soon enter Liangzhou to assist you. My lord, Qin Zhong's expression subtly changed. As a defector, he had always been cautious, fearing that any misstep might bring disaster upon his family in Qingdu. Yet, it seemed that the king of Shu before him was a man of great virtue, displaying no discrimination due to his status as a defector. Qin Zhong, I understand your thoughts. However, as I, Su Mu, have stated, you are the strongest shield of our Western Shu. With you by my side, not only at Yuan, but even as a barrier to the western front of Western Shu, I am at ease. One day, it may come to pass that I will appoint you as a general to lead our campaigns, departing from Liangzhou to conquer the world. Qin Zhong listened, overcome with emotion, his tears flowing freely. After the downfall of the Dou family, he had resigned himself to a life of obscurity at Yuan. Qin Zhong, do you not dare accept this command? My lord has shown me great kindness. I, Qin Zhong, would not hesitate to lay down my life. As long as I am in Liangzhou, even if I am shattered to pieces, I shall guard the northwestern gateway for you. Qin Zhong, you have my command. Qin Zhong stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, bowing deeply to Su Mu. Su Mu's expression softened with satisfaction, while Jia Zhou beside him also wore a look of joy. Qin Zhong, rise. Prepare yourself and proceed to Anzhou to take office. Seek an opportunity to discuss matters with Lu Xiu from Bingzhou. I shall rely on both of you for the various states in the northwest. Talents in Shu province are scarce. Now, only Chaui, Chai Zong, Fan Lu, and Han Jiushuan remain by my side. Of course, there is also Hu Gu at home and the injured Gong Go. As for the Xiar army's Shangwan Shu, the young Xiaoyao who is currently studying at the General's Hall can occasionally play a part. However, Shangwan Shu has sent many talented individuals, and he is now studying at the General's Hall like Xiaoyao. My lord, in 2 or 3 years, little Go Fu will also be of great use. Jia Zhou suddenly spoke. At this moment, Su Mu recalled the ambitious Han Xing, who had declared his intention to become a great general. My lord. Just as Qin Zhong departed, In Hu hurriedly entered. 6 heroes, what is it? My lord, 2 refugees have arrived outside the city, claiming to be old acquaintances of yours. Old acquaintances? Su Mu was taken aback. He had few such people. His closest friend, Zhou Fu, remained in Changyang due to a flourishing business. The others were merely old comrades who had followed him into Shu. My lord may not know, but those 2 refugees are in dire straits. They said they came from Lingzhou, and after much effort, gathered enough silver to take a boat to enter Shu to find you. However, as you are away in Liangzhou for battle, the guards at the gates did not permit them entry. Thus, they journeyed to Liangzhou. Su Mu's expression grew peculiar. How far had these old acquaintances traveled? Nearly 1,000 miles. Accompanied by Yin Lu, Su Mu hurried to the city gates. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found his old acquaintances at the gate, Fan Gu and Wang Yun, clad in tattered robes. Upon seeing Su Mu approach, they could not contain their emotions and erupted into loud wails. "Su shopkeeper, we have missed you so much." Su Mu's lips twitched at the sight. How had these two heirs fallen into such a dire state? "Eat slowly, there is more in the pot." Su Mu let out a sigh as he gazed upon the two old acquaintances before him, squatting on the ground of the Liangzhou palace, ravenously devouring a dozen military rations. Despite having mentioned that a feast was being prepared, the two could hardly wait. The pain of hunger was blissful. After an undetermined stretch of time, Fan Gu and Wang Yun finally patted their bellies, belching contentedly. "Old friends, what brings you here?" Su Mu inquired with a smile. Deep down, he held no significant bias against Fan Gu and Wang Yun. After all, they had fought together against the D people at the border. When they first entered Qing City, the two had even lent him a helping hand. "Su Fangzhong, Brother Wang, we seek the King of Shu," Fan Gu hurriedly interrupted. Wang Yun's expression shifted in alarm, and he quickly chimed in. "The King of Shu may not be aware, but we were targeted by that scoundrel Yu Weikai, resulting in our families being torn apart. Left with no choice, we journeyed to Chuzhou to seek refuge with my relatives, only to find that my relative was ensnared in a trap, leading to yet another ruin of a family. Thus, we thought to come and seek assistance from you, Su Fangzhong." Yet, despite their words, both Fan Gu and Wang Yun felt a gnawing uncertainty. Upon their entry into Shu, they had mentioned Su Mu's name, as well as Li Shaowan's, but still found themselves unable to gain entry. Fearing the infiltration of too many spies, the entire Shu province, under Su Mu's management, had become as impenetrable as a fortress. Save for the two outer counties, the King of Shu may not know, but my wealthy relative from the Wang family in Chuzhou met a tragic fate. It was a setup that led to ruin. My brother Fan and I disguised ourselves as beggars to escape. Could it be that the Wang family in Chuzhou discovered the gold fragments in the river? Jiazhou suddenly paused, his countenance shifting. Precisely. Wang Yun's voice changed dramatically. There was no gold to be found. My brother Fan and I witnessed it ourselves. Those who sought the gold fragments vanished upon reaching Cangzhou. The matter of the gold fragments stemmed from a prior report by Shangguan Shu. The tale unfolded last summer when gold fragments were discovered in the Xiang River, drawing approximately 100,000 destitute souls across the river in search of wealth, crossing the waters naked and making their way to Cangzhou. Soon after, it was revealed that a powerful merchant from Chuzhou was behind it all. Before long, the merchant's entire family was slaughtered, nearly wiped out. Yet, few could have anticipated that Fan Gu and Wang Yun were entangled in this affair. "Pray, do elaborate," Jiazhou urged, clasping his fists earnestly. His keen sense for intrigue led him to believe that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. "6 heroes. Please bring another pot of hot tea," Su Mu called out, also perking up his ears. This was clearly the work of someone with malice in their heart. "My king." This military advisor, Wang Yun, having consumed 3 cups of tea in quick succession, gradually regained his composure. The matter of the gold fragments was, in fact, a calamity that cost lives. My distant uncle was quite a figure in Chuzhou, possessing considerable wealth and 3,000 private soldiers, even daring not to challenge the king of Lingzhou during his campaign against Chu. One night, as I stepped out, I saw an expert scaling the courtyard wall and entering my uncle's chamber. The following day, my uncle's favored concubine was found inexplicably dead in the well. She had overheard something she should not have. Jiazhou sighed deeply. Not long after, my uncle engaged in the matter of the gold fragments. It must be Zhuoshuren. Su Mu furrowed his brow, pondering his intentions. Given his protective nature towards his own, it seemed improbable that he would massacre a prominent family. No, it was Cangzhou. Jiazhou raised his head, his tone growing somber. It was not the means of Zhuoshuren, but rather those of Empress Su. I shall provide the Lord with a thorough analysis. 100,000 displaced persons, crossing the river in their nakedness. With the assistance of the Wang family from Chuzhou, they would present the affair of the gold fragments as a facade, allowing the troops assembling in Cangzhou to slip past the watchful eyes of the world and enter the city. Su Mu's expression was one of astonishment. Of course, it could not possibly be 100,000. I estimate that at least 30,000 have infiltrated among the gold-seeking refugees, seizing the opportunity to enter Cangzhou. Wanlong. From where do these troops originate? Jiazhou offered a wry smile. I too am at a loss. This realm comprises 30 provinces, and Empress Su wields remarkable strategies. Were it not for the two former acquaintances of our lord, one might surmise that thousands of soldiers had been stealthily diverted into Cangzhou, without a soul being the wiser. My lord, crossing the river in such a manner is a guise of deception. Even in the face of this calamity, no one would suspect that these so-called gold-seeking refugees were actually converging for a meeting in Cangzhou. I remain unaware of the true origins of these forces. Zhua Shiren is not a fool. He must have stationed numerous watchers to monitor Cangzhou's movements. Thus, Empress Su orchestrates such a ruse. As for the source of the troops, not even our lord can fathom it. The central plains are on the brink of chaos. Ordinary conscription of refugees largely consists of the elderly, infirm, and unfit for duty. The able-bodied among the refugees, be it Su Mu or others, would certainly seek to consolidate their ranks given the present circumstances. Wanlong, please send a letter to Bo Lai, informing him of this matter. Naturally, it seems there may soon be developments in Cangzhou. Within the palace, Fan Gu and Wang Yun sat, in evident confusion, exchanging bewildered glances while fearing Su Mu's ire, opting instead to remain silent and nod occasionally. Former acquaintances? Which acquaintances? Could it be that they have come to invite my brother Sihu for a drink? At that moment, Sihu strode in boisterously, and upon seeing Fan Gu and Wang Yun, he picked his nose, too indifferent to greet them, and simply turned to leave. Brother Hu, we have missed you dearly. Fan Gu and Wang Yun hurriedly approached, each clinging to one of his legs. Sihu, take these two old friends for a stroll. I shall cover your expenses. Brother Mu, when are you returning to Shuzhou? I have prepared my sack. Just days prior, Su Mu had heard that Sihu had sought out several village women to sew a sack the size of a cattle shed. To be honest, Su Mu felt a twinge of regret, as he believed Sihu might indeed be able to carry it. In due time, there is no rush. I shall fulfill my promise to you. Very well, I shall find someone to make the sack even larger. Get lost. Straightening his posture, Su Mu resumed his serious demeanor and resumed discussions with Jiazhou. As for the affairs in Cangzhou, my lord must tread carefully. Moreover, I have been counting the days. Empress Su's dragon child is soon to be born. The situation in Liangzhou is far from resolved. Meanwhile, the scheming Su Yao Empress has begun to lay her plans anew. Fortunately, the troops of Yuan from the Muyu state have returned safely. The birth of a dragon child signifies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yuan An is destined for death. The Empress Su now governs from behind a curtain. Jiazhou nodded, acknowledging that the nation's framework has collapsed and the myriad lords across the realm would not heed imperial decrees. Nonetheless, the Yuan family remains the legitimate authority of the Central Plains. Such a rightful legitimacy, now wielded by treacherous hands, breeds the most dreadful calamities. Chong Xiling harbors no desire to assassinate the emperor, nor does Zhua Shiren. In the past, Chen Chongqing, even while manipulating the emperor to command the lords, aspired to usurp the throne but dared not overstep his bounds. Like Fang Ru, who upon declaring himself emperor was immediately besieged. Su Mu can guarantee that should the Yuan family be utterly extinguished and the dynasty obliterated, it is likely that several self-proclaimed emperors would emerge across the realm. A simple truth remains. Even if Yuan An is akin to refuse, he is still the refuse of the imperial family, distinctly different from the rest. Wanlong, the strategic focus must shift to Cangzhou. This is indeed the intention. Jiazhou nodded and reiterated his plea. If possible, I hope the Lord will refrain from being the first to commit regicide. Wanlong, I shall do my utmost. I will expedite matters in Liangzhou, after which I shall return to Shu. Regarding the Silk Road, Su Mu must draft a plan. He aims to dispatch a scout army, recruiting guides anew, to meticulously delineate the routes and maps. Beneath the surface, it appears as though the northwestern provinces are devoid of significant events. Su Mu merely hopes that no unforeseen disturbances arise. My lord, Yu Dang has dispatched scouts who report that outside Liangzhou, a cavalry claiming to be from the Great Wheel Kingdom of the Western regions intends to enter Liangzhou, seeking to take control of Jiawu County as per the prior agreement with the King of Liangzhou. The voice of Yin Lu Xia reverberated through the palace of Liangzhou. Su Mu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Beside him, Jiazhou wore a similarly weary expression. Lu Xia, instruct the scouts of Yu Dang's tribe to return and inform Yu Dang Xiong that any further claims regarding the takeover of Jiawu County will be regarded as enemy forces. and we shall deal with them accordingly, for the entire Western Shu stands behind him.